I didn't notice it then,
shattered
but
our
Jake
family.
did. He noticed
I didn't know
everything.
it then.
The day
The morning my
everything
father
started to
died would be the
unravel, it
last
wasn't
peaceful
dramatic.
moment my family
It wasn't a
ever
screaming
shared.
match or a
Tuesday,
betrayal caught on
February
video.
11th.
It was quiet.
6:42 a.m.
It was a Thursday.
The house was still dark when my phone lit up
I
on the
remember
nightstand.
because I was still at
One
the
missed
office.
call from my
the
brother,
only one left
Mark.
besides the
2
cleaning
from the
crew,
hospital.
staring
A
at
text that
email
just
on my
said,
screen with a
"Call me
subject line
now."
that made my
By
stomach
7:15,
twist.
I was
Internal
standing in a room that
financial
smelled like
adjustments
cold
review.
metal and
It
disinfectant,
wasn't addressed to me.
staring
Wasn't
at a
meant for
body
me.
that didn't
He
look
sent
like
it
the
to the
man who
wrong
raised me.
Adam
His
in his
hands,
contact list.
once rough
I wasn't
and
the
worn
Adam
from
he
years of
intended to
working
loop
land
in.
no one else
The email
wanted,
spoke
were pale
about
and still.
restructuring
I
asset
remember
transition
touching the hem
and,
of the thin
worst of all,
hospital blanket.
operational
I remember
shift
how
due
heavy
to
the air
anticipated
felt,
medical leave.
and I remember
Medical
thinking
leave?
the same
Mean
thought
it?
over and
I
over.
scrolled.
He
His
can't be
reply
gone.
was attached below.
Not him.
A thread
But grief
I never
has
should
a
have
cruel
seen.
sense of
Keep
timing.
everything quiet for
It
now.
never comes
He'll
alone.
be out soon.
Because by
I've arranged
9:03 a.m.,
My heartbeat slowed.
before we even
then
left
sped
the
up,
hospital
then
parking
stopped
lot,
entirely
Mark
for
said something
one
that made
long,
my stomach
painful
drop.
second.
Dad
What had
didn't
he
leave a
arranged?
will,
What the hell
he
was he
muttered,
planning? I
staring
called him
straight
immediately.
ahead. So
He didn't
the land
answer. Not
is
the
ours.
first time.
Split
Not the second.
50-50.
Not the
He
10th.
said it too quickly,
That's when the air in the office
too confidently,
shifted.
like
Heavy,
he'd rehearsed
suffocating,
it. And right
electric
there,
with
before
fear
grief
I
even
hadn't
settled
felt
in, the
since I was a
first
kid.
crack in our family
Something was
formed.
wrong.
We didn't
Something was
talk
happening.
much the next few
And I was
days.
already too late.
The funeral
The
planning,
next morning,
the
I walked
condolences,
into the
the
office
casseroles.
and found a stranger
It all
sitting at my
blurred
desk.
into white
A
noise.
woman.
But
Sharp
Wednesday
suit.
night,
Even sharper
something
smile.
happened that snapped
Her nails
everything
clicked
into
against
focus.
my keyboard like she'd
At
been there for
11:47
years.
p.m.,
Oh,
I got
she
a
said
call
without
from a
even
number
looking up.
I didn't recognize.
You must be Adam.
A man's
I
voice.
froze.
Hello.
Who are you?
Urgent.
She finally
You
met
don't
my
know me,
eyes. Interim
but your father
operations
trusted
director.
me.
Interim.
I sat up instantly.
Operations.
Who
Director.
is this?
My job.
You need to
My
check
title.
his safe,
My company.
the man whispered.
What are you talking about?
Before your
I
brother
asked,
does.
disbelief
My skin
dripping
prickled.
from every word.
Why?
She shrugged.
Pause.
Jake
A
said
breath.
you were taking an
Because
extended
the land
leave.
isn't what you
Leave?
think it is.
Leave?
And he
I
didn't
turned
want
before
Mark
she
to
could
have
say
it.
another word and
The line
stormed toward
clicked
Jake's
dead.
office.
For a long
my
moment,
pulse pounding
I just
so
stared at
hard
the
I could
shadows
feel
on
it
my
in my
bedroom
teeth.
wall,
He wasn't there.
listening to my
His lights
heartbeat
were off.
thundering in my
His
ears.
desk was cleared.
That voice,
A single envelope
wasn't
sat
frantic.
in the center of the
It
table
wasn't threatening.
with my name
it sounded like
handwritten
someone
on the
carrying
front.
a truth
My
too
hands
heavy to
trembled
hold
as
any
I
longer.
opened it.
I should have
Inside
called Mark.
was a doctor's note.
I should have
A
asked him
forged
what
one.
was going on.
A horribly
But something in my
obvious,
gut said,
laughably
don't.
fake
Not yet.
document claiming
Looking
I'd
back
been
now,
diagnosed
that was the
with
moment
acute
everything
work-related
changed.
stress
My
and was
father's
medically
safe was in the
advised to
workshop
avoid
behind
all
the house.
operational
A
responsibilities
place that
for
always
90
smelled
days.
like oil,
90 days.
sawdust,
Exactly
and the
30
stubbornness that
more
held
than
our
the clause
family
required.
together.
I
I
sat
drove
down,
there the next
slowly,
morning just after
like my legs were no
sunrise.
longer mine.
The frost
My
still
vision
clung
blurred.
to the windows.
My breath caught.
My breath
He
fogged
planned
in
this.
the air.
He planned
When I opened the
everything.
workshop door,
Halfway
it
through
creaked
reading
the
the
same
note,
way it
the
had
room
when I was a
began to
kid
tilt.
sneaking in for
Not
tools I wasn't
literally,
supposed to
but
touch.
emotionally,
But this time the
mentally,
room felt
spiritually
different.
It felt like the
someone
ground
had been
under
there
my
recently.
life was
The
shifting,
safe was
cracking,
under his workbench.
dissolving.
Old,
And right there,
dusty,
in that nauseating
scratched
moment,
from decades of
something
use.
clicked in my head.
My father
If you've
always
ever
kept
watched
the
someone you
combination
trusted tighten the
scribbled on a
screws
tiny
behind
slip
your
of
back.
paper tucked
If you've
inside the
ever felt
lining
that
of his
cold
red
rush
hunting
of
jacket.
betrayal when the
I
truth
reached for
finally
it,
hits,
hands trembling,
I know you
and
understand
found the
this part.
paper exactly
And if you're
where
still
it had
reading,
always been.
I see you.
At least that
You're not
hadn't been
alone.
touched.
I went home
The
early that
combination
day.
made the
Not
lock
because
click
I was
open with a
defeated.
sound that
Not yet,
echoed in the cold
but because I
room.
needed answers.
Inside were three
Real
things.
answers.
A
Answers
folded
that
map,
only
old
one
and
person
brittle
could give
around
me.
the edges.
I called our
A
accountant,
sealed letter
Meredith.
with my name
She'd
written
been with
in
us
his
from the
shaky
beginning.
handwriting.
Honest,
A property
loyal,
appraisal document
unshakable.
dated 4 months
She picked
before
up on
he
the second
died.
ring.
For
Meredith,
months,
I said,
he'd never told
something's
us about
happening.
any of this.
I need you to tell me the truth.
My hands shook as
Silence.
I opened the letter.
Too long.
If you're reading
Too heavy.
this, it
Then
means
she
I didn't
spoke,
have time to explain.
voice trembling
Do
like
not
she was
trust
standing on a
Mark with the
cliff.
land.
Adele,
He's already
I can't
spoken to
talk on this
people he
line.
shouldn't have.
My skin
The
prickled.
land is worth
Meet me,
far more than he
she
knows,
whispered.
and far
Tonight,
more than I ever
8:30.
told him.
Don't come to the
My blood
office.
ran cold.
And don't tell
Then
Jake.
the last line.
What? I
Protect
asked.
it.
She
Or
inhaled
everything
sharply.
I fought for
Because
will
he's
be
been
lost.
planning this for months.
I don't know how long
The
I
line
sat
went
there.
dead. I sat
Maybe
in the
minutes,
dim
maybe
glow
an
of my
hour,
car dashboard
just
for
staring
nearly
at the
an hour
letter
after
while the
that,
workshop slowly
replaying her
warmed with
words
sunlight.
over
My
and over.
father wasn't the
Planning
dramatic
this.
type.
Months.
He didn't write
Everything.
riddles or
Every
warnings.
late meeting.
If he said
Every
something was
in-sign
dangerous
check.
or important,
Every
he
sudden
meant it.
change.
So
Every
what was he
excuse.
protecting?
Was I blind?
And from who?
Was I naive?
I unfolded
Or did
the
I just
map
believe
next.
in the wrong person
It wasn't
for
one
too
of our
long?
state maps.
My life,
It was
my
older,
work,
yellowed
my
at the
identity,
seams,
everything I
marked
built
with
was
precise
in someone
hand-drawn
else's
lines
hands
that
now.
traced the
Someone who
contours of his
smiled
12
at me
acres.
while
There were
sharpening his
red
knife.
excess in
I looked at the
places I'd never
forged
paid
medical note
attention
again.
to.
At
The
Jake's
north corner,
handwriting
the
on the
ravine
envelope.
edge,
At the
the
signature
patch
I'd
of
written a
useless
year
clay soil
before,
behind the barn.
stupidly,
Except
blindly,
maybe it
sealing my
wasn't
own
useless.
fate. 90
and then
days.
I saw something I'd
90
never
days
noticed
until
before.
he owned
In the
everything.
appraisal documents,
Unless I acted.
under
Unless
potential
I
mineral
fought.
value,
Unless I found
a single
proof
line had
stronger
been
than his
highlighted
lies.
in faded
At
yellow.
8:12 p.m.,
Significant
I
indication
stepped out of my car into
subsurface
the cool
hydrocarbons.
evening air,
Further
heading toward the place
evaluation
where Meredith
recommended.
told me to meet her.
Hydrocarbons.
I didn't know what she
Oil,
was going to show
gas,
me.
maybe
But what
both.
I found that night
My mind
was
spun.
only the beginning.
My father
and it
bought
made
that
everything
land
that
for
came
$50,000
next
when
unavoidable.
everyone said he was
Including
stupid.
the moment I
When
realized
my mother
Jake
cried
wasn't
because
just
it meant
taking
no
the company.
vacations,
He
no
was taking my
upgrades,
life
no
apart,
financial breathing
piece
room.
by piece.
For years, the
If I'd
land
known what I was
produced
about to
nothing.
walk into that night,
But maybe
8:42
he knew
p.m.
something we
behind the
didn't.
abandoned
Maybe
textile
someone else
warehouse
knew
on 4th
too.
Street.
Halfway
I would have
home,
brought someone with me.
still gripping
Anyone,
the steering wheel
a
like it
witness,
might disappear.
a friend,
Something
a
hit
bodyguard.
me out of nowhere.
But I walked in alone,
hard enough to steal
clutching my
breath.
jacket tighter.
If Mark
as
knew
the air
about the
grew
map,
colder.
if he knew
Meredith
about
was
the
already
appraisal,
there.
if
She
he already
stood under a
contacted
dim
people,
street lamp,
like
her
Dad
arms
said,
wrapped around
then he
herself,
wasn't just
eyes
assuming the
darting
land was
around like she
50-50.
expected someone
He
to
was
be watching.
planning something.
Maybe someone was.
My phone buzzed
Thank you
on
for
the
coming,
passenger
she
seat.
whispered.
A text
Just tell me
from
what's going
Mark.
on.
We
I
need
said.
to talk.
What did Jake do?
Tonight.
She
It's
hesitated
important.
too long.
Important.
Her breath
That
fogged
word
in the
felt
air.
like a warning
Adam,
now, not
he's preparing
an
to
invitation.
remove you.
I pulled into my
Officially,
driveway but
permanently.
didn't get out of the
My
car
chest
right
tightened.
away.
Because
I
of the
just sat
fake
there,
medical leave?
staring
She
at
shook her
Dad's
head.
letter,
No, that's just
rereading
step
it
one.
until the words
Step
blurred.
one. My pulse
family
quickened.
was about to
Meredith
fracture,
pulled out
maybe
a small
beyond
flash
repair,
drive from her
and part
coat
of me
pocket,
knew this was
glancing
only the
over her
beginning.
shoulder again.
But before I
shouldn't
went
have this.
inside,
And if
I need
Jake
to tell
finds
you
out I met
something.
you, I
If
could
you've
lose
ever
my
had
license.
a moment where a
What's
family
on it?
secret
I
snapped
asked.
everything you
Proof he's
thought
been
you knew
moving
in
company
half,
assets.
I see you.
Quietly.
Drop a
to
broken
a shell
heart if you've
corporation
lived
he
through
controls.
that kind of betrayal.
My stomach dropped.
Because what I
What shell
discovered
corporation?
next,
She
it made
swallowed.
the map, the
A
letter,
new
the
entity
warning call,
he created
all of
6
it
months ago.
looked like child's
It's structured
play.
so that
When
once
I
you're
finally
declared
walked
inactive,
into my house,
everything
the
flows
voicemail
directly
notification
to
was
him.
waiting.
I felt
One
the
new
heat
message.
drain from my body.
It was from the
How
same
long has he been
unknown
planning
number
this?
as before.
Meredith's
And the
voice
second I
cracked.
pressed play,
Since the night your
a
mother
man's
got
voice
sick,
said,
I
he
stepped
found
back.
out you opened
What?
the safe.
He told people you'd
Don't
be
go home
emotionally
tonight.
distracted.
I froze.
That you'd trust him
then
to
heard
handle
the last
paperwork.
line.
That you wouldn't notice
Barely
when
a
he
whisper.
slipped into the
I
contract
replayed
renewal.
that
I
voicemail
felt
3
punched.
times before
When
my
knocked
mind
out.
could even
Vision
process
blurred.
what I was hearing.
My mother's illness.
Same voice.
My worst
Same
moment
controlled
was
urgency.
the moment he saw his
He
opening.
found out you
He
opened
used
the
that.
safe.
I whispered.
Don't go home
He
tonight.
used that.
He's
She
already
nodded,
on his way.
tears forming.
I stood in the
I tried
dim
to
light
warn
of
you,
my
Adam,
hallway,
but he isolated
phone
the
still in my
finance team.
hand.
He changed
breath shaking.
passwords.
The house
Removed
felt
shared
suddenly
access.
smaller.
He locked
like
you
the
out
walls
without
were
you
closing
even
in.
realizing it.
I could hear
The
the
street
faint
felt
hum
colder
of the
now,
refrigerator,
darker,
the settling
quieter.
creaks
I
of
forced
the old
myself to
beams.
breathe.
My own
What was his
heartbeat
plan for
too
the 90
loud,
days?
too fast.
That's what I
Mark.
needed to show you.
He had to
she
mean
said.
Mark.
He scheduled a
why?
meeting
How?
tonight.
He didn't know I
midnight
went to
meeting
Dad's workshop.
with an attorney who specializes
did,
in forced
unless
buyouts.
someone was watching.
Midnight.
I walked
asked,
to the front window,
where? She
peeled
pointed
back
toward
the
the
curtain
warehouse.
an inch. The
Inside,
street was quiet.
my heart slammed
no
into my
headlights.
ribs.
No movement.
He's in there right now.
Just cold night
She
air
nodded.
flickering
If you want to
under
know
the
the
street
truth,
lamps.
the real
Still,
truth,
something felt
you
off.
have to hear it for
A
yourself.
heaviness.
For a moment,
wrongness.
I just
locked
stood there,
the door.
cold
Then
wind
the deadbolt.
biting through my clothes,
Then the chain.
trying to
It
understand
didn't
how
help.
the man
My
I
phone
once
buzzed
trusted
again.
with my entire
Mark,
life had
leaving
turned
now.
into a stranger
Be there in
capable
20.
of gutting me in
Not
silence.
a question.
I looked at the
Not
warehouse.
a brotherly check-in.
Dark.
Just
Silent.
a statement.
Waiting.
My stomach
Are you
twisted.
sure about this?
I grabbed my
Meredith
jacket,
asked.
Dad's map, the
No,
letter,
I
and the
wasn't.
appraisal.
But I pushed
I didn't
the drive
take
into my
anything
pocket,
else.
squared
Not
my
even my
shoulders,
toothbrush.
and stepped
Some
toward the
instinct
rusted metal
deeper than
door.
fear told
Because
me
I
I
needed
couldn't
to
be
hear it.
here when Mark
I needed to know
arrived.
exactly how
By
Jake
11:12
planned
p.m.,
to destroy me.
I was
And
backing
when
out
I
of the
placed my
driveway,
hand on that door
headlights
handle,
off.
I heard
I
voices
drove without
inside.
a destination.
One of them was his.
Just moving.
The other?
Letting
Some I
the
never
paranoia
expected.
guide me.
The metal
Every
handle
car
was
I
ice
saw
cold
behind me
against my
felt
palm.
like it was
I
following.
pressed my ear to the
Every
door.
intersection
Breath held
felt like a
tight
trap.
in my throat.
At
Jake's voice
11:37
carried
p.m.,
through the warehouse.
I pulled into the parking
Confident,
lot of an all-night
smooth,
diner.
The exact
The
tone
kind
he
that
used
smells
when he
like
thought
burnt
he was
toast and trucker
untouchable.
coffee.
He won't see
It was
coming.
nearly empty.
He never reads
Just a
the
waitress
paperwork.
cleaning a
He
counter
said,
and a man
almost
half asleep
laughing.
in a booth.
My jaw
I
clenched
slid
harder hard
into
enough
the far
to ache.
corner.
But it was
The
the
vinyl
second
seat
voice,
was cold
the one I
against
didn't
my
expect,
legs.
that made my
I
blood
kept my hood up.
freeze.
The
I told
letter
you from the
was still
start,
in my
the man
hands.
replied.
Do not
If you
trust
want a clean
Mark with the
transfer of
land.
assets,
The words
it has
looked
to look
darker now,
voluntary.
heavier.
We can't force
I
incompetence
didn't want to believe my
unless he
brother
signs
was
something.
capable of
That voice.
whatever
I knew
this
it.
was turning
I
into.
knew it far too well.
But something
It
inside
was our
me,
old lawyer.
something
The one
I'd
who
ignored
drafted
for
our
years,
original
was
partnership
whispering
contract.
otherwise.
The one
Mark
who swore
always
he
had a
represented
way of
both
getting
of us
involved
fairly.
with the wrong people.
He was supposed to have
Quick
retired
money
last year.
schemes.
So why was
shady
he here?
investors,
At midnight?
friends
With my
who
partner?
only called
I took
when
a
they
slow
needed
step
bail.
back,
Dad
heart
hated it.
hammering against
Mom
my
cried
ribs.
over it.
The
I
warehouse
cleaned up
echoed
after
with
it.
their voices.
Maybe Dad
He'll
had seen
sign,
something
Jake
coming that
said.
I didn't.
He always
Maybe
signs.
that stranger on the
arrogance
phone
in his
knew
tone
more than we
made
realized.
my hands shake.
My hands were
I had to
cold
move.
as I
Had to get
unfolded the old
closer.
map again.
Had to hear more.
The red
The
excess,
side window
the
was
marked
cracked
ravine,
open.
the
Glass
strange symbols
smudged
near
with
the
dust
north
and
corner.
fingerprints.
My
I
father
slid
wasn't
toward
an
it,
artist.
keeping my head low.
He didn't doodle
Through the
or
gap,
draw.
I could
Everything
see
he
their
put on
silhouettes
paper
at a
had
makeshift
purpose.
table.
But it was
Papers,
the appraisal creased,
laptops,
stained,
coffee cups,
too new,
and a stack of
that
folders
set
too
my pulse
familiar for
racing.
comfort.
I
And then I
stared
saw
at the
something
highlighted
else.
line.
My name.
Significant
Bold,
indication
underlined,
of
on a
subsurface
folder
hydrocarbons.
sitting right in
Oil,
front of Jake.
gas.
The lawyer
A fortune
tapped it.
buried
You're
under
certain the email
useless-looking
went
dirt.
through? The
No
one
wonder Dad
outlining
kept
his
it
medical
secret.
condition.
No wonder
Jake
someone
smirked.
wanted it.
Oh, it went
The
through.
waitress
His
slid a
HR
cup of
file
black
is
coffee in
updated.
front of me.
Insurance
Long
flagged it.
night?
The board
She
will get the
asked.
notice Monday
I nodded.
morning. After
You have
that,
no
he
idea.
shrugged.
She gave a
60
sympathetic
days,
half
start
smile
ticking.
and walked away.
60 days.
I stared
That
at the
cursed
steam
clause.
rising
That
from the
fine
cup.
print I ignored.
My whole life,
That
that
trap
land
he'd
was
built
just
around my trust.
there.
My
A
chest
background
tightened.
detail in our
Rage
family
mixing
story.
with disbelief.
Something Dad
Disbelief
loved for
mixing with
reasons I never
humiliation.
understood.
I'd handed
But
him the
now,
rope, and he
now
was
it was a
using it to
ticking
strangle
bomb.
me.
My
But
phone
then the lawyer
vibrated.
asked something that
A
made my entire
voicemail, this
body
time
lock
from
up.
Mark.
In the meeting
I
with his doctor,
hesitated,
did
then
you
hit
handle that
play.
part?
His
My
voice
stomach
was sharp,
twisted. Jake leaned
irritated.
back in his chair.
Why aren't you home?
Let's just say I
Where
sent
the
someone
hell
my
are you?
place.
We need
Someone
to settle
persuasive.
this. Call
What
me
does that
back.
mean? The
Settle
lawyer
what?
asked.
And
It
then
means,
something else,
Jake said,
barely
that the
audible.
medical record
Someone
will support
whispering behind
everything we're
him.
filing.
Ask
Once
if he
he's
found
officially
the
marked
papers.
as
I froze.
temporarily impaired,
Mark wasn't
the company
alone.
transition
Someone
can begin.
else was with
Temporarily
him.
impaired.
Someone who
My
knew
breath
about
caught.
the safe.
He wasn't just
My
stealing
blood
the company.
went cold.
He was
I
rewriting
backed
my
deeper
identity.
into the booth,
I swallowed hard,
clutching
my
the
throat
phone.
burning.
My
I needed
reflection in the
proof.
diner
I
window
needed
looked like
leverage.
someone I didn't
I needed
recognize.
anything. That's when my
Eyes
phone
wide,
buzzed quietly
breathing
in my
shallow,
pocket. An
hair
email
messy from
notification.
panic.
I froze.
needed answers.
Slowly,
I needed the
slid the
voice
phone out
on
and
those
saw it.
warning calls. So I
urgent.
scrolled back through my
You need
call
to see
log
this.
and hit the unknown
sender.
number.
Jake.
One ring.
At first,
two,
I thought he'd realized I was there.
Then a click.
But when I
A
opened
low
it,
breath.
my legs
You
nearly
shouldn't
gave
have
out.
called back.
It was the same
What's
email he
happening?
accidentally
I
sent me
hissed.
earlier.
Why are
The
you
thread
warning me
discussing
about my brother?
removal, the
Who
Shell
are you?
Corporation, the timeline.
Silence.
Except
A long
now,
one.
there were
Then
new
the voice
attachments.
said, I
Financial
worked with your
summaries
father.
showing asset
He
transfers.
trusted me when he
A
couldn't
scanned
trust his
medical
own blood.
note with a
My
forged
father
signature.
trusted Mark.
A draft
I
letter to the
snapped.
board declaring
No.
me unfit.
The voice said
and
quietly.
worst of all,
He
an
wanted
internal
to,
memo titled
but trust and
Full
truth
Executive
aren't the same
Takeover.
thing.
Final steps.
My throat tightened.
I read the
Tell
first
me
lines
what's
of the
going
memo,
on.
and my
You need to
vision
leave
blurred.
town tonight.
All
Someone
operations
put
under my
pressure on
leadership
your
will begin
brother.
immediately
He promised
following
them the
Adams'
land.
confirmed leave
All
of
of it.
absence.
What's
He will not
someone?
return to an
My voice
executive role.
cracked.
The
Another
transition
pause.
is
Then,
irreversible.
The kind of people you
Irreversible.
don't say no
that
to.
word cut
I swallowed
deeper
hard.
than anything
My
I
heart
heard through the
thudded
window.
against my ribs.
My hand shook violently.
And what do they want?
This wasn't panic
You've
anymore.
already seen it.
This was
he
survival.
said.
I
In
stepped
the
back from the
documents,
window, mind
the oil,
racing,
the value,
pulse pounding.
the land my
Meredith
father
had been
hid.
right.
My
He'd been
fingers
planning this for
trembled
months.
around the phone.
He'd covered
Why tell
every
me?
angle.
Why
built
risk this?
every lie
A
with
soft
precision.
exhale.
But now,
Because your
I had
father
the email,
saved my life
the
once.
attachments,
I owed
the
him.
proof he never
and
meant
now
for me
I
to
owe
see.
you.
I
Before
slipped
I could
back
ask
into
anything
shadows
else, he
behind
added,
the warehouse.
They're watching
gripping
your
my
brother's
phone like it was
Don't
the
call
only
him
thing
again.
tethering me
And
to
whatever you
sanity.
do,
Because the
don't
truth
let
was
them
clear
get that
now.
map.
Jake
Then
wasn't
he
just
hung
taking
up,
the company.
just like
He was
that.
erasing
Gone.
me. And
I sat
as
in the
I
booth
reached the
until
corner
my
of the
coffee
building,
went cold.
ready to call
My
Meredith,
hands wouldn't stop
ready to figure
shaking.
out my next
A
move.
truck horn
A
blared
car
somewhere
engine rumbled
outside.
behind me.
The fluorescent
Headlights
lights
flared
hummed
on.
overhead.
A door slammed.
The world kept
Footsteps
moving like
approached
nothing was
fast.
wrong.
I turned
But everything
and
was
saw
wrong.
someone running straight
I
toward
checked
me.
the time.
To be continued.
12:26
The footsteps
a.m.
pounded against the pavement.
Couldn't go home.
Fast.
Couldn't call
heavy,
anyone.
Too close.
Couldn't trust anyone.
I spun around.
Even my own
just
brother.
as the figure
I needed
broke
to
through
think.
the shadows
Just
and into the
breathe.
glow of the street
But my
lamp.
thoughts were sprinting
Adam.
ahead of me. Why
Meredith's
was
voice
Mark doing
cracked
this?
as she reached
Who
me,
were these people?
out of breath,
How long had
eyes
this
wide
been
with
happening?
panic.
And
I
why
let out
did
a shaky
Dad
shaky
hide
exhale.
everything until
Jesus,
the very end.
you scared me.
The waitress
What are you
passed
doing
by
here?
again.
I had to
You
warn
okay?
you.
You
She
look
whispered,
like you
grabbing
saw a
my arm.
ghost.
Someone
I
tipped
forced a
Jake off.
smile.
He knows he saw
Something
the
like
email.
that.
My
She
stomach
nodded,
flipped.
not convinced.
I didn't tell
When she
anyone.
walked away,
He has
I
access you
felt
don't
the
know about.
vibration in my
She
pocket.
pulled me deeper into
A
the
text.
alley.
I
And he's not
expected
alone
Mark,
in this.
but it
You need to
wasn't
understand
him.
that.
Unknown
Her voice
number.
trembled.
You're not safe
Not
there.
from the cold, but
Window,
from fear.
left side.
Real fear.
My breath
I'd known
caught.
Meredith
Slowly,
for 10 years.
I turned
I'd
my
never
head
seen her
toward
like
the window
this.
beside me.
What do you mean he's
A single
not alone?
figure stood
I asked.
outside in the dark.
She opened her mouth,
Still,
but then
watching,
she froze.
face hidden
Her eyes
beneath
flicked
the
past
hood.
me
Not
toward
moving,
the warehouse entrance.
just waiting.
I turned.
My pulse hammered.
2 men stepped
Then
out
my
of the
phone
building,
buzzed again.
talking quietly.
Run.
One
And
was
the figure
Jake.
stepped toward
The other was
the
our
door.
old lawyer.
The moment
They
that
hadn't
hooded
seen us
figure
yet,
stepped
but they were
toward the
heading
diner
toward
door,
the parking lot,
something primal
toward the
kicked
alley
in.
we were standing in.
Fear so
Meredith
sharp
pulled
it
me
felt
behind
like
a dumpster.
electricity under my
Listen,
skin.
we don't have
I slid
long.
out of the booth,
Her whisper
grabbed
was
the
barely
map
air.
and letter,
Jake didn't
and
just
moved
set up a
toward the
shell
back
corporation,
exit without
she
even
said.
thinking.
He
My
funneled
legs felt
assets into
shaky,
it.
almost
Accounts
detached,
receivable.
but they
Better
kept moving.
contracts.
The
Even
bell above
intellectual
the front door
property.
chimed.
All of it is
They were
already
inside.
in his control.
I pushed
My
through the
mouth
kitchen
went
entrance,
dry. That's illegal.
ignoring the cook shouting,
Only if you
"Hey!"
can prove it,
and
she
slipped
said.
out the
And
side
he's been erasing
delivery
your
door
access
into
for
the
months.
freezing night air.
By Monday,
the metal
he'll have a
handle
temporary
was
injunction
icy against my
preventing you
palm.
from
I
stepping
didn't
into
stop
the
to
building.
look back.
I felt
I
the
ran.
ground
The
shift
pavement
beneath
was
me.
slick with dew.
My world was
My breath
collapsing
came out in
one
harsh white
calculated
cloud.
decision at a time.
Every shadow
What
felt
about
like
the
it was
forged
about to
medical
lunge
note?
at me.
I asked.
I fumbled for my
That alone
keys as I
should.
reached my
Adam,
car,
Meredith
nearly
closed
dropping
her
them
eyes,
twice.
bracing
When the
herself.
engine finally
He
turned
didn't
over,
forge it alone.
relief
A
hit me
cold
so
chill
hard I almost
crept
laughed.
down my spine.
Almost.
What are you talking about?
Because in my
Your
rearview
doctor's
mirror,
office got a
the
call
diner
last
door
week
swung
requesting
open.
your records.
The hooded
They
figure
thought you
walked out,
authorized it.
turned,
Someone
and
pretending
stared
to you
directly at my
filed
car.
a medical
I didn't
release
wait
form.
to see what
My
happened
pulse
next.
spiked.
I tore
He
out of the
impersonated
parking
me.
lot so fast my
Yes.
tires
Her
screeched.
voice broke.
By the time I
To set
hit
up
the
a
highway,
false
my pulse
diagnosis.
was still
To
thundering.
paint you as
I
unfit.
kept checking the
My
mirrors,
hands curled into
expecting
fists.
headlights to
Rage.
appear behind
Helplessness.
me. But the road
Shame.
stayed empty.
All of it choked me
Quiet.
at once.
Too quiet.
How long have you known?
At 12:49
I asked
a.m.,
quietly.
I
She
pulled onto
swallowed
the
hard.
shoulder beneath an
Since
overpass
yesterday.
and killed the
I didn't
engine.
want to believe it
My
until I
hands were
saw the
cramped from
paperwork.
gripping the wheel
Adam,
so tightly.
He's going to claim
I
you're having
needed
a
answers,
psychological
not panic.
breakdown.
So I
The
spread
word
the map
slammed
across
into
my
me like a
dashboard.
physical blow.
The old
A
paper
breakdown.
crackled
I
under my
echoed.
fingertips.
Why would he?
Those red
Because it makes
excess,
you legally
they weren't
unable to
random.
contest
They
the
formed a
transfer.
pattern.
You
A
stepped
curved
ahead.
line cutting
No.
through the northern
He's
edge
going
of
to
the
take
property.
everything.
Not a
And he's going to
straight
say I
survey
agreed
line.
to it
Something
because
else.
I wasn't
A seam.
well.
A break.
She nodded,
A fault.
tears
A
slipping
natural
down her
pocket
cheeks.
beneath the soil.
I'm sorry.
My father
I'm so
wasn't
sorry.
mapping the
A
surface
car
at
door
all.
slammed
He was
in the
marking
distance.
what was under
Jake
it.
and a lawyer
If those
were getting
excess
closer.
really traced
We need to
an
move,
underground
she
reservoir.
whispered urgently.
The land wasn't
Now,
worth $5
I
million.
nodded, but something in me snapped.
It was worth more.
Not fear,
much more.
not panic,
and Mark
something
wasn't
sharper.
stupid.
Resolve.
If he got
We're
pressured
not
into
running,
something with
I
dangerous
said
people,
quietly.
people who
We're
wanted that
finding
land,
leverage.
he would try to
She
hand
blinked.
it over before
What
I understood
leverage?
what it truly
The
was.
flash drive.
Dad knew
I
that.
said.
That's
Your
why he
files.
left the map
And the
for
email
me,
he just
not
sent
us.
me.
I
pulled out
traced
my
the symbols
phone.
again.
Screen still
And that's
open on
when
the
I noticed
attachments
something
he
I'd
never
missed in the
intended
panic
to see.
earlier.
This is enough
Tiny
to
initials
corner him.
written beside
Her
the
face
largest
twisted.
red X.
It's a start,
JT.
but it's not
Not
enough
my
to win.
father's initials.
Maybe not,
Not
I
mine.
said,
Not
but it's
Mark's.
enough to scare him.
A different name.
The footsteps
Someone my
grew
father
louder.
trusted enough
Jake's
to mark on a map,
unmistakable
but not enough
stride
to mention
echoing
to his
off
own
the brick
family.
walls.
My father
Meredith
had a
gripped
secret
my arm.
partner.
Adam,
And if this
he won't
JT
hesitate.
helped him locate
If he
oil,
catches us,
then
he'll
they would
spin
know
it.
exactly
He'll
how
say you're
valuable the
unstable.
land was.
He'll call the
Years
police
before the
himself.
appraisal.
I believed
My
her
mouth went dry.
because I finally
Was the
understood
stranger
just
on
how
the phone
far he'd
JT?
go. I
Or
peeked
someone
around the
connected
dumpster.
to him?
Jake was
Because
only
if
30
he was
feet away
warning
now,
me, then
looking
he
around
wasn't trying to take the
suspiciously,
land from
like
me.
he sensed something
He was
off.
trying to stop
We
someone
need to
else.
disappear.
My phone
Meredith
buzzed,
whispered.
and I
I know a
nearly
place we can
jumped out
talk
of my skin.
safely.
A text.
Where?
Unknown.
She hesitated.
You
My
lost
home,
them.
she said.
Good.
But we have to
Listen
go
carefully.
right now.
My
We
heart
slipped in the
hammered as I
shadows,
opened it.
moving fast.
Go to the north
hearts
corner of the
pounding,
land
staying
tomorrow
low
at dawn.
until we reach
Bring
the end
the
of
map.
the alley.
Don't
When we
tell
step on
your
the side
brother.
street,
Dawn.
I looked back
The same
one last
spot
time.
with the largest
Jake
X.
stood under the
I
street
typed
lamp,
back with
hands in
trembling
his
fingers.
pockets, scanning
Who
the
are you?
darkness like a predator
3 dots
who
appeared,
knew his prey was close.
then disappeared,
and
then reappeared.
almost as if he sensed
Someone your
exactly
father
where I
trusted
was.
more than his
He
own
smiled.
blood.
A
The
slow,
words hit like a
chilling killing
punch.
smile.
I
Because
wanted
he
to
thought
defend
he'd
Mark,
already won.
to
He
believe
thought I
my
was
father
helpless.
was wrong.
He thought I was
But
alone.
deep down,
But he was wrong.
couldn't.
And in less
Because
than
the
an hour,
voicemail,
I would
the
discover
whisper in
something in
Mark's
Meredith's
house,
home office
the person
that would
asking
blow
if
his
I found the
entire
papers.
plan wide open.
Dad wasn't
To be
paranoid.
continued.
He was
Meredith's
right.
house was a
I
small,
stared at the dark road
two-story
ahead,
brick place tucked
exhausted,
behind a row of aging
scared,
maple trees.
but suddenly
It
filled
was the kind
with
of
a
home where
clarity I
neighbors
hadn't
rarely
felt in
looked out
days.
their windows.
Whatever was buried
or porch
under
lights
that
stayed
land,
off, where
whatever my
privacy
father
came
died
naturally.
trying to protect.
At 9:57
Tomorrow
p.m.,
at dawn, I
we
was going to
slipped
find
inside
out.
through the side
But
door,
as I started the
locking
car,
it behind us.
another text
The
came
moment
through
I stepped
from
into her
Mark.
kitchen,
I
the
know
weight
you
of the
took
night
something.
pressed against
If you
my
don't
ribs.
bring it back, we're
My
going
shirt
to
was
have a
still
problem.
damp from sweat
My hands
and
went
the cold.
cold.
My
And
hand
then
shook
another
every
message
time I
seconds
remembered
later,
Jake's
one
voice
that made my
echoing
breath
through that
stop
warehouse.
completely.
He
They
won't
want
see
to
it
talk
coming.
to you.
He was
Mark's
right.
final text.
I didn't.
They want to talk
Meredith
to you.
motioned to a chair.
Sat on my screen
Seat.
like a threat
I'm getting the
wrapped in
files.
politeness.
I didn't
I
want to
stared
sit.
at it for a
My
full
legs
minute.
moved
The
restlessly.
glowing letters reflecting in the
Adrenaline
windshield.
refusing to settle.
My pulse
But I
pounding
forced
in my
myself
ears.
down.
He didn't say
Palms
who they
pressed
were.
flat against
He didn't
the wooden
have to.
table.
Whoever
The kitchen
was backing
smelled
him,
faintly of
whoever
cinnamon
pressured
and
him
printer
into
ink,
this mess,
because boxes
they were
of paperwork
finally
were
stepping
stacked
out of the
everywhere.
shadows.
Some
And they
open,
wanted me.
some taped shut.
I drove another
some
20
spilling
minutes before
receipts and
pulling
bank
into the
statements.
empty lot
I
of an
wasn't
abandoned
prepared for
lumber
what she
yard.
was about to show
Rusted
me.
metal,
She returned
empty
carrying
trailers,
a thick
the
manila
faint hum
folder,
of a distant
the edges
highway.
worn from being
It was the
handled
only
too many
place I
times.
felt sure
I
no
need
one
you to
would follow
breathe,
me.
she said
At
softly.
1:18 a.m.,
I'll breathe when I know
finally
what he
responded.
did. She
Not
hesitated,
tonight.
then placed
It
the
was
folder in
stupid,
front
but
of
I
me.
needed space.
Inside
Needed
was my
to breathe.
signature.
Needed
Everywhere.
to think
Not
without
one
fear
page.
choking every
Not
thought.
5 pages.
Mark replied
Dozens.
instantly.
My name.
You don't have
my
a choice.
handwriting.
A
My
beat,
initials.
then another
Except
text.
I'd never seen these
Come
documents
home.
before.
Now.
My throat
Home.
tightened.
As if that
What
was
is
still
this?
a safe word.
She pulled her chair
I
closer.
locked the phone and
voice
leaned back
barely
in the
audible.
driver's seat.
Jake created
exhaling a breath
secondary
that trembled.
operational agreement.
How had we
a
gone
private
from
one.
grieving
It
our father
overrides
to this?
sections
To
of the
threats,
original contract.
secret maps,
You
strangers
still have.
watching me through diner
But I never
windows?
signed anything like
Because
that.
there was
I
oil
know.
under that
She
land.
exhaled shakily.
Because money
and
changes
that's the
people.
problem.
Because
I flipped through the
desperation
pages,
makes them
each
dangerous.
one more
And Mark,
horrifying than the last.
he'd been
A
desperate
new
for a
workflow
long time.
delegation structure.
I closed my
a
eyes
revised
and let memories
responsibility
flicker through.
allocation. A
Mark showing up
pre-authorization
drunk
for
at our
leadership
doorstep,
shift
Dad
in
lecturing
case of
him about
medical or
responsibility.
emotional incapacitation.
Mom crying in the
and the
kitchen
worst
when he
one,
pawned her
a
wedding
page
ring
that
by
legally
accident.
relinquished
He wasn't
operational
evil,
authority to
but he was
Jake
capable
for the sake
of terrible
of
decisions.
organizational stability.
And someone out
My
there
breath
was
caught.
manipulating
My
those
vision
decisions.
This
I
wasn't a
rubbed my
contract.
face and
It
forced
was a
myself to
blueprint
focus.
for my removal.
Dad's letter
Meredith,
weighed
his
heavy in my
signature.
pocket.
I pointed
His
at the
warning
bottom of the
felt
page.
sharper now,
That's
more
not mine.
urgent.
I would
Do
remember
not trust
signing
Mark
something
with
like
the
this.
land.
She
Maybe
didn't
he
look
knew Mark
surprised.
wasn't just
That's
weak.
because you didn't
Maybe
sign
he
it.
was compromised.
At least not
My
intentionally.
phone buzzed again.
What does that mean?
I almost didn't
She
look.
swallowed, eyes
Mark,
distant. Do
they
you
said
remember the vendor
sunrise.
audit you did last
Same
December?
spot Dad
When
used
Jake
to take
asked
us
you to
hunting.
sign a stack of
My chest
invoices
tightened.
because accounting
The north
needed
corner,
end-of-year
the
approvals.
largest red X.
Yeah,
The
I
place
said
the
slowly.
mysterious
I
caller
signed maybe
told me
30
to go.
papers that day.
This wasn't a
She nodded.
coincidence.
You signed
Everyone
29
wanted me there at
invoices
dawn,
and one
but for
contract
very different reasons.
modification.
At
My
2:04
heartbeat
a.m.,
slammed against my
exhaustion
ribs.
hit me all at
You're
once.
saying he buried
My
it in the
eyelids felt
stack.
heavy.
I'm
My
saying he
shoulders
counted
ached.
on you
I
trusting
needed
him.
sleep just
Her
an
voice
hour or
cracked.
two.
And you
Enough
did.
to think
My
clearly.
stomach twisted.
I reclined the
nausea
seat,
rising
wrapped
in
my
my
jacket
throat.
around myself,
Was anyone else involved?
and let the hum
I
of
asked.
distant traffic
Anyone on the
lull
finance
me.
team?
I don't know when
She
I
hesitated.
drifted off,
There's
but
someone,
I know
she
exactly
said.
when I woke
I don't know
up,
how much they know,
because something
but someone helped
slammed
them
against
hide
my
the
car
paper
window.
trail.
My
I
eyes
clenched my
flew
fists.
open.
Who?
Adrenaline
Just as
snapped
she
through
opened her
me
mouth,
like a whip.
headlights
A
flashed
flashlight
across
beam
her living
blasted
room
into
wall.
my face.
She froze.
For a split
I
second,
stood.
I couldn't breathe.
Is that him?
Couldn't move.
I whispered.
Then the beam
She
shifted,
peeked through the blinds,
and I saw him.
breath
Mark.
trembling.
His
Then she
expression
exhaled
wasn't
in
angry.
relief.
It was
No,
worse.
It's just a neighbor.
Cold.
You
Blank.
scared me. I
Purposeful.
ran a hand through my
He
hair.
tapped the glass
I'm
again.
sorry.
Open
This
the
whole
door.
night,
I
I'm
shook
not
my
thinking
head
straight.
instinctively.
It's okay.
He tried
You're
the
processing
handle.
trauma
Locked.
in real time.
His jaw tightened.
She gestured to the folder.
I'm not here to hurt
And this
you,
isn't even the
but
worst
they're
part.
waiting.
My head
And I
jerked
told
up.
them you
What
wouldn't
could be
run.
worse than this?
His voice
She
wavered
sighed
on the
and
last
stood,
word.
walking
Just
toward her
enough
home
to tell me
office.
he knew
Come with
exactly
me.
what he was
The
doing.
room was small
and
but
hated himself for
meticulously
it.
organized.
I lowered the window
Monitors,
an inch.
filing cabinets,
Who's they?
label
Mark.
binders,
He swallowed.
post-it notes with
Hard.
dates
Investors.
and arrows. She placed a
Investors
USB
don't
drive
stalk
on the
people
desk.
at diners.
Everything you saw tonight,
flinched.
she said.
Look,
I backed it up.
they said
but
they'd
I
wipe
also
my
found
debt
something
if I
else.
brought them the map.
She clicked open a
I didn't
folder
tell
on
them
her
Dad
computer.
left something for
Email
you.
screenshots.
I swear.
Transaction
My stomach
logs,
twisted.
phone records.
How much do you owe?
Document revision
looked away.
timestamps.
Enough.
IP address
Enough
histories.
to sell me out.
But one file
Enough
made my
to
skin
drag
crawl.
me out here
Internal
in the middle
board
of the
memo.
night. Enough to
Confidential
risk
draft.
everything Dad
It
tried
was
to
written by
protect.
Jake.
I opened
I
my
opened
mouth to argue.
My worst nightmare
but then headlights headlights
folded in
swept
black
across the
text.
lot.
As
Not
many
just
of you are
one car.
aware,
3.
Adam's recent
They
behavioral
boxed us in
instability has
silently,
raised concerns about
engines
his ability
idling like predators
to manage
waiting to
daily
pounce.
operations.
Mark whispered,
In light of his escalating
"Please,
stress responses,
just hand it over.
declining
Before this
communication,
gets
and
worse."
concerning
My
emotional
fingers
reactions,
curled around the
I
map
believe the
inside my
healthiest
jacket.
option
And that's
for
when my
him
phone
and the
buzzed with a
company
new
is a
message from the
temporary
unknown
transition
number.
of leadership.
If you give them
My
that
heart
map,
stopped.
you won't live to see
Instability,
sunrise.
declining
A chill
communication,
raced down my
concerning
spine.
emotional
Another
reactions.
message
He
instantly
was building a
followed.
psychological profile.
Stay in the car.
A fake
Whatever
one.
you do,
A convincing one.
don't get
A
out.
trap.
Outside,
This is character
3 doors
assassination.
opened.
I
Men
whispered.
stepped into
He's
the
staging
darkness.
a mental breakdown.
And Mark, my
Meredith
brother,
nodded.
my blood,
He's already planted the
took a
seeds.
step back like he was
HR has
delivering me to
received
them.
3
The
anonymous
3 men
reports
stepped out of their
claiming you've
vehicles
been
with the kind of
erratic
calm that
and
made my
hostile
skin
in
crawl.
meetings. My
Like they'd
voice
done
shook.
this before. Their silhouettes were
Those were him.
solid,
She
heavy,
nodded again.
unmoving
sure
in
of
the
it.
faint
I
glow
sank
of the
into the
headlights.
chair, head in my
One
hands.
wore a long coat.
He wasn't just taking
Another
the company.
kept a hand
He was
in his
rewriting
pocket.
who I was.
The third,
in the eyes of the
taller,
board, in the
broader,
eyes of our employees,
just stared at my
in the
car
eyes of
like he
anyone
already
who
owned
ever
everything
needed to
inside
believe
it,
him.
including
Meredith
me.
sat beside
Mark
me,
stood between
hesitating
us,
before
his
speaking.
breath fogging
There's
in the
more
cold
at him.
air.
I looked
His
up
voice
exhausted.
cracked as he whispered
Just
through
tell
the
me.
window.
She clicked another
Just,
file. A
please,
scanned document.
Don't make
A
this
bank
harder.
form. A
Harder
signature
for
line.
who?
My name
Me
again.
or him?
What is this?
Before I could
whispered.
answer,
A financial
the man in the long
authorization
coat
form,
stepped
she
forward.
said softly.
He didn't shout.
It gives Jake the
didn't
right to
threaten.
open credit lines
He simply
under
raised
the
a
company
hand and said,
without dual
"Come out.
approval.
We need
But
to
we
talk."
always needed
Something
2
in his tone
signatures.
made my blood
Yes.
turn to ice.
She paused.
There was no anger.
until this form
no
went through.
impatience.
I
Just
felt my
certainty,
pulse
like he knew I
pounding
would
in my
obey.
ears.
I didn't.
I never
I
signed this,
rolled the window
I
up
said.
another inch
I know,
and stayed
but
dead
look,
still.
She
The
zoomed in on the
unknown number
signature.
vibrated
It's based
in my
on your
pocket
real
again.
handwriting.
Leftmost
It's a digital
car.
composite.
Engine running.
Someone scanned your
Keys
signature
inside.
from an old
30
document
seconds.
and
I
layered it
flicked
onto
my
this one.
eyes to the vehicle
So now
on the far
he has
left.
the power to put
A
the
black
company into
SUV.
debt
Lights
without me
dim.
knowing.
Slight
Yes.
exhaust drifting
And when
out.
it blows up,
It was
he'll
running.
say it was my
My pulse
authorization.
hammered so loudly
Yes.
I almost didn't
I pushed
hear the
back from the
tap on the
desk,
window.
breath
Mark again.
unsteady.
Don't be
This can't
stupid,
be undone,
he
I
whispered.
whispered.
They're
He
not
set
going to
this up
hurt you
so
if you
cleanly,
give them the map.
so perfectly.
The map pressed
How do you
against
even
my
fight
ribs under
something
my
like
jacket.
this? She
its
hesitated.
shape suddenly feeling
You don't
like a
fight
target.
it alone, she
I
said.
leaned closer
And you
to
don't
the cracked
fight it the
window.
way he expects.
Did Dad ever
What does that
tell you
mean?
what was under
She
that
looked me
land?
dead in the eyes.
He shook his head.
It means you need to see
No,
something
but
I've
they
been
showed me
afraid
the
to show
survey.
you.
The
Something I
what?
didn't want to believe
Mark
myself.
swallowed hard.
My stomach dropped.
Dad hired a
What is
private
it?
surveyor
She reached
last
into her
year.
desk drawer
A specialist.
and pulled out one
The guy
final
found
folder.
something big,
Thicker, heavier
but
than
Dad
the
shut
rest.
it down.
She placed it in
Didn't
front
file
of me.
anything.
Her hand
Didn't tell me
trembling.
why. My
This,
chest tightened.
she whispered,
What did the
is why I
surveyor
think
say?
Jake isn't working alone.
He told
I
Dad
stared
the
at the
land
folder.
could be worth
Something in
millions.
the air shifted.
Mark's
Open it,
eyes
she
darted
said.
toward the
I
men
lifted the
behind
cover,
him.
and
They
the first
think he hid
page
the full
made the
report.
blood drain from
They
my
think
face.
you have it.
Because the
Million.
person helping
Everything
Jake
clicked like
was
a
someone I
loaded
never
gun.
would have suspected.
Dad's secrecy.
The folder felt
the map,
heavier than it should
the
have.
symbols.
As if
the
the paper
highlighted
inside
appraisal,
carried
the
weight
warning
beyond
calls.
its pages.
He knew
I could
exactly
already
what he
feel
was sitting
dread
on.
crawling
And
up
he
my
knew the
spine
moment someone
before I
else
even turned
found
it
out,
over.
the land
Meredith
would become
watched
a
me
battlefield.
with a look that wasn't
Mark
just
lowered
fear,
his voice.
it was guilt.
Please just
like she'd
hand
been
it
holding
over.
her breath for
I
months,
can't walk away from
waiting
them.
for this
I
exact
stared
moment.
at my brother.
Just open
really
it,
stared.
she whispered.
He wasn't
You need to
scared of
see.
me.
I
He
did.
was scared of
and the
them.
moment my eyes
And
hit
that
the
made
first
him
page,
infinitely more
the
dangerous.
room seemed to
Long
fill.
coat
A
stepped
name
closer.
stared back at me.
Opened
I
the door.
you.
I didn't
Someone I
move.
trusted.
He tapped
Someone
the
who had
glass
keys
once
to
with
the
two
office.
knuckles.
Someone
Polite,
who knew our systems.
deadly. Last
Someone who
chance.
knew me.
The
Laura,
text buzzed
my
again.
ex-fiancée.
Now,
My chest
I
tightened
made the decision
so
in
violently,
less than a second.
I had to grip the edge
Fear
of the
made
desk.
it for me.
No.
I slammed
we
my
sput
foot
out.
on the gas.
No.
The
she
car
wouldn't.
lurched forward,
This has to be a mistake.
then hard left.
I thought so too.
Tires screaming
Meredith
across
said.
the gravel.
But it's not.
Shouts
I
erupted
flipped the
behind
page,
me.
hands
Flashlights cut across
Emails.
the dark.
Texts.
One man
Call
reached
logs.
for something at his
Meetings
waist.
between her
I didn't
and
wait to
Jake
see
going
what.
back 6 months.
I shot toward the black
6 months.
SUV,
That was 2
skidding
months
sideways,
before she left me.
stopping just
2 months
short of its
before
front
she
bumper.
ended our engagement.
I was
with
out
a
of my
vague,
car before it stopped
I just need
rocking.
space, speech,
Heart
and
hammering,
disappeared from my
legs
life
numb,
overnight.
breath
It wasn't cold
burning in my
feet.
throat.
It wasn't
The
stress.
SUV's door was
It wasn't
wide
the
open.
distance growing
Keys
between
hanging.
us.
Just like
She'd
the message
already
said.
chosen a side.
You dove
My
inside.
stomach dropped.
The moment the
Meredith
door slammed
continued,
shut, a
voice
gunshot
gentle.
cracked through the
Adam,
night.
she
The
didn't
back
just help
window
him.
of my car
She guided him.
exploded into
She
glittering
reviewed the
shards.
contracts.
My scream
She helped
caught in my
draft the
throat.
amendments.
Another
She
shot
knew
closer
exactly where
hit metal.
blind spots were.
I slammed the
Blind
SUV
spots.
into drive and
My
floored it.
weaknesses.
Gravel
my trust.
spat out behind
Everything
me as the
I ever
SUV shot
told
forward,
Laura in confidence.
fishtailing before
my work
gripping
habits,
the road.
my faith
The
in
lot
Jake,
shrank in
my
my rearview
tendency to
mirror.
rush rushed through paperwork
My
when
car,
overwhelmed.
my brother,
She handed
the three
all
men,
of it to him like ammunition.
becoming smaller,
Why? I
smaller,
croaked. Why would she
swallowed
do
by
this?
darkness.
Meredith
But Mark-
hesitated.
Mark
Her
didn't
silence
run.
was the answer.
He stood there
I
watching
forced
me speed
myself
away,
to flip another page.
hands and fists
Photos,
at his sides.
screenshots,
And before I
proof
lost
of
sight of
payments.
him,
Jake
he
had been
mouthed
sending her
something I'll
money.
never forget.
Not huge
You
amounts.
shouldn't have done
$1,
that.
$200
My
here,
stomach dropped,
$2,500
because deep
there.
down,
But
I
consistent.
knew he wasn't warning
monthly.
me.
Like
He
a
was
retainer
promising
fee
me
for betrayal.
this wasn't over.
A bitter laugh
Not even
slipped
close.
out before I could
The
stop it.
SUV roared
I was
down the empty
engaged to
highway,
someone who had a
its
salary
engine
for
vibrating
stabbing
through the
me
steering
in the
wheel.
back.
But
Meredith
my hands
didn't
were
laugh.
shaking so badly,
She swallowed.
I could barely keep
Hard.
it straight.
That's not
My
even the worst
breath
part,
came in
she
ragged
said.
bursts.
What could
My
possibly
ears
be worse?
were still ringing
She
from the
opened a
gunshots.
second folder.
I checked
One
the
I hadn't
rearview
noticed on
mirror,
the side of the
nothing but
desk.
darkness.
Inside were
No
more
headlights.
documents.
No
Same
pursuit.
handwriting.
Not
Same
yet.
signatures.
But Mark's
Same
words kept
forged
replaying in my
authorization
head,
pages. But
sharp
at the
as
top
glass.
of one form,
You shouldn't have done
highlighted
that.
in yellow,
Not
was something
shouted.
that made my blood
Not
run
angry.
cold.
Just
Statement
final.
of psychological
I didn't know if he
concern
was warning me
provided
or
by
condemning
former
me.
partner.
And I
I
didn't know
scanned
which
it in
one scared me
seconds.
more.
Laura had
At
filed a
2:41
formal
a.m.,
statement claiming
I
she'd
pulled the
witnessed
SUV into
severe
an abandoned
mood
rest stop.
instability,
A single flickering
impulsive
lamp buzzed
tendencies,
overhead. The
reckless
wind whistled
decision-making,
through broken vending
episodes of
machine
paranoia,
slots. It felt like the
unpredictable
kind of
anger,
place people
a
disappeared
perfect
from.
picture of someone
Perfect.
unfit
I
to run a
killed the
company.
engine and
A
sat in
perfect
silence,
tool for Jake's
gripping the
plan.
map through my
And
jacket
at the
like it
bottom,
was the only
her
thing keeping me
signature.
alive.
I felt
For a
sick.
minute,
She gave them this.
all I could hear was
I
the
whispered.
heavy thudding of
She
my
told them
heartbeat.
I was unstable.
Then my phone vibrated.
Meredith nodded.
I
Her
flinched.
testimony is what
Unknown number
convinced
again.
HR to start
You
a
made the
confidential
right move.
file.
They
Jake
won't
knew her
find you for a
statement
while.
would carry weight.
My throat tightened.
My fists trembled.
Who are you?
Because we were
I typed.
engaged.
The response
Exactly.
came quickly.
My pulse
Someone
throbbed
who
in my
was
ears.
with your father
This was
the
a
day
coordinated
he
attack.
discovered what
A
was
systematic
under that land.
dismantling
My
of
eyes
my
widened.
reputation.
The
My
initials
credibility.
on the map.
My identity.
JT.
They weren't
Is
just
that
taking
you?
the company.
This
They were
time,
taking
the
my
typing
sanity.
dots stayed
My
for
history.
a long moment.
My truth.
Then,
piece
yes,
by piece.
he
I
trusted
stood
me because I
abruptly,
didn't want the
pacing the
land.
room.
I
She
just
pretended
wanted
to
him
love
safe.
me while planning this.
The word
For
felt
what?
wrong now.
Money?
Too late.
Loyalty to
I
Jake?
swallowed hard.
Did they?
So
I stopped
what's
myself.
under it?
Meredith
I didn't
mean my
expect the
eyes.
answer to come in
No, I
one
said,
word.
No,
but
no.
it did.
Don't tell me
A
they
reservoir.
were. Yes,
I stared
she
at the
whispered.
screen.
They were seeing
Oil
each
was
other
one
before
thing.
she left you.
Gas was
The air
another.
punched out of my
But a
lungs.
reservoir?
I stumbled
A
back into
massive
the chair
underground
like someone had
lake
kicked
of
my knees out.
hydrocarbons?
She left
That
you.
was generational
Meredith
wealth.
continued carefully.
Corporate war wealth.
Because Jake told her
The
the
kind
plan
of discovery
was nearly
men
ready.
kill for.
That once you were
And
out,
my father,
she could help
simple,
manage the
stubborn
company as
private,
his
had tried to hide it.
Partner.
JT
Not
texted
romantic
again.
partner.
Your
Business
father
partner.
wanted to
She
reveal
left
it
me
legally.
for a promotion.
Slowly.
The betrayal.
Someone
my
leaked the
bones
survey.
felt scorched.
My pulse quickened.
What else did she do?
Mark.
I said through clenched
Another
teeth.
pause.
Tell me
Longer
everything.
this time.
Meredith
No.
did.
She
She
didn't
pointed
know
to
the
a stack
value.
of notes.
Not at
She
first.
sat in on at least
Someone else
3
did.
legal meetings.
Cold sweat
She
trickled
gave him your
down my
routine.
spine.
When you were
Who?
most distracted,
Before he could
when
answer,
you worked late,
Headlights
when you'd be
swept
least
across
likely
the
to
rest
look
stop.
through documents.
My breath froze.
I closed my eyes,
One car.
chest
Not
rising
three.
and falling
Not the
too
men
fast.
from earlier.
She also,
But the car was
Meredith
familiar.
whispered,
My
helped
brothers.
him isolate you
He
from the
pulled
team.
in slowly,
She's the reason
cautiously,
several people started
like a
going to
predator
him
approaching
instead of
wounded
you.
prey.
She started
His
rumors
silhouette
about your
sat
stress
still behind
levels.
the wheel,
Rumors.
watching,
Seeds
waiting.
of doubt.
My
Poison
phone
roots.
buzzed.
She didn't just
JT,
betray me.
Don't let
She
him see the
prepared the
map.
battlefield
No matter
for my
what he
execution.
says. I
I
slid
sat
the
there in
map deeper
silence,
into my jacket
the weight
just as
of
Mark stepped
everything
out of his
crushing
car.
down on me.
The slam of the
For a
door
long moment,
echoed across
the
the
only
empty
sound
lot.
was the
He
quiet
didn't
hum
storm
of her
toward
computer.
me.
Then
He
I
didn't
forced
yell.
myself to speak.
He didn't even look
What do we
angry.
do now?
He looked
Meredith
tired.
looked at me.
Dark
really looked
circles
at me.
under his
Adam,
eyes.
The only
Shoulders
way you
sagging.
survive
Hands
this
trembling
is if you confront
just
someone who
slightly.
never
He
expected
walked
you
to the
show
driver's
up.
side window
Who?
and
Our
tapped
lawyer,
it gently,
she said.
like he
He's
was
the one who
afraid I might
drafted the
break.
amendments.
I cracked it
He's the
open
one
an
Jake
inch.
trusts.
Why
And
did
he's
you
the
run?
one who knows
He
where the
whispered.
bodies are buried.
I laughed.
I'm not sure
sharp,
he'll talk.
humorless.
Not
Because
willingly,
they shot at
she
me,
agreed.
Mark.
But he's
His
scared
jaw
of
flexed.
losing his license.
I told them not
if
to.
you corner him with
That
proof,
made something
real
inside
proof,
me snap.
he might break.
You told them.
I nodded slowly.
I hissed.
And
You're
she
working with
continued,
people
"There's
who
something
shoot
else."
at your own brother?
She opened yet
His
another
expression
file.
twisted
This
with
one
guilt
small,
and panic.
thin,
You don't
marked
get
with
it.
a single word
They're
on the tab.
threatening me.
Recording.
Threatening
My
everything.
heartbeat stilled.
I didn't
What
have a
recording?
choice.
She met
Yes,
my
you
eyes.
did. My voice
Hesitation
shook,
flickering
but it came out
before
steady
she
enough.
forced the truth out.
You chose them.
Your lawyer left a
He stepped
voicemail
back like
on the
I'd
firm
struck
server.
him.
He tried to
He
delete
chose
it.
survivor.
I recovered it.
We
What does it
stared at
say?
each other through the
Her jaw
cracked
tightened.
window.
It's
Two
evidence
brothers
Jake
standing
never
on
wanted
opposite
anyone
sides
to
of
hear.
a line our
I exhaled
father
hard.
never wanted us
Then
to cross.
play it.
Then
She
Mark
inserted
said
the flash
something I'll
drive
never
in her
forget.
laptop,
Just
clicked on the
give me the
audio
papers.
file, and
Please.
sat beside me.
They said if
A
I
crackle,
bring the map,
a breath,
they won't
a
come
voice,
after you.
shaky,
My chest tightened.
panic. panicked.
because
Jake,
it wasn't
we made a
lie.
mistake.
He
If
believed
Adam
every
ever finds
word.
out what we did,
But JT's
we're
next
finished.
text appeared
You
on
need to
my
call me
screen
back
like a knife.
immediately.
If he takes
My
that
blood
map back
froze.
to them, they'll
Meredith
kill him.
pressed pause.
And then they'll
This,
come for you.
she said
I
softly,
stared at Mark,
is leverage.
really looked at
For the
him.
first time in hours,
His fear,
maybe days,
his desperation,
I felt something shift
his attempt
inside
to
me.
save me
A
by
spark,
sacrificing
small
himself.
but real.
He wasn't the villain.
I straightened.
He was the
We
bait.
take this to the lawyer.
And those men
Her
weren't
eyes
done
widened.
hunting us.
Tonight,
Mark,
yes.
I whispered.
Adam, you might call
We need
Jake.
to get off this
I
road.
shook my head.
Now.
No,
He
not
frowned.
if he thinks I already know
Why?
everything.
I opened
Meredith
the door
hesitated.
just enough to speak
Are you sure you want to do
clearly.
this?
Because
I
someone
nodded.
leaked the survey,
Because I knew something
and
Jake
it wasn't
did.
you.
He thought he'd
Mark's
taken
eyes
everything
flickered
from
with
me,
confusion,
but he forgot something
then
critical.
realization,
A desperate
and then
man
fear.
doesn't break.
Real
A
fear.
desperate man fights.
Then who?
And I was
A
done
pair
being
of headlights
prey. I
appeared at
grabbed
the end of the
folder,
lot.
the flash
Not
drive,
Mark's
the printed
car,
screenshots.
not the SUV.
Let's go, I said.
Another vehicle.
We headed toward the door,
slowing,
hearts
pulling
pounding.
in.
Because
silent.
in less than an hour,
JT's final
I would be
message
standing
came through.
face to face
They
with the
found
man
you.
who
The
helped
moment
dismantle
those
my
unfamiliar
life.
headlights
And he had
turned
no
into the
idea I
rest
was
stop.
coming. What we were
Mark
about to
froze.
do. Meredith
His eyes
locked her
widened.
door,
Not the
hands
way a guilty
trembling
man
slightly,
reacts,
but her
but the way
voice
someone
stayed
does
steady.
when they finally
The firm is
understand the
10
size
minutes
of the
away,
monster
she
chasing
said.
them.
If he's
That's
still
not
working
them,
late,
he
we
whispered,
might catch him alone.
which terrified
Good,
me even
I
more,
replied.
because
I want
for a
him alone.
split second I
Truth
believed
was,
him.
I
The
didn't know
car
what I
crept
wanted.
forward without
Answers?
hurry.
Revenge?
Its engine barely
Just
audible.
one person to
Dark
admit
windows.
what they did. I
No
wasn't
plats.
sure anymore.
Not
But
even
I
the
knew
soft
this.
rumble of
I wasn't
music
going to let
or movement
Jake
inside.
or his accomplices
Just
walk
silence,
me into a
predatory
fabricated
silence.
meltdown.
My phone
and
buzzed
steal
with a single
everything I'd
message
built.
from JT.
Not without hearing
Do
the
not
truth
run.
from the man
Do
who
not
helped
talk.
craft the knife.
Watch.
We drove
My
in
pulse
silence.
hammered, but
the
I
roads
stayed
were
still.
empty.
The car came to a
9:58
stop
p.m.
15
on a
yards
Thursday.
away. No one
Cold
got
air
out.
misting
The driver's window rolled down.
Streetlights
just enough to
flickered
show a
across
face,
the dashboard,
or rather half
revealing
a face.
flashes of
A
anger
woman,
in my reflection.
mid-40s.
I wasn't the
Sharp
same man who
cheekbones,
sat signing
calm eyes,
contracts 2
the
years
kind of
ago.
calm that
I
made my
wasn't
blood
naive
run
anymore.
cold.
We pulled into
Mark,
the law firm's parking
she
lot
said softly,
at 10:07
like
p.m.
she'd known him for
Only
years.
one car remained.
Mark staggered
the
back
old
a
silver
step.
Lexus I
No,
recognized
no,
instantly.
you're supposed to
Our
be in
former
Dallas.
attorney,
The
Peter
woman
Caldwell,
smiled.
always
You didn't
worked
think
late.
I'd let you
He
handle
loved the
this
quiet.
alone.
Tonight,
Did you?
that worked in my
Her
favor.
voice was smooth,
Are you ready?
disarming,
Meredith asked
like a
quietly.
mother talking to
No,
a difficult
I
child.
said honestly.
Not a
But it
lone
doesn't
shark
matter.
haunting
We
his
approached the
nightmares.
glass door.
She turned
The
her
lobby
gaze
lights
to
were
me.
dimmed,
And
but
you
Caldwell's
must be the
office,
brother.
second floor,
Something about the
corner
way
room,
she said it
still
made my
glowed
entire
a
body
soft
tense.
golden yellow.
Not friendly.
He was there.
Not curious.
I pushed open the door,
certain.
the bell
Like
above
she'd
it
been
chiming
expecting
softly.
me.
Meredith
Mark's voice
stayed
cracked.
close behind me.
He doesn't know
When
anything.
we climbed the stairs
He won't
and
fight
reached
us.
the hallway,
Just
I could hear him typing.
give me more time.
Fast.
Time is a
Urgent.
luxury.
Like someone
darling,
scrambling to finish
she
something
murmured,
before sunrise.
eyes still locked onto
I didn't
mine.
knock.
And
I
your
opened the
father
door
made
and
things
stepped inside.
complicated.
Caldwell jerked
My breath
upright,
caught.
his eyes
What do
widening
you
the
know
moment
about
he
my
saw me.
father?
Hey, Adam.
Asked.
His voice
Her smile
cracked.
sharpened.
What on earth?
Everything
Why are
he
you
tried
here?
to hide.
I didn't blink.
I edged
We need
closer
to
to the
talk.
SUV,
He glanced at Meredith,
ready to dive back
then
inside.
at the folder in my hand.
She noticed.
His face
Of course
drained of
she
color.
noticed.
No,
You've seen
no,
the
this
map.
isn't.
She
Adam,
said.
listen, this isn't
Not
good.
a question.
You can save
A
it.
fact.
I cut
Cold
in.
panic
I heard your
surged through
voicemail.
me.
He
I forced
froze.
my voice steady.
Meredith played the
You're not
recording
getting it.
without waiting.
She
for
leaned her
permission.
elbow casually
Jake,
against
we
the
made a
window
mistake.
frame.
If
Those
Adam ever
documents
finds out what
belong
we
to
did,
my client.
we're finished.
Mark looked at her
Caldwell
sharply,
lunged toward the laptop,
eyes wide.
but I stepped in front of
Client?
him.
You said
blocking
we
his
were
path.
partners.
Sit down,
She ignored
I said.
him.
He sank
Didn't
into his
even
chair like
blink.
his bones gave
My
out.
employer
I want
wants
the
the
truth,
report your
I said
father got
quietly.
from the surveyor.
All of it.
Her
His
tone
throat bobbed
softened
as he
again,
swallowed hard.
disturbingly
Adam,
gentle.
you don't understand.
The real one,
Jake,
not
he
the
told
edited
me.
copy
He
your
said you
father
were
filed.
aware that
Mark
you
stared at
approved
me
the
like he'd been
restructuring.
punched.
I slammed
Dad
the folder
filed
onto his
an
desk.
edited copy?
My signature was
I
forged.
swallowed.
My
Of
medical
course he
record
did.
was tampered with.
He knew exactly
My
what he was
reputation was
sitting on.
destroyed.
He
And
knew
you
the
helped
real
him do it.
results would draw
Caldwell's
people
hand
like her.
shook.
The
For
woman
the first
nodded
time,
toward
I
the
saw
SUV.
fear, not
It's in there,
guilt, not regret,
isn't
but
it?
pure fear.
My hand
I didn't
tightened
forge
on the map
anything, he
inside my
whispered.
jacket.
But you
She
drafted the
continued,
documents,
voice silky.
Meredith said sharply.
Your father was smart.
You had amendments.
But he
You advised him on
underestimated
how to remove
desperation.
Adam from a company.
He didn't think
I was
someone close to
manipulated,
him would lead us
Caldwell
straight to
insisted.
it. Mark's
Jake told me
head
Adam
jerked
was
up.
stepping back.
I never
that
told
he was
you
dealing
about the
with
map.
stress issues.
I didn't know about
that you
the
two
safe.
had discussed it
She
privately.
gave him a pitying look.
That's a lie. I
Mark,
snapped.
we never needed
Caldwell
you to know.
rubbed his forehead
Your leverage.
with trembling
That's
fingers.
all.
He
I
brought
felt
your
the blow for him.
ex-fiancée to a
I watched
meeting.
his shoulders
She
cave.
testified that you were
Watched
struggling
the truth break
and
him
wanted
open.
temporary relief
He wasn't
from
their
decision-making.
partner. He
She
was
made
their
it sound
pawn,
like you were drowning.
and she just tossed him
Hearing
aside
Laura's
like
name
trash.
felt like
My phone
swallowing
buzzed.
glass.
JT,
She forged statements.
distract her.
I said.
I'm close.
We have proof.
My breath hitched.
Caldwell
I forced
shook his
myself
head
to speak.
vigorously. I didn't
Every
know they
nerve
were
shaking.
forged.
If
I
all
swear
you
to
wanted
you,
was the
she
report,
seemed
why
credible.
pull guns?
She said you've been
Why chase
isolating
me?
yourself.
She sighed.
That you were afraid
Because
to
your
admit you
father
needed
didn't
help.
trust the
Isolating.
government. He didn't
Afraid.
trust the banks.
Unstable.
And he
She fed
certainly
him the
didn't trust
exact
us.
narrative Jake needed.
So he hid things.
And what about the clause
papers,
he buried in the contract?
maps,
I asked,
coordinates.
you expect
Her
me to
eyes
believe you
darkened,
didn't notice it?
And he told
He
someone
hesitated,
else where to
and
find
his
them.
silence was
The
an
air
answer.
went still.
You added that
Too
clause.
still.
I said
Who?
slowly.
I asked.
Jake didn't.
She smiled.
You did.
Not
His
warmly.
shoulders sagged
He called
as if
him
the
John,
weight of what he'd
but you
done
know him
finally
as
smothered him.
JT. My pulse slammed
I thought it was
in
a
my
precaution,
ears.
he stammered.
Mark whispered,
Jake said you two agreed
"Who the hell is
on
JT?"
equal control.
Before
That
I
if
could
either
answer,
of you became
a loud crack
unavailable,
split the night.
the other needed
A
authority
spotlight
to protect
exploded
the
behind
company.
us.
My voice
A second
dropped.
car
He
screeched
played you,
into the lot.
and I meant it.
The woman's
Caldwell
expression
wasn't
changed
innocent.
instantly.
Far from it.
Annoyance
But he'd been
flickering
used
into
just
fear.
as effectively as I
"Move,"
had.
she
Why didn't you
barked,
come to me?
but it was too
I asked.
late.
He
A
closed
man
his
stepped
eyes
out of the
because
second
the
car.
moment I suspected
Voice
something
low,
was wrong,
controlled.
it was too late.
"You're done here."
He'd already
I
moved
knew that
the
voice.
assets. So he did know. He
JT
knew
stepped
and
out
said
of the
nothing.
second car
My
like a
pulse
man who'd
surged with
already
heat.
calculated
Then you're
every
gonna fix
possible
it.
outcome.
Caldwell
Calm,
looked up, startled.
steady.
Hey,
No
Chow,
voici de motion.
you gonna tell me who else
He didn't
Jake
look
worked
at
with?
me.
I said.
Didn't look at
All of it.
Mark.
Every detail.
His eyes were
every
locked on
lie,
the woman.
every meeting,
The one who
every
only
plan.
moments earlier
He
spoke like
hesitated.
she owned the night.
Then his face
She shifted her
twisted with
stance,
something like resignation.
confidence cracking just
There was someone
slightly.
else
"You
who
shouldn't
whispered.
be here."
My jaw tightened.
JT closed
Who?
the door
He
behind
swallowed
him
again.
with deliberate
Jake had a
quiet.
second partner
"You
helping
crossed a
him.
line.
Someone who
You
coordinated the
involved his
transfers.
sons.
Someone
Your
who
client
handled the
involved them
financial
first."
back end.
She
That was
snapped.
Laura, I said.
"Not like this."
No, he shook his
The
head.
cold wind
Not her.
swept between
My
them.
breath still.
The air felt
Then
charged.
who? He
Dangerous.
hesitated for so long,
Like standing
I thought he
between two
wouldn't answer.
storms about to
And then
collide.
he did.
Mark
Someone
leaned
inside
toward
your
me,
company.
voice barely
The
audible.
room felt
"You
colder
know this guy?"
instantly. Who?
Dad trusted
I repeated.
him. I
Caldwell
whispered.
wiped sweat
He swallowed
from his forehead.
hard.
Your
"That
CFO.
makes one of us."
I blinked.
JT finally looked
Mark
at me.
had been with me
Just a
since
flicker.
the beginning.
A silent
a quiet,
question.
steady man.
"Do you have it?"
Loyal.
I tapped my
Consistent.
jacket subtly.
Someone I trusted
He
with
gave
budgets,
a barely perceptible
payroll,
nod.
projections,
The woman
everything.
noticed the
That's not
exchange
possible,
instantly.
I said.
"Enough." She raised
not
her
like
hand
that.
sharply.
He is
"If
Caldwell
the map
said,
is here,
and
we
he's
settle
deeper
this
in this
right
than
now."
Jake is.
JT stepped
Without
forward,
him, none of this
placing himself
infrastructure could
directly
have been
between
built.
her and me.
My blood ran cold.
"You're not touching
Prove it."
anything."
Caldwell
She
reached
laughed.
into his desk
A
drawer,
sharp, bitter
pulled
sound.
out a thumb
"You
drive,
think you can
and
stop
set it on the
this?"
table.
"I
This
already
is
have."
every internal
Her
memo
smile faded.
Jake sent me.
JT took
every
another
instruction,
step toward her,
every
voice
revision.
low.
And
"You're
every
here
time Mark
without
was copied on the
authorization,
thread.
without
I stared
your
at the
client,
drive. Why do
without
you have
backup."
this? Meredith
That's
asked.
sloppy.
Because
A muscle jumped
he whispered,
in her jaw.
I knew this
Bold
day could
words
come.
for someone
He wasn't
working
protecting
alone.
Jake.
"I'm not
He was
alone,"
protecting himself.
he said.
I grabbed
Mark's
the drive.
head snapped toward
You're coming
me.
with us.
"What does that
Caldwell
mean?"
blinked.
I didn't know,
What?
but I felt it.
Because tomorrow
Something in
morning,
the air shifting.
I said,
and
we
then
take this to the
the
board.
ground
And
vibrated.
you're going to back
Just
every
a faint
word
tremor.
with testimony.
A pulse beneath
He opened
the
his
earth.
mouth.
The woman
Fear
froze.
flooding his features.
JT's eyes
Adam,
narrowed.
they'll ruin
My
me.
breath caught.
I stepped
What
closer.
was that?
Then you
Mark
understand
whispered.
exactly what they
Another
tried to do
tremor.
to me.
Stronger
he looked away.
this time.
Then
a
slowly
deep,
he nodded.
muted tone
We left the
sounded
office
under us,
at 11:14
like
p.m.
something far below
Caldwell
the surface
followed us to the
exhaling.
parking lot.
JT's
pale
posture
and
changed
shaken,
instantly.
but ready to talk.
Tension
But as I
tightened
reached my
every
car,
line
my
of his
phone
body.
buzzed.
"No,"
A text message
he muttered.
from an unknown
"Not
number.
now."
I
The
opened
woman took
it.
a
A single
step back.
line appeared
"You
on the
didn't
screen.
tell me it
You
was
think
this
you know
close.
everything.
It
You
wasn't
don't.
supposed to
M.
be,"
M.
he said.
Mark,
"What's happening?"
my blood froze.
I asked, panic
Meredith
rising.
saw the look on my face.
JT turned to me.
What is it?
"The
I turned the
reservoir
screen
isn't
toward her.
stable."
Her
My pulse
expression
surged.
collapsed.
"What does
Because
that
there
mean?"
was only one way
"It's
Mark
moving,"
could have known
he
what we
said,
were
voice
doing.
sharp.
He was watching
Shifting.
us. For a
Pressure
long
is
moment,
building under
none of
the
us
north
moved.
corner.
Just the
The
cold
north
night
corner,
air,
the
my
largest
phone glowing
X
in
on
my
the map.
hand,
"Oh
and that
my
single
God,"
letter staring
I
back
breathed.
at me.
"Is
M.
it dangerous?"
Mark, the
"Yes,"
quiet one,
he said.
the steady
If
one,
someone
the
drilled
man who
too
sent me
close
birthday
or
cards
disturbed
every
the
year
surface,
and
the
brought
woman
donuts
cut
to
in.
Friday meetings.
"We had
The
nothing to
man
do
who
with
apparently
that."
had
JT
no
snapped.
problem burning my
Then
life to
someone did.
ash.
Another
Caldwell
deep
slowly
rumble
backed up a
vibrated
step.
up through my shoes.
He knows.
Mark
He must have
staggered.
eyes on the firm.
Dad knew about
Meredith's
this?
voice trembled.
JT nodded.
Adam, we need to
It's
go.
why he shut
right now.
the survey down.
But I didn't move.
He didn't want a
Not yet.
blowout.
Because
He
something
didn't want the
inside me
company
had
involved.
snapped.
He
Not
didn't
in a
want
dangerous
anyone
way,
dying for
but in
money.
a painfully
The woman's
clear way.
expression twisted.
Fear had been ruling my
It's
life
too
for
late
weeks.
for that kind of
Fear of
morality.
Jake.
And
Fear
then,
of Laura.
from
Fear
behind
of being
her,
cornered.
her driver
lied
stepped
about,
out of the car.
erased.
Not
But that
calmly.
message,
"Hurry."
that single
Pale,
line from someone who
wide-eyed.
pretended to
He
be my
whispered
ally
something
for years,
into her ear.
it killed the fear.
Her expression
Burn it
changed
clean.
instantly.
I finally exhaled,
Fear slicing
steady
clean
and
through the
deliberate.
arrogance.
You want me
She
to know he's
snapped her
watching.
head toward us.
That means he's hiding
"We have
something.
to leave.
Meredith touched
All
my
of
arm.
us.
We should go
J'étais
somewhere
stupide.
safe before.
What's wrong?
No, I said.
Her
We're
voice
going to see
dropped
him.
to a whisper.
Both of them stared at
One
me
of our drill
like I'd
teams.
lost my mind.
They broke
Caldwell
ground near the
shook his
ravine
head.
yesterday.
You can't
They
confront
weren't
him.
supposed to.
He's dangerous,
Now
Adam.
the system's
Maybe not
picking up
physically,
pressure spikes.
but legally,
JT's face went
strategically,
white.
ethically.
You idiots.
He's got no limits.
He hissed.
Good.
You
Neither
triggered
did
it.
I.
My
Not
heart
anymore.
slammed against
He's been
my
hiding
ribs.
everything.
Triggered
I
what?
said.
The
He wants
woman met
control,
my eyes.
and he thinks
The
I'm too shaken
reservoir
to
is
fight.
going to breach.
So let's prove him
Cold
wrong.
shock shot
Meredith
through me.
whispered.
As in
Please
explode?
think this through.
Not exactly,
I said.
JT said.
We're going to the office.
But if it vents,
To
if the
drive
earth
there.
opens, we're
It was
talking a collapsed
11:32
zone
p.m.
miles wide.
when we pulled into
Mark's
the nearly
voice
empty
cracked.
parking lot of my
So
own
what do we
company.
do?
My building,
JT looked at me
my name on the
first,
sign,
then
the
at the
place
woman,
I'd pour my life
then
into.
toward the dark road
Seeing it
leading
now
to our
felt
father's
different.
land.
Colder.
We go to the
Hollow.
north corner,
A space
he
I no
said.
longer
Now,
recognized. The
before
lights on
the
the second
ground
floor
gives
were on.
way.
Finance.
The woman hesitated.
Mark's domain.
You're
Of course he
insane.
was still here.
No.
Of course he knew he'd
JT
come.
said softly.
Meredith parked in
I'm
the
the only
shadows.
one here
Are
who
you
knows
sure?
how to stop
I
this.
nodded.
The
If I don't
rumble
face him
beneath us
tonight,
grew
he'll
louder,
twist this before
like a warning from the
sunrise.
earth itself.
Caldwell
JT
swallowed.
stepped
They'll
closer
have
to us,
excuses.
eyes sharp.
Prepared ones.
Whatever is
I don't need
buried under your
excuses,
father's
I
land
said. I
he
need
said,
reactions.
is about
The
to show
confrontation.
itself.
We took
The
the
drive
back
to
elevator.
the north corner
One
felt
only
like racing
employees
toward
knew
the mouth
existed,
of something
and
alive.
stepped on his second
The
floor.
earth kept rumbling.
The hallway lights flickered
Small tremors
softly,
rolling under the
casting
tires,
long shadows
vibrating
across
through the
carpet.
floorboards.
I could hear
Every
typing
few
behind
seconds,
Mark's door.
Mark would
Fast,
glance at me like he
efficient,
needed proof
like
I
someone
was still
cleaning up
there.
loose ends.
Behind us,
I pushed the
the
door
woman's
open
car
without
followed
knocking.
close,
Mark looked up calmly,
headlights bouncing
too
in the
calmly,
darkness.
as if
Ahead
he'd been
of us,
expecting all
JT
three
drove
of
with
us.
one hand
Adam,
braced on the
he
wheel
said
like
with
he
that
could feel
soft,
the land shifting
even voice
before it
he
happened.
always used.
At
You're
4:12
here late.
a.m.,
It was the
we
same
turned down the
tone
narrow
he
dirt
used when
road
reminding
leading
me
to my
sign
father's
payroll.
property.
The same
Fog
tone he
drifted
used
low
when
across the
congratulating me
fields,
on securing
hanging
new
thick
clients.
like smoke.
The tone
The
of friend.
closer we got to the
Except
ravine,
now, it was the
the
tone
heavier
of a
the air
predator
felt,
pretending to be
dense,
harmless.
charged,
I stepped closer.
almost metallic.
You sent the text.
Mark finally
A
whispered,
faint smile tugged
"Why
his
didn't
mouth.
Dad tell us
I
any
wanted
of
you
this?"
to know you're walking
I didn't
into
have
a
an
mess
answer.
bigger than Jake.
Not one he wanted.
I asked.
When we reached the
And you're
north
the one
corner,
holding the mop?
JT's
He didn't
truck
laugh.
skidded to a
Didn't
stop.
flinch.
He jumped out
Instead,
instantly,
he leaned back
scanning
his
the
chair,
ground with a
fingers steepled.
flashlight.
You think this is
Moving
about
fast,
betrayal?
scanning,
He said.
muttering to himself.
It's not.
I
Then
stepped
what is it?
out of the
I
SUV.
asked coldly.
The
It's
cold
math,
hit me
he
like
said
a
simply.
slap.
You were the
My
variable
breath came
that
out
didn't
in
scale.
quick white bursts.
Meredith
JT,
inhaled sharply.
I called.
Mark, what did you do?
What's happening?
He ignored her.
He didn't look
You
up.
were good at building.
The pressure
he
spike
continued,
is bad.
but terrible at
Worse than
expanding.
I thought.
The company
The
hit
woman
a ceiling
approached,
under you.
her coat
Jake saw
snapping
it.
in the wind.
Laura saw it.
Can you stop
And
it?
eventually, so did
Maybe,
I.
he
My
said,
jaw tightened.
if the
So you
fault
decided
hasn't
to erase
opened
me.
yet.
I
My
decided
heart
to save the
pounded.
company.
And
He
if it
corrected
has?
smoothly.
He finally
You created
looked at
something
me.
incredible,
Then the
Adam.
land collapses.
But not everyone is meant to
Everything
run
your
what they
father
build.
protected
I
gets
stepped
swallowed.
closer.
The
You forged
ground
my
gave
signature.
a low,
He gave a
groaning
tiny
rumble
shrug.
beneath us.
I duplicated a
Deep,
signature you'd already
ancient,
given us.
terrifying.
For convenience.
Mark swore
For convenience,
under his breath.
I repeated.
We shouldn't
You
be
stole
here.
my company.
We have
No,
to be,
he said calmly.
JT
I
snapped.
transitioned it.
Your father
Caldwell
left
snapped.
instructions.
You broke the
He
law.
planned for this.
Mark finally
I
looked
blinked.
irritated.
Instructions?
White-collar
Where?
strategy
He held out
is a
his
gray
hand.
ocean.
For
I
the
didn't
map.
forge.
I froze.
I didn't steal.
His voice softened.
I leveraged.
I don't
and I
want
did it
the
with
land.
legal counsel.
I never did.
He glanced at
But
Caldwell.
your father understood
and that look
something
said
none
everything.
of you did.
Caldwell
If the
backed
reservoir
up
vented
a
in the
half
wrong
step.
place, it
Mark,
wouldn't just
don't
take the
drag
oil.
me into this.
It would take everything.
Mark smirked.
Mark
You
stepped
think Adam
closer
doesn't
to
know?
me.
You're
Don't
the one who
give it to
drafted
him.
most of the
Mark.
loopholes.
No,
He turned back to me.
he said louder.
You want honesty?
You don't know
Fine.
him.
Here
You
it
don't
is.
know what deal he had
stood,
with Dad.
palms pressed
How do
the
we
desk.
know he's not
You
trying to
trusted
take it
people
for
too
himself?
much. You
J'y pointais
delegated
as
things
Joe
you should have
tightened.
guarded.
Your
You didn't
father
keep up with
trusted
the
me
growth you
more than you
created.
trust your
And the
own
company
family.
needed a leader
Mark
willing
shoved
to
him
do
hard.
what you couldn't.
Don't talk
It
about
was surreal.
trust.
He was
You're the
talking
one
like he
who
was doing me a
dragged us
favor.
into this.
And Jake,
JT shoved
I
him
asked,
back.
why him?
I'm the one
Mark
trying to
shrugged.
keep you
He
alive.
listened.
The
And
woman
Laura,
stepped forward.
I asked,
Enough.
voice colder.
Her voice
She was useful,
sliced through the
he
tension.
said simply.
We don't have
She gave
time
us
for
personal
this.
insight.
That map
and
is
she
the
needed
only
the money.
thing that shows
I felt
the
something
fault line.
inside me crash.
She turned to
Not
me.
break.
Give it
not
to
shatter.
someone who can
Just
actually
crack open
use
enough to let
Something
clarity
inside me
pour
snapped.
through.
it.
You think
Everyone
you've already
stopped.
won?
My
I said
voice
softly.
echoed across the
Mark
field.
smiled.
The
Haven't
rumbling
we?
grew louder.
I took a slow breath.
Like the
Then
land
I pulled
itself
Caldwell's
was listening.
thumb drive from
I
my
pulled
pocket
the map from my
and placed
jacket,
it on the desk.
but didn't hand
Press
it over.
play. I said.
If I give this
Mark
to any of
frowned.
you,
What is
I
that?
said, voice
The
shaking but
voicemail,
steady,
Caldwell whispered.
I need need one thing.
The one you didn't know
one
existed.
answer.
Mark's
J'étais
smirk
exaspéré.
wavered. Just
Name
slightly.
it.
Good.
What did my
I hit
father
play.
find out
Caldwell's
before he died?
voice filled the room.
Silence.
Jake,
The kind
we
that
made a
makes your
mistake.
stomach drop.
If Adam ever finds
JT
out what we
looked away
did,
first.
we're finished.
He found the
Mark
full
stiffened.
survey results.
His eyes flicked to
he
Caldwell.
said quietly.
You idiot,
The ones
he
the
hissed.
drilling company
told him.
hid.
I didn't.
It wasn't
Caldwell
just
said,
oil down
stepping
there.
back.
He
I
hesitated.
tried to delete it.
What
They
was
recovered it. For
I
the first
whispered.
time since I walked
A pocket
in.
of trapped
Mark looked
gas.
rattled.
Ancient.
Adam, he said
unstable,
slowly,
the
choosing
kind
his
that can
words with
blow if
surgical care.
disturbed.
This
My
doesn't
mouth went
prove
dry,
anything.
and the company
Oh,
knew,
it proves plenty, I said.
JT added.
It proves a
They
conspiracy.
tried to force him out.
Dishonesty.
Your father
Intent
refused.
to deceive.
He died
Intent
before
is not
he could
illegal,
expose
he
them.
snapped.
The woman's
No,
face tightened.
I said,
That
leaning
was
forward.
never supposed
But
to
asset
happen.
transfers without
Mark
full
stared at
partner
her.
consent are.
Your client
So are
threatened our
falsified
father?
medical statements.
She didn't deny
and
it.
forged signatures.
That was enough for
and
me.
HR
I
manipulation.
stepped back,
and
clutching the
coordinated
map.
removal attempts.
So what?
His
Now
jaw
you want to
clenched. I have
fix
everything.
the problem you
I
created?
said quietly.
She exhaled
Emails,
sharply.
documents.
No.
Witnesses.
I want to buy you out.
You can't bury
all
this
of you,
anymore.
right now.
Mark's voice dropped
voice
to a
hardened.
dangerous whisper.
$5 million
You don't know what you're
each.
playing with, Adam.
Cash.
Neither
Tonight.
do you.
Mark
The tension
inhaled
snapped.
sharply.
He grabbed
We
a
should.
folder from his desk.
I cut him off.
A thick one.
No.
And
His
shoved
eyes
it into
widened
a drawer.
with panic.
But not before I saw
You
the
don't
label.
know what you're saying.
Final transition.
I know exactly what I'm
implementation.
saying.
My heart
I
stopped.
whispered.
He slammed
Another
the
rumble
drawer
shook
shut.
the ground.
You're done,
This one sharp,
he said.
violent.
You just don't
The
know
woman
it yet.
took a step
No,
back.
I said,
JT
stepping
cursed
back,
under his
you're
breath.
done. And
Mark
something
grabbed my
shifted
arm.
in his eyes.
If you don't take
Not
that
fear,
deal, we lose
rage.
everything.
You should have
The
left
land,
it alone, he
the
said
money.
quietly.
Mark,
You have no
I
idea
said
what comes
softly.
next. I
We're
turned
about to
toward the
lose
door.
something way
Oh, I
bigger
do,
than money.
I said.
The
And
earth
I'll be
beneath
ready,
us cracked.
because in his anger,
Just a hairline
in his
fracture,
slip of control,
but enough to
he
make all
revealed
of us
more
freeze.
than he meant to.
A thin line
And as we
in
stepped
the
out
dirt,
of the office,
glowing
leaving him
faintly,
standing there with
JT's eyes
trembling
went wide.
hands and burning eyes.
It's starting.
I knew
The glow
one's
light
face,
trembling just
calm,
slightly in his
calculated,
hand.
cold.
It's a gas
A man
flare,
who'd spent
he muttered.
years standing
The pressure's
beside me,
breaking through.
quietly
The
sharpening
woman's
the
voice
knife
was tight.
he would eventually
How
use to gut
long
my
do we
life.
have?
By
Minutes,
6:12
he
a.m.,
said.
I was sitting
Maybe.
at my kitchen table,
Another rumble
staring
rolled
at the
beneath
thumb
us.
drive like it was
Deeper
a live
now,
grenade.
more insistent.
Meredith had
The
crashed on my
ground
couch,
shuddered hard enough
exhausted,
to make Mark lose
but I
his
couldn't
balance.
close my eyes
grabbed his
without
arm,
feeling like something
steadying
was about
him.
to explode.
For a split
When she
second,
woke,
we were just two
her
brothers
first words
again,
were,
holding
"We
each
need
other up the way
evidence
we
that
used
can
to when
burn
Dad
him."
made us
I
carry
know,
lumber
I
across
said,
the yard.
and we need
But
it
that
before he
moment
files anything
evaporated
today.
as the earth
I
groaned
knew that
again.
too, because
JT stood,
today, Friday,
turned to me and
was
held
the day
out
Mark
his hand.
planned to submit
Give me the map.
final transition
Now.
documents.
This time,
Once
I didn't
filed,
hesitate.
once approved,
The map,
once logged
the
into
thing
the system,
everyone chased,
my ownership would
fought over,
evaporate. My
bled
voice would be
for,
gone. My company
unfolded in
would
his
belong
hands
to
like
the
a
two
relic.
men who
He scanned
plotted
the
my
red
removal.
excess,
We had maybe a
traced the
few
fault
hours,
line,
so we went
then
back to
looked
the
toward
only
the
place
ravine.
with answers.
We need to
the
vent
office.
it safely, he
The building
said.
that no
Your
longer
father
felt
marked
like
the
mine.
weakest point. If we break it there,
employees
the pressure
were
will
drifting
release
in.
without
Coffee
collapsing
cups,
the whole
laptop
property.
bags,
The
small
woman
talk
scoffed.
floating through the lobby.
You think we can
People
just
I hired,
dig
people
a
I
hole?
trained,
That's
people
your
who
plan.
believed in me,
JT
and not
glared
one of
at
them
her.
knew I'd
No,
become a ghost
but
in
he
my own
left
company.
tools.
Meredith
He pointed
and I
toward
slipped
the old
upstairs
equipment
to the
shed near the
conference room,
fence line.
where the board would be
Half
meeting
collapsed,
in 4
vines
hours.
crawling over the roof.
Caldwell
My
was
father's
already
shed.
waiting inside.
Of course, he left something
pacing
there.
like a man
He always
preparing to
prepared for
confess his
storms
sins.
before they arrived.
We need something
We
stronger,
ran.
he said
Cold wind
immediately.
slapped my
The
face as we
voicemail
crossed
helps,
the field.
but won't be enough
The shed
to
door
stop
was
Mark.
swollen from years
What about
of
the
rain,
contracts?
but
I
JT
asked.
shouldered it
He shook
open
his
with a
head.
grunt.
They'll argue you
Inside,
signed everything
dust floated
willingly.
in the beam of
The
the
forgeries
flashlight
aren't
like
obvious
tiny
enough.
ghosts.
I ran
And
a
there,
hand through my
against
hair.
the back wall,
So
were
what will
the
be
tools.
enough?
Heavy
Caldwell
rods,
hesitated,
pressure gauges,
then whispered.
a manual
We need
venting
proof of
spike
intent.
older than me.
He looked at me
Dad
with
knew.
a strange
He
expression.
knew this day might
and
come.
I think
He
I know
planned
where to
for it.
find it.
My chest
room
tightened
none
so
of us
painfully
dared
I had to
enter.
steady
It
myself
was the
on
archive
the wall.
room. A
JT
dark,
grabbed the spike and
temperature-controlled
tossed the other
space in
tools
the
to Mark
basement.
and me.
No cameras.
We drive this
no
into
windows,
the ravine wall.
only accessible
Fast,
by 2
clean,
people.
Before
Me
the pressure
and Mark.
finds its
Why
own
would anything
exit.
be down here?
I nodded,
I asked as we
adrenaline
descended the
swallowing my
stairs.
fear.
Caldwell
When we reached the
answered
ravine,
without looking back.
The air was warm,
because Mark doesn't
unnaturally
trust
warm.
digital trails.
The ground
If you needed to
vibrated
keep
like a
anything
living thing.
dangerous,
A
it would
faint
be on
hiss rose
paper.
from cracks
The
in
lights
the soil.
flickered when I flipped
Mark
the
stepped
switch.
forward,
The shelves
jaw
stretched
clenched.
20 feet
Tell
long.
me what to do.
Old contracts,
He wasn't the
payroll
scared,
logs,
reckless
tax
screw-up
records,
anymore.
vendor agreements.
Right now, he
It
was the
smelled
man
like
Dad
dust
always
and
hoped he'd
forgotten
become.
truths.
We worked
We
fast.
searched
3
for
people
5
pushing,
minutes,
hammering,
then 10,
bracing
then
the spike
20.
while the woman stood
Nothing.
back,
We're missing
staring
something.
at the ground like
Meredith
it might open
murmured.
beneath her.
Keep looking.
The hissing
I
grew
said.
louder.
But then
JT
the
shouted,
sound, the faint
"Almost
hum of a
there."
machine.
I drove
turned
the spike
slowly.
down with
The
everything
security
I had
monitor in the
left.
corner.
My
For
arms
tiny
burned.
screens.
My hands
For
shook.
camera feeds.
The metal
Basement
vibrated
stairwell.
violently as it
Nuwa
hit the
Dingdok.
fault line.
Lobby.
Then,
And a courtroom
roar.
conference room
A deafening,
on the first floor.
explosive
My eyes
burst of
snapped to
pressure
it.
shot upward.
Mark was inside.
Hot
Not
air
alone.
whipping my hair
Jake
back.
was with him.
Dirt
And Laura.
blasting into the
All
sky
three
like a
sitting
geyser
together
of
at the
dust
table
and
like a
heat.
triumvirate
It
of
wasn't
betrayal.
fire.
Passing
It wasn't
documents,
destruction.
Pointing
It was
at pages,
release. The
whispering.
ground trembled
What the
beneath
hell?
us.
Meredith
Then
whispered.
settled.
But I was
Quietly.
frozen. Watching
Slowly,
something
peacefully,
unfold on the
JT
fourth
sagged
screen.
to his knees,
Jake stood,
breathing hard.
closed the blinds,
It's done.
turned to Mark.
Mark leaned
and then
on the
Laura
spike,
did something
chest
I'll
heaving.
never forget.
The woman
She
backed
pulled out her
away,
phone
face
and started
pale,
recording him. Mark
realizing
didn't
no
notice.
amount of money
He
could
was
buy
too
control
busy
over something
gloating.
this powerful.
We watched him
I
pacing the
stepped
room,
to the edge of the
frustration
ravine.
tight
The faint
across
glow
his
had
face.
vanished.
This is the
The
last
earth was
step,
still
he was
again,
saying. Once the
like it
board
was
signs
finally
off,
exhaling
Adam's
after holding
completely
its
out.
breath for years.
Legally,
We didn't speak
financially,
for a long time.
permanently.
Not
He won't have
until the
grounds
sun
to
crept
contest
over the
anything.
horizon,
Jake nodded.
painting the field
An
in
HR
gold. Mark
handle,
wiped
Mark
his
said.
face with a
The
shaking
psychological
hand.
file
I'm
is
sorry,
airtight.
he whispered.
His ex gave
for
strong
everything.
testimony.
I nodded
Internal
slowly.
reports
We
support
can
it.
fix some
He'll
of
look
it.
unstable
Not all,
if he tries to
but
fight.
some. He
Laura
nodded
zoomed
back,
her camera closer.
tears in his eyes.
Shaky hands.
JT approached,
Tears
the
in her
map
eyes.
rolled under
Not
his
guilt
arm.
tears.
Your father
Fear
didn't want the
tears.
land to
Are
make
you sure
you
about
rich.
this?
He wanted
Jake
it
asked.
to keep you grounded.
Mark rounded on him.
To keep you
Don't
together.
get soft now.
My throat
We didn't come this
tightened.
far to let him wiggle out.
He didn't get that.
I built this plan
Maybe
for 2
he
years.
did.
I'm not
JT
letting
said
anyone
softly.
ruin it.
Just
2
not
years.
the way he expected.
He said it so
The
openly,
woman walked toward
so
her car,
arrogantly,
defeated,
like he wasn't spelling
not
out a
angry,
crime in broad
not
daylight.
threatening.
But
just
then
done.
he said
This
something
never
even
happened,
worse.
she said.
Something that made
None of
even
you saw
Caldwell
us.
stop
And then
breathing.
she drove away
Once Adam is
without
out,
another word.
Mark said,
We let her go.
we'll liquidate his
3
shares
months
through
later,
the
the
Shell
land is
Corporation.
quiet.
Then we
Stable,
restructure.
safe.
Then we sell.
Mark and
A
I
clean
repaired
exit,
the shed,
a
cleared
massive
the
profit,
brush.
and
We
he'll be
walked the
too
property
busy
together
trying
now,
to prove his
slowly,
stability to
carefully,
interfere. He
learning
laughed.
to rebuild
He
trust
actually
the
laughed.
same way the earth
Laura
rebuilt its
lowered
strength.
her phone in
Some
horror.
wounds don't
She hadn't
vanish,
expected this,
but they stop bleeding.
She hadn't known the whole
Dad
plan.
left us a
Not
map
all
to
of it.
something dangerous.
And now she looked sick.
Something
Turn it up.
ancient.
I
Something
whispered,
bigger than
even
greed.
though he couldn't.
And in
Mark
the
kept
end,
talking,
the real
revealing
discovery
everything.
wasn't the oil
Asset
beneath our feet.
transfers,
It
shell
was the
accounts,
truth that surfaced
medical
because of it.
manipulation,
I still
HR
visit
collusion,
the North Corner
forgery,
sometimes.
all of it.
I stand
Jake
at the
ran a
edge of
hand
the
across
ravine,
his face.
listen to
We
the
need
silence,
to delete everything
and I
after
swear,
the board signs.
in the soft hum
we will,
of the morning
Mark
wind,
said.
I
But
can
until
still hear
then,
my father's
nobody goes
voice.
near the archive
Protect
room.
it.
It's the
I
only
finally
place.
understand what
He
he meant.
stopped,
End
looked
of
around.
story.
For a second,
The
I thought he'd
inheritance
seen us
that
through the
shattered
screen.
our family.
But no,
I
he
didn't
was
know it
noticing
then,
Laura's behavior.
but the morning my
What are
father
you doing with
died
your
would
phone?
be the
He
last peaceful
snapped.
moment my
Laura
family
froze.
ever shared.
Jake looked at her
Tuesday,
sharply.
February
She
11th,
stammered. In nothing, my mom
6:42
texted,
a.m.
but her
The
voice
house was still
too
dark
shaky.
when my
And
phone
Mark
lit
wasn't
up on the
stupid.
nightstand.
He took a step
One
toward
missed
her.
call from
Give
my
me the
brother,
phone.
Mark.
Her chair
2
scraped
from the
floor.
hospital.
She stood
A
quickly.
text that just said,
I have to go.
Call
Give me the phone, Laura.
now.
His
By
voice wasn't calm
7:15,
anymore.
I was standing
Jake
in a
reached
room
to grab
that
her
smelled
arm.
like cold
Laura
metal and
bolted.
disinfectant,
She ran out of the conference
staring at a
room,
body
through
that
the
didn't
hallway.
look like the man who
And
raised
then
me.
The camera
His hands,
feed cut to static.
Once rough and
Holy
warm
God,
from years of working
Caldwell
land
whispered.
no one else
She
wanted,
recorded
were
him
pale and
admitting
still.
everything.
I remember touching
now
the
they
hem
know.
of the thin
Meredith
hospital
said,
blanket.
voice
I remember
shaking.
how heavy
My
the air
pulse thundered.
felt.
Where's
And
she
I
going?
remember thinking
We
the
looked at the
same
live
thought over and
feed of
over.
the stairwell.
He can't be
Laura
gone.
burst into view,
Not him.
sprinting,
But grief has a
terrified.
cruel sense
Her
of timing.
purse slipped.
It never
Her
comes
phone
alone.
hit the ground.
Because
She
by
grabbed
9:03
it,
a.m.,
breathless, eyes
before we
darting
even
like
left
prey
the
being
hospital
hunted.
parking lot,
And then
Mark said
she ran
something
straight
that
for
made my
one
stomach
place
drop.
I never
Dad
expected.
didn't leave a will.
The basement.
He
Our
muttered,
basement.
staring
The basement
straight
we were
ahead.
in.
So
The realization
land?
hit
It's
all of
ours.
us at the same
Split
time.
50-50.
She's coming here.
He said it too
Meredith
quickly,
whispered.
too
Caldwell
confidently,
stepped back from
like
the
he'd
monitor.
rehearsed it.
And if she's
And
running
right
from
there, before grief
stairwell
even settled
door
in, the
above
first
us
crack in our
slammed
family
open.
formed.
Footsteps.
We didn't talk much the
Fussed.
next few days.
Desperate.
The funeral
Laura's voice
planning, the
echoed down the
condolences,
hall.
the casseroles.
Adam,
It all
are you
blurred
here?
into white noise.
Please,
But
please,
Wednesday
you have
night,
to help me.
something happened
Meredith
that snapped
and
everything
Caldwell
into focus.
exchanged terrified
At
looks.
11:47
I stepped
p.m.,
toward the hallway.
I got a
my
call from a
heartbeat
number
shaking
I
the
didn't
air
recognize.
inside my
a
chest.
man's voice.
Because whatever Laura had on that phone,
You don't
whatever
know me,
she recorded,
but your father
whatever she knew
trusted
now,
me. I
it was
sat
enough
up
to burn
instantly.
the entire
Who is
conspiracy
this?
down.
You
But
need
only
to
if we
check
got
his
to her
safe,
before they did.
the man whispered.
And from the sound of the
Before
footsteps
your brother does.
pounding down
My
the
skin
stairs
prickled.
behind her.
Why?
We weren't the only
Pause.
ones coming.
A breath.
Laura stumbled
Because
into
the
the basement
land
hallway.
isn't what you think
her
it
breath
is.
sharp
And he didn't
ragged.
want Mark to
Her
have
mascara
it.
streaked
The line
down her
clicked
cheeks.
dead.
Her
For a
hair
long
clinging
moment,
to her temples.
I just stared at the
She
shadows
looked nothing
on my
like the
bedroom
woman
wall,
who walked out of my life
listening
a year
to my
ago.
heartbeat thundering
Polished,
in my ears.
confident, composed.
That voice,
This Laura
it
was
wasn't
terrified.
frantic.
Adam,
It wasn't
she
threatening.
choked on the words.
It sounded
He's
like
going to kill
someone
me.
carrying a truth
He
too heavy
he
to
knows
hold
I
any
recorded
longer.
it.
I
I
should
stepped
have
toward
called
her,
Mark.
hands raised.
I should have asked
Where's
him
the
what was
phone?
going on.
She dug it
But
out of her
something
coat,
in my gut said,
gripping
"Don't.
it so tightly
Not
her
yet."
knuckles turned
Looking
white.
back now,
He
that
tried to
was the
take it.
moment
I
everything
ran.
changed.
Behind
My
her,
father's safe
the
was in the
stairwell
workshop
door
behind the house.
slammed again.
A
Heavy
place that
footsteps.
always smelled like
Jake's
oil,
voice thundered down
sawdust,
steps.
and the stubbornness that held
Meredith
our family
grabbed
together.
my arm,
I
trembling.
drove there the
We need
next
to move.
morning just after
Now,
sunrise.
Caldwell was
The
already
frost still
backing
clung
into the
to the
archive room.
windows.
Lock
My
the
breath
door.
fogged
We
in
can
the
hide.
air.
No,
When I opened the
my voice
workshop
came out
door,
steady.
it
Steadier
creaked
than I
the same
expected.
way it had when
This
I was a
ends
kid
tonight.
sneaking in for
Laura
tools I
clung to
wasn't
me
supposed
like
to touch.
she might collapse.
But this time the room
Please don't
felt
let him take it.
different.
I won't.
Like
I
someone
said,
had been there
stay
recently.
behind me.
The
Jake
safe
appeared
was
at the bottom
under
of
his
the stairs,
workbench,
chest heaving,
dusty,
eyes wild.
scratched from
Mark was
decades
only
of use.
seconds behind him.
My father
The moment
always
Jake
kept the
spotted
combination
us, he
scribbled
froze.
on a tiny
Then
slip
he
of
laughed,
paper tucked
short,
inside the
breathless,
lining of his
deranged.
red hunting jacket.
Wow, he said.
I reached
Look
for
at that.
it, hands
The
trembling,
whole little
and
rebellion.
found the paper
Right here in
exactly
the
where it
basement.
had always been.
Like rats in
At
the
least
dark.
that hadn't
Mark
been
stepped
touched.
beside him,
The
smoothing
combination
his
made the
shirt,
lock
calm
click
again.
open with
Too
a
calm.
sound that
Give us the
echoed
phone,
in the cold
Laura.
room.
She shrank
Inside
behind
were
me.
3 things:
Jake took a step
a
forward.
folded map,
She doesn't
old
understand
and brittle
what she
around
has.
the edges.
She
A
recorded
sealed
one
letter
sentence.
with my name written
Out of
in his
context,
shaky
it's
handwriting.
nothing. Mark's
A
voice
property
sharpened.
appraisal
And
document
if you think you
dated
can
4
use it,
months
you
before he
won't.
died.
Because you
For
won't
months,
leave this basement.
he'd never
with it.
told us
I
about
stepped in
any
front
of
of Laura,
this. My
directly
hands
between
shook
her and
as I
them.
opened the letter.
You're not touching her.
If you're reading
I said
this,
quietly.
it means I didn't
Mark
have
smirked.
time to explain.
Adam, this
Do
was
not
cute at
trust
first,
Mark with the
but
land.
you've lost.
He's already
You're
spoken to
outmaneuvered,
people he shouldn't
outvoted,
have.
out
The
of your
land
depth.
is worth far more than he knows,
Humbly,
and
not
far
anymore.
more than I ever
He
told
laughed
him.
softly.
My blood
Then
ran
prove
cold.
it. And that's
Then
when
the last
everything
line,
shifted.
protected,
Meredith stepped
for
forward.
everything I
Not
fought for
shaking,
will be lost.
not frightened.
I don't know how long
Holding
I
up
sat
Caldwell's
there.
thumb drive,
Maybe
like it was
minutes,
a badge
maybe an
of
hour.
power. Mark,
Just staring at
she
the letter
said,
while the workshop
voice sharp
slowly
as
warmed with
glass.
sunlight.
This isn't
My
just
father
one
wasn't
recording.
the dramatic
We have
type.
voicemails.
He didn't
The
write
shell
riddles
transfers,
or warnings.
the forge
If he
amendments,
said something was
the
dangerous
HR
or
documents,
important, he meant
the
it.
digital
So
composites
what was he
of Adam's
protecting?
signature.
And from
Mark's
who?
eyes flicked to
I
Caldwell.
unfolded the map
You idiot,
next.
he hissed.
It wasn't
But
one
Caldwell
of our
didn't back
state
down
maps.
this time.
It
For
was
the first
older,
time, he stood with
yellowed
us.
at the seams,
I'm done covering
marked
for you,
with precise
Caldwell
hand-drawn
said.
lines
You
that
used
traced
me,
the contours of
manipulated
his
me.
12 acres.
You told me
there were
this
red
was a
excess
simple
in places
restructuring.
I'd never paid
You never
attention
told
to.
me you were
The
destroying
north
the man
corner,
who built
the
the company.
ravine edge,
Jake
the
scoffed.
patch of
Spare
useless
us the
clay
confession.
soil behind the
You're
barn.
just scared.
Except
No, Caldwell
maybe it
said.
wasn't useless.
I'm done being a coward.
And then I saw
The
something
basement
I'd never
felt
noticed
thick with
before.
tension.
In the appraisal
Electrical
documents,
buzzing alive.
under potential
Mark's
mineral
voice
value,
dropped to a growl.
a single
Hand
line
over the
had been
evidence.
highlighted in
Or
faded
what?
yellow.
I asked.
Significant
You'll
indication
fabricate
of
another meltdown?
subsurface hydrocarbons.
Another diagnosis?
Further
Another anonymous
evaluation
complaint?
recommended.
He didn't respond.
Hydrocarbons.
Because he knew I was
Oil,
right.
Gas.
Jay tried
Maybe
again.
both.
Adam,
My mind
be
spun.
reasonable.
My
This is
father
business.
bought that land
We can
for
work something out.
$50,000
A
when
settlement.
everyone said he was
A payout.
stupid.
Something
When my
fair.
mother cried because
Fair.
it meant no
I
vacations,
repeated.
no
You
upgrades,
stole my
no financial
signature.
breathing room.
My authority.
For years,
my
the
reputation.
land produced nothing.
You forged
But
documents to declare me
maybe he knew
unstable.
something we didn't.
And for what?
Maybe someone
Mark
else
answered
knew
instead.
too.
For
Halfway
profit.
home,
2 words.
still gripping the
Cold.
steering wheel like
Flat.
it might disappear.
Truthful.
Something
Because
hit me out
unlike
of nowhere,
Jake, unlike
hard
Laura,
enough to steal my breath.
unlike Caldwell,
If Mark knew
Mark
about
wasn't
the map,
emotional.
if he
was
knew
efficient.
about the appraisal,
A predator
if
disguised
he already
as an
contacted
accountant.
people,
And that's when I
like
knew
Dad
something
said,
with perfect,
then he wasn't just
terrifying
assuming the
clarity.
land was
Mark
50-50.
had orchestrated everything.
He was planning
And monsters
something.
don't stop
My phone
until
buzzed
someone
on
stops
the passenger seat.
I straightened.
A text
Here's
from
what's
Mark.
going to happen.
We
I
need to
said.
talk.
We're walking
Tonight.
upstairs.
It's important.
Together.
Important.
All of us.
That word
we're going
felt
into
like
the
a
board
warning
meeting.
now,
You're
not
going
an
to sit there while we
invitation.
play the
I
recording.
pulled into my driveway but
tilted his
didn't get
head.
out of the
And if
car
we
right
don't,
away.
I stepped
I just
closer
sat there,
until I could see my
staring at
reflection
Dad's
in
letter,
his glasses.
rereading
Then the
it until
footage
the words
goes
blurred.
to law enforcement.
My family was
and the
about
state
to
licensing
fracture,
board,
maybe
and the
beyond
press,
repair.
and every
part of me
investor
knew
you've
this was
ever
only
lied
the
to.
beginning.
For the first
But
time,
before I
Mark's
went
composure
inside,
cracked.
I need to tell
Barely,
you something.
just a flicker.
If you've ever
But I
had a
saw it.
moment where a
Jake looked
family
between us,
secret snapped
confused,
everything you
panicked.
thought you knew
He
in
wasn't
half,
the mastermind.
I see you.
He was the
Drop
puppet
a broken
who thought
heart
he was
if you've
the
lived
puppeteer.
through that kind of
Laura
betrayal.
whispered behind
Because
me.
what I
They'll come
discovered
after me.
next,
I didn't take
it
my
made
eyes
the
off
map,
Mark.
the letter, the
You're
warning
protected.
call,
You gave
all of
us
it
the evidence.
looked like child's
Mark's lip
play.
curled.
When
And
I
you think the
finally
board will
walked
take
into
your
my
side?
house,
I
the
took a deep
voicemail
breath.
notification was
Let's go
waiting.
find out.
One
The
new
board
message.
meeting that changed
It was from the
everything.
same unknown
9
number
to
as
9:50
before.
a.m.
And the second
The
I
board
pressed
members
play,
filed into the
a
conference
man's
room,
voice said,
confused at the
"He
lineup.
found out you
Me,
opened the safe.
Meredith Caldwell,
Don't go home
Laura,
tonight." I
shaking,
froze,
pale,
then heard the
and
last
Jake
line.
and Mark trailing
Barely
behind
a
like
whisper.
two men
I
approaching
replayed
a
that
firing
voicemail
line.
3
Mark
times
tried to
before my
open the meeting
mind could
himself.
even process
It
what I was
appears we
hearing.
have a
Same
misunderstanding.
voice, same
Sit down,
controlled
I said.
urgency.
The entire
He
room
found out you
froze.
opened the safe.
And Mark,
Don't go
After a
home
long,
tonight.
brittle pause,
He's already on his
I placed
way.
the phone on the
I
table.
stood in the dim
I'm
light of
invoking
my hallway.
executive review under
Phone
Section
still in my hand,
14B
breath
of our
shaking.
founding bylaws.
The house felt
The
suddenly
board
smaller,
exchanged glances.
like the walls
It was
were
a rule
closing in.
rarely used.
I could hear the
a last
faint
resort
hum
measure.
of the refrigerator,
A legal provision
the settling
allowing the
creaks of the
co-founder
old
to
beams.
demand a full
My own heart
audit
beat too
of
loud,
internal actions.
too fast.
Jake
Mark.
blinked.
He had to
Adam,
mean
come on.
Mark.
I pressed
But
play.
why?
Mark's
How?
voice
He
filled
didn't
the
know
room.
I went to Dad's
Once
workshop.
Adam is out,
No
we'll
one
liquidate
did,
his shares,
unless someone was
restructure,
watching.
sell.
I walked
He'll
to
be
the
too
front
busy
window,
trying to prove
peeled
his
back the
stability
curtain
to
an inch.
interfere.
The street
Absolute
was quiet.
silence.
No
Then
headlights.
chaos.
No movement.
Board members whispering.
Just cold night
One
air
woman
flickering
covering her
under the
mouth.
street lamps.
Another slamming
Still,
her pen
something
down.
felt off.
Mark shot to his
A
feet.
heaviness.
Out of
A
context.
wrongness.
Caldwell
I
stood
locked
too.
the door.
Then let's add
Then
context.
the deadbolt.
He placed
Then
the
the
thumb
chain.
drive on the
It
table.
didn't help.
Minutes
My
later,
phone buzzed
the board
again.
had
Mark,
emails with forged
leaving now.
attachments,
Be there
fraudulent
in 20.
amendments,
Not a question.
financial transfers
Not
to
a
a shell
brotherly check-in.
corporation,
Just
testimony
a
from
statement.
Laura,
My stomach
recordings,
twisted.
timestamps,
I grabbed my jacket,
metadata,
Dad's map, the
a
letter,
full written
and the
confession
appraisal.
Mark
I didn't
mean
take
to give.
anything else.
By 11,
Not even my
46
toothbrush.
a.m.
Some
It was
instinct
over.
deeper than fear
Jake was
told me
removed.
I couldn't be
Laura
here when Mark
suspended from
arrived.
anything
By
involving the
11:12
company.
p.m.,
And Mark
I was
was
backing out of the
escorted
driveway,
out by security.
headlights off.
He didn't fight.
I drove
Didn't
without
scream.
a destination.
He looked at me once,
just moving,
just once,
letting
with
the
a quiet,
paranoia guide
chilling
me.
promise in
Every
his
car
eyes.
I saw
This
behind me
isn't
felt
finished.
like it was
But
following.
he left.
Every
And just like
intersection
that,
felt
I
like
had my
a
company
trap.
back.
At
What was left of it?
11:37 p.m.,
3 years later,
I pulled into the
it took
parking lot
years
of
to
an all-night
rebuild.
diner.
Years of
The kind that
audits,
smells like burnt
lawsuits,
toast and
therapy
trucker coffee.
sessions,
It was nearly
sleepless
empty.
nights, and
Just
the
a waitress
lingering
cleaning a
ache
counter
of
and a
betrayal.
man half asleep
But step
in a
by
booth.
step,
I
piece
slid
by piece,
into the
I
far
reclaimed
corner.
the one thing
The
I
vinyl
nearly
seat was
lost.
cold against
Myself.
my legs.
The
I
company,
kept my hood
it
up.
survived.
The letter was
changed,
still in my
adapted.
hands.
But I
Do
didn't
not
run it
trust
alone
Mark
anymore.
with the land.
I learned from the scars.
words looked darker
One
now,
morning,
heavier.
3 years to the
I didn't
day
want to
after
believe
the
my
board
brother
meeting,
was capable
I was having
of
coffee in the lobby when
whatever
the doors
this was
opened.
turning into.
A familiar
But
silhouette
something
stepped
inside me,
inside. Older,
something I'd
thinner,
ignored for
eyes
years,
colder
was
than I
whispering
remembered.
otherwise.
Mark.
Mark
He stopped a
always
few
had a
feet
way
away,
of getting
hands
involved
in his
with the wrong
pockets.
people.
Adam.
Quick money schemes.
My pulse steady.
Shady
not
investors.
panicked, not afraid.
Friends
Why
who
are you
only
here?
called when they
He
needed
studied
bail.
me,
Dad
slow,
hated
calculating.
it. Mom
Then he
cried
smiled.
over it.
Because
I
I heard
cleaned
you're
up
doing
after
well,
it.
he said.
Maybe Dad
And I
had
thought it
seen
was time we
something
talked
coming
about
that I didn't.
unfinished business.
Maybe that stranger
I
on the
stared at
phone
him.
knew more
the weight
than we
of 3
realized.
years
My
settling
hands were
behind my
cold
ribs
as I
like
unfolded
armor.
the old map
No,
again.
I said
The
quietly.
red excess.
We have
the
no
marked
unfinished
ravine,
business.
The strange
He
symbols
tilted his
near
head.
the north corner.
You sure?
My father
Yes, I
wasn't
said,
an artist.
Because I learned
He
something
didn't
you
doodle
never
or
did.
draw.
His brow
Everything he
lifted.
put on paper
What's
had
that?
purpose.
I held his gaze
But it was the appraisal,
unwavering.
creased,
That sometimes
stained,
the strongest
too new,
thing you can do
that
with
set
a
my pulse
past like
racing.
ours
I
is walk
stared
away
at the
from it.
highlighted line.
He didn't move.
Significant
didn't breathe.
indication
Then he
of
smirked
subsurface
just a little
hydrocarbons.
and turned
Oil,
to leave.
gas.
Until next
A
time,
fortune
he said
buried
softly.
under useless
There won't be a
dirt.
next time.
No
I
wonder
replied.
Dad kept it
But he was
secret.
already gone.
No wonder
Some
someone
wounds
wanted
never
it.
fully
The
healed.
waitress
Some
slid a cup of
betrayals
black
leave
coffee in
scars
front
that
of me.
flare up when
Long
you least
night,
expect them.
she
But I
asked.
learned something in
I
those
nodded.
years.
You have
Family
no
isn't
idea.
who shares your blood.
She gave a
Trust
sympathetic
isn't
half
built
smile
overnight.
and walked away.
And survival
I stared
isn't
at the
about
steam
winning
rising
every
from
battle.
the cup.
It's
My
about
whole life,
refusing
that
to let
land
the
was just
battles define you.
There,
And when I
a
walked back
background
through the
detail
lobby
in
that
our
morning,
family story.
sunlight pouring
Something
across
Dad
the
loved
tiles,
for
I
reasons
felt
I
something
never understood.
I hadn't felt
But now,
in a long time.
now it was a
Peace.
ticking bomb.
Not
My
perfect,
phone vibrated.
not complete,
A
but
voicemail,
real.
this time
And
from Mark.
sometimes
I hesitated.
that's enough.
Then hit
In a story,
play. His voice was
the
sharp,
contract clause
irritated.
that destroyed me.
Why aren't you home?
Have you ever trusted
Where the
someone
hell are you?
so
We
completely
need to settle this.
that you didn't
Call me
even
back.
bother reading the
Settle
fine
what?
print that would
And then
one
something
day
else,
ruin
barely
your life?
audible.
Because that's
Someone
exactly
whispering
how my
behind him.
story begins.
Ask if he
On
found
a
the
Tuesday
papers.
morning at
I froze.
9:14 a.m.
Mark wasn't
with a pen
alone.
in my hand,
Someone else
signing a
was
document
with him.
I thought represented
Someone who
a
knew
dream,
about the safe.
but was actually
My
the
blood
start of
went
my
cold.
destruction.
I
I
backed
didn't know it
deeper
then.
into the booth,
God, I wish I had.
clutching the phone.
The office smelled
My
like
reflection
new
in the
carpet
diner
and
window
cheap
looked
coffee.
like someone I didn't
Sunlight
recognize.
was pouring through the tall
eyes
all
wide,
windows, turning the
breathing
glass
shallow,
conference
hair
table
messy
into a
from
mirror
panic.
that
I
caught
needed
every
answers.
nervous
I needed the
twitch
voice
in my
on those
face.
warning calls.
I'd barely
So I
slept the
scrolled
night
back through my
before.
call log and
Excitement will
hit the
do that to
unknown
you.
number.
Jake,
One ring,
my business
2,
partner,
3,
my brother
then
in
a click,
everything but
a
blood,
low breath.
slapped the
You
final
shouldn't have
contract
called
on the
back.
table with that
What's
big,
happening?
easy
I
grin
hissed.
he always
Why
wore.
are you warning
The
me
grin
about
that
my
made
brother?
you feel stupid
Who are you?
for ever doubting
Silence.
him.
A long
50-50, he
one.
said.
Then the voice
Equal
said,
partners.
I worked
Just
with
like
your
we
father.
promised. I
He
smiled back.
trusted me when he
Believed him.
couldn't trust
Why
his
wouldn't
own
I?
blood.
For
My
10
father
years, we
trusted
built
Mark.
this company from the
I
ground up.
snapped.
He handled
No.
sales,
The
I
voice
ran
said
operations.
quietly.
We
He
worked
wanted
late
to,
nights,
but
shared
trust
cheap
and
takeout
truth
dinners,
aren't the same thing.
celebrated small
My
wins
throat
like they were
tightened.
Oscars.
Tell me
I
what's
trusted
going
him with
on.
everything.
You need to
Ideas,
leave town tonight.
access,
Someone put
passwords,
pressure
my
on your
future.
brother.
So
He
when he said
promised them
lawyers
the
were
land.
expensive and
All
he
of
cleaned
it.
up the paperwork
What's
himself,
someone? My
I didn't
voice
question
cracked.
it. That was
Another
my
pause.
first mistake.
Then,
Maybe
the
my
kind
worst.
of people you don't
It wasn't
say no
until
to.
18
I
months
swallowed
later that I
hard.
learned about the
My heart
clause.
thudded
The
against
one he
my
buried
ribs.
on page
And
17.
what do they want?
The one I skimmed
You've already
because
seen it,
lunch was
he
getting
said.
cold
In
and
the
his pen was
documents,
already uncapped.
the oil,
The
the
clause
value,
that said if
the
either
land
partner
my
became
father hid.
operationally
My fingers
unavailable for
trembled
more than
around the
60
phone.
consecutive
Why
days,
tell me?
the other
Why
partner
risk
gained
this?
full
A
executive
soft
control.
exhale.
Full
Because
control.
your father
Full
saved my
ownership.
life once.
Full everything.
I owed him.
I didn't notice
And
it
now
then,
I owe you.
but Jake did.
Before I could
He
ask
noticed
anything
everything.
else, he added,
The day
they're
everything
watching
started
your
to
brother's
unravel
phone.
wasn't
Don't
dramatic.
call him again.
It wasn't a
And
screaming
whatever
match
you do,
or a betrayal caught
don't
on
let
video.
them get that map.
It was quiet.
Then he hung
Too
up.
quiet.
Just
It
like
was a
that.
Thursday.
Gone.
6:32
I sat in the
p.m.
booth until
I
my
remember
coffee went
because
cold.
I was still at the office.
My hands wouldn't
the
stop
only
shaking.
one left
The
besides
truck
the cleaning
horn glared
crew,
somewhere outside.
staring an email
The
on my
fluorescent
screen with a
lights hummed
subject line
overhead.
that made
The
my
world
stomach
kept
twist.
moving like nothing
Internal
was wrong.
financial
But
adjustments
everything was
review.
wrong.
It wasn't
I
addressed
checked
to me.
the time.
It wasn't meant for me.
12:26
He sent it to the
a.m.
wrong Adam
Couldn't go home.
in his contact
Couldn't
list.
call anyone.
I wasn't the Adam
Couldn't
he
trust
intended
anyone.
to loop in.
Even
The
my
email
own
spoke
brother.
about
I needed to
restructuring
think.
asset transition
Just breathe.
and, worst
But
of
my
all,
thoughts were sprinting ahead of
operational
me.
shift
Why
due
was
to
Mark
anticipated
doing this?
medical leave.
Who were these
Medical
people?
leave?
How
Mean it?
long had
I
this
scrolled.
been happening?
His reply
And
was
why
attached
did Dad
below.
hide
A
everything
thread
until
I
the
never
very
should
end?
have seen.
The
Keep
waitress
everything
passed
quiet
by
for now.
again.
He'll be
You
out
okay?
soon. I've
You look
arranged
like you
it.
saw a ghost.
My heartbeat slowed.
I forced a
Then
smile.
sped up. Then
Something
stopped
like
entirely
that. She
for
nodded,
one long,
not convinced.
painful second.
When she walked
What had
away,
he arranged?
I felt
What the hell was he
vibration
planning?
in my pocket.
I called him
A
immediately.
text.
He
I
didn't
expected
answer.
Mark.
Not the first time.
But it wasn't
Not
him.
the second.
Unknown
Not
number.
the 10th.
You're
That's
not
when the
safe
air in
there.
the office shifted.
Window, left
Heavy,
side.
suffocating,
My breath caught.
electric with
Slowly,
fear I
I
hadn't
turned my
felt
head
since I was
toward
a
the
kid.
window beside
Something
me.
was wrong.
A single
Something
figure
was
stood
happening.
outside
And
in
I was
the
already
dark.
too late.
Still,
The next morning,
watching,
I walked into the
face
office
hidden
and
beneath
found
the hood,
a stranger sitting
not
at my
moving,
desk.
just
A woman.
waiting.
Sharp
My
suit.
pulse hammered.
Even sharper
Then my
smile.
phone buzzed
Her
again.
nails clicked against my
Run.
keyboard like she'd
And the
been
figure
there for
stepped
years.
toward the door.
Oh,
The moment
she
that
said
hooded
without even
figure
looking
stepped
up.
toward the diner
You must
door,
be Adam.
something
I froze.
primal kicked in.
Who are you? She
Fear
finally
so
met my
sharp
eyes.
it felt like
Interim
electricity under
operations
my
director.
skin. I
Interim.
slid out of the booth,
Operations.
grabbed the
Director.
map and letter,
My job.
and moved
My
toward
title.
the back exit
My
without
company.
even thinking.
What are you talking about?
My legs felt
I asked,
shaky,
disbelief
almost
dripping
detached,
from every
but they
word.
kept moving.
She shrugged.
The bell
Jake
above
said
the
you were
front
taking
door
an
chimed.
extended leave.
They were inside.
Leave?
I
Leave?
pushed through the
I
kitchen
turned
entrance,
before she could say another
ignoring
word
the cook
and stormed
shouting,
toward Jake's
"Hey!"
office.
and slipped
My
out
pulse
the side
pounding
delivery
so
door
hard I
into the
could feel
freezing
in my
night
teeth.
air. The
He
metal
wasn't there.
handle was
His lights
icy
were off.
against my palm.
His desk was cleared.
I didn't stop to look
A single
back.
envelope
I ran.
sat in
The
the center of
pavement
the
was
table
slick with dew.
my name
My breath
handwritten
came out
on
in
the
harsh
front.
white clouds.
My hands trembled
Every
as I
shadow
opened
felt
it.
like it was about
Inside
to lunge
was a
at
doctor's
me.
note.
I fumbled
A
for my
forged one.
keys as I
A
reached my
horribly
car,
obvious,
nearly dropping them
laughably
twice.
fake document
When the engine
claiming
finally
I'd
turned
been
over,
diagnosed with acute
relief hit me
work-related
so hard
stress
I almost
and was
laughed.
medically advised
Almost.
to avoid
Because
all
in my rearview
operational
mirror,
responsibilities
the diner
for 90
door
days.
swung open.
90 days.
The hooded figure walked
exactly
out,
30 more
turned,
than the clause required.
and stared directly
sat
at my
down.
car.
Slowly,
I didn't wait to
like my
see
legs
what
were no
happened
longer
next.
mine.
I
My
tore out
vision
of the
blurred.
parking lot
My
so
breath
fast my
caught.
tires
You
screeched.
planned this.
By the time
You
I
planned
hit the
everything.
highway, my
Halfway
pulse was still
through
thundering.
reading the note,
I
the
kept
room
checking the
began to
mirrors,
tilt.
expecting
Not literally,
headlights to
but
appear behind
emotionally,
me. But the road
mentally,
stayed empty,
spiritually.
quiet,
It felt like the
too
ground
quiet.
under my life
At
was
12:49
shifting,
a.m.,
cracking,
I pulled onto the
dissolving.
shoulder beneath an
And right
overpass
there, in
and
that
killed the engine.
nauseating moment,
My hands were
something
cramped
clicked in my
from
head.
gripping the wheels
If you've
so
ever watched
tightly.
someone you trusted
I needed
tighten the
answers,
screws
not
behind
panic.
your back,
So I
if
spread
you've
the
ever
map
felt that
across my
cold rush of
dashboard.
betrayal when
The old
truth
paper
finally
crackled
hits,
under my
I
fingertips.
know you understand.
Those
this
red
part.
excess,
And if you're still reading,
they weren't random.
I see you.
They formed a
You're not
pattern.
alone. I went
A
home
curved
early that
line
day.
cutting through the
Not
northern
because I was
edge of the
defeated.
property.
Not
Not
yet.
a straight
But because
survey
I needed
line.
answers.
Something else.
Real answers.
A seam.
Answers
a
that
break,
only
a
one
fault,
person could give
a
me.
natural
I
pocket
called our
beneath the
accountant,
soil.
Meredith.
My father
She'd been
wasn't
with us from
mapping
the
the
beginning.
surface at all.
Honest.
He was
Loyal.
marking what was
Unshakable.
under it.
She
If
picked up
those
on the second
excess
ring.
really traced
Meredith,
an
I said,
underground reservoir.
something's happening.
The
I
land
need you to tell
wasn't
me the
worth
truth.
$5 million.
Silence.
It was
Too
worth
long.
more.
Too heavy.
Much more.
Then she
And
spoke,
Mark wasn't stupid.
voice trembling
If he
like
got
she was
pressured
standing
into
on a
something
cliff.
with dangerous
I don't.
people,
I
people
can't
who
talk
wanted
on
that
this line.
land, he would
My
try
skin
to hand it
prickled.
over before
Meet
I
me,
understood what it
she
truly
whispered.
was.
Tonight,
Dad knew that.
8:30.
That's why
Don't
he
come
left
to the
the map
office.
for me,
And
not
don't tell
us.
Jake.
I traced
Why?
the symbols
I
again.
asked.
And
She
that's when I
inhaled
noticed
sharply.
something I'd missed
Because
in the
he's been
panic
planning
earlier.
this for months.
Tiny
The line
initials
went
written
dead.
beside the
I sat in
largest
the
red
dim
X.
glow of my car
Jitu.
dashboard for
Not
nearly
my
an hour
father's
after that,
initials.
replaying
Not
her
mine.
words
Not
over
Mark's.
and over.
A different
Planning
name.
this.
Someone my
Months.
father trusted
Everything.
enough to mark
Every
on a
late
map,
meeting.
but not enough
Every
to mention
inside
to his
check.
own family.
Every sudden
My father
change.
had a secret
Every
partner.
excuse.
And if
Was I
this
blind?
JT helped
Was I
him
naive?
locate oil,
Or did I just believe
then they
in
would
the
know
wrong
exactly
person
how
for
valuable
too
the
long?
land was.
My life,
Years
my
before the
work,
appraisal.
my identity,
mouth went dry.
everything I built
Was the stranger
in someone
on the
else's
phone
hands
JT?
now.
Or
Someone who
someone
smiled at
connected
me
to him?
while
Because
sharpening
if he
his
was
knife.
warning me,
I looked at the
then he
forged
wasn't
medical
trying
note
to take
again.
the land
At
from
Jake's
me.
handwriting
He was trying
on
to
the
stop
envelope.
someone else.
At the signature
My
I'd
phone
written a
buzzed,
year before,
and I nearly
stupidly,
jumped out of my skin.
blindly,
A text.
sealing my own fate.
Unknown.
90 days.
You lost them.
90
Good.
days until
Listen
he owned
carefully.
everything.
My heart
Unless I
hammered
acted.
as I opened it.
Unless I fought.
Go to the north
Unless I
corner
found
of the
proof
land tomorrow
stronger than
at
his
dawn.
lies.
Bring the
At
map.
8:12 p.m.,
Don't tell your brother.
I stepped out of my
Dawn.
car into the
same
cool
spot
evening
with the
air,
largest X.
heading toward the
I
place where
typed
Meredith
back
told
with
me
trembling
to meet her.
fingers.
I didn't
Who
know
are
what she
you?
was going to show me.
3 dots
But what I
appeared.
found that night
Then
was
disappeared.
only the beginning.
Then
And it made
reappeared.
everything that came
Someone your
next
father
unavoidable.
trusted more than
Including
his
the
own
moment
blood.
I
The
realized
words
Jake
hit like a
wasn't
punch.
just taking the
I
company.
wanted to
He
defend
was taking my
Mark,
life apart,
to believe
piece
my
by
father was
piece.
wrong.
If I'd
But
known
deep
what I was about to
down,
walk into that
couldn't.
night.
Because the
8:42
voicemail,
p.m.
the
behind the
whisper in
abandoned
Mark's house,
textile warehouse
the person
on 4th
asking
Street.
if I
I
found
would
the
have brought
papers.
someone with me.
Dad wasn't
Anyone.
paranoid.
A witness.
He was right.
A friend.
I
A
stared at the
bodyguard.
dark road ahead,
But I walked in alone,
exhausted,
clutching my jacket
scared,
tighter
but
as the
suddenly
air
filled
grew
with a
colder.
clarity I hadn't
Meredith
felt in
was
days.
already there.
Whatever
She
was
stood
buried
under
under
a
that
dim
land,
street lamp.
whatever
her
my
arms
father
wrapped
died
around
trying to
herself,
protect.
eyes darting
Tomorrow
around
at dawn,
like she
I was going to
expected
find
someone
out.
to be watching.
But as I
Maybe
started the
someone
car,
was.
another
Thank you for
text
coming,
came
she
through.
whispered.
From Mark.
Just tell me what's going on.
I know you took
I said.
something.
What did
If
Jake
you don't
do?
bring it back,
She
we're going to
hesitated
have a
too
problem.
long.
My
Her
hands
breath
went
fogged
cold.
in the air.
And then
Adam,
another message
he's preparing to
seconds
remove
later.
you.
One that
Officially,
made my breath
permanently.
stop completely.
My chest tightened.
They want to talk
because
to you.
of the fake medical
Mark's
leave.
final text.
She shook her
They
head.
want to talk to you.
No, that's just
Sat
step
on
one.
my screen like
Step
a threat
one.
wrapped in
My pulse
politeness.
quickened.
I
Meredith
stared at it
pulled
for
out
a
a
full
small
minute.
flash drive
The glowing
from her coat
letters
pocket,
reflecting in the
glancing
windshield.
over her shoulder
My pulse
again.
pounding
I
in
shouldn't
my
have
ears.
this.
He
And
didn't
if Jake
say who
finds
they
out I
were.
met you,
He
I
didn't
could
have
lose
to.
my license.
Whoever was
What's on
backing
it?
him,
I asked.
whoever
Proof he's
pressured
been
him
moving
into
company
this
assets.
mess, they were
Quietly,
finally
to a
stepping
shell
out of the
corporation
shadows.
he controls.
And they wanted me.
My stomach dropped.
I drove another
What
20
shell
minutes
corporation?
before pulling
She
into the
swallowed.
empty lot of
A
an
new
abandoned
entity
lumber
he
yard.
created 6
Rusted
months
metal,
ago.
empty
It's structured
trailers,
so that once you're
the faint
declared
hum
inactive,
of a distant highway.
everything flows
It was the only
directly to
place
him.
I felt sure
I
no
felt the
one would
heat
follow
drain
me.
from my body.
At 1:18
How long has he
a.m.,
been planning this?
I finally responded.
Meredith's voice cracked.
Not tonight.
Since the
It
night
was
your mother
stupid,
got
but
sick.
I needed space.
I stepped back.
Needed to
What?
breathe.
He told people
Needed
you'd
to
be
think
emotionally
without fear
distracted.
choking every
That
thought.
you'd trust him to handle
Mark
the
replied
paperwork.
instantly.
That you wouldn't notice
You
when he
don't have a
slipped into the
choice.
contract renewal.
A beat.
I
Then
felt punched.
another text.
When knocked out.
Come home.
Vision blurred.
Now.
My
Home.
mother's illness.
As if that was
my
still a
worst
safe
moment
word.
was the
I
moment he
locked
saw
the
his
phone
opening.
and leaned back
He
in the
used
driver's
that.
seat,
I whispered.
exhaling
He
a
used
breath that trembled.
She nodded.
How had we
tears
gone
forming.
from grieving
I
our
tried to
father
warn you,
to
Adam,
this?
but he
To
isolated
threats,
the finance
secret
team.
maps,
He changed
strangers
passwords.
watching me through diner
Removed
windows
shared access.
because there
He
was
locked
oil
you out
under
without
that
you
land.
even realizing
Because
it.
money
The
changes
street
people.
felt colder now.
Because
darker,
desperation makes
quieter.
them dangerous.
I forced myself
And
to
Mark,
breathe. What
he'd
was his
been
plan for the
desperate for a
90
long
days?
time. I
That's what I
closed my
needed to show
eyes
you,
and let
she
memories
said.
flicker through.
He scheduled a meeting
Mark
tonight,
showing up drunk
a
at our
midnight
doorstep.
meeting, with an
Dad
attorney who
lecturing him about
specializes in
responsibility.
forced buyouts.
Mom crying in the
Midnight.
kitchen when he
I
pawned
asked,
her wedding ring
Where?
by
She
accident.
pointed toward the
He
warehouse.
wasn't evil,
Inside,
but he was
my
capable
heart
of
slammed
terrible
into my
decisions.
ribs.
And
He's in there
someone
right
out
now.
there was
She
manipulating
nodded.
those decisions.
If you want to know the truth,
I rubbed my
the
face
real
and
truth,
forced myself
you
to
have
focus.
to hear it for yourself.
Dad's letter
For a
weighed
moment,
heavy in my pocket.
I just stood there.
His warning
cold
felt
wind
sharper
biting
now,
through
more
my
urgent.
clothes,
Do
trying
not
to
trust
understand
Mark
how the
with the
man
land.
I once
Maybe
trusted
he knew
with my
Mark
entire
wasn't
life
weak.
had turned into
Maybe
a
he was
stranger
compromised.
capable of
My
gutting
phone
me in
buzzed again.
silence.
I
looked at
almost
the
didn't
warehouse.
look.
Dark.
Mark,
Silent.
they said
Waiting.
sunrise.
Are you
Same
sure about
spot
this?
Dad used to take
Meredith
us hunting.
asked.
My
No,
chest tightened.
I wasn't.
The north
But I pushed the
corner,
drive into
the
my
largest
pocket,
red X,
squared my
the
shoulders,
place the
and
mysterious
stepped toward the
caller
rusted
told me
metal
to
door.
go.
Because
This
I needed
wasn't
to
a
hear it.
coincidence.
I needed to know exactly
Everyone
how
wanted me
Jake
there at
planned
dawn,
to destroy me.
but for very
And
different
when I
reasons.
placed my hand on that door
2:04
handle,
a.m.
I heard voices
Exhaustion
inside.
hit me all at
One
once.
of them was his.
My eyelids
The other?
felt heavy.
Some I never
My
expected.
shoulders ached.
The metal
I
handle
needed
was
sleep
ice
just
cold
an
against
hour
my
or two.
palm. I
Enough
pressed
to
my ear to
think
the door,
clearly.
breath
I
held
reclined
tight
the seat,
in my throat.
wrapped my
Jake's
jacket
voice
around
carried
myself,
through the warehouse.
and let the hum of
Confident,
distant traffic
smooth,
lull me.
the
I don't know
exact
when I
tone he
drifted
used
off,
when he thought he was
but I know
untouchable.
exactly when I
He won't
woke
see
up.
it coming.
Because
He
something
never reads the
slammed against
paperwork,
my car
he
window.
said,
My
almost
eyes
laughing.
flew open.
My jaw
Adrenaline
clenched hard
snapped
enough
through
to
me
ache.
like a whip.
But it was the
A
second
flashlight
voice,
beam
the one I
blasted
didn't
into my
expect, that
face.
made my blood
For a
freeze.
split second, I couldn't
told you
breathe.
from the start,
Couldn't
the man
move.
replied.
Then the
If
beam
you want a clean
shifted,
transfer of
and I
assets,
saw him.
it has
Mark.
to look voluntary.
His expression
We can't
wasn't
force
angry.
incompetence
It was
unless
worse.
he signs something.
Cold.
That
blank,
voice.
Purposeful.
I knew it. I
He
knew it
tapped
far
the
too
glass
well.
again.
It was our old
Opened
lawyer.
the door.
The one
I
who
shook my
drafted
head
our original
instinctively.
partnership
He
contract.
tried the
The
handle.
one who swore he
Locked.
represented
His
both
jaw
of us
tightened.
fairly.
I'm not
He was
here to
supposed
hurt
to have
you,
retired last
but they're
year.
waiting.
So why was he
And
here?
I told them you
At
wouldn't
midnight?
run.
With my partner?
His voice
I took a
wavered on the
slow
last
step
word.
back, heart
Just enough to
hammering
tell me
against
he
my
knew
ribs.
exactly what
The
he was doing
warehouse echoed
and
with their
hated himself
voices.
for it.
He'll
I
sign,
lowered the
Jake
window
said.
an inch.
He always
Who's
signs.
they? Mark.
The arrogance in his
He
tone
swallowed.
made my
Hard.
hands shake.
Investors.
I had to move.
Investors
had to get
don't
closer.
stalk people
Had
at
to hear more.
diners.
A
He
side window
flinched.
was cracked
Look,
open. Glass
They said they'd wipe my
smudged with
debt if I
dust and
brought them the map.
fingerprints.
I didn't
slid
tell them
toward it,
Dad left
keeping my head
something for
low.
you.
Through the
I
gap,
swear.
I
My
could see their
stomach
silhouettes
twisted.
at a makeshift
How much
table.
do you owe?
Papers,
He looked away.
laptops,
Enough.
coffee cups,
Enough
and
to
a
sell
stack of
me out.
folders too familiar
Enough
for
to
comfort.
drag me out
And then
here
I saw
in the
something
middle
else.
of the night.
My name.
Enough to
Bold,
risk everything
underlined,
Dad tried to
on a
protect.
folder.
I opened
sitting
my
right in
mouth to
front of Jake.
argue.
The lawyer
But then
tapped it.
headlights swept
You're
across
certain the
the
email
lot.
went through?
Not just one
the
car.
one outlining
3.
his medical condition.
They boxed us in
Jake
silently.
smirked. It
Engines
went through.
idling like
His
predators
HR
waiting to
file
pounce.
is updated.
Mark whispered,
Insurance flagged.
Please,
The board will
just
get the
hand it
notice
over.
Monday morning.
Before this
After
gets
that,
worse.
he shrugged.
My fingers
60
curled
days
around the map
start
inside
ticking.
my jacket.
60 days.
And that's when my
That cursed
phone
clause.
buzzed with a new
That fine
message from
print
the
I ignored.
unknown number.
That trap
If you give
built
them
around
that
my
map,
trust.
you won't live
My
to see
chest tightened.
sunrise. A
Rage
chill raced
mixing
down
with
my
disbelief.
spine. Another
Disbelief
message
mixing with
instantly
humiliation.
followed.
I'd
Stay
handed him
in
the
the
rope,
car.
and he
Whatever
was
you
using
do,
it to strangle me.
Don't get out.
But then the lawyer asked
Outside,
something that made my
3
entire
doors
body
opened.
lock up.
Men
And the
stepped
meeting with his
into
doctor?
the darkness.
Did you handle that
And
part?
Mark, my
stomach
brother,
twisted.
my blood,
Jake leaned
took a
back in
step
his chair.
back like he was
Let's just
delivering
say I
me to
sent
them.
someone to my place.
The 3 men stepped
Someone
out of their
persuasive.
vehicles with the kind
What
of
does that
calm
mean?
that made my
The
skin
lawyer
crawl.
asked. It means,
they'd done this
Jake
before.
said, that the
Their
medical
silhouettes
record
were
will
solid,
support everything
heavy,
we're filing.
Unmoving
Once he's
in the
officially
faint glow
marked
of the
as
headlights.
temporarily impaired,
One wore a long
the company
coat.
transition
Another
can
kept
begin.
a hand
Temporarily
in his pocket.
impaired.
The
My
third,
breath caught. He
taller,
wasn't just stealing the
broader,
company. He was
just stared
rewriting
at
my
my car
identity.
like he already
I
owned
swallowed
everything
hard, my
inside
throat
it,
burning.
including
I needed
me.
proof.
Mark
I
stood
needed
between
leverage.
us.
I needed
His
anything.
breath fogging
That's
in
when my
the cold
phone
air.
buzzed quietly
His voice
in my
cracked
pocket.
as he whispered
An
through the
email
window.
notification.
Just,
I froze.
please,
Slowly,
don't make
I slid
this
the phone
harder.
out and saw it.
Harder for
Read.
who?
Urgent.
Me or him?
You need to see this.
Before I could
The
answer,
sender.
the man
Jake.
in the long
At
coat
first I thought
stepped
he
forward.
realized I was there.
He didn't shout,
But when I opened
didn't
it,
threaten.
my legs nearly
He simply
gave out.
raised a hand
It was the
and
same
said,
email he
"Come out.
accidentally sent me
We
earlier.
need to talk."
The thread
Something in his
discussing
tone
my removal,
made my blood
the Shell
turn to
Corporation,
ice.
the timeline.
There was no anger.
Except now,
No
there were new
bastions.
attachments.
Just certainty,
Financial
like he
summaries
knew I would
showing
obey.
asset
I didn't.
transfers.
I
A
rolled the
scanned
window up
medical
another
note
inch and
with
stayed
a
dead
forged
still.
signature.
The
A
unknown
draft
number
letter to the board
vibrated in my
declaring
pocket
me
again.
unfit.
Leftmost
And
car.
worst of all,
Engine
an
running.
internal memo titled,
He's inside.
Full Executive
30 seconds.
Takeover, Final
I flicked
Steps.
my eyes to the
I
vehicle
read the first
on the far
lines
left.
of the memo,
A black
and my
SUV.
vision blurred.
Lights dim.
All operations
Slight
under my
exhaust
leadership will
drifting
begin
out.
immediately
It was running.
following Adams'
My pulse
confirmed
hammered
leave of
so
absence.
loudly I almost
He will
didn't
not
hear the
return to an
tap on the
executive
window.
role.
Mark
The transition
again.
is
Don't be stupid,
irreversible.
he
Irreversible.
whispered. They're
That
not
word
going to
cut
hurt you if
deeper
you give
than
them the
anything
map.
I'd heard through
The
the
map
window.
pressed
My
against my
hand shook
ribs under my
violently.
jacket.
This wasn't
Its
panic
shape
anymore.
suddenly feeling like
This
a
was
target.
survival.
I
I
leaned
stepped back from
closer
the window,
to the cracked
mind
window.
racing.
Did Dad
pulse
ever
pounding.
tell you what was
Meredith
under
had
that
been
land?
right. He'd been
He shook
planning
his
this
head.
for months.
No.
He'd
But
covered
they showed
every
me the
angle,
survey.
built
The what?
every lie with
Mark
precision.
swallowed hard.
But now,
Dad
I had
hired
the
a
email,
private
the
surveyor last
attachments,
year.
the
a
proof he
specialist.
never meant for me
The
to
guy
see.
found something
I
something
slipped back
big,
into the shadows
but
behind
Dad
the
shut it down.
warehouse, gripping
Didn't
my
file
phone
anything.
like it was the
Didn't
only
tell me
thing
why.
tethering me
My
to
chest
sanity.
tightened.
Because the
What did the
truth was
surveyor
clear
say?
now. Jake wasn't just
He
taking
told
the company.
Dad the land
He was
could be worth
erasing me.
millions.
And
Mark's
as I
eyes
reached the
darted
corner of the
toward the
building,
men behind
ready
him.
to call Meredith,
They think he
ready
hid
to
the
figure
full
out my
report.
next move,
They think
a
you
car
have
engine
it.
rumbled behind me. Headlights
Everything
flared
clicked like a
on.
loaded
A
gun.
door slammed.
Dad's secrecy,
Footsteps approached
the map,
fast.
the
I turned
symbols,
and
the
saw someone
highlighted
running straight
appraisal,
toward me.
the
To be
warning
continued.
calls.
The
He knew
footsteps
exactly
pounded
what he
against
was
the
sitting
pavement.
on.
Fast,
And he knew the
heavy,
moment someone
too
else found out,
close.
the
I
land
spun
would
around
become a battlefield.
just as the figure
Mark
broke
lowered
through
his
the
voice.
shadows and
Please
into the
just
glow
hand
of
it
the street
over.
lamp.
I can't
Madame.
walk away from them.
Meredith's
I
voice
stared at
cracked
my
as she
brother.
reached me,
Really
out
stared.
of breath,
He wasn't scared
eyes
of me.
wide with panic.
He was scared of
I let
them.
out a shaky
And
exhale.
that made him infinitely
Jesus,
more dangerous.
you scared me. What are
Long
you doing
coat
here?
stepped closer.
I had to warn you.
Open the door.
She whispered, grabbing
I didn't
my arm.
move.
Someone
He
tipped
tapped
Jake
the
off.
glass once
He knows
with
you
two
saw the
knuckles.
email. My
Polite,
stomach flipped.
deadly.
Ow.
Last
I
chance.
didn't tell anyone.
The text
He has
buzzed
access
again.
you don't know about.
Now.
She
I
pulled me
made the
deeper into
decision
the alley.
in less than a
And
second.
he's not alone in this.
Fear made it for
you
me.
need to understand that.
I slammed my
Her
foot
voice
on the gas.
trembled.
The
not
car
from the
lurched
cold,
forward,
but from fear.
then hard
Real
left.
fear. I'd known
Tires
Meredith
screaming
for
across
10
the gravel.
years.
Shouts
I'd never seen her
erupted
like
behind
this.
me.
What do you mean he's
Flashlights
not
cut
alone?
across the dark.
I asked.
One
she opened her
man
mouth,
reached for
but
something
then
at
she
his
froze.
waist. I didn't
Her
wait
eyes
to
flicked
see
past
what.
me
I shot toward the
warehouse
black
entrance.
SUV,
I turned.
skidding sideways,
Two men stepped out of the
stopping
building,
just short of its
talking
front bumper.
quietly.
I was
One
out of
was
my car
Jake.
before it stopped
The other was
rocking.
our old lawyer. They
Heart
hadn't
hammering,
seen us yet, but they were
legs
heading
numb,
toward the parking
breath
lot,
burning in my
toward
throat.
the alley we were
The
standing
SUV's
in.
door was
Meredith
wide open.
pulled me behind
He's
a dumpster.
hanging.
Listen,
Just like the message
we don't have
said.
long.
He
Her
dove
whisper
inside.
was barely
The
air.
moment the door
Jake didn't
slammed
just
shut,
set up a shell
a
corporation,
gunshot cracked
she
through
said.
the night.
He
The
funneled
back
assets
window
into
of my
it.
car
Accounts
exploded into
receivable.
glittering shards.
Better contracts.
My scream
even
caught in my
intellectual
throat.
property.
Another shot
All of it is
closer
already
hit
in
metal.
his control.
I slammed the
mouth went
SUV
dry.
into drive
That's
and floored
illegal.
it.
Only
Gravel
if you can prove
spat
it,
out behind
she
me
said.
as the SUV
And he's been
shot
erasing your
forward,
access for months.
fishtailing
By
before
Monday,
gripping the road.
he'll have a temporary
The lot
injunction
shrank in my
preventing
rearview
you
mirror.
from stepping into the
My
building.
car, my
I felt
brother,
the ground
the
shift
three
beneath
men,
me. My
becoming
world
smaller,
was collapsing
smaller,
one calculated
swallowed by
decision
darkness.
at a time.
But
What
Mark,
about the forged
Mark
medical
didn't
note?
run.
I
He
asked.
stood there watching
That
me
alone
speed
should.
away,
Adam,
hands and fists
Meredith
at his
closed
sides.
her eyes,
And
bracing
before I
herself.
lost sight of him,
He didn't forge
he
it
mouthed
alone.
something I'll
a
never
cold
forget.
chill crept down
You
my
shouldn't
spine.
have done that.
What are you talking about?
My stomach dropped.
Your doctor's office got a
because
call
deep
last
down,
week
I
requesting
knew he
your
wasn't
records.
warning me.
They thought you
He was
authorized
promising
it.
me
Someone
this wasn't
pretending
over.
to you filed
Not even
a
close.
medical release
The
form.
SUV roared down
My
the
pulse
empty
spiked.
highway,
He
its engine
impersonated
vibrating
me.
through the
Yes.
steering wheel.
Her voice
But my
broke.
hands were shaking
to set
so
up a
badly,
false
I could barely
diagnosis.
keep it
To
straight.
paint you as
My
unfit.
breath came in
My
ragged
hands
bursts.
curled into fists.
My ears were
Rage.
still ringing from the
Helplessness.
gunshots.
Shame.
I checked the
All of it
rearview
choked me at
mirror,
once.
nothing but darkness.
How long have you known?
No headlights.
I asked quietly.
No pursuit.
She swallowed hard.
Not yet.
Since
But
yesterday.
Mark's words kept
I didn't want to
replaying
believe
in my
it
head,
until I saw the paperwork.
sharp as glass.
Adam,
You shouldn't
he's
have
going to
done
claim
that.
you're having a
Not
psychological
shouted.
breakdown.
Not angry.
The words
just
slammed
final.
into me like a
I didn't know if he
physical
was
blow.
warning me
A
or
breakdown.
condemning me.
I echoed.
And I didn't know
Why
which
would he?
one scared
because
me
it makes
more.
you legally
At
unable to
2:41
contest
a.m.,
the transfer.
I pulled the
You
SUV
still have
into
to
an
hear.
abandoned rest
No.
stop.
He's
A
going to
single
take
flickering
everything.
lamp buzzed
And he's going to say
overhead.
I agreed to
The
it
wind whistled
because
through
I
broken
wasn't
vending
well.
machine slots.
She nodded.
It felt
tears
like the kind
slipping
of
down her
place people
cheeks.
disappeared from.
I'm sorry.
Perfect.
I'm so sorry.
I killed the engine
a car
and sat
door
in silence,
slammed in the distance.
gripping the map through
Jake
my
and the
jacket
lawyer
like
were
it was the
getting
only
closer.
thing keeping
We
me
need
alive.
to move.
For a
She
minute,
whispered urgently.
all I could hear
Now,
was the heavy
I nodded,
thudding
but
of
something
my
in me
heartbeat.
snapped.
Then my
Not
phone
fear,
vibrated.
not
I
panic,
flinched.
something sharper.
Unknown number
Resolve.
again.
We're
You
not
made
running.
the right move.
I said quietly.
They won't find you for
We're
a
finding
while.
leverage.
My throat
She
tightened.
blinked.
Who
what
are
leverage?
you? I
The
typed.
flash drive.
The response
I said,
came quickly.
Your files.
Someone who
And the
was
email
with your
he just
father
sent
the
me.
day
I pulled
he
out my
discovered
phone.
what was
Screen
under
still
that
open
land.
on the attachments
My eyes
he never
widened.
intended me to
The
see.
initials on
This
the map.
is enough to corner him.
JT.
Her
Is
face
that you?
twisted.
This
It's a
time,
start,
the typing
but it's not
dot
enough to
stayed
win.
for a long moment.
Maybe not.
Then,
I said.
yes,
But it's
he
enough
trusted
to
me
scare him.
because I didn't
The
want
footsteps
the land.
grew louder.
I just wanted him safe.
Jake's unmistakable
The word
stride
felt wrong
echoing
now.
off the brick
Too late.
walls.
I swallowed
Meredith
hard.
gripped my arm.
So what's
Adam,
under it?
He won't
I
hesitate.
didn't expect the
if he
answer to
catches
come
us,
in
he'll
one
spit
word.
it.
But
He'll
it
say
did.
you're unstable.
A reservoir.
He'll call the police
I
himself.
stared at the
I
screen.
believed her.
Oil
Because
was one
I finally
thing.
understood
Gas was
just how
another.
far he'd go.
But a reservoir,
I peeked around the dumpster.
a massive
Jake was
underground
only 30
lake of
feet away now,
hydrocarbons,
looking
that
around
was generational
suspiciously,
wealth,
like he sensed
corporate
something
war
was
wealth,
off. We
the
need
kind
to
of
disappear,
discovery men kill
Meredith
for.
whispered.
And my
I know a place
father,
we can talk
simple,
safely.
stubborn private,
Where?
had tried to hide it.
She hesitated.
JT texted
My home,
again.
she said.
Your father
But we have to
wanted
go
to
right
reveal
now.
it legally.
We slipped into the
slowly,
shadows, moving
safely,
fast,
but someone
hearts
leaked
pounding,
the survey.
staying
My
low
pulse
until
quickened.
we reached the end of the alley.
Mark.
When we
Another
step on a
pause.
side street,
Longer
I
this
looked
time.
back one last
No.
time.
He
Jake
didn't know the
stood
value.
under the street lamp,
Not at first.
hands in his pockets,
Someone else
scanning
did.
the darkness
Cold
like a
sweat
predator
trickled
who
down my
knew his
spine.
prey was close.
Who? Who?
And
Before
then,
he could
almost
answer,
as if he sensed
headlights
exactly
swept across
where
the
I
rest
was.
stop.
He
My
smiled,
breath froze.
a slow,
One car,
chilling smile,
not three,
because he thought
not the
he'd
men from
already won.
earlier.
He thought I
But
was
the
helpless.
car was familiar.
He thought I was alone.
My brother's.
But he was wrong.
He pulled in
and
slowly,
in less than an hour,
cautiously,
I would discover something
like a
in
predator
Meredith's home
approaching
office
wounded
that would
prey.
blow his entire
His silhouette
plan
sat
wide
still
open.
behind the wheel,
To be continued.
watching,
Meredith's
waiting.
house was a
My
small,
phone buzzed.
two-story brick
JT,
place tucked behind a
don't
row
let him
of
see the
aging
map,
maple trees.
no matter what he says.
It was the kind of home where
I slid
neighbors
the map
rarely
deeper
looked out
into
their
my
windows,
jacket just as
where
Mark
porch
stepped out of
lights
his
stayed
car.
off,
The
where
slam of the
privacy
door
came
echoed
naturally.
across the
At
empty lot.
9:57
He didn't
p.m.,
storm toward
we slipped
me.
inside
He
through
didn't
the side
yell.
door.
He didn't
locking
even
it
look
behind us.
angry. He
The
looked
moment I
tired.
stepped into her
Dark
kitchen,
circles
the weight
under
of the
his
night
eyes,
pressed against
shoulders
my ribs.
sagging,
My
hands
shirt was still
trembling
damp
just
from
slightly.
sweat and the cold.
He walked to the
My
driver's
hand
side
shook
window
every
and tapped
time
it gently,
I remembered Jake's
like
voice
he was afraid I
echoing
might
through
break.
that warehouse.
I cracked it open
He won't
an
see
inch.
it coming.
Why did
He
you
was right.
run?
I
He
didn't.
whispered.
Meredith
I laughed,
motioned to a chair.
sharp, humorless.
Seat.
Because
getting
they
the
shot at me,
files.
Mark.
I didn't want to
His
sit.
jaw flexed.
My legs moved
I told them not to.
restlessly.
That made
Adrenaline
something inside
refusing
me
to settle.
snap.
But I
You
forced
told
myself
them.
down,
I hissed.
palms
You're
pressed
working with
flat
people
against the
who
wooden
shoot
table.
at your own brother?
The kitchen smelled
His expression
faintly of
twisted
cinnamon
with guilt
and printer
and panic.
ink, because
You don't
boxes
get
of
it.
paperwork were
They're
stacked
threatening me.
everywhere. Some
Threatening
open,
everything.
some taped
I didn't
shut,
have a choice.
some spilling receipts
you
and
did.
bank statements.
My voice shook.
I wasn't prepared
but it
for what
came
she
out
was about
steady
to show
enough.
me.
You
She
chose
returned
them.
carrying a
He stepped
thick
back
manila
like I'd
folder,
struck him.
the edges
Les
worn
choses
from being
survival.
handled too many times.
We stared at
I
each
need you
other
to
through
breathe,
the cracked window.
she said softly.
Two brothers
I'll
standing
breathe
on
when I
opposite
know what he
sides of a
did.
line our
She
father
hesitated,
never wanted us
then
to
placed
cross.
the folder in
Then
front of
Mark
me.
said something
Inside
I'll never forget.
was my signature.
Just give me
everywhere.
the papers.
Not one
Please.
page.
They said
Not
if I
5
bring
pages.
the map,
Dozens.
they won't come after
my
you.
name.
My
my
chest
handwriting.
tightened.
My
Because
initials.
it wasn't a lie.
Except I'd never
He
seen these
believed every
documents
word.
before.
But
My
JT's
throat
next
tightened.
text appeared
What
on
is
my
this?
screen like a
She
knife.
pulled her chair closer.
If he takes that
voice
map back to
barely
them,
audible.
they'll kill him.
Jake created
and then
a
they'll
secondary
come for you.
operational
I
agreement.
stared at Mark.
A private one.
Really looked
It overrides
at him.
sections
His fear,
of the original
his
contract.
desperation,
You
his
still
attempt
have.
to save me by
But I never signed
sacrificing
anything like
himself.
that.
He
I know.
wasn't the villain.
She exhaled
He
shakily.
was the bait.
And that's
And
the
those
problem.
men weren't done
I
hunting
flipped through
us.
the pages,
Mark,
each one more
I whispered,
horrifying than the last.
we need to get off
a
this
new
road.
workflow delegation
Now.
structure.
He frowned.
A revised responsibility
Why?
allocation.
I opened the door
a
just enough to
pre-authorization
speak
for
clearly.
leadership shift
Because someone
in
leaked
case
the
of
survey,
medical or
and
emotional
it wasn't you.
incapacitation.
Mark's
And the
eyes
worst one,
flickered with
a
confusion.
page that legally
then
relinquished
realization.
operational
And then
authority
fear.
to Jake
Real
for the
fear.
sake of
Then who?
organizational
A
stability.
pair of headlights
My breath
appeared
caught.
at the end of the
My
lot.
vision blurred.
Not Mark's
This wasn't a
car.
contract.
Not the
It was
SUV.
a blueprint for my
Another
removal.
vehicle.
Meredith's
Slowing.
signature.
Pulling in.
I pointed at the
Silent.
bottom of the page.
JT's
That's
final
not
message
mine.
came
I would
through.
remember signing
They
something
found
like
you.
this.
The moment
She didn't look
those
surprised.
unfamiliar headlights
That's because
turned
he
into
didn't
the
sign
rest
it.
stop,
At least
Mark
not
froze.
intentionally.
His
What does
eyes
that mean?
widened.
She
Not the way a
swallowed,
guilty
eyes
man
distant.
reacts,
Do you remember
but the
the
way
vendor
someone
audit you
does
did
when
last
they
December?
finally understand
When Jake
the
asked
size
you to
of the
sign a
monster
stack of
chasing them.
invoices because
That's
accounting
not them,
needed
he
end-of-year
whispered,
approvals.
which terrified me
Yeah,
even more.
I said slowly.
Because for a
I
split
signed maybe
second,
30
I
papers
believed
that
him.
day.
The
She
car
nodded.
crept forward
You
without
signed
hurry.
29 invoices
its engine barely
and
audible.
one contract
Dark windows.
modification.
No plats.
My heartbeat
Not
slammed
even the
against
soft
my ribs.
rumble of music
You're saying
or
he
movement
buried
inside.
it in the stack.
Just silence.
I'm saying he
predatory
counted on
silence.
you trusting
My
him.
phone buzzed with
Her
a
voice
single
cracked,
message from
and you
JT.
did. My
Do
stomach
not run.
twisted,
Do not
nausea rising
Watch.
in my throat.
My pulse hammered.
Was anyone else involved?
But I stayed
I
still.
asked.
The
Anyone on
car
the finance
came
team?
to a stop 15
She
yards
hesitated.
away.
There's
no one
someone,
got out.
she said.
The
I
driver's
don't know how
window
much they
rolled
know,
down,
but someone
just
helped
enough
them
to
hide
show
the
a
paper
face,
trail.
or
I
rather
clenched my
half a
fists.
face.
Who?
A woman.
Just as she opened her
mid-40s,
mouth, headlights
sharp
flashed
cheekbones,
across her
calm
living
eyes,
room wall.
the kind of
She
calm that
froze.
made my blood
I
run
stood.
cold.
Is that him?
Mark,
I
she
whispered.
said softly,
She peeked through the
like
blinds.
she'd known him for years.
Breath trembling.
Mark staggered back
and she
a step.
exhaled in relief.
No, you're
it's just a
supposed to be
neighbor.
in Dallas.
You scared me.
The woman
I
smiled.
ran a hand through my hair.
You didn't think I'd
I am
let you
sorry.
handle this alone.
This whole night,
Did you?
I'm not thinking
Her voice
straight.
was smooth,
It's okay.
disarming,
You're processing trauma
like a mother
in
talking
real
to a
time.
difficult
She
child.
gestured to the folder.
Not a lone
And this
shark
isn't even the
haunting
worst
his
part.
nightmares.
My head
She
jerked
turned
up.
her gaze to
What
me.
could be worse than this?
And you must be
she
the
sighed
brother.
and stood.
Something about
walking
the way
toward her
she
home
said
office.
it made my entire
Come with
body
me.
tense.
The room was small
Not friendly.
but meticulously
curious.
organized.
Certain.
Monitors,
Like she'd been
filing
expecting
cabinets,
me.
label
Mark's
binders,
voice cracked.
post-it notes
He
with
doesn't
dates
know anything.
and arrows.
He won't fight
She
us.
placed a USB
Just
drive on the desk.
give me more time.
Everything you saw tonight,
Time is a
she said.
luxury,
I backed it up,
darling.
but I also
She
found
murmured,
something else.
Eyes still
She clicked
locked
open a
onto
folder
mine.
on her computer.
And your father
Email
made things
screenshots,
complicated.
transaction logs,
My breath caught.
phone records,
What do you know
document
about my
revision
father?
timestamps,
Asked. Her
IP
smile
address
sharpened.
histories. But
Everything
one
he
file made my
tried to
skin
hide.
crawl.
I
Internal
edged
board
closer
memo.
to the SUV,
Confidential.
ready to
draft.
dive back inside.
It was written by
She
Jake.
noticed.
I
Of
opened
course
it.
she noticed.
My worst nightmare
You've seen the
unfolded
map,
in black
she said.
text.
Not
As
a
many
question.
of you are aware,
A fact.
Adam's recent
Cold panic
behavioral
surged
instability
through
has
me.
raised
I
concerns
forced
about
my
his
voice
ability
steady.
to
You're
manage
not
daily
getting it.
operations.
She leaned
In
her
light
elbow
of his
casually
escalating
against
stress
the window frame.
responses, declining
Those documents
communication,
belong
and
to my
concerning
client.
emotional
Mark
reactions,
looked at her
I
sharply,
believe the healthiest
eyes
option
wide.
for him
Client?
and the company
You said we were
is
partners.
a temporary transition
She ignored
of leadership.
him.
My
Didn't
heart
even
stopped.
blink.
Instability,
My employer wants the
declining
report your
communication,
father got
concerning
from the surveyor.
emotional
Her
reactions.
tone
He
softened
was building
again,
a psychological
disturbingly
profile,
gentle.
a fake one,
The real one,
a convincing
not
one,
the
a
edited
trap.
copy your father
This is character
filed.
assassination.
Mark stared at me
I
like he'd
whispered.
been punched.
He's staging
Dad
a mental
filed
breakdown.
an edited
Meredith
copy?
nodded.
I swallowed.
He's already planted the
Of course he
seeds.
did.
HR
He
has
knew
received
exactly what
3
he was sitting
anonymous
on.
reports
He knew the
claiming
real
you've been
results would
erratic
draw
and
people like
hostile
her.
in meetings.
The woman
My
nodded
voice
toward
shook.
the SUV. It's in there,
Those were him.
isn't it?
She nodded again.
My hand
I'm
tightened
sure of
on
it.
the map
I
inside
sank into
my
the
jacket.
chair, head in my
She
hands.
continued, voice
He wasn't just
silky.
taking the company.
Your father was
He was
smart,
rewriting who
but
I
he
was.
underestimated
in the eyes of the board.
desperation.
In the
He
eyes of
didn't
our
think someone
employees.
close to him
In the
would
eyes
lead
of
us
anyone
straight
who
to it.
ever needed
Mark's
to believe
head
him.
jerked up.
Meredith sat
I never
beside
told
me,
you about the map.
hesitating before
I didn't
speaking.
know about the safe.
There's more, Adam.
She gave him
I
a
looked up
pitying look.
exhausted.
Mark,
Just tell me.
we never needed
She clicked
you
another
to know.
file.
Your
A scanned
leverage.
document.
That's
A
all.
bank form.
I felt
A
the blow
signature
for
line.
him.
My
I
name
watched
again.
his shoulders
What is
cave.
this?
Watched
I
the
whispered.
truth break
A financial
him open.
authorization
He wasn't
form,
their partner.
she said softly.
He was their pawn.
It gives Jake the
and she
right
just
to open
tossed him
credit
aside
lines
like trash.
under the company
My phone
without
buzzed.
dual approval.
JT,
But we always
distract
needed
her.
2 signatures.
I'm close.
Yes.
My breath hitched.
She paused.
I forced myself
until
to
this
speak,
form went through.
every nerve shaking.
I felt my pulse
If all you wanted was
pounding
the
in my
report,
ears.
why pull guns?
I never signed this.
Why chase
I
me?
said. I
She
know.
sighed.
But look,
Because your
she
father
zoomed in on the
didn't trust
signature.
the government.
It's based on
He
your
didn't
real
trust the
handwriting.
banks.
It's a
And
digital
he certainly
composite.
didn't trust us.
Someone scanned
So
your
he hid
signature from
things.
an old document
Papers,
and layered
maps,
it onto this one.
coordinates.
So now he has
Her
the
eyes
power
darkened,
to put the company
and he
into
told
debt
someone
without
else
me
where
knowing.
to find them.
Yes.
The air went
and when
still.
it blows up,
Too still.
he'll say it was my
Who?
authorization.
Asked.
Yes.
She smiled.
I pushed back
Not
from the desk.
warmly.
Breath
He called him John.
unsteady.
But
This
you
can't
know
be
him
undone,
as JT.
I whispered.
My pulse
He set
slammed
this up
in my
so
ears.
cleanly,
Mark whispered,
so perfectly.
Who the
How do
hell
you
is
even
JT?
fight something like this?
Before I could answer,
She hesitated.
a loud
You don't
crack
fight it
split
alone,
the night.
she said.
A
And
spotlight
you don't fight it
exploded
the way he
behind us.
expects.
A
What
second
does that
car
mean?
screeched
She
into
looked
the
me
lot.
dead in the eyes.
The woman's
It
expression
means you need to
changed
see
instantly.
something I've been afraid
Annoyance
to show you.
flickering into fear.
Something I didn't want to believe
Move,
myself.
she
My
barked.
stomach dropped.
But it was
What
too
is it?
late.
She
A
reached into
man
her desk
stepped
drawer
out of the
and
second
pulled
car.
out one final
Voice low,
folder,
controlled.
thicker,
You're
heavier
done
than the
here.
rest.
I knew
She
that
placed it in
voice.
front of me, her
JT.
hand
JT
trembling.
stepped out of the
This,
second car
she
like a
whispered,
man who'd
is
already
why I think
calculated
Jake
every
isn't
possible
working alone.
outcome.
I
Calm,
stared at the folder.
steady.
Something in the
No
air
was
shifted.
motion.
Open it, she
He didn't
said.
look at me.
I lifted the cover.
Didn't look at
And
Mark.
the first page
His
made
eyes
the
were
blood
locked
drain
on the
from my
woman.
face.
The one
Because
who
the
only
person
moments
helping
earlier
Jake
spoke like she owned
was
the
someone I
night.
never would have
She
suspected.
shifted her stance.
The folder felt
confidence
heavier than it
cracking
should
just
have.
slightly.
As if the
You
paper
shouldn't
inside
be here.
carried weight
JT
beyond
closed
its
the
pages.
door behind
I
him
could already
with
feel
deliberate
dread
quiet.
crawling
You
up my
crossed a
spine
line.
before I
You
even turned it
involved
over.
his sons.
Meredith
Your
watched
client
me with a
involved
look
them
that
first.
wasn't just fear.
She snapped.
It was guilt.
Not like
Like
this.
she'd been holding her
The
breath
cold
for
wind
months,
swept between
waiting
them.
for this exact
The air felt
moment.
charged,
Just
dangerous,
open it, she whispered.
like standing
You need to
between
see.
two storms
I
about
did.
to collide.
And the moment my
Mark
eyes
leaned
hit
toward
the first
me,
page,
voice barely
the
audible.
room
You
seemed
know
to
this
tilt.
guy?
A name stared
Dad
back
trusted
at me.
him.
I signature.
I whispered.
Someone I
He
trusted.
swallowed hard.
Someone who had
That
keys
makes
to the
one
office.
of us.
Someone who
JT
knew our
finally
systems.
looked at me.
Someone who
Just
knew
a
me.
flicker.
Laura,
A silent
my
question.
ex-fiancée.
Do you have
My
it?
chest tightened
I tapped
so
my jacket
violently.
subtly.
I had to
He
grip
gave
the edge
a
of the
barely
desk.
perceptible
No.
nod. The
We
woman
sput out.
noticed the
No,
exchange instantly.
she wouldn't. This has
Enough.
to be a mistake.
She raised her
I
hand
thought so
sharply.
too.
If
Meredith
the map
said.
is here,
But it's
we
not.
settle this right now.
I flipped the page,
JT stepped
hands
forward,
trembling. Emails,
placing himself directly
texts,
between her
call
and me.
logs,
You're not
meetings between
touching
her
anything.
and Jake
She
going
laughed.
back 6 months.
A sharp, bitter
6
sound.
months.
You
That was
think you
2
can
months
stop
before
this?
she left me.
I
2
already
months
have.
before she ended
Her
our
smile
engagement with a
faded.
vague,
JT took
"I just
another
need
step
space,"
toward her,
speech
voice low.
and disappeared
You're
from my
here
life
without
overnight.
authorization.
It wasn't cold
Without
feet.
your client.
It wasn't stress.
Without backup.
It wasn't the distance
That's
growing
sloppy.
between us.
A muscle
She'd
jumped in her
already
jaw.
chosen a side.
Bold words
My stomach
for someone
dropped.
working alone.
Meredith continued.
I'm not alone,
Voice gentle.
he said.
Adam,
Mark's head
she didn't
snapped
just
toward
help him.
me.
She
What does
guided
that
him.
mean?
She
I
reviewed
didn't
the
know,
contracts.
but I felt
She
it.
helped draft
Something
the
in the
amendments.
air shifting.
She knew
And then
exactly where
the
blind
ground
spots were.
vibrated.
Blind
Just
spots.
a faint tremor.
My
A
weaknesses.
pulse beneath the
My
earth.
trust.
The woman
Everything
froze.
I ever told
JT's
Laura
eyes
in
narrowed.
confidence.
My breath
my
caught.
work habits.
What
my
was
faith
that?
in Jake.
Mark
my
whispered.
tendency to rush through
Another
paperwork
tremor.
when overwhelmed.
Stronger this time.
She handed
Then
all
a
of it to
deep,
him like ammunition.
muted tone sounded
Why?
under us.
I croaked.
Like
Why would she
something
do
far
this?
below the
Meredith
surface
hesitated.
exhaling.
Her
JT's
silence was
posture
the answer.
changed instantly.
I forced myself to flip
Tension
another
tightened
page.
every line
Photos,
of his body.
screenshots,
No,
proof
he
of
muttered.
payments.
Not
Jake
now.
had been sending her
The
money.
woman took a step
Not
back.
huge amounts.
You didn't tell me
$1,
it was
$200
this
here,
close.
$2,500
It wasn't supposed to be,
but
he
consistent.
said. What's
Monthly,
happening?
like a
I
retainer
asked,
fee
panic
for
rising.
betrayal. A
JT
bitter
turned
laugh
to me.
slipped out.
The
before I could
reservoir
stop it.
isn't stable.
I was engaged to
My
someone
pulse
who had a
surged.
salary
What
for
does that
stabbing
mean?
me in the back.
It's moving,
Meredith
he
didn't
said,
laugh.
voice sharp.
She swallowed.
Shifting.
Hard.
Pressure is
That's
building
not even a worse
under
part,
the north
she
corner.
said.
The
What
north
could possibly
corner,
be worse?
the largest X
She opened a
on the
second
map.
folder.
Oh my
one
God!
I hadn't noticed on the side of the
breathed.
desk.
Is
Inside
it
were more
dangerous?
documents.
Yes.
Same
he said.
handwriting.
If
same
someone
signatures.
drilled too close
Same
or
forged
disturbed the
authorization
surface,
pages.
the
But
woman
at the top
cut
of
in.
one form,
We had nothing
highlighted
to do
in yellow,
with that.
was something
JT
that made my
snapped.
blood run cold.
Then someone
Statement
did.
of psychological
Another deep
concern,
rumble vibrated
provided
up
by
through my
former
shoes.
partner.
Mark
I scanned it in
staggered.
seconds.
Dad knew
Laura
about
had filed a formal
JT
statement
nodded.
claiming she'd witnessed.
It's why he shut the
severe
survey down.
mood
He
instability.
didn't want a blowout.
Impulsive
He didn't want the
tendencies,
company involved.
reckless
He
decision
didn't want
making,
anyone dying
episodes
for
of
money.
paranoia,
The woman's expression
unpredictable
twisted.
anger,
It's
a perfect
too late
picture
for
of
that
someone
kind of
unfit
morality.
to run a
And
company.
then,
a
from
perfect
behind
tool
her,
for
her
Jake's
driver
plan.
stepped out
And
of the car.
At the bottom,
not
her
calmly.
signature.
Hurried.
I felt
Pale.
sick. She
Wide-eyed.
gave them this.
He whispered
I
something
whispered.
into her ear.
She told them I
Her
was
expression
unstable.
changed instantly.
Meredith nodded. Her
Fear
testimony
slicing
is what
clean through
convinced
the
HR
arrogance.
to start a
She
confidential
snapped her
file.
head toward us.
Jake knew her
We have to
statement
leave.
would carry
Now.
weight.
All of
My
us.
fists trembled
JT
because
stiffened.
we were engaged.
What's wrong?
Exactly.
Her voice
My
dropped
pulse
to a
throbbed
whisper.
in my ears.
One of our
This was
drill
a coordinated
teams.
attack.
They
A
broke
systematic
ground near the ravine
dismantling
yesterday.
of my
They
reputation.
weren't supposed to.
My credibility.
Now the
my
system's
identity.
picking up
They
pressure
weren't just
spikes.
taking the company.
JT's
They were
face
taking
went
my
white.
sanity.
You
My
idiots.
history. My
He
truth.
hissed.
Piece
You
by
triggered
piece.
it.
I stood
My heart
abruptly,
slammed against
pacing
my
the room.
ribs.
She
Triggered
pretended to
what?
love me.
The
while
woman met
planning
my
this?
eyes.
For what?
The reservoir
Money?
is going
Loyalty
to breach.
to Jake?
A cold
Did
shock
they?
shot
I
through
stopped
me.
myself.
As in
Meredith
explode?
didn't meet my eyes.
Not exactly.
No, I said.
JT said.
No.
But
Don't
if
tell
it
me
vents,
they were.
if the earth opens,
Yes,
we're
she
talking a
whispered.
collapse zone
They were seeing
miles
each other
wide.
before she left
Mark's
you.
voice cracked.
The air punched out of my
So
lungs.
what do we do?
I stumbled
JT
back into the
looked at
chair
me
like someone had
first,
kicked my knees
then
out.
at the woman,
She left
then
you.
toward the dark
Meredith
road leading to
continued
our father's
carefully,
land.
because
We
Jake
go
told her
to the
plan
north
was
corner,
nearly
he
ready.
said.
That
Now,
once you were out,
before the
she could
ground
help manage the
gives way.
company as his
The
partner.
woman hesitated.
Partner, not
You're
romantic
insane.
partner.
No.
Business partner.
JT
She
said
left me
softly.
for a promotion.
I'm the only
The
one
betrayal
here who
burned
knows
so
how to
deep
stop
my
this.
bones felt
The rumble
scorched.
beneath us grew
What else
louder,
did she do? I
like
said
a
through
warning
clenched
from
teeth.
the earth itself.
Tell me everything.
JT stepped
Meredith
closer
did.
to us.
She pointed
eyes
to a
sharp.
stack of notes.
Whatever is
She sat it on
buried
at
under your
least
father's
3
land,
legal meetings.
he said,
She gave him your
is
routine
about to show itself.
when you were most
The
distracted,
drive to the
when you
north
worked
corner
late,
felt like
when you'd be
racing
least
toward the
likely
mouth
to
of
look
something
through
alive.
documents.
The earth
I
kept
closed my
rumbling.
eyes, chest
Small
rising
tremors
and
rolling
falling
under
too
the tires,
fast. She
vibrating
also,
through the
Meredith
floorboards.
whispered,
Every few
helped him
seconds,
isolate you from
Mark
the team.
would glance at
She's
me
the
like he
reason
needed proof
several
I was
people
still
started
there.
going to him
Behind us,
instead of you.
the woman's
She started
car
rumors
followed
about your
close,
stress levels.
headlights bouncing in the
Rumors.
darkness.
Seeds of doubt.
Ahead of us,
Poison roots.
JT drove
She
with
didn't
one
just
hand
betray
braced
me.
on the wheel
She
like he could
prepared
feel
the
the land
battlefield
shifting
for my
before it happened.
execution.
At
I sat there
4:12
in
a.m.,
silence.
we turned
weight
down the
of
narrow dirt
everything
road
crushing
leading to my
down on
father's
me.
property.
For a long
Fog
moment,
drifted
the
low
only
across
sound
the
was
fields,
the quiet hum of
hanging
her computer.
thick like smoke.
Then I forced
The
myself
closer
to
we
speak.
got to the ravine,
What do we do now?
the heavier
Meredith
the air
looked at
felt.
me, really looked at
Dense,
me.
charged,
Adam, the
almost
only way
metallic.
you survive
Mark
this
finally
is if you
whispered,
confront someone who
"Why
never
didn't Dad
expected
tell
you
us
to
any
show
of
up."
this?"
Who?
I didn't have
Our
an
lawyer,
answer.
she said.
Not one he
He's the
wanted.
one who drafted the
When we
amendments.
reached the north corner,
He's the one Jake trusts.
JT's truck
and
skidded
he's the
to a
one
stop.
who knows where the
He
bodies
jumped
are
out
buried.
instantly,
I'm not sure he'll
scanning
talk.
the ground with a
Not
flashlight.
willingly, she agreed.
Moving fast,
but he's scared
scanning,
of losing
muttering
his
to
license.
himself.
If
I
you
stepped
corner him
out
with
of
proof,
the SUV.
real proof,
The cold hit
he
me
might
like a
break.
slap.
I nodded
My breath
slowly,
came out in
and
quick white
she
bursts.
continued, "There's something else."
JT,
She
I
opened yet
called.
another file.
What's happening?
This one
He
small,
didn't look up.
thin,
The pressure
marked with a
spike
single
is
word on
bad.
the tab.
Worse than I
Recording.
thought.
My heart
The
beat
woman
stilled.
approached,
What
her
recording?
coat snapping
She
in the
met
wind.
my eyes.
Can you stop
Hesitation
it? Maybe,
flickering
he said,
before she forced
if the
truth
fault
out.
hasn't opened
Your lawyer
yet.
left a
My heart
voicemail on the
pounded.
firm server.
And if it
He tried to
has?
delete it.
He finally
recovered
looked
it.
at me.
What does it say?
Then the land
Her jaw
collapses.
tightened. It's
Everything
evidence
your
Jake
father
never
protected
wanted
gets
anyone to
swallowed.
hear.
The
I exhaled
ground gave a
hard,
low,
then played.
groaning rumble
She
beneath
inserted
us.
the flash drive in
Deep,
her laptop,
ancient,
clicked on the audio file,
terrifying.
and sat
Mark
beside
swore
me.
under his
A
breath.
crackle, a
We
breath,
shouldn't be
a
here.
voice.
We have
Shaky,
to be.
panicked.
JT snapped.
Jake, we made a
Your
mistake.
father left
If Adam
instructions.
ever finds out what
He
we
planned
did,
for this.
we're
I
finished.
blinked.
You need to call me back
Instructions?
immediately.
He
My
held
blood
out
froze.
his hand.
Meredith
For the
pressed
map.
pause.
I froze.
This,
His
she
voice
said
softened.
softly,
I
is
don't want the
leverage.
land.
For the first
I never
time in
did.
hours,
But
maybe
your father
days,
understood
I felt
something none of you
shift
did.
inside me.
If the reservoir
A spark,
vented in the wrong
small
place,
but real.
it wouldn't just take
Hope.
the oil.
I straightened.
It would take everything.
We take this to the lawyer.
Mark stepped
Her eyes
closer to
widened.
me.
Tonight,
Don't give it to him.
yes.
Mark.
Adam, he might
No,
call Jake.
he said
I shook my
louder.
head.
You
No,
don't know him.
not if he thinks I
You
already
don't know
know
what deal he
everything.
had with Dad.
Meredith hesitated.
How do we know
Are you sure
he's
you wanna
not
do
trying
this?
to take it for himself?
I nodded. Because I knew something Jake didn't. He thought he'd
Your
taken
father
everything
trusted
from
me more than
but
you
he forgot
trust your
something
own
critical.
family.
A
Mark
desperate
shoved
man
him
doesn't
hard.
break.
Don't
A
talk
desperate
about
man
trust.
fights.
You're the
And I was
one
done
who
being
dragged us
prey.
into this.
I grabbed the folder,
JT
the
shoved him
flash
back.
drive, the printed
I'm the one
screenshots.
trying to keep you
Let's
alive.
go, I said.
The
We
woman
headed
stepped
toward the door,
forward.
hearts
Enough.
pounding.
Her
Because
voice
in less
sliced
than an
through
hour,
the tension.
I would be
We
standing
don't have time
face
for
to
this.
face with a
That
man
map
who
is
helped
the only
dismantle
thing
my
that
life.
shows the fault
And
line.
he had no
She
idea I was
turned to
coming.
me.
What we were
Give
about
it to
to do.
someone who can
Meredith
actually
locked
use
her
it.
door,
Something
hands
inside
trembling
me snapped.
slightly.
Everyone
but her voice
stopped.
stayed steady.
My voice
The
echoed
firm is
across
10
the
minutes
field.
away.
The
she
rumbling
said.
grew louder.
If he's still working late,
like the
we
land
might catch
itself
him
was
alone.
listening.
Good.
I pulled the
I
map from
replied.
my jacket,
I want him alone.
but didn't hand it
Truth
over.
was,
If I give
I didn't
this
know what
to
I
any
wanted.
of you,
Answers?
I said, voice
Revenge?
shaking but steady.
Just one person
I
to
need
admit
one
what
thing.
they did.
One
I wasn't
answer.
sure anymore.
JT
But I knew
exhaled.
this. I wasn't
Name
going to
it.
let Jake
What did
or
my
his
father
accomplices
find
walk
out
me
before he
into
died?
a fabricated
Silence.
meltdown.
The
and
kind
steal
that makes your
everything I
stomach
built.
drop.
Not without
JT
hearing the
looked
truth
away
from the
first.
man who'd helped
He
craft
found
the
the
knife.
full survey
We
results.
drove in silence.
He said quietly.
The roads were empty.
The ones the drilling company
9:58
hid.
p.m. on
It wasn't
a
just
Thursday.
oil down there.
Cold air
He
misting
hesitated.
the windows.
What was
Street
it?
lights
I whispered.
flickered across
A pocket
the dashboard,
of trapped gas.
revealing flashes
Ancient,
of anger in
unstable.
my reflection.
The kind
I wasn't
that
the
can
same
blow
man who
if
sat
disturbed.
signing
My
contracts
mouth
2 years
went
ago.
dry.
I wasn't
and the
naive
company
anymore.
knew.
We pulled into the
JT
law
added.
firm's parking
They tried
lot
to force
at
him out.
10:07 p.m.
Your father refused.
Only one car remained.
He died
the old
before
silver
he
Lexus
could expose
I
them.
recognized
The
instantly.
woman's face
Our
tightened.
former attorney,
That was
Peter
never
Caldwell,
supposed to happen.
always worked
Mark
late.
stared at her.
He loved the quiet.
Your client
Tonight,
threatened
that
our
worked
father?
in my favor.
She
Are you
didn't
ready?
deny it.
Meredith
That was
asked
enough for
quietly.
me. I
No,
stepped back,
I said honestly.
clutching the map.
But it doesn't matter.
So what?
We approached
now
the glass
you want to
door. The lobby lights were
the problem
dim,
you created?
but Caldwell's office,
She exhaled sharply.
second floor,
No.
corner room,
I want to buy
still
you out.
glowed a soft
All of you.
golden yellow.
Right now.
He was there.
Her voice
I
hardened.
pushed open the door.
$5 million
the bell
each.
above it chiming
Cash.
softly.
Tonight.
Meredith stayed
Mark inhaled
close behind
sharply.
me. When we climbed the
should.
stairs
I cut him
and
off.
reached the hallway,
No.
I could hear
His
him
eyes
typing.
widened with
Fast.
panic.
Usual.
You don't know
like
what
someone
you're saying.
scrambling
I
to
know
finish
exactly
something
what I'm
before
saying.
sunrise.
I whispered.
I didn't knock.
Another
I
rumble
opened the
shook
door
the
and
ground.
stepped
This
inside.
one sharp,
Caldwell
violent.
jerked
The
upright,
woman
his
took a
eyes
step back.
widening the moment he saw
JT
me.
cursed under
Hey,
his
Adam.
breath.
His voice
Mark
cracked.
grabbed my arm.
What on earth?
If
Why
you
are
don't
you
take
here?
that deal,
I
we
didn't
lose
blink.
everything.
We need to talk.
The land,
He glanced
the
at
money.
Meredith,
Mark,
then at the folder in my
I said
hand.
softly,
His face drained
we're
of
about
color.
to lose something
No,
way bigger
no,
than money.
this isn't.
The
Adam,
earth
listen,
beneath
this
us
isn't
cracked.
good. You can
Just
save
a
it.
hairline
I cut
fracture.
in. I
but
heard her
enough
voicemail.
to make all of us
He
freeze.
froze.
A
Meredith
thin line
played the
in
recording
dirt,
without
glowing
waiting for his
faintly.
permission.
JT's eyes
Jake,
went
we
wide.
made a mistake.
It started.
If Adam ever
The
finds
glowing
out what we
fracture
did,
in the dirt was
we're
no
finished.
wider than a pencil.
Caldwell
but
lunged
the
toward
light
the laptop.
pulsing from it
but I
felt
stepped
alive,
in front of him,
throbbing
blocking
like
his
a
path.
heartbeat trapped
Sit
beneath
down,
the
I
earth.
said.
We
He
all
sank into his
stepped
chair
back
like his bones
instinctively.
gave out.
JT
I want the
crouched
truth,
beside it,
I said
his
quietly.
flashlight
All of
trembling
it.
just
His
slightly
throat
in his
bobbed
hand.
as he swallowed
It's
hard.
a gas flare.
Adam, you
he
don't
muttered.
understand.
The pressure's
Jake,
breaking
he told
through.
me.
The
He
woman's
said you were
voice was
aware
tight.
that you
How
approved
long
the
do we have?
restructuring.
Minutes,
I slammed the
he
folder
said.
onto his desk.
Maybe.
My signature
Another
was
rumble
forged.
rolled beneath
My
us.
medical record was
Deeper
tampered
now.
with. My
more
reputation
insistent.
was destroyed.
The ground
and you
shuddered
helped
hard
him do
enough
it.
to make Mark
Caldwell's
lose his
hand
balance.
shook. For the
I
first
grabbed his
time,
arm,
I saw fear
steadying studying him.
Not
For a
guilt,
split
not
second,
regret,
we
but
were just
pure
two brothers
fear.
again,
I didn't
holding
forge
each other
anything,
up the
he
way we
whispered.
used to when
But you
Dad made
drafted
us
the
carry
documents,
lumber across the
Meredith
yard.
said sharply.
But that moment
You had
evaporated
amendments.
as the
You
earth
advised him
groaned
on how to
again.
remove
JT
Adam from the
stood,
company. I
turned
was
to me and
manipulated,
held out his
Caldwell
hand.
insisted.
Give me the map.
Jake told me Adam
Now.
was stepping back.
This time I
that
didn't
he was
hesitate.
dealing with stress issues.
The map.
That you
The
two had
thing everyone
discussed it
chased,
privately.
fought
That's
over,
a lie. I
bled
snapped.
for.
Caldwell rubbed
Unfolded
his
in his
forehead
hands like a
with
relic.
trembling
He
fingers.
scanned the red
He brought
XS,
your ex-fiancée
traced the fault
to a
line,
meeting.
then
She
looked
testified
toward the
that you were
ravine.
struggling
"We need
and
to
wanted
vent it
temporary
safely,"
relief
he said.
from decision-making.
"Your father marked
She made it
the
sound
weakest
like you were
point.
drowning.
If we
Hearing
break
Laura's
it there,
name
the
felt
pressure
like
will release
swallowing
without
glass.
collapsing the
She
whole
forged
property."
statements.
The woman
I said,
scoffed.
"We have
"You think
proof."
we can just
Caldwell
dig a hole?
shook his head
That's
vigorously.
your plan."
I didn't know they
JT
were
glared
forged.
at her.
I swear
"No."
to you.
But he
She
left
seemed
tools.
credible.
He
She said
pointed
you'd been
toward the old
isolating
equipment
yourself,
shed near the
that you
fence
were
line.
afraid to admit you
Half
needed
collapsed,
help.
vines
Isolating,
crawling over the roof.
afraid,
My
unstable.
father's shed.
She
Of
fed him
course
the
he left
exact
something
narrative
there.
Jake needed.
He always
And what about the
prepared for
clause he
storms
buried
before
in the
they
contract?
arrived. We
I
ran.
asked, "You
Cold
expect me
wind
to believe
slapped
you
my
didn't
face
notice
as
it?"
we crossed
He
the field.
hesitated.
The
and
shed
his
door was
silence was an
swollen from
answer.
years of rain.
"You added that clause,"
But JT
I said
shouldered it
slowly.
open with a grunt.
Jake didn't.
Inside,
You did. His shoulders
floated in the
sagged
beam
as if
of
the
the
weight of
flashlight
what
like
he'd
tiny
done
ghosts.
finally smothered him.
And there, against the back
I
wall,
thought it was
were
a
the
precaution,
tools.
he stammered.
Heavy rods,
Jake said you two
pressure
agreed
gauges,
on equal
a
control.
manual venting
That if
spike
either of
older
you
than
became
me.
unavailable,
Dad knew.
the
He
other
knew this
needed
day might
authority
come.
to
He
protect the
planned
company.
for it.
My
My
voice
chest
dropped.
tightened so
He played
painfully
you,
I had to
and I
steady
meant it.
myself on the
Caldwell
wall.
wasn't
JT
innocent.
grabbed the
Far
spike
from it.
and tossed
But
the
he'd
other
been
tools
used
to Mark
just
and
as
me.
effectively as
We
I
drive
had.
this
Why
into the
didn't you come to
ravine
me?
wall.
I asked.
Fast.
He closed
Clean.
his eyes.
Before the
Because
pressure
the moment I
finds its
suspected
own
something was
exit.
wrong,
I
it was
nodded,
too late.
adrenaline
He'd already
swallowing my
moved
fear.
the assets.
When we reached
So
the
he did know.
ravine,
He knew
the air was
and said
warm,
nothing.
unnaturally
My pulse
warm.
surged with heat.
The ground
Then you're gonna
vibrated
fix
like
it.
a living thing.
Caldwell looked up,
A faint
startled.
hiss rose from
H. Al,
cracks in the soil.
You gonna tell me who else
Mark
Jake
stepped
worked
forward,
with? I said.
jaw clenched.
All of it.
Tell
Every
me
detail.
what to do.
Every lie.
He wasn't the
every
scared,
meeting.
reckless
Every plan.
screw-up anymore.
He hesitated.
Right now, he was
Then
the
his
man
face
Dad always
twisted
hoped
with something
he'd
like
become.
resignation.
We worked fast.
There was someone else.
3 people
he
pushing,
whispered.
hammering,
My jaw tightened.
bracing the spike
Who?
while the
He
woman stood
swallowed
back,
again. Jake had a
staring at
second
the ground
partner
like it
helping
might
him.
open beneath
Someone
her.
who
The
coordinated the
hissing
transfers.
grew louder.
Someone who
JT
handled
shouted,
the financial back end.
Almost there.
That was Laura,
I
I
drove
said.
the spike
No,
down
he shook
with
his head.
everything I had
Not
left.
her.
My arms
breath
burned.
stilled.
My
Then
hands
who?
shook.
He
The metal
hesitated for so
vibrated
long,
violently
I thought
as
he
it
wouldn't
hit the
answer.
fault line.
And then he did.
Then,
Someone
a roar,
inside your
a
company.
deafening,
The room
explosive
felt
burst
colder
of pressure
instantly.
shot upward.
Ooh, I
Hot
repeated.
air whipping my
Caldwell
hair back,
wiped sweat
dirt
from his
blasting
forehead.
into the sky
Your
like a
CFO.
geyser of dust
I
and
blinked.
heat.
Mark,
It wasn't fire.
Mark had been with me.
It wasn't
since the beginning.
destruction.
A quiet,
It was release.
steady man.
The ground
Loyal,
trembled beneath
consistent.
us.
Someone
Then
I trusted
settled.
with budgets,
Quietly,
payroll,
slowly,
projections,
peacefully.
everything.
JT
That's not
sagged to his
possible,
knees,
I said.
breathing hard.
He's
It's
not
done.
like that.
Mark
He is
leaned on the
Caldwell
spike,
said.
chest
And he's
heaving.
deeper in this than
The
Jake
woman
is.
backed away,
Without him,
face pale,
none of this infrastructure
realizing no
could have
amount
been
of
built.
money could
My
buy
blood ran
control
cold.
over something
Prove
this
it.
powerful. I
Caldwell
stepped
reached
to
into
the
his
edge
desk
of the
drawer,
ravine.
pulled
The
out a
faint
thumb
glow
drive,
had vanished.
and set on the
The
table.
earth was still again,
This is every internal
like it was
memo
finally
Jake
exhaling
sent.
after holding its
Every
breath
instruction,
for years.
every
We didn't
revision.
speak for a long
And every time Mark was
not
copied
until
on
the
thread.
sun crept
I
over
stared
the
at the
horizon,
drive. Why do you have
painting
this?
the field
Meredith
in gold.
asked.
Mark
Because
wiped his
he
face
whispered,
with a shaking hand.
I knew this day
I'm
could come.
sorry,
He wasn't
he whispered.
protecting Jake.
For
He was
everything.
protecting himself.
I nodded slowly.
I grabbed the drive.
We can fix
You're
some
coming
of
with
it.
us.
Not all,
Caldwell blinked.
but some.
What?
He nodded
Why?
back,
Because
tears
tomorrow
in his
morning,
eyes.
I said,
JT approached,
we take this
the
to
map
board,
rolled under
and
his
you're going
arm.
to back every
Your father
word
didn't
with
want the
testimony.
land to make
He
you
opened
rich.
his mouth.
He wanted
fear
it to
flooding
keep you
his
grounded,
features.
to
Adam,
keep you
they'll
together.
ruin me.
My throat
I stepped
tightened.
closer. Then
He
you
didn't get
understand
that.
exactly what
Maybe
they tried
he
to do
did.
to me.
JT
He looked
said
away.
softly.
Then,
Just
slowly,
not the
he
way
nodded.
he expected.
We left the office
woman
at
walked toward her
11:14
car,
p.m.
defeated,
Caldwell followed
not
us to the
angry,
parking lot,
not threatening,
pale and
just
shaken,
done.
but ready to
This
talk.
never happened.
But as I reached my
she
car,
said.
my phone
None
buzzed.
of you saw us.
A text message.
And then she
from an
drove
unknown
away
number.
without another word.
I opened it.
We
A
let her
single
go.
line appeared
3
on
months
screen.
later, the land
You think
is
you know
quiet,
everything.
stable,
You don't.
safe.
M.
Mark and I
Mark.
repaired the shed,
My blood froze.
cleared the brush.
Meredith saw the
We
look on
walked
my
the property
face.
together now.
What is it?
Slowly,
I turned the screen
carefully,
toward her. Her
learning to
expression
rebuild
collapsed.
trust the same way the
Because
earth
there was
rebuilt
only
its
one way
strength.
Mark could
Some
have known
wounds
what we
don't
were
vanish.
doing. He was
But they
watching
stop
us.
bleeding.
For a long
Dad
moment,
left us a
none
map
of us
to something
moved.
dangerous,
Just the cold night
something
air,
ancient,
my phone glowing
something
in my
bigger than
hand.
greed. agreed.
And that
And
single
in the
letter
end,
staring back
the
at
real
me.
discovery
M,
wasn't the oil
Mark,
beneath our
the
feet.
quiet one.
It was
the
the
steady
truth
one.
that surfaced
The man who sent me
because of
birthday
it.
cards
I still
every
visit
year
the North
and
Corner
brought
sometimes.
donuts to Friday
I
meetings.
stand at the
The
edge
man
of the
who
ravine,
apparently had
listen to
no
the
problem
silence,
burning my life
and I
to
swear,
ash.
in the
Caldwell
soft
slowly
hum of the
backed up a
morning
step.
wind, I can
He
still
knows.
hear my
He
father's
must have
voice.
eyes on the firm.
Protect it.
Meredith's
I
voice
finally
trembled.
understand
Adam,
what he
we
meant.
need to go.
End
Right
of
now.
story.
But I didn't move.
The
Not yet,
inheritance that
because
shattered
something
our
inside
family.
me had snapped.
I didn't know it then,
Not in a dangerous
but the morning
way,
my
but
father
in a
died would be the
painfully
last
clear
peaceful
way.
moment my
Fear had
family
been
ever
ruling my
shared.
life for weeks.
Tuesday,
Fear of
February
Jake.
11th,
Fear of Laura. Fear of being
6:42
cornered.
a.m.
Lied about.
The house was still
Erased.
dark when my
But that
phone lit up
message,
on the nightstand.
That single line
One
from
missed
someone
call
who
from my
pretended
brother,
to be my ally
Mark.
for years.
2 from the
It killed
hospital.
the fear.
A
Burn it
text that
clean.
just said,
I finally
"Call me.
exhaled,
Now."
steady, and
By
deliberate.
7:15,
You want me
I
to
was
know he's
standing in a
watching.
room that
That means
smelled
he's
like cold
hiding
metal
something.
and disinfectant,
Meredith touched
staring
my
at a
arm.
body that
We should
didn't
go
look
somewhere
like the man
safe
who raised me.
before.
His
No, I
hands,
said, we're going to
once
see
rough
him.
and warm
Both
from
of them
years
stared
of
at
working
me
land
like
no
I'd
one
lost
else
my
wanted,
mind.
were pale and
Caldwell
still.
shook
I
his
remember
head.
touching
You
the
can't
hem
confront him.
of the thin
He's
hospital
dangerous, Adam.
blanket.
Maybe
I
not
remember how
physically,
heavy the air
but
felt,
legally,
and I remember
strategically,
thinking the
ethically,
same thought
he's
over
got no
and over.
limits.
He can't
Good.
be gone.
Neither did I.
Not him.
Not anymore.
But grief has
He's
a
been
cruel
hiding
sense
everything,
of timing.
I said.
It never comes
He
alone.
wants control,
Because
and
by
he thinks I'm
9:03
too
a.m.,
shaken to fight.
before we
So let's
even
prove
left
him
the
wrong,
hospital parking
Meredith
lot,
whispered.
Mark said
Please
something
think
that
this
made my
through.
stomach drop.
I have.
Dad
I
didn't
said.
leave a will.
We're going to the office.
He muttered,
The drive
staring
there.
straight ahead.
It was
So
11:32
the land?
p.m. when we
It's
pulled
ours.
into the nearly
Split
empty parking
50-50.
lot of my own company.
He said it too quickly,
My building,
too
my name on the
confidently,
sign,
like
the
he'd
place I
rehearsed
pour
it.
my life into.
And right there,
Seeing
before
it now
grief
felt
even
different.
settled in, the
Colder.
first crack in our
Hollow.
family formed.
A space I no
We didn't
longer
talk
recognized.
much the next few
The
days.
lights on the second
The
floor
funeral
were on.
planning, the
Finance.
condolences, the
Mark's domain.
casseroles.
Of course he
It
was
all
still here.
blurred into white
Of course he
noise.
knew he'd come.
But Wednesday
Meredith
night,
parked in the
something
shadows.
happened that snapped
you sure?
everything into focus.
I nodded.
At
If I don't face him
11:47
tonight,
p.m.,
he'll twist this
I got a call from a number I didn't recognize.
Caldwell swallowed.
A man's voice.
He'll have excuses.
Urgent.
Prepared ones.
You don't know me.
I don't need excuses.
But your father
I said.
trusted me.
I need
I
reactions.
sat up instantly.
The confrontation.
Who is this?
We took the back elevator.
You need to check his
One
safe,
only employees
the man
knew
whispered.
existed.
Before
stepped
your
on a
brother
second
does.
floor.
My
The hallway
skin
lights
prickled.
flickered
Why?
softly,
A pause.
casting
A
long
breath.
shadows across
Because
the
the
carpet.
land isn't
I could
what
hear
you think it
typing
is.
behind Mark's door.
And he didn't want
Fussed,
Mark to have it.
efficient,
The line
like someone
clicked
cleaning
dead.
up loose ends.
For a long moment,
I pushed the door open
I just
without
stared at the
knocking.
shadows on
Mark
my
looked up
bedroom
calmly,
wall,
too calmly,
listening to my heartbeat
as if he'd been
thundering in my
expecting all
ears.
three of us.
That voice,
Adam,
it
he
wasn't
said with
frantic.
that soft,
It wasn't
even voice he
threatening.
always
It
used.
sounded like
You're
someone
here late.
carrying a truth
It was the
too
same
heavy to
tone
hold any
he
longer.
used when reminding
I
me
should have
to
called
sign
Mark.
payroll.
I
The
should
same
have
tone
asked
he
him
used
what was
when
going on.
congratulating me
But something
on
in my
securing
gut
new
said,
clients.
don't.
The
Not
tone of
yet.
friend.
Looking
Except
back now, that
it was
the
the tone
moment
of a
everything
predator
changed.
pretending to be
My father's
harmless.
safe was in the
I stepped
workshop
closer.
behind the house.
You sent the text.
A place that
A
always
faint
smelled
smile
like oil,
tugged at his mouth.
sawdust,
I wanted you to know
and
you're
the
walking
stubbornness
into a
that held
mess
our
bigger
family
than
together.
Jake.
I drove there
I
the
asked,
next morning
and
just
you're the one
after
holding the
sunrise.
mop? He
The
didn't
frost
laugh.
still clung
Didn't
to the
flinch.
windows.
Instead,
My breath
he
fogged
leaned
in the
back
air.
his chair,
When I
fingers
opened the
steepled.
workshop door,
You think this is about
it
betrayal?
creaked the same way it
he
had
said.
when I was a
It's
kid
not.
sneaking in for
Then what
tools
is it?
I wasn't
I
supposed
asked
to
coldly.
touch. But
It's
this
math,
time
he
the
said
room
simply.
felt
You were the
different,
variable that didn't
like someone
scale.
had been there
Meredith
recently.
inhaled
The
sharply.
safe was under
Mark,
his
what did you do?
workbench.
He
Old,
ignored her.
dusty,
You were good at building,
scratched from
he
decades
continued,
of use.
but
My
terrible at
father
expanding.
always kept the
company
combination
hit a
scribbled
ceiling
on a
under you.
tiny slip of
Jake saw
paper
it.
tucked
Laura
inside the
saw it.
lining of his
And
red
eventually,
hunting
so
jacket.
did I.
I
My jaw
reached for
tightened.
it, hands
So you decided to
trembling,
erase me.
and found the
I
paper
decided to
exactly
save the
where
company.
it had always
He
been.
corrected smoothly.
At least that hadn't
You created
been touched.
something incredible,
The combination
Adam.
made the
But
lock
not everyone
click
is meant
open
to
with a
run what
sound
they
that
build.
echoed in the
I
cold
stepped
room.
closer.
Inside
You forged
were
my
three
signature.
things.
He gave a tiny
folded
shrug.
map, old
I
and brittle
duplicated a
around the
signature
edges.
you'd already given
A sealed
us.
letter with
For
my name
convenience.
written in his
For
shaky
convenience,
handwriting.
I
A
repeated.
property
You
appraisal
stole my
document
company.
dated
No,
4 months
he said
before he
calmly.
died.
I
For
transitioned
months,
it.
he'd
Caldwell
never told
snapped.
us about
You
any
broke
of
the
this.
law.
My
Mark
hands
finally
shook
looked
as I
irritated.
opened the letter.
Please.
If you're reading
White
this,
collar
it
strategy
means I didn't
is a
have
gray
time to
ocean.
explain.
I didn't
Do not
forge.
trust
I
Mark
didn't
with the
steal.
land.
I
He's already
leveraged.
spoken to
And I did
people
with
he
legal
shouldn't have.
counsel.
The
He
land is
glanced
worth
at
far
Caldwell,
more than he knows.
and that look said everything.
And far more than
Caldwell
I ever
backed
told
up
him.
a half
My
step.
blood ran cold.
Mark, don't
Then
drag
the
me
last
into
line.
this. Mark
Protect
smirked.
it, or
You think Adam
everything
doesn't
I
know?
fought for will
You're the
be
one
lost.
who drafted most
I don't know how
of the
long I
loopholes.
sat there.
He turned back to me.
Maybe minutes,
You want
maybe
honesty?
an hour.
Fine.
Just staring
Here
at
it
the
is.
letter while the
He
workshop
stood,
slowly warmed
palms
with
pressed
sunlight.
the desk.
My father
trusted
wasn't
people
the
too
dramatic
much.
type.
You
He didn't
delegated
write
things
riddles
things you
signals
should
or
have heard.
warnings.
You didn't
If he
keep
said
up with the
something
growth
was
you
dangerous
created.
or important,
And the company
he meant
needed
it.
a leader
So what
willing
was
to
he
do what you
protecting?
couldn't.
And
It
from
was
who?
surreal.
I
He was
unfolded
talking like
the
he was
map
doing me a
next.
favor.
It wasn't
And Jake,
one of our state
I
maps.
asked,
It
why
was
him?
older,
Mark shrugged.
yellowed at the
He
seams,
listened. And
marked
Laura,
with precise
I
hand-drawn
asked,
lines
voice
that traced
colder.
the contours
She was
of his
useful,
12 acres.
he said simply.
There were red
She gave us
excess in
personal
places
insight,
I'd never paid
and
attention
she needed
to.
the money.
The north
I felt
corner,
something inside me
the
crack.
ravine edge,
Not break,
the patch of
not
useless
shatter.
clay soil
Just crack
behind
open
the barn.
enough to let clarity pour
Maybe
through.
it wasn't useless.
You think you've already
and
won,
then I saw something
I said
I'd never
softly.
noticed before.
Mark smiled.
In the
Haven't
appraisal
we?
documents,
I took a slow breath.
under potential
Then I
mineral
pulled
value,
Caldwell's thumb
a
drive from
single
my
line
pocket
had been
and placed it on
highlighted
the
in
desk.
faded yellow.
Press play.
Significant
I said.
indication
Mark
of
frowned.
subsurface
What is that?
hydrocarbons.
The voicemail.
Further evaluation
Caldwell whispered.
recommended.
Existed.
Oil.
Mark's
Gas.
smirk wavered.
Maybe both.
Just slightly.
My mind spun.
I hit
My
play.
father bought
Caldwell's
that land for
voice filled the room.
$50,000 when
Jake,
everyone
we
said
made
he
a
was
mistake.
stupid.
If
When
Adam
my mother
ever finds
cried
out what
because
we
it
did,
meant no
we're
vacations,
finished.
no
Mark
upgrades, no
stiffened.
financial breathing
His eyes
room.
flicked to Caldwell.
For years, the
You
land
idiot, he
produced
hissed.
nothing.
You
But
told him.
maybe
I didn't.
he
Caldwell
knew
said,
something we
stepping
didn't.
back.
Maybe
I
someone
tried to
else
delete
knew
it.
too.
They recovered
Halfway
it.
home,
For the first time
still
since I
gripping the
walked in.
steering wheel like
Mark
it
looked
might
rattled.
disappear.
Adam,
Something
he said
hit me out
slowly,
of nowhere,
choosing his words
hard
with
enough to
surgical
steal my
care.
breath.
This
If
doesn't
Mark
prove
knew about the map,
anything.
if he
it
knew
proves
about
plenty,
the
I said.
appraisal,
It proves
if he
a
already
conspiracy,
contacted people,
dishonesty,
like Dad
intent to
said,
deceive.
then he wasn't
Intent
just
is not
assuming the
illegal,
land was
he snapped.
50-50.
No,
He was
I
planning
said,
something.
leaning forward.
My phone
but
buzzed on
asset
the passenger
transfers
seat.
without full
A
partner
text
consent.
from Mark.
So are
We need to
falsified
talk.
medical statements.
Tonight. It's
and
important.
forged signatures.
Important.
And HR
That word
manipulation.
felt like a warning
and
now,
coordinated
not an
removal
invitation.
attempts.
I pulled
His
into
jaw
my
clenched.
driveway but
I
didn't
have
get out of the
everything,
car right
I
away.
said quietly.
I just sat
Emails,
there, staring
documents,
at Dad's letter,
witnesses. You
rereading
can't bury
it until
this
the words
anymore.
blurred.
Mark's
My
voice
family
dropped
was
to a
about to
dangerous
fracture,
whisper.
maybe
You
beyond
don't know what you're
repair.
playing with, Adam.
And part of
Neither
me
do
knew
you.
this was
The
only the
tension
beginning.
snapped.
But
He grabbed
before
a
I went
folder from his
inside,
desk,
I need to
a
tell
thick
you
one,
something.
and
If
shoved
you've
it into
ever
a
had a
drawer.
moment where
But
a
not before
family
I saw the
secret
label.
snapped everything
Final
you thought you knew in
transition,
half,
implementation.
I see you.
My heart
Drop
stopped.
a broken
He
heart if
slammed
you've
the drawer
lived through
shut.
that kind of
You're done,
betrayal.
he
Because
said.
what I
You just don't
discovered
know it
next,
yet. No,
it made the
I
map,
said,
the letter,
stepping
the
back,
warning
you're
call,
done.
all of
And
it
something
looked like
shifted in his
child's
eyes.
play. When
Not
I finally
fear,
walked into
rage.
my house,
You should
the
have left it
voicemail
alone,
notification
he said
was
quietly.
waiting.
You
One
have
new
no
message.
idea what comes next.
It was from the same
turned toward the
unknown
door.
number as
Oh, I
before.
do, I said.
And the second
and I'll
I
be
pressed
ready.
play,
Because
a
in
man's
his
voice
anger,
said,
in his
"He
slip
found
of
out
control,
you opened the
he
safe.
revealed more than he
Don't go
meant
home
to.
tonight."
And as we stepped
I
out of the
froze,
office,
then heard the
leaving him
last
standing
line.
there with trembling
Barely a
hands
whisper.
and burning eyes,
I replayed that
I knew
voicemail
one
3
thing with
times before my
absolute
mind
certainty.
could even
This wasn't
process
about
what I was
Jake
hearing.
anymore.
Same
Mark
voice,
was the real architect,
same controlled
and he wasn't
urgency.
finished.
He
But
found
neither
out
was
you
I.
opened the safe.
I didn't sleep that
Don't
night.
go home tonight.
Not even for a minute.
He's already
Every
on
time
his
I closed
way.
my eyes,
I stood
I
in the
saw
dim
Mark's
light of
face,
my hallway,
calm,
phone still
calculated,
in my
cold.
hand.
A man
breath
who'd
shaking.
spent years
The house
standing
felt
beside
suddenly
me,
smaller,
quietly
like the
sharpening
walls
the
were
knife
closing in.
he would eventually
I could
use
hear
to
the
gut my
faint
life.
hum of the
By
refrigerator,
6:12 a.m.,
the
I
settling
was sitting at my
creaks of
kitchen
the old
table,
beams.
staring
My
at
own
the thumb
heartbeat too
drive
loud,
like it was a
too
live
fast.
grenade.
Mark.
Meredith had
He had to
crashed
mean
on my
Mark.
couch,
But why?
exhausted.
How?
But
He
I
didn't
couldn't
know I
close
went to
my
Dad's
eyes
workshop.
without feeling like
No one
something was
did,
about to explode.
unless someone was
when she
watching.
woke, her
I
first
walked to the
words
front
were,
window,
"We need
peeled back
evidence
the
that can
curtain
burn
an
him."
inch.
I
The
know,
street
I
was
said,
quiet.
and we
No
need it before he
headlights.
files anything
No movement.
today.
Just
I knew that
cold
too,
night air
because
flickering
today,
under the street lamps.
Friday,
Still,
was the day Mark
something
planned
felt
to
off.
submit
A heaviness,
the final transition
a wrongness.
documents.
I
Once
locked
filed,
the door,
once
then
approved,
the deadbolt,
once logged into
then the
system,
chain.
my
It didn't
ownership
help.
would evaporate.
My phone buzzed
My voice
again.
would be gone.
Mark,
My company would
leaving
belong
now.
to the two
Be
men
there
who
in
plotted
20.
my removal.
Not a question.
We had maybe a few
not
hours.
a brotherly check-in.
So we went back to the only
Just a
place with
statement.
answers.
My
the
stomach
office.
twisted.
The building
I grabbed
that
my
no
jacket,
longer
Dad's
felt
map,
like
the
mine.
letter, and the appraisal.
8:40 a.m.
I didn't take
Employees
anything else.
were drifting in.
Not even my
Coffee
toothbrush.
cups, laptop
Some
bags,
instinct
small
deeper than
talk
fear
floating through
told
the
me
lobby.
I couldn't be here
People I
when
hired,
Mark arrived.
people I trained,
By 11:12
people who
p.m.,
believed in me.
I was
And not
backing
one of
out
them
of the
knew
driveway.
I'd become a ghost
Headlights
in my
off.
own company.
I drove
Meredith
without a
and I slipped
destination,
upstairs to the
just
conference
moving,
room, where the
letting
board
the
would
paranoia
be meeting
guide
in
me.
4 hours.
Every car I saw
Caldwell
behind me
was
felt
already
like it was
waiting
following.
inside,
Every
pacing like a
intersection
man
felt like a
preparing
trap.
to confess
At
his
11:37
sins. We
p.m.,
need something stronger,
I pulled into the
he said
parking lot of an
immediately.
all-night diner.
The voicemail helps,
the kind that
but won't
smells
be
like
enough
burnt
to
toast
stop
and
Mark.
trucker coffee.
What about the
It
contracts?
was nearly empty.
I asked.
Just a
He
waitress
shook his
cleaning a
head.
counter and
They'll
a man
argue you
half asleep
signed
in a booth.
everything willingly.
I slid into
The
the
forgeries
far corner.
aren't obvious
The
enough.
vinyl seat
I
was
ran a
cold
hand through
against my my legs.
So what will
I
be
kept
enough?
my hood up.
Caldwell
The letter
hesitated,
was still in my
then
hands.
whispered,
Do not
"We need
trust
proof
Mark
of
with the
intent."
land.
He looked at
The
me
words
with
looked
a strange
darker now,
expression.
heavier.
And
I
think
didn't want to
know where
believe my
find
brother
it.
was
The room
capable of
none of us dared enter.
whatever this was
It was the
turning
archive
into.
room.
But
A
something
dark,
inside me,
temperature-controlled space
something I'd
in the
ignored for
basement.
years,
No
was
cameras,
whispering otherwise.
no windows.
Mark always
only
had a way
accessible
of
by
getting
two
involved
people,
with the wrong
me
people.
and Mark.
Quick money schemes,
Why would anything be down
shady
here?
investors,
I asked as we descended the
friends who
stairs.
only called when
Caldwell
they needed
answered
bail.
without looking
Dad
back.
hated it.
Because
Mom
Mark
cried
doesn't
over
trust
it.
digital
I cleaned up
trails.
after it.
If he needed to
Maybe
keep
Dad
anything
had seen
dangerous,
something
it
coming
would
that
be on
I didn't.
paper.
Maybe
The
that
lights
stranger
flickered
on
when
the
I flipped
phone
the
knew
switch.
more than we
The
realized.
shelves stretched
My
20
hands
feet
were
long.
cold as I
Old
unfolded the
contracts,
old map
payroll
again.
logs,
The red
tax
excess,
records,
the
vendor
marked
agreements.
ravine,
It
the
smelled
strange
like
symbols
dust
near
and
the north
forgotten
corner.
truths.
My
We
father
searched
wasn't an artist.
for 5 minutes.
He didn't doodle
then
or
10,
draw.
then
Everything
20.
he put on paper
Nothing.
had purpose.
We're missing something.
But it was the appraisal
Meredith
creased,
murmured.
stained,
Keep looking,
too
I
new.
said. But
that
then
set my pulse
the
racing.
sound,
I
the faint
stared
hum
at
of a
the
machine.
highlighted line.
I turned slowly.
Significant
The security
indication
monitor
of
in the corner.
subsurface
For
hydrocarbons.
tiny screens.
Oil,
For camera
gas,
feeds.
a fortune
Basement
buried
stairwell.
under useless-looking
Luading
dirt.
Lobby.
No wonder Dad
and a
kept
courtroom
it secret.
conference room on
No
the first
wonder
floor.
someone wanted
My
it.
snapped to
The
it.
waitress
Mark was
slid a
inside,
cup of black
not
coffee
alone.
in front of
Jake
me.
was with him.
Long night?
And Laura.
She
All
asked.
three sitting
I
together at
nodded.
the table like a
You have
triumvirate
no
of
idea.
betrayal.
She gave a
Passing
sympathetic
documents,
half-smile and
pointing
walked
at
away.
pages,
I stared
whispering.
at the steam
What the hell?
rising from the cup.
Meredith whispered.
My whole life
but
that
I was
land
frozen,
was just
watching something
there.
unfold.
A background
on the fourth
detail
screen.
in our family
Jake
story.
stood, closed
Something
the
Dad
blinds,
loved for
turned to
reasons
Mark,
I never
and
understood.
then Laura did
But
something
now,
I'll never forget.
now it was a ticking
She pulled
bomb.
out her phone
My phone
and started
vibrated.
recording him.
A
Mark didn't
voicemail,
notice.
this time from
He was
Mark.
too
I
busy
hesitated,
gloating. We
then
watched
hit
him
play.
pacing the room.
His voice was
frustration
sharp,
tight
irritated.
across his face.
Why aren't you home?
This is the last
Where
step.
the
he
hell
was
are
saying.
you? We
Once
need
the
to
board
settle
signs
this.
off, Adam's
Call me back.
completely out.
Settle what?
Legally.
And then
financially,
something else,
permanently.
barely audible.
He won't have
Someone
grounds to
whispering
contest
behind him.
anything.
Ask
Jake
if
nodded.
he found the
And
papers.
HR
I froze.
handled. Mark
Mark
said.
wasn't alone.
The psychological
Someone
file
else was
is
with him.
airtight.
Someone
His ex
who knew
gave
about
strong
the safe.
testimony.
My blood went
Internal
cold.
reports support
I
it.
backed
He'll
deeper
look
into the
unstable
booth,
if he tries
clutching
to
the
fight.
phone. My
Laura
reflection in the
zoomed her
diner
camera
window
closer.
looked like someone I
Shaky
didn't
hands.
recognize.
Tears in her
Eyes wide,
not guilt
breathing
tears.
shallow,
Fear tears.
hair messy from
Are
panic.
you sure about this?
I needed answers.
Jake asked.
I needed
Mark
the
rounded
voice
on
on
him.
those warning
Don't
calls.
get soft now.
So I
We
scrolled
didn't come
back
this far
through
to
my
let
call
him wiggle
log
out.
and hit the
I
unknown
built this
number.
plan for 2
One
years.
ring.
I'm
Two,
not letting
three,
anyone ruin it.
Then a click.
2 years.
A low breath.
He said it so
You shouldn't have
openly,
called back.
so arrogantly.
What's happening?
Like he wasn't
I
spelling
hissed.
out a crime in
Why are
broad
you
daylight.
warning me about my
But
brother?
then, he
Who
said
are
something
you?
even worse.
Silence.
Something
A
that
long
made
one.
even
Then the voice
Caldwell
said,
stop breathing.
I worked with
Once
your
Adam
father.
is out, Mark
He
said,
trusted me
we'll
when he couldn't
liquidate his
trust his
shares
own
through the
blood.
Shell Corporation.
My father
Then
trusted
we
Mark.
restructure.
I
Then we
snapped.
sell. A
No,
clean exit.
the voice
a
said
massive
quietly.
profit.
He
And he'll
wanted
be
to,
too busy
but
trying
trust
to
and
prove
truth
his
aren't the
stability
same
to
thing.
interfere.
My
He
throat
laughed.
tightened.
He actually
Tell me
laughed.
what's going on.
Laura lowered
You
her
need to leave
phone in
town
horror.
tonight.
She hadn't
Someone
expected
put pressure
this.
on your brother.
She hadn't known the
He
whole
promised
plan.
them the land.
Not all of it.
All of
And
it.
now she looks sick.
What someone?
Turn it up.
My voice
I
cracked.
whispered, even
Another
though he
pause.
couldn't. Mark
Then,
kept talking,
the kind of people
revealing
you don't
everything.
say no to.
Asset
I
transfers,
swallowed hard.
shell
My
accounts,
heart thudded against
medical
my ribs.
manipulation,
And what do they
HR
want?
collusion.
You've
forgery.
already seen it,
All of it.
he said.
Jake ran a
In the
hand across his
documents,
face.
The oil,
We need to
the
delete
value,
everything
the
after
land
the
my
board
father
signs.
hid.
We
My
will,
fingers
Mark
trembled
said.
around the phone.
But until then,
Why tell
nobody
me?
goes near the
Why
archive
risk
room.
this?
It's the
A
only
soft
place.
exhale. Because your
stopped,
father saved my
around.
life once.
For a second,
I owed him.
I thought he'd
and
seen
now
us through
I
the
owe
screen.
you.
But
Before
no,
I could ask
he was
anything
noticing
else, he
Laura's
added,
behavior.
They're
What are you
watching
doing
your
with your
brother's
phone? He snapped.
Don't call him again.
Laura froze.
And whatever you
Jake
do,
looked at her sharply.
don't let them
She
get
stammered.
that map.
In
Then
nothing,
he hung
my
up,
mom texted.
just like that.
But her voice
Gone.
was too shaky.
I sat in the booth
and Mark wasn't
until my
stupid.
coffee went
He
cold.
took a step toward her.
My hands
Give
wouldn't
me the
stop
phone.
shaking.
Her chair
A truck
scraped
horn
the floor.
blared somewhere
She
outside.
stood quickly.
The
I have to
fluorescent
go.
lights
Give me the
hummed
phone,
overhead.
Laura. His
The world
voice wasn't
kept
calm
moving
anymore.
like nothing was
Jake
wrong.
reached to grab her arm.
But everything was
Laura
wrong.
bolted.
I
She
checked
ran out
the
of the
time.
conference room. through the hallway.
12:26 a.m.
And then
Couldn't
the
go
camera
home.
feed cut.
Couldn't
to
call
static.
anyone.
Holy God!
Couldn't trust
Caldwell
anyone.
whispered.
Even my
She
own
recorded
brother.
him admitting
I needed to
everything.
think.
And
Just
now they
breathe.
know. Meredith
But my
said,
thoughts were sprinting
voice
ahead of me.
shaking.
Why was
My
Mark
pulse
doing
thundered.
this?
Where's she
Who
going?
were these people?
We looked at the live
How long
feed
had
for
this
the
been
stairwell.
happening?
Laura
And why
burst
did
into
Dad
view,
hide everything
sprinting,
until the
terrified.
very end?
Her
The
purse
waitress passed
slipped.
by again.
Her phone hit the
You
ground.
okay?
She
You
grabbed
look
it,
like you saw a
breathless,
ghost.
eyes
I
darting
forced
like
a
prey
smile.
being hunted.
Something like
and
that.
then
She
she ran
nodded,
straight for
not
one
convinced.
place I
When
never
she walked
expected.
away,
The basement.
I felt felt the
Our
vibration
basement.
in my
The
pocket.
basement we
The
were in.
text.
The realization
expected
hit
Mark,
all of us
but it
at
wasn't
the same
him.
time.
Unknown
She's coming
number.
here,
You're
Meredith
not
whispered.
safe there.
Caldwell
Window,
stepped back
left
from the
side.
monitor.
My
And if
breath
she's
caught.
running from them,
Slowly,
the stairwell
I
door
turned my head
above
toward
us
the window
slammed
beside
open.
me. A single
Footsteps.
figure stood
Fast.
outside in the
Desperate.
dark.
Laura's
Still,
voice
watching.
echoed down the hall.
Face hidden
Adam,
beneath the hood.
Adam,
Not
are you
moving.
here?
Just
Please,
waiting.
please,
My
you
pulse
have to help
hammered.
me.
Then my phone
Meredith
buzzed
and
again.
Caldwell exchanged terrified
And the figure
looks.
stepped toward
I
the
stepped
door.
toward the hallway,
The moment
my
the hooded
heartbeat
figure
shaking
stepped
the
toward
air
the diner
inside
door,
my chest.
something primal
Because
kicked
whatever
in.
Laura had on that phone,
Fear so sharp
whatever
it
she
felt like
recorded,
electricity
whatever
under
she
my
knew
skin.
now,
I
it was
slid out
enough
of the
to
booth,
burn the entire
grabbed the map and
conspiracy
letter,
down.
and
But only
moved
if we
toward
got to
the
her
back
before they
exit
did.
without even thinking.
And from the sound of
My
the
legs felt
footsteps
shaky,
pounding down
almost
the stairs
detached,
behind her,
but they kept
we
moving.
weren't the only
The
ones
bell
coming.
above the front
Laura
door
stumbled
chimed.
into the basement
They
hallway,
were inside.
her breath
I pushed
sharp
through the
and
kitchen
ragged.
entrance,
Her mascara
ignoring the
streaked
cook
down
shouting,
her cheeks.
"Hey!"
Her hair
and slipped
clinging
out the
to her
side delivery
temples.
door into
She
the
looked nothing
freezing
like the
night
woman
air.
who walked out
The
of my
metal
life
handle
a year
was
ago.
icy against
Polished,
my palm.
confident,
I didn't stop
composed.
to look back.
This Laura was
I ran.
terrified.
The pavement
Adam,
was slick
she
with
choked
dew.
on the words.
My breath
He's
came
going to
out
kill
in
me.
harsh white clouds.
He knows
Every
I
shadow
recorded him.
felt like
I
it was
stepped
about
toward
to
her,
lunge at
hands
me.
raised.
I fumbled
Where's
for my
the phone?
keys as I reached
She
my
dug
car,
it out of her coat,
nearly
gripping
dropping
it
them
so
twice.
tightly her knuckles
When the engine
turned
finally
white.
turned over,
He tried to take it.
relief
I
hit me
ran.
so hard I almost
Behind her,
laughed.
the stairwell door
Because in my
slammed
rearview
again.
mirror,
Heavy
the
footsteps.
diner door swung
Jake's
open.
voice thundered
The
down
hooded
the
figure
steps.
walked out,
Laura,
turned,
Meredith grabbed
and
my
stared
arm,
directly
trembling.
at my car.
We need to move.
I didn't wait to
Now,
see what happened
Caldwell
next.
was already
I tore out of
backing
the
into
parking
archive
lot
room.
so fast my
Lock the door.
tires screeched.
We can hide.
By the time
No,
I hit the highway,
my voice came out
my
steady.
pulse was still
Steadier than
thundering.
I expected.
I kept
This
checking the
instant
mirrors,
Laura
expecting
clung
headlights
to
to
me like she
appear
might
behind me.
collapse.
But the road
Please don't
stayed
let him
empty.
take it.
Quiet.
I won't.
Too
I said,
quiet.
Stay
At
behind
12:49
me.
a.m.,
Jake appeared at the bottom
I
of the
pulled
stairs,
onto the shoulder
chest
beneath an
heaving,
overpass and
eyes
killed
wild.
the engine.
Mark
My
was
hands
only
were
seconds
cramped from
behind
gripping
him.
the wheel
The moment
so
Jake
tightly.
spotted us,
I needed
he froze.
answers, not
Then he
panic.
laughed,
So
short,
I spread the map
breathless,
across my
deranged.
dashboard.
Wow, he said.
The old paper
Look at that.
crackled
The
under my
whole
fingertips.
little rebellion.
Those red X's,
Right here in the basement.
they weren't
Like
random.
rats in the dark.
They formed a pattern.
Mark stepped beside
A
him,
curved line
smoothing his
cutting
shirt,
through the
calm
northern
again.
edge of the
Too calm.
property.
Give us
Not
the
a
phone,
straight
Laura.
survey line.
She shrank behind
Something
me.
else.
Jake took
A
a step
seam.
forward.
A break.
She doesn't
A
understand
fault.
what she has.
A natural pocket
She
beneath
recorded
the soil.
one sentence.
My father
Out of
wasn't
context,
mapping the
it's
surface
nothing.
at all.
Mark's voice
He was
sharpened.
marking what
And if
was
you think you
under
can
it.
use it,
If
you
those
won't.
excess
Because
really
you won't
traced
leave
an
this basement
underground
with it.
reservoir,
I stepped in front
the
of
land
Laura,
wasn't worth
directly
$5
between
million.
her and them. You're
It
not
was
touching
worth
her,
more,
I said
much more.
quietly.
And
Mark
Mark
smirked.
wasn't stupid.
Adam, this
if
was
he got
cute at
pressured
first,
into something
but
with
you've
dangerous
lost.
people,
You're
people who
outmaneuvered,
wanted that land,
outvoted,
he would try to
out
hand
of
it
your
over
depth.
before I understood what it truly
Leah,
was.
Not
Dad
anymore.
knew that.
He laughed
That's
softly.
why he left the map
Then
for
prove
me,
it.
not us.
And that's when everything
I traced
shifted.
the symbols again,
Meredith stepped
and that's when I
forward,
noticed something
not
I'd missed
shaking,
in the panic
not
earlier.
frightened.
Tiny
Holding up
initials
Caldwell's
written
thumb
beside the
drive
largest
like
red
it was
X.
a badge of power.
JT.
Mark,
Not my
she
father's
said,
initials.
voice sharp
Not
as
mine.
glass.
Not
This
Mark's.
isn't just one
A
recording.
different name.
We have a voicemail.
Someone my father trusted
Shell
enough
transfers,
to mark on a map,
the forge
but not
amendments,
enough to mention
the
to his
HR
own family.
documents,
My
the
father
digital
had a secret
composites
partner,
of Adam's signature.
and if this JT
Mark's eyes
helped him
flicked to
locate
Caldwell.
oil,
You
then
idiot,
they would
he
know
hissed.
exactly how
But Caldwell
valuable
didn't
the
back
land
down
was.
this time.
Years
For the
before
first
the
time, he
appraisal.
stood with us.
My mouth
I'm
went
done
dry.
covering for you.
Was the stranger
Caldwell
on the
said.
phone JT?
You used me.
Or someone
Manipulated
connected
me.
to him?
You told me
Because
this
if he was
a
warning
simple
me,
restructuring.
then he wasn't
You never
trying
told
to take
me
the
you were
land from
destroying
me.
the man who
He was
built
trying
the
to
company.
stop someone else.
Jake scoffed.
My phone
Spare us
buzzed,
the confession.
and I nearly
You're just
jumped
scared.
out of my skin.
No, Caldwell
text.
said.
Unknown.
I'm done being a coward.
You lost
The
them.
basement felt
Good.
thick with
Listen
tension.
carefully.
Electrical
My heart
buzzing
hammered as I
alive.
opened it.
Mark's voice
Go to the
dropped
north
to a growl.
corner of the land
Hand over the
tomorrow at
evidence.
dawn.
Or
Bring
what?
the map.
I asked.
Don't tell your
You'll
brother.
fabricate another
Dawn.
meltdown?
The same
Another
spot with the
diagnosis?
largest X.
Another
I
anonymous
typed
complaint?
back with
He didn't
trembling
respond.
fingers.
Because he
Who
knew
are
I was
you?
right.
3
Jake tried
dots
again.
appeared,
Adam, be
then
reasonable.
disappeared,
This is
then
business.
reappeared.
We can work
Someone
something
your
out.
father trusted
settlement.
more than his
A
own
payout.
blood.
Something
The words
fair.
hit like a
Fair.
punch.
I
wanted to
repeated,
defend
You
Mark,
stole my signature.
to believe my father
authority,
was wrong.
My
But
reputation.
deep down,
You forged
couldn't,
documents to
because
declare
the
me
voicemail,
unstable.
the whisper
And for
in
what?
Mark's house,
Mark answered
the person
instead.
asking if
For
I found the
profit.
papers.
2 words.
Dad wasn't
Cold.
paranoid.
Flat.
He was right.
Truthful.
I
Because
stared at the
unlike
dark road
Jake,
ahead,
unlike Laura,
exhausted,
unlike
scared,
Caldwell,
but suddenly
Mark wasn't
filled with a
emotional.
clarity I
He was
hadn't felt in
efficient.
days.
A predator
Whatever was
disguised
buried
as an
under
accountant.
that land.
And that's when I knew
Whatever my
something
father
with
died
perfect,
trying to protect.
terrifying clarity.
Tomorrow at
Mark
dawn,
had
I was going to
orchestrated
find out.
everything. And
But as I
monsters
started
don't
the car,
stop until someone
another
stops
text
them.
came through.
I straightened.
From Mark.
Here's what's going to
I
happen.
know you took
I
something.
said.
If
We're
you don't
walking
bring it
upstairs,
back, we're going to have a problem.
together. All
My
of
hands
us.
went cold.
And we're going into the
and
board
then
meeting.
another message.
And you're going to sit there
seconds
while we
later,
play the recording.
one that made
Mark
my breath
tilted
stop
his head.
completely.
And if we don't,
They want to
I
talk
stepped
to you.
closer
Mark's
until I
final
could see my
text.
reflection
They want to talk
in his
to you.
glasses.
Sat
Then
on
the
my
footage
screen like a
goes to
threat
law
wrapped in
enforcement,
politeness.
and the state
I
licensing
stared at it
board,
for a full
and
minute.
the press,
The glowing
and every
letters
investor
reflecting
you've
in the
ever
windshield.
lied to.
My
For the
pulse
first time,
pounding in my
Mark's
ears.
composure cracked.
He didn't say who
Barely,
they were.
just a flicker.
He didn't have to.
But I saw it.
Whoever was
Jake looked
backing
between
him,
us, confused,
whoever
panicked.
pressured him
He wasn't
into
the
this
mastermind.
mess. They
He
were
was the
finally
puppet who
stepping
thought
out of
he
the
was
shadows,
the puppeteer.
and they wanted
Laura
me.
whispered behind
I
me.
drove another
They'll
20
come
minutes
after me.
before
I
pulling
didn't take
into
my
the
eyes
empty
off
lot
Mark.
of an
You're
abandoned
protected.
lumber yard.
You gave us
Rusted
the evidence.
metal, empty
Mark's lip
trailers,
curled. And
the
you think
faint
the board will
hum
take your
of a
side?
distant highway.
I took a deep
It
breath.
was the only place
Let's go
I felt
find out.
sure no one
The
would
board
follow
meeting
me.
that
At
changed
1:18
everything.
a.m.,
9
I finally responded. Not
The board
tonight.
members filed into the
It was
conference
stupid,
room,
but I needed
confused at the
space.
lineup.
Needed to
Me,
breathe.
Meredith
Needed
Caldwell,
to think without
Laura,
fear choking
shaking,
every thought.
pale,
Mark
and
replied
Jake
instantly.
and Mark trailing behind
You don't
like
have
two
a
men
choice.
approaching
A beep,
firing line.
then another
Mark tried
text.
to open the meeting
Come
himself.
home.
It
Now.
appears we have a
Home.
misunderstanding.
As if that was still a
Sit
safe
down,
word.
I said.
I locked
The
the
entire
phone and
room
leaned
froze.
back in the driver's
And Mark,
seat,
after a
exhaling
long,
a breath
little
that
pause,
trembled.
sat.
How
I placed
had we
the phone on
gone
the
from
table.
grieving our
I'm
father
invoking
to this?
executive review
To
under
threats,
Section
secret
14B
strangers
of our
watching
founding
me
bylaws.
through diner windows?
The board exchanged
Because there was
glances.
oil under that
It was a
land.
rule rarely
Because
used.
money
A
changes
last
people.
resort measure.
Because
A legal
desperation
provision
makes them
allowing
dangerous.
a co-founder to
And Mark,
demand a full
he'd been
audit
desperate
of
for a
internal
long
actions.
time. I
Jake
closed
blinked.
my eyes and let
Adam,
memories
come on.
flicker through.
I pressed play.
Mark
Mark's
showing up
voice
drunk at
filled
our
the room.
doorstep.
Once Adam
Dad
is out,
lecturing him about
we'll liquidate
responsibility.
his shares,
Mom
restructure,
crying in the kitchen
sell.
when he pawned
He'll
her
be too
wedding
busy
ring
trying to
by
prove
accident.
his stability
He
to
wasn't
interfere.
evil, but he
Absolute
was capable
silence.
of terrible
Then
decisions.
chaos.
And
Board
someone
members
out there
whispering.
was manipulating
One woman
those
covering her
decisions.
mouth.
I rubbed
Another
my
slamming
face
her
and
pen
forced
down.
myself to
Mark
focus.
shot to his feet.
Dad's
Out
letter
of
weighed
context.
heavy in my
Caldwell
pocket.
stood too.
His warning
Then let's
felt
add
sharper
context.
now, more
He
urgent.
placed a thumb drive
Do
on
not
the
trust
table.
Mark with the
Minutes
land.
later, the
Maybe he
board
knew
had
Mark wasn't
emails
just
with
weak.
forged attachments.
Maybe he was compromised.
Fraudulent
My
amendments.
phone buzzed again.
Financial
I almost
transfers to
didn't
a
look.
shell corporation.
Mark.
Testimony
They said
from Laura.
sunrise.
Recordings.
Same spot Dad used to
timestamps,
take us hunting.
Metadata.
My
A
chest
full
tightened.
written confession
The north
Mark
corner,
didn't mean to give.
The largest
By
red
11:46
The place the mysterious
a.m.
caller
It was
told
over.
me to go.
Jake was removed.
This wasn't a
Laura
coincidence.
suspended from
Everyone
anything
wanted me
involving
there
the
at
company.
dawn.
And Mark,
But for very
Mark was
different
escorted
reasons.
out by security.
2:04 a.m.
He didn't fight.
Exhaustion
didn't scream.
hit me all
He
at
looked
once.
at me once.
My
just
eyelids
once,
felt heavy.
with a quiet,
My shoulders
chilling
ached.
promise in
I
his
needed
eyes.
sleep just an
This isn't
hour or two.
finished. But he
Enough to
left.
think clearly.
And just like that,
I
I
reclined
had my
the
company
seat,
back.
wrapped
What
my
was left
jacket
of it?
around myself,
3 years later,
and let the hum
it
of
took
distant
years to
traffic
rebuild.
lull me.
Years
I don't know
of
when I
audits,
drifted off,
lawsuits,
but I know
therapy
exactly when I
sessions,
woke up.
sleepless nights,
Because something
and the
slammed
lingering
against my car
ache
window.
of betrayal.
My eyes flew
But
open.
step by step,
Adrenaline
piece by
snapped
piece, I
through me like
reclaimed
a
the
whip.
one thing I
A flashlight
lost.
beam blasted
Myself.
into my face.
The company?
For a split
survived,
second, I couldn't
changed,
breathe, couldn't
adapted,
move.
but I didn't
Then
run
the
it
beam
alone
shifted,
anymore.
and
I
I
learned
saw
from
him.
the scars.
Mark.
One
His
morning,
expression
3
wasn't
years
angry.
to the day
It
after
was
the
worse.
board meeting,
Cold.
I was having coffee
blank,
in the lobby when
purposeful.
the doors opened.
He
A
tapped the
familiar
glass
silhouette
again.
stepped inside.
Opened the door.
Older.
I shook
thinner,
my head
eyes
instinctively.
colder than I remembered.
He tried
Mark.
the handle.
He stopped a
Locked.
few feet away,
His jaw tightened.
hands in his pockets.
I'm not here to hurt
Adam,
you, but they're
my
waiting.
pulse steadied,
And I
not
told them
panicked,
you
not
wouldn't
afraid.
run.
Why are you
His
here?
voice wavered on
He
the
studied
last
me,
word.
slow,
Just enough to
calculating.
tell me he
Then he
knew
smiled,
exactly what he was
because
doing.
I heard you're doing well,
and hated
he
himself
said.
for it.
And I thought it was time we
lowered the
talked
window
about
an inch.
unfinished business.
Who's they?
I
Mark.
stared at him,
He
the
swallowed.
weight of 3
hard.
years settling
Investors.
behind my ribs
Investors
like armor.
don't stalk
No,
people at
I said
diners.
quietly.
He
We
flinched.
have no unfinished business.
They said they'd
He
wipe
tilted
my
his
debt
head.
if I
You
brought them
sure?
the map.
Yes,
I didn't tell them
said,
Dad left
because I
something
learned
for
something
you.
you never did.
I swear.
His brow
My stomach
lifted.
twisted.
What's that?
How much
I
do
held
you
his
owe?
gaze
He
unwavering.
looked away.
That sometimes
Enough.
the strongest
Enough
thing
to
you
sell
can
me
do
out.
with a past
Enough
like
to
ours
drag me
is
out
walk
here
away
in the
from
middle of the night.
He didn't move.
Enough to
Didn't
risk
breathe.
everything
Then he
Dad tried
smirked
to protect.
just a little.
I opened my
and
mouth
turned
to
leave.
argue,
Until next
but
time,
then
he
headlights
said
swept
softly.
across the lot.
There won't be a next
Not
time.
just one
I
car.
replied.
3.
But he was already
They boxed
gone.
us in
Some
silently.
wounds never
Engines
fully heal.
idling like predators
Some betrayals
waiting to pounce.
leave scars
Mark
that flare
whispered,
up when you least
"Please,
expect them.
Just
But I
hand
learned
it
something
over.
in those years.
Before this gets
Family
worse.
isn't who shares
My
your
fingers
blood.
curled
Trust
around the
isn't
map
built
inside my
overnight.
jacket.
And survival
And that's when my
isn't
phone
about
buzzed
winning
with a new
every
message
battle.
from the unknown
It's about
number.
refusing to let
if you
the
give them
battles
that map,
define
you won't live to
And
see
when I walked back
sunrise.
through the lobby
A
that
chill
morning,
raced down
sunlight
my spine.
pouring across
Another
the tiles,
message
I
instantly
felt something
followed.
I hadn't
Stay
felt
in the
in
car.
a long time.
Whatever you do,
Peace. Not
don't
perfect,
get out.
not
Outside,
complete, but
3
real.
doors opened.
And
Men
sometimes
stepped into the
that's
darkness.
enough. In a
And
story,
Mark My brother,
The
my
contract
blood,
clause that
took a
destroyed
step
me.
back like he
Have
was
you
delivering
ever
me
trusted
to them.
someone
The
so
three men stepped
completely
out of their vehicles
that you
with the
didn't
kind
even
of calm
bother
that
reading
made
the
my skin
fine
crawl,
print that would
like
one
they'd
day
done this
ruin
before.
your life?
Their silhouettes
Because
were
that's
solid,
exactly how my
heavy,
story begins.
unmoving in the
On a
faint
Tuesday
glow of the
morning at
headlights.
9:14
One wore
a.m.
a long
with a pen
coat.
in my hand,
Another kept
signing
a hand
document
in his
I
pocket.
thought represented
The
a
third,
dream, but was
taller,
actually the start of my
broader,
destruction.
just
I
stared
didn't
at
know
my
it
car
then.
like he
God,
already
I
owned
wish I
everything
had.
inside it,
The office smelled like
including
new
me.
carpet
Mark
and cheap
stood
coffee.
between us,
Sunlight
his
was
breath
pouring
fogging
through the
in the
tall
cold air.
windows,
His
turning
voice
the
cracked
glass
as he
conference
whispered through the
table
window.
into a mirror that
Just,
caught every
please,
nervous
don't make this
twitch in my
harder.
face.
Harder for
I'd
who?
barely slept the
Me
night before.
or him?
Excitement
Before I
will
could
do that
answer,
to you.
the man in the
Jake,
long
my
coat
business
stepped
partner,
forward.
my brother
He
in
didn't
everything
shout,
but blood,
didn't threaten.
slapped the final
simply raised
contract
a
on the
hand
table
and
with
said,
that big,
"Come out.
easy
We
grin
need
he
to
always
talk."
wore.
Something
The
in his
grin that
tone
made you
made my
feel
blood
stupid
turn to
for
ice.
ever doubting
There was
you.
no anger,
50-50,
no
he said.
bastions,
Equal partners.
just certainty, like
just
he
like we
knew I
promised.
would obey.
I smiled
I didn't.
back.
I
Believed
rolled
him.
the window
Why
up
wouldn't
another
I?
inch and
For
stayed
10
dead
years,
still.
we built
The
this company
unknown
from the
number
ground up.
vibrated in
He
my
handled
pocket
sales.
again.
I ran
Leftmost car.
operations.
Engine
We worked
running.
late nights,
Keys
shared
inside.
cheap takeout
30
dinners,
seconds.
celebrated
I flicked
small
my
wins like
eyes
they
to
were
the
Oscars.
vehicle on the far
I
left.
trusted him with everything.
A black SUV.
Ideas,
Lights dim.
access,
Slight
passwords,
exhaust
my
drifting
future.
out.
So
It
when he
was
said
running.
lawyers were
My
expensive
pulse
and he
hammered so
cleaned up the
loudly
paperwork
I almost
himself,
didn't hear the tap
I
on the
didn't
window.
question it.
Mark again.
That was my first mistake.
Don't be stupid.
Maybe my worst.
He whispered.
It wasn't
They're
until
not going to hurt
18
you
months
if you
later
give
that I
them the
learned
map.
about the clause.
The map
The one he
pressed against
buried
my
on
ribs
page
under my
17.
jacket.
The one
its
I
shape
skimmed
suddenly
because
feeling like
lunch
a
was getting
target.
cold
I
and
leaned
his pen was
closer to
already
the cracked
uncapped.
window.
The
Did
clause that
Dad
said
ever
if
tell
either
you
partner
what was
became
under that land?
operationally
He shook his
unavailable for
head.
more than
No,
60 consecutive
but they showed me
days,
the survey.
the other partner
The
gained
what?
full executive
Mark
control.
swallowed hard.
Full control.
Dad hired a
full
private
ownership,
surveyor last year.
full everything.
A specialist.
I didn't notice it then.
The guy
But
found
Jake did.
something big.
He noticed everything.
But Dad shut
the day
it down.
everything started
Didn't
to
file
unravel
anything.
wasn't dramatic.
Didn't tell me why.
It wasn't a
My
screaming
chest
match
tightened.
or a betrayal
What
caught
did
on
the
video.
surveyor say?
It was quiet. Too
He told
quiet.
Dad the
It was
land
a
could be
Thursday,
worth millions.
6:32
Mark's
p.m.
eyes darted
I remember
toward the men
because I was
behind
still
him.
at the office.
They think he
the
hid
only
the
one
full
left
report.
besides the
They
cleaning
think
crew,
you have it.
staring at an
Million.
email on my screen
Everything
with a
clicked
subject
like a
line
loaded gun.
that made my stomach
Dad's
twist.
secrecy.
Internal
The map.
financial
symbols.
adjustments review.
The highlighted
It wasn't
appraisal.
addressed to me.
The warning
Wasn't meant
calls.
for me.
He
He sent
knew
it to the
exactly
wrong
what he was
Adam
sitting on.
in his contact
And he
list.
knew the moment
I
someone
wasn't
else
the Adam
found out,
he intended
the
to loop
land
in.
would become
The
a
email
battlefield.
spoke about
Mark lowered
restructuring
his
asset
voice.
transition.
Please
and,
just hand it
worst
over.
of all,
I can't walk away
operational
from them.
shift due to
I stared
anticipated
at my
medical
brother.
leave.
Really
Medical
stared.
leave?
He
Meaning?
wasn't scared
I
of me.
scrolled.
He
His
was
reply
scared
was
of them.
attached below it.
And that made
A
him
thread I
infinitely
never should
more
have seen.
dangerous.
Keep everything
Long
quiet
coat
for now.
stepped closer.
He'll be out soon.
Open the
I've
door.
arranged it.
I didn't
My
move.
heartbeat slowed.
He tapped the
then
glass
sped up,
once with
then
two
stopped
knuckles.
entirely
Polite,
for one
deadly.
long,
Last
painful
chance.
second. What
The
had he
text
arranged?
buzzed again.
What the hell was
Now.
he planning?
I made
I called
the
him
decision
immediately.
in less than
He
a
didn't
second.
answer. Not
Fear
the first
made
time.
it for me.
Not the
I
second.
slammed my
Not
foot
the
on the
10th.
gas.
That's when the
The
air
car
in the
lurched
office
forward,
shifted.
then hard
Heavy,
left.
suffocating,
Tires screaming
electric with
across the
fear
gravel.
I hadn't felt
Shouts
since I was a
erupted
kid.
behind me.
Something was wrong.
Flashlights cut
Something was
across the
happening.
dark.
And I was already
One
too
man
late.
reached for
The next
something
morning,
at his waist.
I walked into the office
I didn't wait
and
to
found
see
a
what.
stranger
I
sitting
shot
at my
toward the
desk.
black
A
SUV,
woman, sharp
skidding
suit,
sideways,
even sharper
stopping
smile.
just short
Her
of its
nails
front
clicked
bumper.
against my keyboard
I was
like
out of
she'd
my
been
car
there for
before
years.
it stopped rocking.
Oh, she
Heart
said without
hammering,
even looking up.
legs numb,
You must be Adam.
breath
I
burning in my
froze.
throat.
Who are
The
you?
SUV's
She
door was
finally met
wide
my
open.
eyes.
He's
Interim
hanging,
operations
just
director.
like the message
Interim.
said. You move
Operations.
inside.
Director.
The moment the door
My
slammed
job.
shut,
My title.
a
My
gunshot
company.
cracked through the
What are you
night.
talking about?
The back window
I
of my
asked,
car
disbelief
exploded
dripping
into
from
glittering
every word.
shards.
She
My
shrugged.
scream caught in my
Jake
throat.
said you were taking an
Another
extended
shot
leave.
closer hit
Leave?
metal.
Leave?
I slammed the
I turned
SUV
before
into
she could
drive
say
and
another
floored
word
it.
and stormed toward
Gravel
Jake's
spat out
office.
behind me
My
as the
pulse
SUV
pounding
shot
so
forward.
hard I could feel it in my
Fishtailing
teeth.
before gripping the
He
road.
wasn't there.
The lot
His lights were
shrank in my rearview
His
mirror.
desk was cleared.
My car,
A single envelope
my brother,
sat in
the
the
three
center
men,
of the table with my
becoming
name
smaller,
handwritten on
smaller,
the front.
swallowed
My
by
hands
darkness.
trembled as I
But
opened
Mark
it. Inside
didn't
was a
run.
doctor's note.
He stood there
A
watching
forged
me
one.
speed away,
A horribly
hands and
obvious,
fists at his sides.
laughably fake
And before
document
I
claiming
lost sight
I'd
of
been
him,
diagnosed
he
with
mouthed
acute
something I'll never
work-related
forget.
stress and
"You
was
shouldn't
medically
have done
advised
that."
to avoid
My
all
stomach
operational
dropped,
responsibilities
because deep
for
down,
90 days.
I knew he wasn't
90
warning
days.
me.
Exactly
He was promising
30
me
more than the clause
this wasn't
required.
over.
I sat
Not
down,
even close.
slowly,
The SUV
like my legs
roared
were
down
no
the
longer
empty
mine.
highway,
My
its
vision
engine
blurred.
vibrating
My
through the
breath
steering
caught.
wheel.
He planned
But my
this.
hands were
He
shaking
planned
so
everything.
badly, I could barely
Halfway
keep it
through
straight.
reading the note,
My breath
the room
came
began
in
to
ragged
tilt.
bursts.
Not
My
literally,
ears were still
but
ringing
emotionally,
from the gunshots.
mentally,
I checked the
spiritually.
rearview mirror.
It felt like
Nothing
the
but
ground
darkness.
under my life
No
was
headlights.
shifting,
No
cracking,
pursuit.
dissolving.
Not yet.
And right
But
there,
Mark's
in that
words kept
nauseating
replaying in my
moment,
head,
something clicked in
sharp
my
as
head.
glass.
If you've
You
ever
shouldn't
watched
have
someone you
done that.
trusted tighten the
Not
screws
shouted.
behind your back,
Not angry.
if you've ever
Just
felt
final.
that cold rush
I didn't
of
know if he
betrayal
was
when the
warning
truth
me or
finally
condemning
hits,
me, and I
know
didn't
you
know which
understand
one
this
scared
part.
me more.
And if you're still
At
reading,
2:41
I see
a.m.,
you. You're not
I
alone.
pulled the SUV
I went home
into
early
an
that
abandoned
day.
rest stop.
Not because I was
A single
defeated,
flickering
not
lamp
yet,
buzzed overhead.
but because I needed answers.
The wind whistled
Real
through
answers.
broken vending machine
Answers
slots.
that only one
It felt
person
like
could
the
give
kind
me.
of place
I
people
called our
disappeared
accountant,
from.
Meredith.
Perfect.
She'd been with
I
us
killed
from the
engine and sat
Honest,
in silence,
loyal,
gripping the map
unshakable.
through my jacket
She
like
picked up
it
on the
was the
second
only
ring.
thing keeping
Meredith,
me alive.
I said,
For a minute,
something's happening.
all I
I
could
need you to
hear
tell me
was
the
the
truth.
heavy thudding of my
Silence.
heartbeat.
Too
Then
long.
my phone
Too heavy.
vibrated.
Then
I
she
flinched.
spoke,
Unknown
voice
number
trembling
again.
like she was
You
standing
made
on
the
a
right
cliff.
move.
Adele,
They won't
I
find you
can't
for
talk
a
on this
while.
line.
My
My
throat
skin
tightened.
prickled.
Who
Meet
are
me,
you?
she
I
whispered.
typed. The
Tonight,
response came
8:30.
quickly.
Don't come
Someone
to the
who
office.
was with your
And don't
father
tell
the day
Jake.
he
Why?
discovered
I
what was
asked.
under that
She
land.
inhaled sharply.
My eyes widened.
Because he's been
The
planning this
initials
for
on the
months.
map.
The line went
Jite.
dead. I
Is
sat
that
in the
you?
dim glow
This
of my
time,
car
the typing
dashboard
dots
for
stayed
nearly an
for a
hour
long
after
moment.
that,
Then,
replaying her
yes,
words
he
over
trusted
and
me
over.
because I didn't
Planning
want the
this.
land.
Months.
I just wanted
Everything.
him safe.
Every late
Safe.
meeting.
The word
Every
felt wrong
in-sign
now.
check.
Too late.
Every sudden
I
change.
swallowed hard.
Every excuse.
So what's under
Was I
it?
blind?
I didn't
Was I
expect
naive?
the answer
Or
to
did I
come
just
in one
believe in the
word.
wrong person
it
for
did.
too long?
A
My
reservoir.
life, my
I
work,
stared at the screen.
my identity,
Oil was
everything
one
I
thing.
built
Gas
was in someone
was
else's
another.
hands now.
But a reservoir,
Someone who smiled at
a
me
massive
while
underground
sharpening
lake
his
of
knife.
hydrocarbons.
I looked at the
That
forged
was
medical note
generational
again.
wealth.
At Jake's
Corporate war
handwriting
wealth.
on the envelope.
The kind of
At the
discovery
signature I'd
men
written
kill
a year
for.
before,
And my father,
stupidly,
simple, stubborn
blindly,
private, had
sealing
tried
my
to
own
hide
fate.
it. JT
90 days.
texted again.
90 days.
Your father
until he
wanted to
owned
reveal
everything.
it legally,
Unless I
slowly,
acted. Unless I
safely.
fought.
But someone
Unless I
leaked
found
the survey.
proof stronger than
My
his
pulse
lies.
quickened.
At
Mark,
8:12 p.m.,
Another pause.
I stepped out of my
Longer
car
this
into
time.
the cool
No,
evening air,
he didn't know
heading
the
toward
value.
the place where
Not
Meredith
at
told
first.
me to meet her.
Someone else
I didn't know
did.
what she was going to
Cold
show me.
sweat
But
trickled
what I
down
found
my
that
spine.
night
Who?
was only the beginning.
Before he could
and it
answer,
made everything that came
headlights
next
swept across the
unavoidable.
rest stop.
Including the
My
moment
breath froze.
I realized
One
Jake
car,
wasn't just
not
taking the
three,
company.
not
He was
the
taking
men
my
from
life
earlier,
apart, piece
but the
by
car
piece.
was familiar.
If I'd known what
My
I was about to
brothers.
walk into that
He
night,
pulled in slowly,
8:42
cautiously,
p.m., behind the
like a
abandoned
predator
textile
approaching
warehouse on
wounded
4th
prey.
Street.
His
I would have
silhouette
brought
sat
someone with
still
me.
behind the
Anyone.
wheel,
A
watching,
witness.
waiting.
A friend.
My
A
phone
bodyguard.
buzzed.
But I
JT,
walked in alone,
don't let him
clutching my
see the
jacket
map.
tighter
No matter
as the
what he
air
says.
grew colder.
I slid the
Meredith
map
was
deeper
already
into my
there.
jacket
She
just as
stood
Mark
under
stepped
a
out of his
dim
car.
street lamp.
The slam
her
of the
arms
door
wrapped around
echoed
herself,
across the empty lot.
eyes darting
He didn't
around
storm
like she
toward me.
expected someone to
He
be
didn't
watching.
yell.
Maybe
He
someone
didn't even
was.
look angry.
Thank you for coming,
He looked
she
tired.
whispered. Just
Dark
tell me what's going
circles
on,
under his
I
eyes.
said. What did Jake
Shoulders
do?
sagging.
She hesitated
Hands trembling
too long.
just slightly.
Her breath
He
fogged
walked
in the
to the
air.
driver's side
Adam,
window and
he's
tapped
preparing
it
to
gently,
remove you.
like he was
Officially,
afraid I might
permanently.
break. I cracked
chest
it open an inch.
Because of the fake
Why did you
medical
run?
leave?
He
She
whispered.
shook her head.
I
No,
laughed,
that's just
sharp,
step one.
humorless.
Step one.
Because they shot at
pulse
me,
quickened.
Mark.
Meredith
jaw
pulled out a
flexed.
small flash
I told them
drive
not
from her
to.
coat pocket,
That made something
glancing
inside
over
me
her
snap.
shoulder again.
You
I
told
shouldn't have
them.
this.
I hissed.
And if Jake finds
You're
out I met
working
you,
with people
I
who
could lose
shoot
my
at your own
license.
brother?
What's on it?
His
I
expression
asked.
twisted with
Proof
guilt
he's been moving
and panic.
company assets.
You don't get
quietly.
it. They're
To a shell
threatening me.
corporation he
Threatening
controls.
everything.
My stomach
I
dropped.
didn't have a choice.
What shell corporation?
Yes, you did.
She swallowed.
My voice shook.
A new entity
but it came out
he
steady
created
enough.
6 months ago.
You chose them.
It's structured
He
so that
stepped
once you're
back like
declared
I'd struck him.
inactive, everything
chose
flows
survival.
directly to him.
We stared
I
at
felt
each other
the heat
through the
drain
cracked
from my
window.
body.
Two
How long has
brothers
he been
standing
planning
on
this?
opposite sides of
Meredith's
a line our
voice
father
cracked.
never wanted us
Since
to
the
cross.
night your mother got
Then
sick,
Mark said
I
something
stepped
I'll never
back.
forget.
What?
Just
He
give
told
me
people
the
you'd be
papers.
emotionally
Please.
distracted.
They
That
said
you
if I
trust
bring
him to
them map.
handle the paperwork.
They won't come
That you
after
wouldn't notice
you.
what he
My
slipped into the
chest tightened,
contract renewal.
because it
I
wasn't
felt
a
punched.
lie. He
When knocked
believed
out,
every word.
vision blurring.
But JT's
My mother's
next text
illness.
appeared on
My
my
worst
screen
moment
like a knife.
was the moment he
If he
saw
takes
his
that
opening.
map back to
He
them,
used
they'll
that.
kill him.
I whispered.
And then
He
they'll
used
come
that.
for you.
She nodded,
stared at
tears
Mark,
forming.
really
I
looked
tried to
at
warn
him.
you, Adam,
His
but he
fear,
isolated the
his
finance team.
desperation,
He changed
his attempt
passwords.
to save me by
Removed shared
sacrificing
access.
himself.
He locked
He
you out
wasn't the
without you
villain.
even realizing
He was the
it.
bait.
The street
And those
felt
men
colder
weren't
now,
done hunting
darker,
us.
quieter.
Mark,
I forced
I
myself to
whispered,
breathe.
we
What
need
was
to
his
get off
plan
this
for the
road.
90 days?
Now.
That's
He
what I needed
frowned.
to show you,
Why?
she said.
I opened
He
the
scheduled
door
a
just
meeting
enough
tonight,
to speak
a
clearly.
midnight meeting,
Because
with
someone
an attorney
leaked
who
the survey,
specializes in
and it
forced
wasn't
buyouts.
you. Mark's
Midnight.
eyes
I
flickered
asked,
with confusion.
Where? She
Then
pointed toward the
realization.
warehouse.
And then fear.
Inside,
Real
my
fear.
heart slammed
Then
into my
who?
ribs.
A pair
He's
of
in there right
headlights
now.
appeared at
She
the end
nodded.
of the lot.
If you want to know the
Not
truth,
Mark's car.
the real
Not
truth,
the SUV.
you have to hear it for
Another
yourself.
vehicle.
For a
Slowing,
moment, I just
pulling
stood
in,
there,
silent.
cold wind biting
JT's
through
final
my
message
clothes,
came through.
trying to understand
They
how the
found
man
you.
I
The
once
moment
trusted
those
with my
unfamiliar
entire
headlights
life had
turned into the
a
rest stop,
stranger capable
Mark
of
froze.
gutting me in silence.
His eyes widened.
I looked at the warehouse.
Not the way a guilty
Dark,
man reacts,
silent,
but the way
waiting.
someone does
Are you
when
sure
they
about
finally
this?
understand the size
Meredith
of the
asked.
monster chasing
No,
them.
I wasn't.
That's not them,
But I pushed the
he
drive into
whispered,
my pocket,
which terrified
squared
me
my
even
shoulders,
more,
and
because
stepped
for a
toward the
split
rusted metal
second
door.
I believed him.
Because I needed to
The
hear
car
it.
crept
I
forward
needed to know
without
exactly
hurry.
how Jake
Its
planned
engine
to
barely
destroy me.
audible.
And
Dark
when
windows.
I placed my hand on
No
that door
blats.
handle,
Not
I heard
even the
voices
soft
inside.
rumble of music
One of them
or
was
movement
his.
inside.
The other?
Just
Some
silence,
I never
predatory
expected.
silence.
The metal handle
My phone
was ice
buzzed
cold
with a
against
single
my palm.
message from JT.
I pressed my ear to the door,
Do not run.
breath held
Do not
tight
talk.
in my throat.
Watch.
Jake's
My
voice
pulse
carried
hammered,
through the warehouse.
but I stayed still.
Confident,
The car
smooth,
came to a
the
stop
exact
15
tone he
yards
used
away.
when he thought he
No
was
one got out.
untouchable.
The
He won't see
driver's
it
window
coming.
rolled down.
He never reads
just
the
enough
paperwork,
to show a face.
he said,
or
almost
rather half a
laughing.
face.
My jaw
A woman,
clenched hard enough to ache.
mid-40s.
But it was
Sharp
the second
cheekbones,
voice, the
calm
one I
eyes,
didn't expect,
the
that
kind
made
of
my
calm
blood
that made my
freeze.
blood run
I
cold.
told you from the start,
Mark,
the man replied.
she said softly.
If you want a clean transfer
like
of
she'd
assets,
known him for years.
it has to look
Mark
voluntary.
staggered back a step.
We can't force incompetence unless
No,
he
you're
signs
supposed to be
something.
in Dallas.
That voice.
The woman
I knew
smiled.
it. I knew
You
it
didn't
far
think
too well.
I'd let you
It
handle
was
this
our old
alone.
lawyer.
Did
the
you?
one who drafted
Her
our
voice was
original
smooth,
partnership contract.
disarming.
The one who swore
Like a
he
mother
represented
talking to a
both of
difficult
us
child.
fairly. He
Not
was
a
supposed
lone
to have
shark
retired
haunting
last
his
year.
nightmares.
So why was he
She
here?
turned her gaze
At
to
midnight?
me.
With
And
my
you
partner?
must be the
I took
brother.
a slow step
Something
back,
about the
heart
way she
hammering
said it
against
made my
ribs.
entire body
The
tense.
warehouse
Not
echoed
friendly,
with their voices.
not curious.
He'll sign,
certain.
Jake said.
Like she'd been
he always
expecting me.
signs.
Mark's
the arrogance
voice
in his
cracked.
tone made
He
my
doesn't
hands
know
shake.
anything.
I
He
had to
won't
move.
fight us.
Had to get
Just
closer. Had to
give me
hear
more
more.
time.
A side
Time
window
is a
was cracked
luxury,
open.
darling,
Glass smudged
she murmured,
with dust and fingerprints.
eyes still locked onto
I slid
mine.
toward it,
And
keeping
your
my head
father
low.
made things
Through the gap,
complicated.
I could see their
My breath
silhouettes at
caught.
a makeshift
What
table.
do you know about
Papers,
my father?
laptops,
Asked.
coffee
Her
cups,
smile
and
sharpened.
a stack of folders
Everything
too
he
familiar for
tried to
comfort.
hide.
And then I saw
I
something
edged closer
else.
to the SUV,
My name, bold,
ready to dive
underlined,
back inside.
on a folder,
She noticed.
sitting
Of
right
course
in front
she
of Jake.
noticed.
The lawyer
You've
tapped
seen
it.
the map.
You're certain
she
the
said.
email went through?
Not a question.
The one
A
outlining
fact.
his medical
Cold
condition.
panic surged through
Jake
me.
smirked.
I forced
Oh, it
my
went
voice
through.
steady.
His
You're
HR
not
file
getting it.
is updated.
She leaned her
Insurance
elbow
flagged
casually
it.
against
The
the
board
window
will get
frame.
the notice Monday
Those
morning.
documents
After
belong
that,
to my
he shrugged.
client.
60
Mark
days
looked at her
start
sharply,
ticking.
eyes
60
wide.
days.
Client?
That cursed clause.
You said we were
that fine
partners.
print I ignored.
She ignored
That trap
him.
he'd built
Didn't
around
even
my trust.
blink.
My chest
employer
tightened.
wants the report
Rage
your father
mixing with
got from the
disbelief.
surveyor.
Disbelief
Her tone
mixing with
softened again,
humiliation. I'd handed him
disturbingly
the rope,
gentle.
and he
The
was
real
using
one,
it to strangle
not
me.
the edited
But then the
copy
lawyer
your
asked
father
something that
filed.
made my entire
Mark
body lock
stared
up.
at me like
In
he'd
the
been
meeting
punched.
with his doctor?
Dad
Did you handle
filed
that part?
an edited copy?
My stomach twisted.
I swallowed.
Jake leaned
Of
back
course
in his
he
chair.
did.
Let's
He
just
knew
say I sent
exactly
someone to my
what he was
place.
sitting on.
Someone
He
persuasive.
knew the real results
What
would
does that
draw
mean?
people like
The
her.
lawyer asked.
The woman
It
nodded
means,
toward the
Jake
SUV.
said, that the
It's
medical
in there,
record will support
isn't it?
everything we're filing.
My hand
Once
tightened
he's
on the
officially
map
marked
inside my
as
jacket.
temporarily impaired,
She continued,
the
voice
company
silky.
transition can begin.
Your father was
temporarily
smart,
impaired.
but he
My breath
underestimated
caught.
desperation.
He wasn't just stealing the company.
He didn't think someone
He was
close to
rewriting
him
my
would
identity.
lead us straight to
I
it.
swallowed hard,
Mark's
my throat
head
burning.
jerked up.
I needed proof.
I never told
I
you
needed
about the map.
leverage.
I
needed
didn't know
anything.
about the safe.
That's when my phone
She
buzzed
gave him a
quietly
pitying
in my
look.
pocket.
Mark,
An email
we never needed
notification.
you to know.
I froze.
Your leverage.
Slowly,
That's
I slid
all.
the phone out and
I felt
saw
the
it.
blow for him. I
Urgent.
watched his shoulders
You need
cave.
to see this.
Watched the
The
truth
sender.
break him open.
Jake. At
He
first I
wasn't their
thought he
partner.
realized I was there.
He was their pawn.
But when I opened
and
it,
she just
my
tossed him
legs
aside
nearly
like
gave out.
trash.
It was the
My
same
phone
email
buzzed.
he accidentally
JT.
sent me earlier earlier.
Distract
The thread
her.
discussing
I'm
my
close.
removal, the
My
Shell
breath hitched.
Corporation, the timeline.
I forced myself
Except
to speak.
now, there were new
Every
attachments.
nerve shaking.
Financial
If all you
summaries
wanted was the
showing
report,
asset
why pull
transfers.
guns?
A
Why
scanned
chase me?
medical note
She sighed.
with a forged
Because your
signature.
father didn't
a draft
trust
letter
the
to the
government.
board declaring
He didn't
me
trust the
unfit.
banks.
And
he
worst of
certainly
all,
didn't trust
an internal
us.
memo titled,
So he hid things.
Full Executive
Papers,
Takeover, Final
maps,
Steps. I
coordinates.
read the first lines
Her
of the
eyes
memo,
darkened.
and my
And he
vision
told
blurred.
someone else
All
where to
operations
find them.
under my
The air
leadership will
went
begin
still.
immediately
Too still.
following Adam's
Who?
confirmed leave of
Asked.
absence.
She smiled.
He will not return
Not
to an
warmly.
executive role.
He
The
called him John,
transition is
but you know him
irreversible.
as JT.
Irreversible.
My pulse
That word
slammed
cut
in my ears.
deeper than
Mark
anything I'd
whispered,
heard through the window.
"Who the hell
My
is
hand shook
JT?"
violently.
Before I
This
could
wasn't
answer,
panic anymore.
a loud crack
This was
split
survival.
the night.
I stepped
A
back from the
spotlight
window,
exploded
mind
behind
racing,
us.
pulse
A second
pounding.
car screeched
Meredith
into
had
the
been
lot.
right. He'd
The
been
woman's
planning this for
expression
months.
changed instantly.
He covered every
Annoyance
angle,
flickering into
built
fear.
every lie
"Move,"
with precision.
she
But now,
barked.
I
But
had
it
the
was
email,
too late.
the
A
attachments,
man stepped out
the
of the
proof he
second
never
car.
meant for me to see.
Voice low.
I slipped
Controlled.
back into the shadows
"You're done
behind
here."
the warehouse.
I knew that
gripping
voice.
my phone like it was the only
JT
thing
stepped
tethering
out
me
of the
to
second
sanity.
car like a
Because
man
the
who'd
truth
already
was clear
calculated
now.
every possible
Jake wasn't
outcome.
just taking the company.
Calm.
He was
Steady.
erasing me.
No guastigmotion.
And as I reached the
He didn't
corner of
look
the
at me.
building, ready to
Didn't look
call
at Mark.
Meredith, ready to
His
figure out my
eyes were
next
locked
move,
on the woman,
a car
the
engine
one who
rumbled
only
behind me.
moments earlier
Headlights
spoke like
flared
she
on.
owned the night.
A door
She
slammed.
shifted her stance,
Footsteps approached
confidence
fast.
cracking just
I turned
slightly.
and saw
"You
someone running
shouldn't be
straight toward
here."
me. To be
He
continued.
closed the door
Step
behind
the pavement.
You crossed
Fast.
the
Too close.
his sons.
I spun
Your
around
client involved
just as the figure broke through the shadow
She
glow of the
snaps.
street lamp.
The cold
Adam.
wind swept between
Meredith's
them.
voice
The air
cracked
felt
as she
charged,
reached me, out of
dangerous,
breath,
like
eyes
standing
wide
between
with
two
panic.
storms about to
I let out a
collide.
shaky exhale.
Mark leaned toward me,
Jesus,
voice
you
barely
scared
audible.
me. What
"You
are you
know
doing
this
here?
guy?"
I had to warn
Dad
you,
trusted him.
she whispered, grabbing
I
my
whispered.
arm. Someone
He
tipped
swallowed
Jake
hard.
off. He
"That
knows you
makes
saw the
one
email.
of us. JT
My
finally
stomach
looked
flipped.
at me.
Ow.
Just a
I
flicker.
didn't tell anyone.
A silent
He has
question.
access you don't
"Do
know
you have
about."
it?"
She
I
pulled me
tapped my
deeper into
jacket
the alley.
subtly.
And he's
He
not
gave
alone
a barely
in this.
perceptible
You need to
nod.
understand that.
The woman
Her
noticed
voice
the exchange
trembled,
instantly.
not from the cold,
Enough.
but from fear.
She raised her
Real
hand
fear.
sharply.
I'd known Meredith
"If the map is
for
here,
10
we
years.
settle this right
I'd never
now."
seen her like this.
JT stepped forward.
What do you mean he's not alone?
Placing himself
I
directly
asked.
between
She
her
opened her
and me.
mouth.
"You're
but then
not
she
touching
froze.
anything."
Her eyes
She
flicked
laughed.
past me
A sharp,
toward the
bitter
warehouse
sound.
entrance.
"You think you
I
can
turned.
stop this?"
Two men stepped
"I
out of the
already
building,
have."
talking
Her smile
quietly.
faded.
One was
JT
Jake.
took another
The other
step
was our
toward
old
her,
lawyer.
voice low.
They hadn't seen us
"You're
yet,
here
but they were
without
heading toward the
authorization,
parking lot,
without your
toward
client,
the alley we were standing
without
in.
backup."
Meredith
That's
pulled
sloppy.
me behind a dumpster.
A muscle
Listen,
jumped in her jaw.
we don't have long.
Bold
Her
words
whisper
for
was
someone
barely
working
air.
alone.
Jake didn't
"I'm
just
not
set up
alone,"
a shell
he
corporation,
said.
she said.
Mark's head
He
snapped
funneled
toward
assets
me.
into it.
"What does that mean?"
Accounts receivable.
I didn't know,
Vendor
but
contracts.
I felt it.
Even
Something in the
intellectual
air
property.
shifting.
All
And
of it
then
is already
the ground
in his control.
vibrated.
My mouth
Just a
went
faint
dry.
tremor.
That's
A
illegal.
pulse beneath the
Only
earth.
if you can prove it,
The woman
she
froze.
said. And he's been
JT's
erasing
eyes
your
narrowed.
access for months.
My breath caught.
By Monday,
What
he'll
was
have a
that?
temporary injunction
Mark whispered.
preventing you
Another
from stepping
tremor.
into the building.
Stronger this
I
time.
felt the ground
Then a
shift
deep,
beneath me.
muted
My
tone
world
sounded
was
under
collapsing
us,
one
like something
calculated
far
decision
below
at a
the
time.
surface
What
exhaling.
about the forged
JT's
medical
posture
note?
changed
I asked.
instantly.
That alone
Tension
should.
tightened
Adam,
every line of
Meredith
his body.
closed her eyes,
"No,"
bracing herself.
he muttered.
He
"Not
didn't forge
now."
it alone.
The woman
A
took
cold
a step
chill
back.
crept down my
"You
spine.
didn't tell me it
What are you
was this
talking about?
close."
Your doctor's
wasn't
office got a
supposed to
call
be,
last week
he said.
requesting your records.
"What's happening?"
They thought you
I
authorized
asked, panic rising.
Someone pretending
JT
to
turned to me.
filed
"The
a medical
reservoir
release
isn't
form."
stable."
My
My
pulse
pulse
spiked.
surged.
He
"What does
impersonated
that mean?"
me. Yes.
"It's moving,"
Her voice
he
broke.
said, voice
To
sharp.
set up a false
Shifting.
diagnosis.
Pressure is
To paint you
building
as
under the
unfit.
north corner.
My hands
The
curled into
north corner.
fists.
The
Rage.
largest X on the map.
Helplessness.
"Oh
Shame.
my God."
All of it choked me
I
at once.
breathed.
How
"Is
long
it
have you known?
dangerous?"
I asked
"Yes,"
quietly.
he said.
She swallowed
"If someone
hard.
drilled too
Since
close
yesterday,
or disturbed
I didn't
the
want to believe
surface,
it until I
the
saw
woman
the
cut
paperwork.
in.
Adam,
"We had nothing
he's
to
going to
do
claim
with
you're
that."
having a psychological
snapped.
breakdown.
Then
The
someone
words
did.
slammed into
Another
me like
deep
a physical
rumble
blow.
vibrated
A
up through my
breakdown.
shoes.
I echoed.
Mark staggered.
Why would he? Because
Dad
it makes
knew
you
about
legally
this?
unable to
JT
contest
dead.
the transfer.
It's why he shut
You
the
still have to
survey
hit.
down.
No.
He didn't want to blow
He's going
out.
to take everything.
He didn't want the
And he's
company
going to say I
involved.
agreed to it.
He didn't want
because
anyone
I
dying
wasn't
for
well.
money.
She
The
nodded,
woman's expression
tears
twisted.
slipping down her cheeks.
It's too late for
I'm
that
sorry.
kind of morality.
I'm so sorry.
And then,
a car
from
door
behind her,
slammed in
her
the
driver
distance.
stepped out of the
Jake
car.
and the lawyer were
Not
getting closer.
calmly.
We
Hurried,
need to move.
pale,
She whispered
wide-eyed.
urgently.
He whispered
Now.
something into her
I nodded,
ear.
but something in me
Her
snapped.
expression changed
Not
instantly.
fear, not panic,
Fear
something
slicing
sharper.
clean through the arrogance.
Resolve.
She
We're not
snapped
running.
her head head toward
I
us.
said quietly.
We have to
We're
leave.
finding
Now,
leverage.
all of us.
She blinked. What
JT
leverage?
Stephen.
The flash
What's
drive,
wrong?
I
Her
said.
voice
Your
dropped to a
files,
whisper.
and the email
One of
he
our
just
drill
sent me.
teams.
I pulled out my
They
phone.
broke ground
Screen
near the
still open
ravine
on the
yesterday.
attachments he'd
They
never
weren't
intended
supposed
me
to.
to see.
Now
This
the
is
system's
enough to
picking
corner
up
him.
pressure spikes.
Her face twisted.
JT's face
It's a
went
start,
white.
but it's not
You
enough
idiots.
to win. Maybe
He hissed.
not. I
You
said,
triggered it.
but it's enough
My
to
heart
scare him.
slammed against
The
my
footsteps
ribs.
grew
Triggered
louder.
what?
Jake's
The woman met my
unmistakable
eyes.
stride
The
echoing
reservoir
off
is
the
going
brick
to
walls.
breach.
Meredith
shock
ripped my
shot through
arm.
me.
Adam,
As in
he won't
explode?
hesitate.
Not
If he
exactly,
catches us, he'll spin
JT
it.
said.
He'll say
But
you're
if it
unstable.
vents, if the
He'll
earth
call the
opens,
police
we're
himself.
talking a collapse
I believed
zone
her,
miles wide.
because I finally
Mark's voice
understood
cracked.
just how far
So
he'd go.
what do we do?
I peeked around the
JT
dumpster.
looked at me first.
Jake was only 30
then
feet
at the
away
woman,
now,
then
looking
toward
around
the dark road
suspiciously,
leading to our
like he
father's
sensed
land.
something was off.
We go to the
We
north
need to
corner,
disappear,
he said.
Meredith
Now,
whispered.
before
I know a
the
place we
ground
can talk
gives
safely.
way. The
Where?
woman hesitated.
She hesitated.
You're insane.
My home, she said.
No.
But we have to go
JT
right
said
now.
softly.
We slipped
I'm
into
the
shadows,
only one here who
moving
knows how to
fast,
stop this.
hearts pounding,
The rumble
staying
beneath us
low
grew
until
louder,
we reached the end of the alley.
like a warning
when we
from
step
the
on a
earth
side
itself.
street, I looked
JT
back
stepped
one
closer
last
to
time.
us.
Jake
eyes sharp.
stood under the street
Whatever
lamp,
is buried
hands in
under
his
your
pockets,
father's land,
scanning the
he
darkness like
said,
a predator
is
who
about
knew
to
his
show
prey
itself.
was close.
The drive
And
to the
then,
north corner
almost as if
felt
he
like
sensed
racing toward
exactly
the mouth
where
of
I
something
was.
alive.
He smiled.
The earth kept
A
rumbling.
slow, chilling smile.
Small tremors
because
rolling
he
under
thought
the tires,
he'd already won.
vibrating
He thought I
through
was
the
helpless.
floorboards.
He thought
Every
I was
few
alone,
seconds,
but he was wrong.
Mark would glance
and in
at
less
me
than
like
an hour,
he needed proof I
would
was still
discover
there.
something in
Behind
Meredith's
us,
home office
the
that
woman's
would blow
car
his
followed
entire
close,
plan wide
headlights
open.
bouncing
To be
in the
continued.
darkness.
Meredith's
Ahead
house
of us,
was a small,
JT drove with
two-story
one
brick
hand
place
braced
tucked
on the
behind a
wheel like he
row
could
of
feel the
aging
land
maple
shifting
trees.
before it happened.
It was the kind of
At
home where
4:12
neighbors
a.m.,
rarely looked out their
we
windows,
turned down the narrow
where
dirt
porch
road
lights
leading to
stayed
my
off,
father's
where
property.
privacy
Fog
came
drifted
naturally.
low across
At
the fields,
9:57 p.m.,
hanging thick
we
like
slipped
smoke.
inside through the
The closer
side door,
we got to the
locking
ravine,
it behind us.
the heavier
The
the air
moment I
felt,
stepped into her kitchen,
dense,
the weight of the
charged,
night pressed
almost
against
metallic.
my ribs.
Mark
My
finally
shirt was
whispered,
still damp from sweat.
"Why didn't
in
Dad
the
tell us
cold.
any of this?"
My hands shook
I didn't have
every
an
time
answer.
I remember
Not
Jake's
one he wanted.
voice echoing
When we
through
reached
that
the north
warehouse.
corner,
He won't see it
JT's
coming.
truck skidded to
He
a
was
stop.
right. I
He
didn't.
jumped out
Meredith
instantly,
motioned to a chair.
scanning the ground with a
See,
flashlight,
I'm getting the files.
moving fast,
I didn't want to
scanning,
sit.
muttering
My legs
to himself.
moved
I
restlessly.
stepped out of the SUV.
Adrenaline refusing
The cold
to
hit me
settle.
like a slap.
But I forced myself
My
down.
breath came out in
palms
quick white
pressed
bursts.
flat against the
JT,
wooden table. The
I
kitchen
called.
smelled
What's
faintly
happening?
of cinnamon
He didn't
and
look
printer
up.
ink
The
because
pressure
boxes of
spike is
paperwork
bad.
were stacked
Worse
everywhere.
than I thought.
Some
The
open,
woman
some
approached,
taped
her
shut,
coat snapping
some
in the
spilling
wind.
receipts and
Can
bank
you
statements.
stop it?
I wasn't
Maybe,
prepared
he
for what
said,
she was about
if
to
the
show me.
fault hasn't
She
opened
returned
yet.
carrying
My
a
heart
thick
pounded.
manila folder,
And if it
the
has,
edges worn from
he
being
finally
handled
looked
too
at
many
me.
times.
Then the
I need
land
you to
collapses.
breathe, she said
Everything
softly.
your father
I'll
protected
breathe
gets
when I
swallowed.
know what he did.
The ground
She
gave a
hesitated,
low,
then placed the
groaning
folder
rumble
in
beneath
front of me.
us.
Inside
Deep,
was my
ancient,
signature. Everywhere.
terrifying.
Not
Mark
one page.
swore under his
not
breath.
5 pages.
We shouldn't be
dozens.
here.
My
We
name.
have to be.
My handwriting.
JT snapped.
My initials.
Your father
Except
left
I'd never
instructions.
seen these documents before.
He planned for this.
My throat
I
tightened.
blinked.
What is
Instructions?
this? She pulled
Where?
her chair closer.
He held out
voice
his hand.
barely audible.
For the map.
Jake created
I
a
froze.
secondary
His voice
operational
softened.
agreement.
I
A
don't want
private
the
one.
land.
It
I never
overrides
did.
sections
But your
of the
father
original
understood
contract.
something none of you did.
He stared
If the
ahead.
reservoir
But
vented
I never
in the
signed
wrong
anything
place,
like
it
that.
wouldn't just take the
I know.
oil.
She
It would
exhaled
take everything.
shakily. And
Mark
that's the
stepped
problem.
closer to me.
I flipped through the
Don't
pages.
give it to him.
Each one more
Mark.
horrifying
No,
than the last.
he said
A new
louder.
workflow delegation
You don't know
structure.
him.
A
You don't know
revised
what deal he had
responsibility
with Dad.
allocation.
How
A
do we know he's
pre-authorization
not
for
trying to take
leadership
it for
shift
himself?
in case of
J'y
medical
pointais
or
as Joe
emotional
Titan.
incapacitation.
Your father
And the worst
trusted
one,
me more than
a
you
page
trust
that
your own
legally
family.
relinquished
Mark shoved
operational
him hard.
authority to Jake
Don't talk
for
about
the sake
trust.
of
You're the one who
organizational
dragged us
stability.
into this.
My breath caught.
JT shoved
My vision
him back.
blurred. This
I'm
wasn't
the
a contract.
one trying to keep
It
you
was a
alive.
blueprint for my
The
removal.
woman stepped forward.
Meredith, this signature.
Her
I pointed
voice
at the bottom of the
sliced through the
page.
tension.
That's not mine.
We don't have time
I would remember
for this.
signing something
That
like
map
this.
is the only
She
thing
didn't
that
look
shows the
surprised.
fault line.
That's because you
She
didn't
turned to
sign
me.
it. At
Give
least
it to
not
someone who
intentionally.
can actually
What
use
does that
it.
mean?
Something
She
inside
swallowed,
me
eyes
snapped.
distant.
Everyone
Do you remember
stopped.
the vendor audit you
My
did
voice
last December?
echoed across
When
the
Jake
field.
asked you to sign a
The
stack
rumbling
of
grew
invoices
louder,
because accounting needed
like the land
end-of-year
itself was
approvals.
listening. I pulled
Yeah,
the map
I
from my
said
jacket,
slowly.
but
I
didn't
signed
hand
maybe
it
30
over.
papers that day.
If I give this to
She
any
nodded.
of you,
You
I
signed
said, voice
29
shaking but
invoices
steady,
and one
I need one
contract
thing,
modification.
one answer.
My heartbeat
J'étais
slammed
exhaled.
against my ribs. kids.
Name it.
You're saying he
What did my
buried it
father
in the
find
stack.
out before he
I'm
died?
saying he counted on you
Silence.
trusting
The
him.
kind that
Her
makes your
voice
stomach
cracked,
drop.
and you did.
JT looked
My
away
stomach
first.
twisted,
He
nausea
found the full survey
rising in my
results.
throat.
He
Was
said
anyone else
quietly.
involved?
The
I
ones
asked.
the drilling
Anyone on the
company
finance
hid.
team?
It wasn't
She
just
hesitated.
oil down there.
There's someone,
He
she said.
hesitated.
I don't know how
What
much they
was
know,
it?
but
I
someone helped him
whispered.
hide the
A
paper
pocket
trail.
of trapped gas.
I clenched my fists.
Ancient.
Who?
Unstable.
Just as she opened
The
her mouth,
kind that can
headlights
blow if
flashed
disturbed.
across her living
My
room
mouth
wall.
went dry.
She froze.
And the company knew.
I stood. Is that
JT
him?
added. They
I
tried to
whispered.
force him out.
She peeked through the
Your
blinds,
father refused.
breath trembling.
He died
Then
before
she
he could
exhaled in
expose them.
relief.
The
No,
woman's face
it's just a
tightened.
neighbor.
That
You
was
scared me.
never supposed
I
to
ran a
happen.
hand through my hair.
Mark stared
I
at
am
her.
sorry.
Your
This all
client
night,
threatened our
I'm
father?
not thinking straight.
She didn't
It's
deny
okay.
it.
You're
That was
processing
enough for
trauma
me.
in real
I stepped
time.
back,
She gestured to
clutching
the
the
folder.
map.
And this
So
isn't
what,
even the worst
now
part.
you want to
My head jerked
fix
up.
the
What could
problem
be
you
worse
created?
than this?
She
She
exhaled
sighed
sharply.
and stood,
No.
walking
I
toward her
want to
home
buy you
office.
out.
Come
All
with
of
me.
you.
The room
right
was
now.
small but
Her voice
meticulously
hardened.
organized.
$5 million
Monitors,
each. Cash.
filing cabinets,
Tonight.
label
Mark
binders,
inhaled sharply.
post-it notes with
We
dates
should.
and arrows.
I cut him off.
She placed a
No.
USB drive
His
on the
eyes
desk.
widened with
Everything
panic.
you saw tonight,
You
she
don't know
said.
what you're saying.
I backed it up,
I know
but I also
exactly
found
what I'm
something
saying.
else.
I
She clicked to open
whispered.
a folder
Another
on her
rumble
computer.
shook the ground.
Email
This one
screenshots,
sharp, violent.
transaction logs,
The woman took a
phone
step
records,
back.
document
JT cursed
revision
under his breath.
timestamps,
Mark
IP
grabbed
address
my arm.
histories.
If you
But
don't
one
take
file
that
made my
deal,
skin
we
crawl.
lose everything.
Internal board
the
memo.
land, the money.
Confidential draft.
Mark,
It was
I
written
said
by
softly.
Jake. I
We're
opened
about
it.
to lose
My
something
worst
way bigger
nightmare
than money.
unfolded in
The
black
earth beneath
text.
us cracked.
As many of you are
Just
aware,
a hairline fracture,
Adam's recent
but
behavioral
enough to
instability
make
has
all of us
raised concerns
freeze.
about his
A
ability
thin line in
to
the dirt,
manage daily operations.
glowing faintly.
In light
JT's
of his
eyes went
escalating
wide.
stress
It's
responses,
starting.
declining
The glowing
communication,
fracture
and
in the dirt
concerning
was no
emotional
wider than a
reactions,
pencil,
I
but
believe
the
the
light
healthiest
pulsing from it
option
felt alive,
for him and the
throbbing
company
like a heartbeat
is a
trapped
temporary
beneath the
transition
earth.
of leadership.
We all stepped
My
back
heart stopped.
instinctively.
Instability,
JT crouched
declining
beside
communication,
it, his flashlight
concerning
trembling
emotional
just slightly
reactions.
in his hand.
He was building a
It's
psychological
a gas flare,
profile,
he muttered.
a fake one,
The pressure's
a convincing
breaking
one,
through.
a trap.
The woman's voice
This is
was
character
tight.
assassination.
How long do we have?
I whispered.
Minutes,
He's staging
he
a
said.
mental breakdown.
Maybe.
Meredith
Another
nodded.
rumble rolled
He's already
beneath
planted
us.
the seeds.
Deeper now,
HR has
more
received
insistent.
3 anonymous
The ground
reports
shuddered hard
claiming
enough
you've been
to make
erratic
Mark lose his
and
balance.
hostile in meetings.
I grabbed his arm,
My voice shook.
steadying him. For a split second,
Those were him.
we were just two
She
brothers
nodded again. I'm
holding
sure
each
of
other
it.
up the way
I
we
sank
used
into
to
the
when
chair,
Dad made
head in
us
my
carry
hands.
lumber across the
He
yard.
wasn't just taking the
But that
company.
moment
He was
evaporated
rewriting
as
who
the
I
earth
was.
groaned again.
In the eyes of the
JT
board,
stood,
in the eyes of our
turned to me,
employees,
and held out
in
his
the
hand.
eyes of anyone
Give
who
me
ever
the map.
needed to believe him.
Now.
Meredith
This time,
sat
I didn't
beside me,
hesitate.
hesitating
The map.
before speaking.
The thing
There's
everyone
more,
chased,
Adam. I looked
fought
up
over,
exhausted.
bled
Just
for,
tell me. She clicked
unfolded
another
in
file.
his hands like
A
a relic.
scanned document.
He scanned
A
the
bank
red
form.
excess,
A signature
traced
line.
the fault line,
My name again.
then looked
What is
toward the
this?
ravine.
I whispered.
We need to vent
A
it
financial
safely,
authorization
he said.
form.
Your
She
father
said
marked
softly.
the weakest
It gives
point.
Jake the right
If
to
we
open
break it
credit
there,
lines
the
under
pressure
the company
will release without
dual
collapsing
approval.
the whole property.
But we always
The woman
needed
scoffed.
2 signatures.
You think we can just
Yes. She
dig a hole?
paused
That's
until
your
this
plan.
form went
JT
through.
glared at her.
I felt my pulse
but
pounding
he
in
left
my
tools.
ears. I
He
never
pointed
signed
toward
this,
the old
I
equipment
said.
shed near
I
the
know,
fence line.
But look,
Half
she
collapsed,
zoomed in on the
vines
signature.
crawling over
It's
the
based
roof.
on your real
My father's
handwriting.
shed.
It's a
Of
digital
course, he
composite.
left something there.
Someone scanned
He
your
always
signature from an
prepared for
old
storms
document
before they
and
arrived.
layered it onto this
We
one.
ran. Cold
So now
wind
he has the
slapped
power
my
to put
face
the
as we
company
crossed
into
the
debt
field.
without me
The
knowing.
shed door was swollen
Yes.
from years of
And when
rain,
it blows up,
but
he'll say
JT
it was my
shouldered it open with a
authorization.
grunt.
Yes.
Inside,
I pushed back from
dust
the desk.
floated in the
breath
beam of the
unsteady.
flashlight like tiny
This can't be
ghosts.
undone.
And there,
I
against
whispered.
the back wall,
He set this
were the
up so
tools.
cleanly,
Heavy rods,
so perfectly.
pressure gauges,
How do you even
a
fight
manual
something
venting
like this?
spike older
She
than
hesitated.
me. Dad
You
knew.
don't fight it alone.
He knew this
she
day
said.
might come.
And you don't
He
fight it
planned
the way
for
he
it.
expects.
My chest
What does
tightened
that
so
mean?
painfully
She
I
looked
had
me
to steady
dead in the
myself on the
eyes.
wall.
It means you need to
JT
see
grabbed the
something
spike
I've been
and tossed
afraid
the
to
other
show
tools
you.
to Mark and
Something
me.
I didn't want to
We
believe
drive
myself.
this into the
My
ravine
stomach
wall.
dropped.
Fast.
What is it?
Clean.
She reached into her desk
Before
drawer
the pressure
and pulled out
finds its
one
own
final
exit.
folder.
I nodded,
Thicker, heavier than
adrenaline
the rest.
swallowing my fear.
She placed it in front
when
of me.
we reached the
her
ravine,
hand
the air was
trembling.
warm,
This,
unnaturally
she
warm.
whispered,
The
is why I
ground
think Jake
vibrated
isn't
like a
working
living
alone.
thing.
I stared
A
at the
faint
folder.
hiss rose from
Something in the
cracks
air
in the
shifted.
soil.
Open
Mark
it, she
stepped
said.
forward,
I lifted the
jaw
cover,
clenched.
and the first
Tell
page
me what to do.
made the blood
He
drain
wasn't
from
the
my
scared,
face.
reckless
Because the
screw-up
person
anymore.
helping Jake
Right now, he
was
was the
someone I
man
never would
Dad
have
always
suspected.
hoped he'd
The
become.
folder felt
We worked
heavier than
fast.
it should have.
3 people
As if the
pushing,
paper
hammering,
inside carried
bracing
weight
the
beyond
spike
its
while the
pages.
woman stood back,
I could already feel
staring
dread
at the ground like it
crawling
might
up my
open beneath
spine
her.
before I
The
even turned it
hissing
over.
grew louder.
Meredith
JT
watched me
shouted,
with a look that wasn't
"Almost
just
there."
fear.
I
It was
drove
guilt,
the spike
like she'd
down
been
with
holding her
everything I
breath
had
for
left.
months,
My arms
waiting for
burned.
this exact
My hands
moment.
shook.
Just
The metal
open it,
vibrated
she whispered.
violently as
You
it
need to
hit
see.
the fault line.
I did.
Then,
And the moment my
a roar.
eyes hit the
A
first
deafening,
page, the
explosive
room
burst of
seemed to
pressure
tilt.
shot upward.
A name stared back
Hot
at me.
air whipping
I
my
seen
hair
it, you.
back.
Someone I
Dirt
trusted.
blasting into the
Someone who
sky
had
like a
keys
geyser
to the
of
office.
dust and heat.
Someone who
It
knew our
wasn't
systems.
fire. It
Someone who
wasn't
knew
destruction.
me. Laura.
It was
My
release.
ex-fiancée.
The ground
My chest
trembled
tightened
beneath us,
so violently.
then settled.
I had to grip the edge of the
Quietly,
desk.
slowly.
No.
peacefully. JT sagged to his knees,
she wouldn't.
breathing
This
hard.
has to be a mistake.
It's done.
I thought so
Mark
too.
leaned on the
Meredith
spike,
said.
chest
But it's
heaving.
not.
The
I
woman
flipped
backed
the page,
away,
hands
face
trembling.
pale,
Emails,
realizing no amount of
texts,
money could buy
call
control
logs,
over something
meetings
this
between
powerful.
her and
I
Jake
stepped to
going
the
back
edge
6
of the
months.
ravine. The
6
faint
months.
glow had vanished.
That was 2 months
The
before
earth
she
was
left
still
me.
again,
2 months before
like it
she
was
ended our
finally
engagement
exhaling
with a
after
vague,
holding its breath
I just
for
need
years.
space,
We didn't
speech,
speak
and
for a long
disappear
time.
from my life
Not
overnight.
until the
It
sun
wasn't
crept
cold
over the
feet.
horizon,
It wasn't stress.
painting the field
It wasn't
in
the
gold.
distance growing
Mark
between
wiped
us.
his face
She'd
with a shaking
already
hand.
chosen a side.
I'm sorry,
My stomach dropped.
he whispered.
Meredith
For
continued,
everything.
voice
I nodded
gentle.
slowly.
Adam,
We can fix
she didn't
some
just
of
help
it.
him.
Not
She
all,
guided him.
but
She
some.
reviewed the
He
contracts.
nodded back,
She helped
tears in
draft
his
the
eyes.
amendments.
JT
She knew
approached,
exactly
the map
where
rolled
blind
under his
spots were.
arm. Your
Blind
father
spots,
didn't want the
my
land
weaknesses,
to make you rich.
my trust,
He wanted it
everything
to keep you
I
grounded,
ever told Laura
to keep you
in
together.
confidence.
My
My
throat
work habits,
tightened.
my faith in
He
Jake,
didn't get
my
that.
tendency to
Maybe
rush
he
through
did,
paperwork when
JT said
overwhelmed.
softly.
She handed
Just
all of
not
it
the
to
way
him
he
like
expected.
ammunition.
The
Why?
woman
I
walked
croaked.
toward her car.
Why would she do this?
Defeated.
Meredith
not angry,
hesitated.
Not
Her
threatening.
silence was
Just
the answer.
done.
I
This
forced
never
myself to
happened,
flip another page.
she said.
Photos,
None of you saw us.
screenshots,
And then she
proof of
drove
payments.
away without another
Jake had been
word.
sending her money.
We let her go.
Not huge
3
amounts.
months later, the
$1,
land is
$200
quiet,
here, $2,500 there.
safe.
But
Mark
consistent.
and I repaired the
monthly,
shed,
like a
cleared the
retainer
brush.
fee for
We
betrayal.
walked the property
A
together
bitter laugh
now,
slipped out
slowly,
before I could stop
carefully,
it. I was
learning
engaged
to
to
rebuild
someone who had a
trust the
salary
same way the
for
earth
stabbing
rebuilt
me
its strength.
in the back.
Some wounds
Meredith
don't
didn't
vanish,
laugh.
but they
She
stop
swallowed.
bleeding.
Hard.
Dad left
That's
us
not
a
even the
map
worst
to
part,
something
she
dangerous,
said. What could
something
possibly
ancient,
be worse?
something
She
bigger
opened a
than
second
greed.
folder,
And
one
in
I
the
hadn't
end,
noticed on the
the
side
real
of the desk.
discovery wasn't
Inside
the
were
oil
more
beneath our
documents.
feet.
Same
It was the
handwriting.
truth that
Same
surfaced
signatures.
because of it.
Same
I
forged
still visit the
authorization
north
pages.
corner sometimes.
But at the top of
I
one
stand
form,
at the edge of the
highlighted in
ravine,
yellow, was
listen
something
to
that
the
made my
silence,
blood run cold.
and I swear,
Statement of
in the soft
psychological
hum
concern
of the morning wind,
provided by
I
former
can still
partner.
hear my
I
father's
scanned
voice.
it in seconds.
Protected.
Laura had filed
I finally
a formal
understand
statement
what he
claiming
meant.
she'd witnessed
End of story.
severe mood instability,
The inheritance that shattered
impulsive
our family.
tendencies,
I didn't know
reckless
it then,
decision making,
but the morning my father
episodes of
died would be the
paranoia,
last peaceful moment my
unpredictable
family
anger,
ever shared.
a perfect
Tuesday,
picture of someone
February
unfit
11th,
to run a company, a perfect
6:42
tool
a.m.
for Jake's plan.
The house was still
And
dark
at the
when
bottom,
my phone lit
her
up on the
signature.
nightstand.
I felt
One
sick.
missed call
She
from my
gave them
brother,
this.
Mark.
I whispered.
2 from the
She
hospital.
told them I was
A text
unstable.
that just said,
Meredith nodded.
"Call me."
Her testimony is what
By
convinced
7:15,
HR to start
I was
a
standing in a
confidential
room
file.
that smelled like
Jake
cold
knew her
metal and
statement would
disinfectant,
carry weight.
staring at a
My
body
fists
that didn't
trembled
look like the man
because
who
we
raised
were
me.
engaged.
His hands,
Exactly.
once
My
rough and
pulse
worn
throbbed
from
in my
years of
ears.
working land
This
no
was a
one else
coordinated
wanted,
attack,
were pale and
a
still.
systematic
I remember
dismantling
touching the
of my
hem of the
reputation,
thin
my
hospital
credibility,
blanket.
my
I
identity.
remember how heavy
They
the
weren't
air
just
felt,
taking the company.
and I
They were
remember
taking my
thinking the
sanity,
same thought
my
over
history,
and over.
my
He
truth,
can't be gone.
piece by piece.
Not him.
I stood
But
abruptly,
grief has a cruel
pacing the
sense
room.
of timing.
She pretended to
It never
love me
comes
while
alone,
planning this.
because by
For what?
9:03 a.m.,
Money?
before
Loyalty
we
to
even
Jake?
left the hospital
Did they?
parking lot,
I stopped myself.
Mark said something
Meredith
that made
didn't
my
meet
stomach
my
drop.
eyes.
Dad
No, I
didn't
said,
leave a will.
No. Don't
he
tell me
muttered,
they were.
staring straight
Yes,
ahead.
she whispered.
So the land?
They were seeing each
It's
other
ours.
before she left you.
Split 50-50.
The air punched out of my lungs.
He said it too quickly.
I stumbled back
too
into the chair like someone
confidently,
had kicked
like
my
he'd
knees
rehearsed
out.
it.
She left
And
you.
right there, before
Meredith
grief even
continued
settled
carefully,
in, the first
because
crack in
Jake
our
told her the
family
plan
formed.
was nearly
We didn't
ready.
talk much
That
the
once
next
you
few
were out,
days.
she
The
could help
funeral
manage
planning,
the company
the
as
condolences, the
partner,
casseroles.
not romantic
It all
partner.
blurred into white
Business
noise.
partner.
But
She left
Wednesday
me
night,
for a promotion.
something happened
The
that
betrayal
snapped
burned
everything
so
into focus.
deep my bones
At
felt
11:47 p.m.,
What else did she do?
I got a
I
call
said
from a
through
number
clenched
I
teeth.
didn't recognize.
Tell me everything.
A man's voice.
Meredith did.
Low.
She pointed to a
Urgent.
stack of notes.
You don't know me.
She sat in on at
but your
least
father
3
trusted
legal
me.
meetings.
I sat up
She gave him your
instantly.
routine.
Who is
when you were
this?
most distracted.
You need to
when
check
you
his
worked
safe.
late. When
The
you'd
man
be least
whispered.
likely to look
Before
through
your brother
documents.
does.
I closed my
skin
eyes,
prickled.
chest
Why?
rising and
A
falling
pause.
too fast.
A breath.
She
Because
also,
the land
Meredith
isn't what
whispered,
you think it is.
helped him
And
isolate
he didn't
you from
want
the team.
Mark to have it.
She's the reason
The line
several
clicked dead.
people started going
For
to
a long
him
moment,
instead of you.
I just
She
stared
started
at the
rumors
shadows
about
on
your
my
stress
bedroom
levels.
walls,
Rumors,
listening to my heartbeat
seeds of
thundering
doubt,
in my ears.
poison roots.
That voice,
She didn't just betray me.
it wasn't frantic.
She prepared the
It wasn't
battlefield for
threatening.
my
It
execution.
sounded like
I
someone
sat there in
carrying a truth
silence,
too heavy
the
to
weight
hold any
of
longer.
everything
I should have
crushing
called
down on
Mark.
me.
I
For
should
a
have
long
asked him
moment,
what was going
the only
on.
sound was the
But something
quiet
in my
hum
gut
of her
said,
computer.
don't.
Then I
Not
forced
yet.
myself to speak.
Looking back
What do
now,
we do
that
now?
was the moment everything
Meredith
changed.
looked at me, really
My
looked
father's
at me.
safe was in the
Adam,
workshop behind the
the
house.
only way you survive
A place that always
is if you
smelled like
confront
oil,
someone who never
sawdust,
expected you to show up.
and the stubbornness
Who?
that held
Our
our
lawyer,
family
she
together.
said.
I
He's the
drove
one who
there the next
drafted the
morning
amendments.
just after sunrise.
He's the one Jake trusts.
The frost still
and he's the
clung
one
to the
who
windows.
knows where the bodies
My
are
breath
buried.
fogged in
I'm not
the air.
sure he'll talk.
When I opened the
Not
workshop
willingly,
door,
she agreed.
it creaked the
But
same
he's
way it
scared of
had when I
losing
was a
his
kid
license.
sneaking in for
If you
tools I
corner
wasn't
him with
supposed
proof,
to touch.
real
But
proof,
this time the
he
room
might
felt
break. I nodded
different,
slowly.
like someone
and
had been
she
there
continued,
recently.
There's something else.
The safe was
She
under his
opened yet
workbench.
another file.
Old,
This one
dusty,
small,
scratched
thin,
from decades
marked with
of
a
use.
single word on the tab.
My father always
Recording.
kept the
My
combination
heart beat
scribbled
still.
on a tiny
What
slip of
recording?
paper tucked
She met
inside
my
the lining
eyes.
of his red hunting
Hesitation
jacket.
flickering
I reached
before
for it,
she forced
hands
the truth
trembling,
out.
and
Your
found
lawyer
the
left a
paper
voicemail
exactly
on the
where it
firm
had always
server.
been.
He tried
At
to delete
least
it.
that hadn't
I
been
recovered
touched.
it. What
The
does it
combination
say?
made the
Her
lock
jaw
click
tightened.
open with a
It's
sound
evidence
that
Jake
echoed
never
in the cold
wanted
room.
anyone to hear.
Inside
I
were
exhaled
three
hard.
things:
Then
a
played
folded
it.
map,
She
old
inserted
and
the
brittle
flash
around
drive
the
in her
edges,
laptop.
a sealed
Clicked on the
letter
audio
with my
file,
name written
and sat
in his
beside
shaky
me.
handwriting,
A crackle.
a property
breath,
appraisal
a
document
voice,
dated 4 months
shaky,
before he died.
Panicked.
For
Jake,
months,
we made a mistake.
he'd never told
If
us
Adam
about any
ever
of
finds
this.
out what we did,
My hands
we're
shook as I
finished.
opened the letter.
You need to call me back.
If you're reading this,
immediately.
it means I
My
didn't
blood
have time to
froze.
explain.
Meredith
Do
pressed
not
pause.
trust Mark with the
This,
land.
she said
He's already
softly,
spoken to
is
people he
leverage.
shouldn't have.
For the first
The
time in
land
hours,
is worth far
maybe
more than he
days,
knows,
I felt something
and far
shift
more than I
inside
ever
me.
told him.
A spark.
My blood
Small
ran
but
cold.
real.
Then
Hope.
the last
I
line:
straightened.
protect
We take
it,
this to the lawyer.
or everything
Her
I
eyes
fought
widened.
for will be
Tonight,
lost.
yes.
I don't know how long
Adam,
I sat there.
He might call Jake.
Maybe
I
minutes,
shook my
maybe an
head.
hour.
No.
Just
Not if he
staring at
thinks
the
I
letter
already
while
know
the workshop
everything.
slowly
Meredith
warmed with
hesitated.
sunlight.
Are you
My
sure you want
father
to do
wasn't
this?
the dramatic
I
type.
nodded. Because
he
I
didn't
knew
write
something
riddles
Jake
or
didn't.
warnings.
He thought he'd
If he
taken
said
everything
something was
from me.
dangerous or
But he
important,
forgot something
he meant
critical.
it. So
A
what was
desperate
he
man
protecting?
doesn't break.
And
A
from
desperate
who?
man fights.
I unfolded the
and
map
I was done
next.
being prey.
It wasn't
I
one
grabbed
of
the
our
folder,
state maps.
the flash drive,
It was
the
older,
printed screenshots.
yellowed at the seams.
Let's go, I said.
Marked with
We headed
precise
toward the door,
hand-drawn lines that
hearts
traced
pounding.
the contours
Because
of his
in less
12
than an
acres.
hour,
There
I
were
would be
red
standing
excess in
face to
places
face
I'd
with the
never
man
paid
who
attention
helped
to.
dismantle
The
my
north
life.
corner,
And he
the
had no
ravine
idea
edge,
I was coming.
the patch
What we
of
were about to
useless
do.
clay soil
Meredith
behind the
locked her
barn.
door,
Except
hands trembling
maybe it wasn't
slightly,
useless.
but her voice
And then I
stayed
saw
steady.
something I'd never
The
noticed
firm is
before.
10 minutes away.
In the
she
appraisal
said.
documents,
If he's still
under
working
potential
late,
mineral
we might
value,
catch him alone.
a single
Good,
line had
I
been
replied.
highlighted in
I want him
faded
alone.
yellow.
Truth
Significant
was,
indication
I didn't know
of
what I wanted.
subsurface hydrocarbons.
Answers? Revenge?
Further
Just
evaluation
one person
recommended.
to admit what they did.
Hydrocarbons.
I wasn't sure
Oil,
anymore.
gas.
But I knew this.
Maybe both.
I wasn't
My
going to let
mind spun.
Jake or his
My father
accomplices
bought
walk
that
me
land
into
for
a fabricated
$50,000
meltdown
when everyone said
and
he was
steal
stupid.
everything I'd built.
When my mother
Not
cried
without
because
hearing
it
the
meant
truth
no
from the man
vacations,
who'd
no
helped craft the
upgrades, no
knife.
financial
We
breathing
drove
room.
in silence.
For years, the
roads
land
were
produced
empty.
nothing.
9:58 p.m.
Maybe
on
he
a
knew
Thursday.
something we didn't.
Cold
Maybe
air
someone else
misting
knew
the
too.
windows.
Halfway
Street
home,
lights
still
flickered
gripping the
across
steering
the
wheel
dashboard,
like it might disappear.
revealing flashes
Something
of
hit
anger
me out of
in my
nowhere.
reflection. I
Hard
wasn't the
enough
same
to
man
steal
who
my
sat
breath.
signing
If
contracts
Mark knew
2 years
about
ago.
the map,
I wasn't
if he
naive
knew
anymore.
about the
We
appraisal,
pulled into the law
if he
firm's
already
parking
contacted
lot
people,
at 10:07 p.m.
like Dad said,
Only one car
then he
remained,
wasn't just
the old
assuming
silver
the land
Lexus
was
I
50-50.
recognized instantly.
He was planning
Our former
something.
attorney,
My phone
Peter
buzzed
Caldwell,
on the passenger
always
seat.
worked late.
A text from
He loved the
Mark.
quiet.
We need
Tonight,
to talk.
that worked in my favor.
Tonight.
Are
It's
you ready?
important.
Meredith
Important.
asked quietly.
That word felt
No,
like a warning
I said
now,
honestly.
not an
But
invitation.
it doesn't matter.
I pulled
We
into my
approached the glass
driveway,
door.
but didn't get
The
out
lobby
of the
lights
car
were
right
dimmed,
away.
but
I just
Caldwell's
sat
office,
there,
second
staring
floor,
at Dad's
corner room,
letter,
still
rereading
glowed
it
a
until the
soft
words
golden
blurred.
yellow.
My
He was
family
there.
was about to fracture,
I pushed open the door,
maybe beyond
the
repair,
bell above it chiming
and part of
softly.
me knew this
Meredith
was only the
stayed
beginning.
close behind
But
me.
before I
When
went
we climbed the
inside,
stairs
I need
and
to
reached
tell
the
you
hallway,
something.
I could
If
hear
you've
him
ever
typing.
had a moment where a
Fast,
family
usual,
secret snapped
like
everything
someone
you thought you knew
scrambling
in
to
half,
finish something
I see
before
you.
sunrise.
Drop a broken
I didn't
heart
knock.
if you've lived
I
through
opened the
that
door
kind of
and
betrayal.
stepped inside.
Because what I
Caldwell
discovered
jerked
next,
upright, right, his eyes
It made the
widening
map,
the
the
moment he
letter,
saw
the
me.
warning call,
Hey, Adam.
all of
His
it
voice cracked.
looked like child's
What on
play.
earth? Why
When
are
I
you
finally
here?
walked into
I didn't
my
blink.
house, the
We need to talk.
voicemail
He
notification
glanced
was
at
waiting.
Meredith,
One
then
new
at the folder
message.
in my hand.
It was from the
His face
same
drained of
unknown
color.
number as before.
No, this
And the
isn't.
second I pressed
Adam, listen,
play,
this isn't good.
a man's
You
voice
can
said,
save it. I
"He
cut
found
in.
out you
I heard your
opened the
voicemail.
safe.
He
Don't
froze.
go home tonight."
Meredith played the
froze,
recording
then
without
heard the last
waiting for his
line.
permission.
Barely
Jake,
a whisper.
we made a mistake.
I replayed
If
that
Adam ever
voicemail
finds
3
out what we
times
did,
before my
we're
mind could even
finished.
process what I was
Caldwell
hearing.
lunged toward the
Same
laptop,
voice,
but I
same
stepped in front of
controlled
him,
urgency.
blocking his path.
"He found out you
Sit down,
opened
I
the
said.
safe.
He sank
Don't
into
go
his
home
chair like his
tonight.
bones gave
He's
out.
already on his
I want
way."
the truth.
I
said
stood in the
quietly.
dim light of my
All of
hallway,
it. His
phone
throat
still
bobbed
in
as
my
he
hand,
swallowed hard.
breath shaking.
Adam, you don't
The
understand.
house felt suddenly
Jake,
smaller,
he told me.
like the walls
He
were
said you were
closing in.
aware
I could
that you
hear the
approved
faint
the
hum of the
restructuring.
refrigerator,
I slammed the
the
folder onto
settling
his
creaks
desk.
of the old
My
beams.
signature was forged.
My own heartbeat
My
too
medical
loud,
record was
too
tampered
fast.
with.
Mark.
My
He
reputation
had to
was
mean
destroyed.
Mark.
And you
But
helped
why?
him do it.
How?
Caldwell's
He didn't know
hand
I went to
shook.
Dad's
For
workshop.
the first time, I
No
saw
one did,
fear.
unless
Not
someone
guilt,
was watching.
Not regret, but
I
pure
walked
fear.
to the front window,
I didn't forge anything,
peeled back
he
the
whispered.
curtain an inch.
But you drafted
The
the
street
documents.
was quiet.
Meredith
No
said sharply.
headlights.
You
No
had
movement.
amendments.
Just
You
cold
advised him
night
on how to
air
remove
flickering
Adam
under
from
the
the
street
company.
lamps.
I was manipulated,
Still, something felt
Caldwell
off.
insisted.
A heaviness.
Jake told me
a
Adam
wrongness.
was stepping back.
I locked the door.
That he was dealing with
then
stress
the deadbolt.
issues.
Then
that you
the
two
chain.
had discussed it
It
privately.
didn't help.
That's
My
a
phone
lie.
buzzed again.
I snapped.
Mark,
Caldwell rubbed
leaving
his
now.
forehead
Be
with
there in
trembling
20.
fingers.
Not
You
a
brought
question.
your ex-fiancée
Not a
to
brotherly
meeting.
check-in.
She
Just a
testified that you were
statement.
struggling
My stomach
and wanted
twisted.
temporary relief
I grabbed
from
my jacket,
decision-making.
Dad's map,
She made
the
it
letter,
sound like
and
you
the
were
appraisal.
drowning.
I
Hearing
didn't take
Laura's
anything
name
else.
felt like
Not even my
swallowing glass.
toothbrush.
She
Some
forged
instinct
statements.
deeper than
I
fear
said,
told me I
"We
couldn't
have
be here
proof."
when Mark arrived.
Caldwell
By
shook his head
11:12 p.m.,
vigorously. I didn't
I was
know they were
backing out of the
forged.
driveway,
I swear to you.
headlights off.
She seemed
I
credible.
drove without a
She said you've
destination,
been isolating yourself.
just moving,
That you were afraid
letting
to
the
admit
paranoia
you needed
guide
help.
me. Every
Isolating,
car I saw
afraid,
behind me felt like it was
unstable.
following.
She fed him
Every
the exact
intersection
narrative
felt
Jake
like a
needed.
trap.
And what about the
At
clause he buried in
11:37
the
p.m.,
contract?
I pulled
I
into the
asked,
parking
"You
lot
expect
of an
me to
all-night
believe
diner.
you didn't notice it?"
The kind that
He
smells
hesitated,
like burnt
and his
toast and trucker
silence was an
coffee.
answer.
It was
You
nearly
added
empty.
that clause.
Just
I
a
said
waitress
slowly.
cleaning a counter
Jake
and a
didn't.
man half
You
asleep
did.
in a booth.
His shoulders
I slid
sagged
into the
as if
far
the weight
corner.
of what he'd
The
done
vinyl seat
finally
was
smothered
cold
him.
against my legs.
I thought it was a
kept my hood
precaution,
up.
he stammered.
The letter
Jake
was
said you
still
two
in my
agreed
hands.
on equal
Do not
control.
trust Mark
That
with
if
the
either
land.
of you became
The words looked
unavailable,
darker now,
the other needed
heavier.
authority
I
to
didn't want to
protect the
believe my
company.
brother was
My voice
capable
dropped.
of
He played you.
whatever this
and I
was
meant
turning
it.
into.
Caldwell
But
wasn't
something
innocent.
inside me,
Far from it.
something
But he'd
I'd
been
ignored
used
for
just
years,
as
was
effectively
whispering
as I had.
otherwise.
Why didn't
Mark
you come to
always
me?
had a
I
way of
asked.
getting
He
involved
closed
with
his
the wrong
eyes,
people.
because the
Quick
moment
money
I suspected
schemes,
something was wrong,
shady
it
investors,
was too late.
Friends
He'd
who
already
only
moved
called
the
when they
assets.
needed bail.
So he didn't know.
Dad hated it.
He knew and said
Mom
nothing.
cried over it.
My pulse
I cleaned up
surged with
after
heat.
it.
Then you're
Maybe
gonna fix
Dad
it.
had seen
Caldwell
something
looked
coming
up,
that I
startled.
didn't.
H.
Maybe
Hal,
that stranger
you
on
gonna
the
tell me
phone
who else
knew
Jake
more
worked
than
with?
we
I
realized.
said.
My
All of
hands
it.
were cold
Every
as I
detail.
unfolded
Every
the old
lie.
map again.
Every meeting.
The red
Every
excess,
plan.
the marked
He
ravine,
hesitated.
the
Then his
strange
face
symbols near the
twisted with
north
something
corner.
like
My
resignation.
father wasn't
There was
an
someone
artist.
else.
He didn't
whispered.
doodle or draw.
My jaw tightened.
Everything he
Who?
put on
He
paper
swallowed
had
again.
purpose.
Jake had
But
a
it was the
second partner
appraisal,
helping
creased,
him.
stained,
Someone who coordinated
too
the
new,
transfers.
that set
Someone
my
who
pulse
handled
racing.
the financial
I
backing.
stared at the highlighted
That was Laura,
line.
I said.
Significant
No, he shook his
indication
head.
of
Not her.
subsurface
My
hydrocarbons.
breath stilled.
Oil,
Then who?
gas,
He
a
hesitated
fortune
for so
buried
long,
under
I
useless
thought he
looking
wouldn't
dirt.
answer.
No
And then he
wonder
did.
Dad kept it
Someone
secret.
inside your company.
No wonder someone
the room
wanted it.
felt colder
The waitress
instantly.
slid a cup
Who?
of black
I
coffee
repeated.
in front of
Caldwell
me.
wiped
Long
sweat
night,
from his forehead.
she asked.
Your
I
CFO.
nodded. You
blinked.
have no idea.
Mark
She
had been
gave a
with me
sympathetic
since
half
the
smile
beginning.
and walked
A
away.
quiet, steady
I
man.
stared at the
Loyal,
steam rising from the
consistent.
cup.
Someone
My
I
whole
trusted
life,
with
that
budgets,
land was just
payroll, projections,
a
everything.
background detail
That's
in
not
our
possible,
family story.
I said.
Something Dad loved
He's not
for
like
reasons
that.
I never
He
understood.
is, Caldwell said.
But now,
and he's deeper
now
in
it
this
was
than
a
Jake
ticking
is.
bomb. My
Without
phone
him,
vibrated.
none of this
A
infrastructure
voicemail,
could
this
have been
time
built.
from Mark.
My blood
I
ran
hesitated,
cold. Prove
then
it.
hit play.
Caldwell
His
reached into
voice
his
was
desk
sharp,
drawer,
irritated.
pulled out a thumb drive.
Why aren't you home?
And set on the table.
Where the hell are you?
This is
We
every
need to
internal
settle
memo
this.
Jake
Call
sent
me back.
Every
Settle
instruction.
what?
Every
And then
revision.
something else.
And every
barely
time Mark
audible.
was copied
Someone
on the thread.
whispering behind
I stared
him.
at the drive.
Ask if
Why do
he
you have
found
this?
the papers.
Meredith
I
asked.
froze.
Because
Mark wasn't
he
alone.
whispered,
Someone
I knew
else
this day
was
could
with
come.
him.
He wasn't
Someone who
protecting
knew
Jake.
about the safe.
He was protecting
My
himself.
blood went cold.
I grabbed the drive.
I backed deeper
You're coming
into
with
the booth,
us.
clutching
Caldwell
the phone.
blinked.
My
What?
reflection in the
What?
diner window
Because
looked
tomorrow
like someone
morning,
I didn't recognize.
I said, we take take this to
eyes
the board,
wide,
and you're going to
breathing
back
shallow,
every word with
hair messy from
testimony."
panic.
He opened his
I
mouth,
needed answers.
fear
I
flooding
needed
his
the
features.
voice on those
"Adam,
warning calls.
they'll ruin me."
So I scrolled
I
back
stepped
through my call
closer.
log and
Then
hit
you
the
understand
unknown number.
exactly what they
One
try to
ring,
do to me.
2,
He looked
3,
away.
then a click,
slowly,
a
he
low
nodded.
breath.
We left
You
the
shouldn't have
office
called
at
back.
11:14 p.m.
What's happening? I
Caldwell
hissed.
followed us to the
Why
parking
are you
lot,
warning me about my
pale and
brother?
shaken,
Who
but
are
ready
you?
to talk.
Silence.
Well, as I reached my
A
car,
long one.
my phone buzzed.
Then the voice
A
said,
text message
I worked
from an
with your
unknown
father.
number. I
He
opened it.
trusted me
A
when
single
he couldn't
line
trust his
appeared on
own
the screen.
blood.
"You
My
think you know
father
everything.
trusted Mark."
You don't.
I snapped.
M.
No.
Mark.
The voice
My
said
blood froze.
quietly.
Meredith saw the
wanted
look
to,
on my face.
but trust and
What is
truth
it?
aren't the
I
same
turned the
thing.
screen toward her.
My throat
Her
tightened.
expression collapsed.
Tell me what's going on.
Because there was only
You need
one
to
way
leave town
Mark
tonight.
could have known what
Someone
we were doing.
put pressure
He was
on your
watching
brother.
us.
He
For a
promised
long
them
moment,
the land.
none of us moved.
All of it.
Just the
What
cold night
someone?
air,
My
my
voice
phone
cracked.
glowing in my hand.
Another pause.
And that single letter
The
staring
kind of
back at
people
me.
you don't say
M.
no to.
Mark,
I swallowed
the
hard.
quiet one,
My heart
the steady
thudded
one,
against my
the man who
ribs.
sent me birthday
And
cards
what do they want?
every year.
You've
and
already
brought
seen
donuts
it,
to Friday
he said.
meetings.
In the
The man who
documents,
apparently had
the oil,
no
the
problem
value,
burning my life
the land
to
my
ash.
father hid.
Caldwell
My
slowly
fingers
backed
trembled
up a step.
around the phone.
And he knows.
Why tell me?
He must have eyes
Why
on the
risk
firm.
this?
Meredith's
A soft
voice
exhale.
trembled. Adam,
Because your
we need to
father
go.
saved my
Right
life
now.
once.
But I didn't
I
move.
owed him.
Not yet.
And now I owe
because
you.
something inside
Before I
me
could
had
ask
snapped.
anything else, he
Not
added,
in a dangerous way.
They're watching your
but
brother's
in a painfully
phone.
clear
Don't call
way.
him again.
Fear had been
And
ruling
whatever
my
you do,
life for weeks.
Don't let
Fear
them
of
get
Jake.
that map.
Fear of Laura.
Then he hung up.
Fear of being
Just
cornered.
like that.
Lied about.
Gone.
Erased.
I sat in the booth
But that
until my
message,
coffee went
that
cold.
single line from
My hands
someone who
wouldn't stop
pretended to be my
shaking.
ally for
The truck
years,
horn blared
it killed
somewhere
the fear.
outside.
Burn it
The
clean.
fluorescent
I
lights
finally
hummed
exhaled,
overhead.
steady
The world
and
kept
deliberate.
moving like
You want me to
nothing
know
was
he's
wrong.
watching.
But
That means he's
everything was
hiding
wrong.
something.
I
Meredith
checked the time.
touched my arm.
12:26
We should go somewhere
a.m.
safe before.
Couldn't go home.
No, I said.
Couldn't call
We're going
anyone.
to see him.
Couldn't
Both of them
trust
stared
anyone.
at me like
Even
I'd
my
lost
own
mind.
brother.
Caldwell
I needed to think.
shook his head.
Just
You
breathe.
can't confront him.
But my
He's
thoughts were
dangerous,
sprinting
Adam.
ahead of
Maybe
me.
not physically,
Why was Mark doing
but
this?
legally,
Who were these
strategically,
people?
ethically.
How long
He's
had
got
this
no
been
limits.
happening?
Good.
And why did
Neither
Dad
did I.
hide everything
Not
until
anymore.
the very end?
He's been hiding
The
everything.
waitress passed by
I said.
again.
He
You
wants
okay?
control.
You
and
look
he
like
thinks
you
I'm
saw a
too
ghost.
shaken to fight.
I forced a
So
smile.
let's prove him wrong.
Something
Meredith
like that.
whispered.
She nodded,
Please think
not
this
convinced.
through.
When
I
she
have,
walked
I
away,
said. We're
I
going
felt
to the
the
office.
vibration in my
to
pocket.
drive there.
A text.
It was
I
11:32
expected
p.m.
Mark,
when we pulled
but
into
it
the
wasn't
nearly
him.
empty parking
Unknown
lot of my
number.
own company.
You're not
My
safe
building,
there.
my name
Window,
on the sign,
left side.
the place I'd
My
pour
breath
my
caught.
life into.
Slowly,
Seeing it now
I
felt
turned my
different.
head toward the
Colder.
window beside me.
Hollow.
A
A
single
space I no
figure
longer
stood
recognized.
outside in the dark.
The lights on the second
Still,
floor were on.
watching.
Finance.
Face hidden
Mark's
beneath
domain.
the hood.
Of course he
Not
was still
moving.
here.
Just
Of course
waiting.
he knew he'd come.
My pulse
Meredith
hammered.
parked in
Then my
shadows.
phone buzzed again.
Are you sure?
Run.
I nodded.
And the
If
figure
I don't
stepped
face him
toward
tonight,
the door.
he'll twist
The moment
this
that hooded
before
figure
sunrise.
stepped toward the diner door,
Caldwell swallowed.
something
He'll
primal
have
kicked
excuses.
in.
Prepared
Fear so
ones.
sharp it
I
felt
don't
like
need
electricity
excuses,
under my
I
skin.
said.
I
need
slid
reactions.
out of the booth,
The
grabbed the map
confrontation.
and letter.
We took the
I
back
moved
elevator,
toward the back
one
exit
only
without even
employees
thinking.
knew existed,
My legs
and
felt
stepped on the
shaky,
second floor.
almost
The
detached.
hallway lights
but they
flickered
kept moving.
softly,
The bell
casting
above the
long
front door
shadows
chimed.
across the carpet.
They were inside.
I could hear typing
I pushed
behind
through
Mark's
the kitchen
door.
entrance,
Fussed,
ignoring
efficient,
the cook shouting,
like someone
"Hey!"
cleaning up loose ends.
and slipped out
I
the
pushed the
side
door
delivery
open
door
without
into the
knocking.
freezing
Mark
night
looked
air.
up calmly,
The metal
too
handle was
calmly,
icy
as
against
if he'd been
my
expecting
palm.
all three
I didn't
of
stop to
us.
look back.
Adam,
I ran.
he said with that
The pavement
soft,
was slick
even
with
voice
dew.
he always
My breath
used.
came out in
You're here,
harsh
late.
white clouds.
It was the same tone
Every shadow
he
felt
used
like
when
it was
reminding
about
me
to
to sign
lunge at me.
payroll.
I
The same
fumbled for
tone
my
he
keys
used when
as I reached my
congratulating
car,
me on securing
nearly
new
dropping them
clients.
twice.
The tone
When
of
the
friend.
engine finally turned
Except
over,
now, it was the
relief
tone of a
hit me so
predator
hard I
pretending
almost
to be
laughed.
harmless.
Almost.
I stepped closer.
Because in my rearview
You
mirror,
sent the text.
the diner
A
door
faint
swung
smile
open.
tugged at his mouth.
The hooded figure
I wanted
walked
you to know
out,
you're walking into a
turned,
mess
and
bigger than
stared
Jake.
directly at my car.
I asked.
I didn't wait
And
to
you're the
see
one
what
holding
happened
the mop?
next.
He didn't
I
laugh.
tore out of the parking
Didn't
lot
flinch.
so fast my tires
Instead,
screeched.
he leaned
By
back
the
a
time
chair,
I hit the
fingers
highway,
steepled.
my
You
pulse
think
was
this is
still
about
thundering.
betrayal?
I kept
He
checking
said.
the mirrors,
It's not.
expecting
Then what is it?
headlights to
I
appear
asked
behind
coldly.
me.
It's
But
math,
the road
he said
stayed
simply.
empty.
You were the
Quiet.
variable that
Too
didn't
quiet.
scale.
At
Meredith
12:49 a.m.,
inhaled sharply.
I pulled
Mark,
onto the
what did you
shoulder
do?
beneath an
He ignored
overpass
her.
and killed the
You were
engine.
good at building.
My
he
hands were
continued.
cramped from
But
gripping the
terrible at
wheel so
expanding.
tightly.
The company
I needed
hit a ceiling
answers,
under
not
you.
panic.
Jake saw it.
So I spread
Laura
the map
saw it.
across my
And
dashboard.
eventually, so did I.
The old paper
My jaw
crackled
tightened.
under my
So you decided to
fingertips.
erase me.
Those red
I
X's,
decided to save the company.
they weren't random.
He corrected smoothly.
They formed a pattern.
You created something
a curved
incredible,
line
Adam.
cutting through the
But
northern
not everyone
edge
is
of the
meant
property.
to run what they
Not Not a straight
I
survey
stepped
line.
closer.
Something
You
else.
forged my
A
signature.
seam.
He gave a
A
tiny
break.
shrug.
A fault.
I duplicated
a
a
natural
signature
pocket
you'd
beneath
already
the
given
soil.
us. For
My father
convenience.
wasn't mapping
For
the
convenience,
surface at all.
I repeated.
He was marking
You stole
what
my
was
company.
under it.
No,
If
he
those
said calmly.
excess really
I
traced
transitioned.
an underground
Caldwell
reservoir,
snapped.
the
You
land
broke the
wasn't
law.
worth $5
Mark
million.
finally looked irritated.
It was worth more.
Please.
Much more.
White-collar strategy
And Mark
is a
wasn't
gray
stupid.
ocean. I
If he
didn't
got
forge.
pressured into
I
something
didn't
with dangerous
steal.
people,
I leveraged.
people who wanted that
and
land,
I did it with legal
he would
counsel.
try to hand it over
He
before
glanced
I
at
understood
Caldwell,
what it truly was.
and that look said everything.
Dad knew that.
Caldwell
That's
backed
why
up
he
a
left the
half
map
step.
for me.
Mark,
not us.
don't drag me
I traced
into
the
this.
symbols again,
Mark smirked.
and that's when I
You
noticed
think Adam
something I'd
doesn't know?
missed in the panic
You're the one
earlier.
who drafted most of
Tiny
the
initials
loopholes.
written
He
beside the
turned back to
largest
me.
red X.
You want honesty?
JT.
Fine.
Not my
Here it
father's
is.
initials.
He stood,
Not mine.
palms pressed
Not
to the
Mark's.
desk.
A
You
different
trusted
name.
people too much.
Someone my father
You
trusted
delegated
enough to
things you
mark
should
on a
have
map,
guarded.
but
You
not
didn't
enough
keep
to
up with the
mention to
growth
his
you
own
created.
family.
And the
My
company
father
needed
had
a
a secret
leader
partner.
willing to do what
And
he
if this
couldn't.
JT
It was
helped him
surreal.
locate oil,
He was talking like he was
then they
doing
would
me a
know
favor.
exactly how
And
valuable
Jake,
the land was.
I asked,
Years before
why
the
him?
appraisal.
Mark shrugged.
My mouth
He
went
listened.
dry.
And
Was
Laura,
the stranger on the
I
phone
asked,
JT?
voice colder.
Or someone
She was
connected
useful,
to him?
he said
Because
simply.
if he was warning
She gave
me,
us personal
then he
insight,
wasn't trying to
and she
take the
needed the
land
money.
from me.
I felt
He
something
was
inside
trying to
me
stop
crack.
someone else.
Not break.
My phone
Not
buzzed,
shatter.
and
Its
I
crack
nearly
open
jumped
enough
out of my
to
skin.
let clarity
A text.
pour through.
Unknown.
You think you've already won?
You lost them.
I said
Good.
softly.
Listen
Mark
carefully.
smiled.
My
Haven't we?
heart hammered
I took
as
a
I
slow
opened
breath.
it.
Then
Go
I
to the
pulled
north
Caldwell's
corner of
thumb
the
drive
land
from my
tomorrow
pocket
at dawn.
and placed it on
Bring
the
the
desk.
map.
Press play.
Don't tell your
I
brother.
said. Mark
Dawn.
frowned.
The same
What is
spot
that?
with the
The
largest X.
voicemail,
I
Caldwell
typed back
whispered.
with trembling
The
fingers.
one you didn't know existed.
Who are you?
Mark's
3
smirk
dots
wavered.
appeared,
Just slightly.
then disappeared,
Good. I hit
then
play.
reappeared.
Caldwell's voice
Someone your
filled the
father
room.
trusted
Jake,
more than
we
his
made a
own
mistake.
blood. The
If
words
Adam
hit
ever
like a
finds
punch.
out what we did,
I wanted
we're
to defend
finished.
Mark,
Mark
to
stiffened.
believe my
His eyes
father
flicked
was
to
wrong,
Caldwell.
but
You
deep
idiot,
down,
he hissed.
couldn't.
You told him.
Because the
I didn't,
voicemail,
Caldwell said,
the whisper
stepping
in Mark's
back.
house,
I tried
the
to delete
person
it.
asking if
They
I found
recovered
the
it.
papers.
For the first time
Dad
since
wasn't
I walked
paranoid.
in. Mark looked
He was
rattled.
right.
Adam,
I stared
he
at the
said
dark
slowly,
road ahead,
choosing his words with
exhausted,
surgical care.
scared,
This
but
doesn't
suddenly
prove
filled with a
anything.
clarity I hadn't
Oh,
felt
it proves
in days.
plenty, I said.
Whatever
It
was
proves a
buried under
conspiracy,
that land,
dishonesty,
whatever my father
intent to
died
deceive.
trying to protect,
Intent is
tomorrow
not illegal,
at dawn
he
I was
snapped.
going to find out.
No,
But as I
said,
started the
leaning
car,
forward.
another
But
text
asset
came
transfers
through
without
from
full
Mark.
partner consent.
I know you took
So are
something.
falsified
If you don't
medical
bring it back,
statements
we're going to
and
have a
forged
problem.
signatures
My hands went
and
cold.
HR manipulation
And then another
and
message
coordinated
seconds
removal
later,
attempts.
one that
His
made
jaw
my breath
clenched.
stop
I
completely.
have everything.
They
I
want to
said
talk
quietly.
to you. Mark's
Emails,
final text.
documents,
They want to talk to
witnesses.
Sat
You
on
can't
my
bury
screen
this
like a
anymore.
threat wrapped
Mark's
in politeness.
voice dropped to a
I
dangerous
stared at it
whisper.
for a full minute.
You don't know what you're playing
The glowing
with,
letters
Neither
reflecting
do
in the
you.
windshield.
The tension
My
snapped.
pulse
He
pounding in
grabbed
my
a
ears.
folder from his desk.
He didn't say who they
a
were.
thick one.
He didn't
and
have
shoved
to.
it into a drawer.
Whoever was
But
backing
not before
him,
I saw the label.
whoever
Final
pressured him into
transition,
this mess,
implementation.
they were
My
finally
heart
stepping
stopped.
out of the
He
shadows.
slammed the drawer shut.
And they wanted me.
You're done.
I drove
said.
another 20
You
minutes
just don't know
before
it yet.
pulling into
No,
the empty
I
lot
said,
of an
stepping
abandoned
back.
lumber yard.
You're done.
Rusted
And
metal,
something shifted
empty
in his
trailers,
eyes.
the
Not
faint
fear,
hum of a distant
rage.
highway.
You should have left
It
it
was
alone.
the only
he
place
said
I felt
quietly.
sure no one would
You have no
follow me.
idea what comes
At
next.
1:18 a.m.,
I turned toward the door.
I finally
Oh,
responded.
I said.
Not
And
tonight.
I'll be ready.
It was
Because
stupid,
in his
but I
anger,
needed space.
In his slip
needed
of control,
to breathe.
he revealed
Needed to
more
think
than he meant
without
to.
fear choking
And as we
every
stepped out of
thought.
the office,
Mark replied
leaving him
instantly,
standing there with trembling
"You don't have a
hands
choice."
and burning eyes,
A beat.
I knew
Then
one
another
thing
text.
with absolute certainty.
Come home.
This wasn't
Now.
about Jake
Home.
anymore.
As if
Mark
that
was the
still
real
a safe
architect.
word.
And he
I
wasn't
locked
finished.
the phone and
But
leaned
neither
back
was
in the
I.
driver's seat,
I didn't sleep that
exhaling
night.
a breath
Not
that
even for a
trembled.
minute.
How
Every time
had
I
we
closed
gone
my
from
eyes,
grieving
I
our
saw
father
Mark's
to this?
face, calm,
To threats,
calculated,
secret maps,
cold.
strangers
A man who'd
watching
spent
me through
years
diner windows
standing beside me,
because there was oil
quietly
under that
sharpening the
land.
knife.
Because
he would
money
eventually use to
changes
gut my
people.
life.
Because
By 6:12
desperation
a.m.,
makes them
I
dangerous.
was sitting at my kitchen
And Mark,
table,
he'd
staring
been
at the
desperate
thumb
for a long
drive like it was a
time.
live
I
grenade.
closed my eyes
Meredith
and let
had
memories
crashed
flicker
on my
through.
couch,
Mark
exhausted,
showing up drunk at
but
our
I couldn't
doorstep.
close my eyes
Dad lecturing
without
him about
feeling like something was
responsibility.
about to explode.
Mom crying
When
in
she
the
woke,
kitchen when he pawned her
first
wedding
words
ring
were,
by
"We
accident.
need evidence that
He
can
wasn't
burn him."
evil,
I
but
know,
he was
I said,
capable of
and we
terrible
need it
decisions.
before he files anything
And someone
today.
out there was
I knew that too,
manipulating those decisions.
because today,
I rubbed
Friday,
my face and
was the
forced
day Mark
myself to
planned
focus.
to submit
Dad's
the
letter
final
weighed
transition
heavy in my
documents.
pocket.
Once
His
filed,
warning felt
once
sharper
approved,
now, more
once
urgent.
logged into the system,
Do not trust
my
Mark
ownership
with the
would
land.
evaporate.
Maybe he
My
knew
voice would
Mark
be gone.
wasn't just weak.
My company would
Maybe he
belong
was
to the two
compromised.
men who
My
plotted
phone
my
buzzed
removal.
again.
We had
I
maybe
almost
a few
didn't look.
hours. So
Mark,
went back to the only
They
place
said
with
sunrise.
answers. The
Same
office.
spot Dad
The
used
building
to take
that
us
no
hunting.
longer felt
My
like
chest
mine.
tightened.
8
The
Uhr
north
4
corner. The
Employees
largest
were
red X.
drifting in.
The place
Coffee
the
cups,
mysterious
laptop
caller
bags,
told me to
small
go.
talk floating
This
through the
wasn't
lobby.
a coincidence.
People I hired.
Everyone
People I
wanted me
trained.
there at dawn.
People who believed
but
in me.
for very different
And not one of them
reasons.
knew I'd become a
2:04
ghost in
a.m.
my own company.
Exhaustion
Meredith
hit me
and
all
I
at
slipped
once.
upstairs to
My
the conference
eyelids
room,
felt heavy.
where the board
My
would
shoulders
be meeting
ached.
in 4
I needed
hours.
sleep just an
Caldwell
hour or
was
two,
already
enough
waiting
to think
inside,
clearly.
pacing
I
like a
reclined
man
the seat,
preparing to confess
wrapped my
his
jacket
sins.
around myself,
We need something
and let
stronger,
the hum of
he said
distant traffic
immediately.
lull me.
The
I don't know
voicemail
when I
helps,
drifted off,
but won't be enough
but
to
I know
stop
exactly
Mark.
when I woke
What about
up
the contracts?
because something
I
slammed
asked.
against
He
my
shook
car
his head.
window.
They'll
My
argue
eyes
you
flew
signed
open.
everything
Adrenaline
willingly.
snapped through
The
me
forgeries
like a whip.
aren't obvious
A
enough.
flashlight beam
I ran a
blasted
hand through
into my
hair.
face.
So what
For
will
a
be
split
enough?
second, I couldn't
Caldwell
breathe,
hesitated,
couldn't move.
then whispered,
Then the beam
"We need
shifted,
proof of intent."
and I saw him.
He looked at me
Mark.
with a strange
His expression wasn't
and
angry.
I think I
It
know
was
where
worse.
to find it.
Cold.
The room
Blank.
none of us dared
Purposeful.
enter. It was the
He
archive
tapped the
room,
glass again.
a dark,
Opened the door.
temperature-controlled space.
I shook my
in the
head
basement.
instinctively.
No cameras.
He tried the
no
handle.
windows.
Locked.
Only
His
accessible
jaw
by 2
tightened.
people.
I'm not here
Me
to hurt you.
and Mark.
But they're
Why
waiting.
would anything be down
and I
here?
told them you wouldn't
I
run.
asked as we descended the
His
stairs.
voice wavered on the
Caldwell
last word.
answered without looking
Just
back.
enough to tell me he
Because
knew
Mark
exactly
doesn't
what he was
trust
doing
digital trails.
and hated himself
If he needed
for
to
it.
keep anything
I lowered
dangerous,
the window an
it would be
inch.
on paper.
Who's they?
The lights flickered
Mark.
when I flipped
He
the
swallowed.
switch.
Hard.
The shelves stretched 20
Investors.
feet long.
Investors
Old
don't
contracts,
stalk people
payroll
at diners.
logs, tax
He
records,
flinched.
vendor
Look,
agreements.
They
It
said
smelled
they'd
like
wipe my
dust
debt if I
and
brought them
forgotten
the map.
truths.
I didn't
We
tell them
searched
Dad left
for
something
5
for you.
minutes.
I
Then
swear.
10.
My
then
stomach
20.
twisted.
Nothing.
How much do
We're
you
missing
owe?
something.
He looked
Meredith
away.
murmured.
Enough.
Keep looking.
Enough
I
to
said,
sell me out.
But then
Enough to
the
drag
sound,
me out here
the faint
in the
hum of a
middle of the
machine.
night.
I turned
Enough
slowly.
to risk
The
everything
security
Dad
monitor in
tried
the
to
corner.
protect.
For
I
tiny
opened my
screens,
mouth to argue,
for camera feeds,
but then headlights
basement
swept
stairwell,
across the lot.
Lua Ding
Not
Dok,
just one car.
lobby,
3.
and the courtroom
They
conference
boxed us
room
in
on
silently,
the first floor.
engines
snapped
idling
to it.
like predators
Mark was
waiting
inside,
to pounce.
not alone.
Mark whispered,
Jake was with him.
Please,
And Laura.
just hand it
all
over.
three sitting together
Before
at the
this
table like a
gets worse.
triumvirate of betrayal.
My fingers curled around
passing
the map
documents,
inside my jacket.
pointing at pages,
And that's when my phone
whispering.
buzzed with
What
a
the
new
hell?
message from the
Meredith
unknown
whispered,
number.
but
If
I
you
was
give them
frozen,
that map,
watching
you won't
something
live to see
unfold
sunrise.
on the fourth
A
screen.
chill raced down
Jake
my
stood,
spine.
closed the
Another
blinds,
message
turned to
instantly
Mark,
followed.
and then Laura
Stay in the
did
car.
something I'll never forget.
Whatever you do,
She pulled out her phone
don't get out.
and started
Outside,
recording him.
3
Mark
doors
didn't
opened.
notice. He
Men
was too
stepped into
busy
the
gloating.
darkness.
We watched
And
him
Mark,
pacing the room,
my brother, my blood,
frustration tight
took a
across
step
his
back
face.
like he was delivering
This is the
me to
last
them.
step, he was
The
saying.
3 men
Once
stepped
the
out
board
of their
signs
vehicles
off,
with the kind
Adam's
of calm that made
completely
my
out.
skin crawl.
Legally,
Like they'd done this
financially,
before.
permanently.
Their silhouettes
we won't
were
have grounds
solid,
to contest
heavy,
anything.
unmoving
Jake
in
nodded.
the faint glow
And
of the
HR
headlights.
handled,
One wore
Mark
a long
said.
coat.
The psychological
Another kept a
file
hand
is
in his
airtight.
pocket.
His
The
ex
third,
gave strong
taller,
testimony.
broader,
Internal reports
just stared
supported.
at my car
He'll
like
look
he already owned
unstable
everything
if he tries
inside
to
it,
fight.
including
Laura
me.
zoomed
Mark
her camera
stood
closer.
between us,
Shaky
his
hands,
breath fogging
tears
in
in
the
her
cold
eyes.
air.
Not
His
guilt
voice
tears,
cracked as he whispered
fear
through the window.
tears. Are you
Just
sure about this?
Please,
Jake asked.
don't make this
Mark
harder.
rounded on him.
Harder
Don't
for
get
who?
soft now.
Me?
We didn't come
or
this
him?
far to let him wiggle
Before I
out.
could answer,
I built this plan
the man
for 2
in the
years.
long coat stepped
I'm not letting
forward.
anyone ruin
He didn't
it.
shout,
2 years.
didn't threaten.
He said it
He
so
simply raised a
openly,
hand
so
and said,
arrogantly,
"Come out.
like he wasn't
We need
spelling
to
out
talk."
a crime in broad
Something in
daylight.
his tone
But
made my
then
blood turn
he said
to ice.
something even worse.
There was no anger,
Something that made
no
even
impatience,
Caldwell stop
just certainty,
breathing.
like he knew
Once
I
Adam
would
is
obey.
out,
I
Mark
didn't.
said,
I rolled
"We'll
the
liquidate
window
his
up another
shares through the
inch
Shell
and stayed dead
Corporation.
still.
Then we
The
restructure.
unknown number
Then we
vibrated
sell.
in my pocket
A clean
again.
exit,
Leftmost
a
car,
massive profit,
engine running,
and he'll be too
keys
busy
inside.
trying to prove
30
his
seconds.
stability to interfere.
I flicked my eyes
He
to
laughed.
the vehicle on
He
the
actually
far
laughed.
left. A
Laura
black SUV,
lowered her phone in
lights
horror.
dim,
She hadn't
slight
expected
exhaust
this.
drifting out.
She hadn't known
It was
the
running.
whole plan.
My pulse
all of it.
hammered so
And now
loudly
she
I
looked
almost
sick.
didn't hear the
Turn it
tap
up.
on the window.
I whispered,
Mark again.
even though he couldn't.
Don't be stupid.
Mark kept talking,
he whispered.
revealing everything.
They're not going to hurt
Asset
you if you
transfers,
give them the map.
shell accounts,
The map pressed
medical
against my ribs
manipulation,
under my jacket,
HR collusion,
its shape suddenly
forgery,
feeling like a target.
all of it.
I
Jake
leaned
ran a
closer
hand
to the
across his
cracked
face.
window.
We need to
Did
delete
Dad ever tell you
everything
what was
after the
under
board
that land?
signs.
He
We
shook
will,
his head.
Mark said.
No.
But until
But they
then,
showed me the
nobody
survey.
goes near the archive
what?
room.
Mark
it's the only
swallowed
place.
hard. Dad
He stopped,
hired a private
looked
surveyor
around.
last year.
For a second,
A specialist.
I thought he'd seen us
The guy
through
found
screen.
something
But no,
big.
he was
But
noticing
Dad
Laura's
shut it down.
behavior.
Didn't
What are you doing
file
with your
anything.
phone? He snapped.
Didn't tell me why.
Laura froze.
My chest tightened.
Jake looked at her sharply.
What did the surveyor
She
say?
stammered. In nothing.
He told
my
Dad
mom
the
texted,
land could be worth
but her
millions.
voice was too shaky.
Mark's eyes
and Mark
darted
wasn't
toward
stupid.
the men behind
He took
him.
a step toward her.
They think he
Give me
hid
the
the full
phone.
report.
Her chair
They
scraped
think
the
you
floor.
have it.
She stood
Million.
quickly. I have to
Everything
go.
clicked like
Give me
a
the phone,
loaded
Laura.
gun.
His
Dad's
voice wasn't
secrecy.
calm anymore.
The map.
Jake reached
The
to grab her
symbols.
arm.
The
Laura
highlighted
bolted.
appraisal.
She ran out of
The
the
warning
conference room.
calls.
through the
He
hallway.
knew exactly
and
what he
then
was sitting on.
The camera feed
and he
cut
knew
to
the moment
static.
someone else
Holy
found
God,
out, the
Caldwell
land would
whispered.
become a
She
battlefield.
recorded him
Mark
admitting
lowered his voice.
everything.
Please
and now they
just
know,
hand it over.
Meredith
I
said,
can't walk away
voice
from them.
shaking.
I stared
pulse
at my
thundered.
brother.
Where's she
really
going?
stared.
We looked at the
He wasn't
live
scared
feed
of me.
for the stairwell.
He was scared
Laura
of them.
burst into view,
And that made him
sprinting,
infinitely more
terrified.
dangerous.
Her purse
Long coat
slipped.
stepped closer.
Her phone hit the ground.
Opened the door.
She grabbed it,
I didn't
breathless,
move. He
eyes
tapped the
darting
glass
like prey
once
being
with 2
hunted.
knuckles.
And then
Polite.
she
deadly.
ran straight for one
Last
place
chance.
I never
The
expected.
text buzzed again.
The basement.
Now.
Our basement.
I made the
basement
decision
we were
in less than a
The
second.
realization hit
Fear
all
made
of
it
us
for me.
at the same
I
time.
slammed my
She's
foot
coming
on
here.
the gas.
Meredith
The car
whispered.
lurched forward.
Caldwell stepped
then
back
hard
from
left.
the monitor. And if
Tires
she's running
screaming
from
across
them,
the gravel.
the stairwell
Shouts
door
erupted
above
behind
us
me.
slammed open.
Flashlights cut
Footsteps.
across the dark.
Fast.
One
Desperate.
man reached
Laura's
for something
voice
at his waist.
echoed down the hall.
I didn't wait to see
Adam,
what.
Adam,
I shot
are
toward
you
the
here?
black SUV,
Please,
skidding
please, you have to
sideways,
help me.
stopping just
Meredith
short of its
and
front
Caldwell
bumper.
exchanged
I was out of my
terrified
car
looks.
before it stopped
I
rocking.
stepped toward the hallway,
Heart
my
hammering,
heartbeat shaking
legs
the air
numb,
inside my
breath
chest.
burning in my throat.
Because whatever
The
Laura
SUV's
had
door
on that
was
phone,
wide open.
whatever she
Keys
recorded,
hanging.
whatever
just like
she
the
knew
message
now,
said.
it was enough
He
to
dove
burn the
inside.
entire
The moment the
conspiracy
door
down.
slammed shut,
But only if we got
a
to her before
gunshot
they
cracked
did.
through the night.
And from the
The
sound
back
of the
window
footsteps
of my car
pounding
exploded
down the
into
stairs
glittering
behind
shards.
her.
My
We weren't the
scream
only
caught in
ones
my
coming.
throat.
Laura
Another
stumbled
shot
into the basement
closer
hallway.
hit metal.
Her
I
breath
slammed
sharp
the
and
SUV
ragged.
into drive
Her
and
mascara
floored it.
streaked down
Gravel
her cheeks.
spat out behind
her
me
hair
as the
clinging
SUV
to her
shot
temples.
forward.
She looked nothing
Fishtailing
like the
before
woman who
gripping the
walked out
road.
of my life a year
The lot
ago.
shrank in my rearview
Polished,
mirror.
confident, composed.
My car,
This
my
Laura
brother,
was terrified.
the 3 men,
Adam, she
becoming
choked on the
smaller,
words.
smaller,
He's going to kill me.
swallowed by darkness.
He knows I
But
recorded him. I
Mark
stepped toward
didn't
her,
run.
hands
He
raised.
stood there watching
Where's
me
the
speed
phone?
away,
She
hands
dug it out of her
and fists
coat,
at his sides.
gripping it so
And
tightly
before
her
I
knuckles
lost
turned
sight of him,
white.
he
tried to
mouthed
take it.
something I'll
I
never
ran.
forget.
Behind
You shouldn't
her,
have done
the
that.
stairwell door
My stomach
slammed
dropped.
again.
Because
Heavy
deep
footsteps.
down, I knew
Jake's
he
voice
wasn't warning
thundered
me.
down the steps.
He was promising
Laura,
me
Meredith
this wasn't
grabbed
over.
my arm,
Not
trembling.
even close.
We need to move.
The SUV roared
Now,
down the empty
Caldwell
highway,
was already
its
backing
engine
into the
vibrating
archive
through the
room.
steering wheel.
Lock the door.
But my
We can
hands
hide.
were shaking so
No,
badly,
my voice
I
came
could
out
barely
steady.
keep it straight.
Steadier than I
My
expected.
breath came in
This ends
ragged
tonight.
bursts.
Laura
My
clung
ears
to
were
me
still
like she
ringing
might
from the
collapse.
gunshots.
Please
I
don't
checked
let him
the
take
rearview
it.
mirror,
I won't.
nothing but
I
darkness.
said, stay
No
behind me.
headlights.
Jake
No
appeared at the
pursuit.
bottom of the stairs.
Not yet.
Chest heaving.
But Mark's words
eyes
kept replaying
wide.
in my head.
Mark was only
sharp
seconds
as
behind
glass.
him. The
You
moment
shouldn't have
Jake
done
spotted
that.
us, he
Not
froze.
shouted.
Then he
Not
laughed,
angry.
short,
Just
breathless,
final.
deranged.
I didn't know if he was
Wow, he
warning
said.
me or
Look at
condemning
that.
me.
The whole
And I didn't know
little
which
rebellion,
one scared me more.
right here in the
At
basement,
2:41
like
a.m.,
rats in the dark.
I pulled the
Mark stepped
SUV
beside
into
him,
an abandoned
smoothing
rest
his
stop.
shirt, calm again.
A single
Too
flickering
calm.
lamp buzzed
Give us the
overhead.
phone, Laura.
The
She
wind
shrank
whistled
behind me.
through broken
Jake took a
vending
step
machine
forward.
slots.
She doesn't
It
understand
felt like
what
the
she
kind
has.
of place people
She
disappeared
recorded
from.
one sentence.
Perfect.
Out of
I killed
context,
the engine
it's
and
nothing.
sat in silence,
Mark's voice sharpened.
gripping the map
and if you
through
think
my
you can use
jacket
it,
like it
you
was the
won't.
only thing
Because
keeping
you
me
won't
alive.
leave this basement
For a
with
minute,
it. I stepped
all
in
I
front
could
of
hear
Laura,
was the heavy
directly
thudding
between
of
her
my
and them.
heartbeat.
You're not
Then
touching
my phone
her,
vibrated.
I said quietly.
I flinched.
Mark smirked.
Unknown number
Adam,
again.
this was cute
You
at
made
first,
the right move.
but you've lost.
They won't find you
You're
for a
outmaneuvered,
while. My throat
outvoted,
tightened.
out of your depth.
Who are you?
Oh,
I typed.
Sylvia.
The
Not
response
anymore.
came quickly.
He laughed softly.
Someone who was
Then
with your
prove it.
father the day
And that's when
he
everything
discovered
shifted.
what was under
Meredith
that land.
stepped forward,
My eyes widened.
not shaking,
The initials
not
on the
frightened,
map.
holding up
Jite.
Caldwell's thumb
Is that
drive
you?
like it was a
This
badge
time,
of power.
the typing dots
Mark,
stayed for a
she
long
said,
moment.
voice
Then,
sharp as
yes,
glass.
he
This
trusted
isn't
me
just
because
one
I didn't
recording.
want the land.
We have a voicemail.
I just wanted him
the shell
safe.
transfers,
Safe.
the
The
forge
word
amendments,
felt wrong now.
the HR
Too late.
documents,
I
the
swallowed
digital
hard.
composites
So
of
what's
Adam's
under it?
signature.
I didn't
Mark's eyes
expect
flicked
the
to
answer to
Caldwell.
come in one
You
word.
idiot, he hissed.
But it did.
But Caldwell didn't
A
back down this
reservoir.
time.
I
For the
stared
first
at
time,
the
he
screen.
stood with us.
Oil was
I'm
one
done
thing.
covering for you,
Gas was
Caldwell
another.
said. You
But a
used me,
reservoir?
manipulated
A
me.
massive
You told
underground
me
lake
this
of
was a
hydrocarbons?
simple restructuring.
That was generational
You never told
wealth.
me you were destroying
Corporate father wore
man who
wealth,
built the company.
the kind of
Jake
discovery
scoffed.
men kill
Spare
for.
us the confession.
And my father,
You're just
simple,
scared.
stubborn,
No,
private, had
Caldwell
tried to
said.
hide it.
I'm done being a
JT
coward.
texted again.
The basement
Your
felt
father
thick with
wanted to
tension,
reveal it legally,
electrical buzzing
slowly,
alive.
safely.
Mark's voice
But someone
dropped to a
leaked
growl.
the survey.
Hand over
My
the
pulse
evidence.
quickened.
Or what?
Mark.
I asked.
Another pause.
You'll fabricate
Longer
another
this
meltdown?
time.
Another
No.
diagnosis?
He didn't know the value.
Another anonymous
Not
complaint?
at first.
He didn't respond.
Someone else did.
Because he knew I was
Cold
right.
sweat
Jay
trickled
tried
down
again.
my spine.
Adam,
Who?
be reasonable.
Before he
This
could
is
answer,
business. We
headlights
can work something
swept
out.
across the
A
rest stop.
settlement.
My
Payout.
breath froze.
Something fair.
One car.
Fair.
Not 3.
I repeated.
Not the men from
You stole my
earlier.
signature.
But the car was
authority.
familiar.
My reputation.
My brother's.
You
He
forged
pulled in
documents
slowly,
to declare me
cautiously,
unstable.
like
And
a
for what?
predator approaching
Mark answered
wounded prey.
instead.
His
For
silhouette
profit.
sat still
2
behind
words.
the wheel,
Cold.
watching,
Flat.
waiting.
Truthful.
My phone
Because
buzzed.
unlike Jake,
JT,
unlike Laura,
don't let him see the map.
unlike Caldwell,
No matter what he says.
Mark wasn't emotional.
I slid the
He
map
was
deeper
efficient.
into my
A
jacket
predator
just as Mark
disguised
stepped
as an
out of his
accountant.
car.
And that's
The
when I
slam
knew
of the door
something with
echoed
perfect,
across the empty
terrifying
lot.
clarity.
He didn't storm
Mark
toward
had
me.
orchestrated everything.
He didn't yell.
And monsters
He didn't
don't
even
stop
look angry.
until someone stops
He looked
them.
tired.
I straightened.
Dark circles
Here's what's going to
under
happen,
his eyes.
I said.
Shoulders
We're
sagging.
walking upstairs.
Hands trembling
together.
just slightly.
All of us.
He walked to
And
the
we're going
driver's
into the
side
board
window
meeting.
and tapped
And
it
you're going to
gently,
sit there while we play the recording.
like he was afraid I
Mark
might break.
tilted his head.
I cracked it
And if we
open
don't,
an inch.
I stepped closer
Why did you run?
until I could see
He
my
whispered.
reflection
I laughed,
in his glasses.
sharp,
Then
humorless.
the footage goes
because
to
they
law
shot at me,
enforcement
Mark.
and the state
His jaw
licensing
flexed.
board and the
I
press.
told them not to.
And every investor
that made
you've
something
ever
inside
lied
me
to.
snap.
For the first
You
time,
told them.
Mark's
I
composure
hissed.
cracked.
You're
Barely,
working with
just a
people who
flicker.
shoot at
But
your
I
own
saw it.
brother?
Jake looked
His
between us,
expression
confused,
twisted with
panicked.
guilt and panic.
He wasn't the mastermind.
You don't get it.
He was the
They're
puppet who
threatening
thought
me.
he was the puppeteer.
Threatening everything.
Laura whispered
I didn't have a
behind me.
choice.
They'll come after
Yes,
me.
you did.
I didn't take
My
my
voice
eyes
shook,
off Mark.
But
You're
it came
protected.
out steady enough.
You gave us the evidence.
You chose them.
Mark's lip
He
curled.
stepped back like
And you
I'd
think the board
struck
will
him.
take your side?
He chose
I took a
survival.
deep breath. Let's
We
go
stared
find
at
out.
each other through
The
the
board
cracked
meeting
window.
that changed
Two
everything.
brothers standing on
9 to a
opposite
9
sides of a
and
line
50
our
a.m.
father never
The board
wanted
members
us to
filed
cross.
into the conference
Then
room.
Mark said
confused
something
at the
I'll never
lineup.
forget.
Me,
Just give me
Meredith
the papers.
Caldwell,
Please.
Laura,
They said if I bring the
pale,
map,
and
they
Jake
won't
and
come
Mark
after
trailing
you.
behind
My
like
chest
2 men
tightened
approaching
because
a
it
firing
wasn't a
line.
lie.
Mark tried to open the
believed
meeting
every word.
himself.
But
It appears
JT's
we have a
next text
misunderstanding.
appeared on my screen
Sit
like
down,
a knife.
I said.
If he
The
takes that
entire
map
room
back
froze.
to them, they'll kill
And
him.
Mark,
And then
after a
they'll
long,
come for
little
you.
pause, sat.
I stared at
I
Mark.
placed a phone on the table.
Really looked at him.
I'm invoking executive
fear,
review under
his
section
desperation,
14B
his attempt
of our
to save
founding
me
bylaws.
by sacrificing
The board
himself.
exchanged glances.
He wasn't the villain.
It was a rule
He was
rarely
the bait.
used.
And
A
those
last
men
resort
weren't
measure.
done hunting us.
A legal provision
Mark,
allowing a
I
co-founder
whispered,
to demand a
we need to
full
get off this
audit
road.
of internal actions.
Now. He
Jake
frowned.
blinked.
Why?
Adam, come on.
I opened the
I
door
pressed play.
just enough to
Mark's
speak
voice
clearly.
filled the room.
Because someone
Once Adam
leaked
is
the
out,
survey,
we'll liquidate
and it
his
wasn't you.
shares restructure
Mark's eyes
sell.
flickered with
He'll be too
confusion.
busy trying to
Then
prove his
realization.
stability to
And
interfere.
then fear.
Absolute
Real fear.
silence.
Then
Then
who?
chaos.
A pair of
Board
headlights
members
appeared
whispering.
at the end of
One
the lot.
woman covering her
Not
mouth.
Mark's car.
Another slamming
Not the
her pen
SUV.
down. Mark
Another
shot to his
vehicle.
feet. Out of
Slowing.
context.
Pulling
Caldwell
in.
stood too.
Silent.
Then let's add context.
JT's final message
He placed
came
the thumb
through.
drive on the
They
table.
found you.
Minutes later,
The moment
the
those
board had
unfamiliar headlights
emails
turned
with
into
forged
the rest stop.
attachments, fraudulent
Mark froze.
amendments,
His eyes
financial
widened.
transfers
Not
to a
the way
shell
a guilty man
corporation,
reacts,
testimony
but the
from
way
Laura,
someone does when they
recordings,
finally understand the
timestamps,
size of the monster
metadata,
chasing them.
a full
That's
written
not
confession
them,
Mark
he
didn't
whispered,
mean to give.
which
By
terrified me even more,
11:46
because
a.m.,
for a split
it
second
was over.
I believed
Jake
him.
was removed.
The car
Laura
crept forward
suspended
without
from
hurry,
anything
its
involving
engine
the company.
barely audible.
And Mark
Dark
was
windows,
escorted out
no
by
plats.
security.
Not
He didn't
even the
fight,
soft
didn't
rumble of
scream.
music
He
or
looked at me
movement
once,
inside.
just once,
silence,
with a
predatory
quiet,
silence.
chilling promise
My
in his
phone
eyes.
buzzed with a
This
single
isn't
message
finished.
from JT.
But he left.
Do not run.
And just like that,
Do not
I had
talk.
my company back.
Watch.
Or what was
My
left
pulse
of it.
hammered.
3 years
But I
later.
stayed still.
It took years
The car
to rebuild.
came to a stop
Years
15
of
yards
audits,
away.
lawsuits,
No one got out.
therapy sessions,
driver's window rolled
sleepless
down.
nights,
Just
and
enough
the
to show a
lingering
face.
ache of
Or
betrayal.
rather, half a
But
face.
step by step,
A woman.
piece by piece, I
Mid-40s.
reclaimed the one
Sharp
thing I
cheekbones.
nearly lost.
Calm eyes.
Myself.
The kind of calm
the
that
company,
made my
it
blood run
survived,
cold.
changed,
Mark,
adapted,
she said
but I
softly,
didn't run it alone anymore.
like she'd known him
I
for
learned
years.
from the scars.
Mark staggered
One morning,
back a step.
3 years
No,
to the day
no,
after the
you're
board
supposed
meeting,
to be in Dallas.
I was having coffee in
The
the
woman
lobby when
smiled.
the doors opened.
You didn't
A familiar
think I'd let you
silhouette
handle this
stepped
alone.
inside.
Did
Older,
you?
thinner,
Her voice was
eyes
smooth,
colder than I remembered.
disarming,
Mark,
like
he
a
stopped
mother
a few
talking
feet
to
away,
a difficult child.
hands in his pockets.
Not a lone shark
Adam,
haunting his
my
nightmares.
pulse steadied.
She turned her
not
gaze
panicked,
to me.
not afraid.
And you
Why
must
are you
be
here?
the brother.
He studied
Something
me,
about the way
slow,
she said
calculated.
it made my
Then he
entire body
smiled.
tense.
Because I heard
Not
you're doing
friendly,
well,
Not
he said.
curious.
and I thought it was
certain,
time we talked about
like she'd been
unfinished
expecting
business.
me. Mark's
I stared
voice
at him.
cracked.
The weight of
He doesn't
3
know
years
anything.
settling
He
behind
won't
my
fight us.
ribs like armor.
Just
no,
give me more
I said
time.
quietly.
Time
We
is a
have
luxury,
no unfinished
darling.
business. He
She
tilted his
murmured.
head.
Eyes
sure?
still locked onto
Yes,
mine.
I said.
And your father
Because I
made
learned something
things
you never did.
complicated.
His brow lifted.
My breath caught.
What's that?
What do you
I
know
held his
about my
gaze
father?
unwavering.
I asked.
That sometimes
Her
the
smile
strongest
sharpened.
thing you can do
Everything
with a
he
past
tried
like
to hide.
ours is walk
I edged
away
closer
from it.
to the
He didn't
SUV.
move.
ready
Didn't
to
breathe.
dive back inside.
Then he smirked,
She noticed.
just a little,
Of course
and
she
turned to leave.
noticed.
Until
You've
next
seen the
time,
map,
he said softly.
she said.
There
Not
won't
a
be a next
question.
time, I
A fact.
replied.
Cold
But he was
panic
already gone.
surged through me.
Some wounds
I forced
never
my voice
fully
steady.
heal.
You're
Some
not
betrayals
getting it.
leave scars
She leaned
that
her
flare
elbow
up when you
casually
least
against
expect
the
them.
window frame.
But I learned something in
Those
those
documents
years.
belong to
Family
my client.
isn't who shares your blood.
Mark looked at
Trust
her sharply,
isn't built overnight.
eyes wide.
And survival
Client?
isn't about
You
winning
said we were
every
partners.
battle. It's
She
about
ignored
refusing
him,
to let the
didn't
battles
even blink.
define you.
My
And when I
employer
walked back
wants
through
the
the lobby
report your
that
father
morning,
got from the
sunlight
surveyor.
pouring across the
Her
tiles,
tone softened
I
again,
felt something I
disturbingly
hadn't felt
gentle.
in a long time.
The real one.
Peace.
Not the
Not
edited
perfect,
copy your
not
father
complete,
filed.
but real.
Mark stared at
And
me like he'd been
sometimes
punched.
That's
Dad
enough.
filed
In a story.
an edited copy?
The
I
contract
swallowed.
clause
Of course
that
he
destroyed
did.
me.
He
Have
knew
you ever
exactly
trusted
what he
someone
was sitting.
completely
He knew the real results
that you didn't
would draw
even bother
people like
reading
her.
the fine
The
print
woman
that
nodded
would
toward
one
the
day
SUV.
ruin your life?
It's in there.
Because that's exactly how my story
My hand
begins.
tightened on the map
On a Tuesday
inside my
morning
jacket.
at 9:14
She continued,
a.m.
voice
with a
silky.
pen in my hand,
Your father
signing
was
a document
smart,
I thought
but he
represented
underestimated
a dream,
desperation.
but was actually the
He
start
didn't
of my
think someone
destruction.
close to him
I didn't
would
know
lead
it
us
then.
straight to it.
God, I wish I
Mark's
had.
head jerked
The office
up.
smelled like
I
new
never
carpet
told you
and
about
cheap
the map.
coffee.
I didn't know
Sunlight
about
was
the
pouring
safe.
through the tall
She gave him a
windows,
pitying look.
turning the glass
Mark,
conference
we
table
never
into
needed
a
you
mirror
to know.
that caught
Your leverage.
every nervous
That's all.
twitch in
I
my
felt
face.
the blow for him.
I'd barely
I
slept
watched
the
his
night
shoulders
before.
cave.
Excitement
Watched
will
the
do
truth
that to
break
you.
him open.
Jake,
He wasn't
my
their
business partner, my
He was
brother
their
in
pawn,
everything but
and she
blood,
just tossed him
slapped
aside
the
like
final
trash.
contract onto the
My
table
phone
with
buzzed.
that big,
JT,
easy grin he always
distract
wore.
her.
The
I'm
grin that
close.
made you feel
My breath
stupid
hitched.
for
I
ever
forced
doubting
myself
him.
to speak.
50-50, he
Every
said.
nerve shaking.
Equal partners.
If all you
Just
wanted
like we
was the
promised.
report, why
I
pull
smiled
guns?
back.
Why
Believed
chase
him.
me?
Why wouldn't I?
She sighed.
For 10
Because
years,
your father
we built
didn't
this company
trust
from
the
the ground
government.
up.
He didn't
handled
trust
sales.
the banks.
I ran
And
operations.
he certainly didn't trust
We
us.
worked late nights.
So he hid
shared
things.
cheap takeout
Papers,
dinners. Celebrated
maps,
small wins like they were
coordinates.
Oscars.
Her
I
eyes
trusted him
darkened,
with everything.
and he told
ideas,
someone else where to
access,
find them.
Passwords,
The air went
my
still.
future.
Too
So
still.
when he said lawyers
Who?
were expensive and he
Asked.
cleaned up the
She
paperwork
smiled.
himself,
Not warmly.
I didn't question
He
it.
called him John.
That was my first mistake.
But you know him as
Maybe
JT.
my worst.
My
It
pulse
wasn't
slammed
until
in my
18
ears.
months later that
Mark
I learned about the
whispered,
clause.
Who the
one
hell
he
is
buried
JT?
on page 17.
Before I could answer,
The one I
a
skimmed
loud
because
crack
lunch
split
was
the
getting
night.
cold
A
and his pen
spotlight
was already
exploded
uncapped.
behind us.
The clause
A
that
second
said if
car
either partner
screeched into the
became
lot. Woman's
unavailable
expression
for more
changed
than
instantly.
60 consecutive days,
Annoyance flickering
the other
into
partner
fear.
gained full
Move,
executive control.
she barked.
Full control.
But it was too
Full
late.
ownership.
A man stepped
full
out
everything.
of the second car.
I didn't notice it then.
Voice low,
but Jake did.
controlled.
He noticed
You're
everything.
done here.
The day
I knew that
everything
voice.
started to unravel wasn't dramatic.
JT stepped
It wasn't
out of
a
the second
screaming
car
match
like a
or
man
betrayal
who'd
caught
already
on video.
calculated every
It was
possible
quiet.
outcome.
Too quiet.
Calm,
It was a
steady.
Thursday.
No guastig
6:32 p.m.
He didn't look at
I
me.
remember because I
Didn't
was
look
still
at
at the
Mark.
office. The
His
only
eyes
one
were
left
locked on the
besides the
woman.
cleaning crew.
The one who only
staring
moments
an email
earlier
on my
spoke
screen
like
with
she
a
owned the
subject
night.
line
She
that
shifted
made my
her
stomach
stance.
twist.
Confidence
Internal
cracking just
financial
slightly.
adjustments review.
You shouldn't be
It wasn't
here.
addressed to me.
JT
It wasn't meant
closed
for
the
me.
door behind
He sent
him
it to the
with
wrong.
deliberate settle this right
felt
now.
since I was a kid.
JT stepped
Something was
forward,
wrong.
placing
Something was
himself
happening.
directly
And I was
between
already
her
too
and
late.
me.
The next
You're not
morning,
touching
I walked into
anything.
the office
She
and
laughed.
found a stranger
A
sitting
sharp,
at my
bitter
desk.
sound.
A woman.
You think you
Sharp
can stop
suit.
this?
Even sharper
I
smile.
already have.
Her nails
Her
clicked against
smile
my
faded.
keyboard like she'd been there
JT
for
took another
years.
step toward her,
Oh,
voice low.
she said without even
You're
looking
here
up.
without authorization.
You must be Adam. I
Without your
froze.
client.
Who are you?
Without backup.
She finally met my
That's
eyes.
sloppy.
Interim
A muscle
operations
jumped
director.
in her jaw.
Interim.
Bold
Operations.
words for someone working
Director.
alone.
My job.
I'm not alone,
My title.
he said.
My company.
Mark's
What are you
head
talking
snapped
about?
toward me.
I asked.
What does that
disbelief
mean?
dripping
I didn't
from
know,
every word.
but I felt
She
it.
shrugged.
Something
Jake
in the
said
air
you were
shifting.
taking an extended
And then
leave.
the ground
Leave?
vibrated.
Leave?
Just
I
a
turned
faint
before she
tremor.
could say another
A
word
pulse
and
beneath
stormed
the
toward
earth.
Jake's office.
The woman froze.
My pulse pounding
JT's eyes
so
narrowed.
hard I could feel
My
it in
breath
my
caught.
teeth. He
What
wasn't
was
there.
that?
His lights
Mark
were off.
whispered.
His desk
Another
was cleared.
tremor.
A single
Stronger this
envelope
time.
sat in
Then
the
a
center
deep,
of the table
muted
with my
tone
name
sounded under us,
handwritten on the front.
like something
My
far
hands
below the
trembled as
surface
I opened it.
exhaling.
Inside
JT's
was a
posture
doctor's
changed
note.
constantly.
A forged one.
Tension
A
tightened
horribly
every line of his
obvious,
body.
laughably
No,
fake document
he
claiming
muttered.
I'd been
Not
diagnosed
now.
with
The
acute
woman took a
work-related
step
stress
back.
and was
You
medically
didn't tell me
advised
it
to
was this
avoid all
close.
operational
It wasn't supposed to
responsibilities
be,
for 90 days.
he said.
90
What's
days.
happening?
Exactly 30 more than the clause required.
JT turned to me.
I sat down.
The reservoir
slowly,
isn't stable.
like my legs were no longer
My pulse
mine.
surged.
My vision
What
blurred.
does that mean?
My breath caught.
It's moving.
He planned this.
He said, voice
He planned
sharp.
everything.
Shifting.
Halfway
Pressure
through
is
reading
building
note,
under the
the
north
room
corner.
began to tilt.
The north
Not
corner.
literally,
The largest
but emotionally,
X on the map.
mentally,
Oh my God.
spiritually.
I
It
breathed.
felt like the ground
Is it
under
dangerous?
my life was shifting,
Yes, he said.
cracking,
If
dissolving.
someone drilled too
and right
close
there, in
or
that
disturbed the
nauseating
surface,
moment, something
woman
clicked in
cut
my
in.
head.
We
If you've
had
ever
nothing
watched
to
someone
do
you
with
trusted
that.
tighten the
JT
screws behind your
snapped.
back,
Then
if
someone
you've ever
did.
felt that cold
Another
rush
deep
of
rumble
betrayal when the
vibrated
truth
up through my
finally
shoes.
hits,
Mark
I know
staggered.
you understand this part.
Dad knew
and if
about
you're still
this?
reading, I
JT
see
nodded.
you. You're not
It's
alone.
why he shut
I went
the
home
survey
early
down.
that day.
He didn't
Not
want a
because I was
blowout.
defeated.
He didn't
Not
want
yet,
the company
but
involved.
because I needed answers.
He didn't want
Real
anyone
answers.
dying for money.
Answers that
The
only
woman's
one
expression
person could
twisted.
give me. I called our
It's too
accountant,
late for that
Meredith.
kind of morality.
She'd been with us
and
from
then,
the beginning.
from behind
Honest,
her,
loyal,
her driver stepped
unshakable.
out of the car.
She picked up on
Not
the second
calmly.
ring.
Hurried,
Meredith, I said,
pale,
something's
wide-eyed.
happening. Why?
They broke
I
ground
asked.
near the ravine
She inhaled
yesterday.
sharply.
They weren't
Because he's been
supposed to.
planning this for months.
Now the system's
The
picking
line
up
went
pressure
dead.
spikes.
I sat in the
JT's
dim
face
glow of my
went
car
white.
dashboard for
You
nearly
idiots,
an hour after that,
he hissed.
replaying
You
her
triggered
words
it.
over
My
and
heart
over.
slammed against
Planning
my
this.
ribs.
Months.
Triggered what?
Everything.
The woman
Every
met
late
my
meeting.
eyes.
Every
The
ensign
reservoir
check.
is going to breach.
Every sudden change.
A cold shock
Every
shot through me.
excuse.
As
Was
in
I blind?
explode?
Was I naive?
Not exactly.
Or did I just believe in the
JT
wrong
said.
person for
But
too
if it
long?
vents, if the
My
earth
life,
opens,
my
we're talking
work,
a collapse
my
zone
identity,
miles wide.
everything I
Mark's
built
voice
was in
cracked.
someone else's hands.
So what
now.
do we do?
Someone who smiled
JT
at me
looked at me
while
first,
sharpening his
then
knife.
at the woman,
I looked at the
then
forged
toward the
medical
dark
note
road
again.
leading to our
At Jake's
father's land.
handwriting on
We
the
go
envelope.
to the north corner,
At the signature
he said.
I'd written a year
Now,
before,
before the ground
stupidly,
gives way.
blindly,
The
sealing
woman
my own
hesitated.
fate. 90
You're
days.
insane.
90
No,
days until he
JT
owned
said softly.
everything.
I'm
Unless
the
I
only
acted.
one here who
Unless I
knows how
fought.
to stop this.
Unless I found
the
proof
rumble
stronger
beneath
than
us
his
grew
lies.
louder,
At
like a
8:12
warning
p.m.,
from the earth
I
itself.
stepped out of my car
JT
into the
stepped
cool
closer to
evening
us,
air,
eyes
heading
sharp.
toward the place
Whatever
where
is
Meredith told me
buried
to
under
meet
your
her.
father's land,
I didn't know what she was going
he
to show
said,
me, but what
is
I
about
found
to
that
show
night
itself.
was only
The
the
drive
beginning,
to the north
and it made
corner felt
everything
like
that came
racing toward
next
the mouth of
unavoidable.
something alive.
Including the
The
moment
earth
I
kept
realized
rumbling.
Jake wasn't just
Small
taking
tremors
company.
rolling under
He
the
was
tires,
taking my life apart,
vibrating
piece
through the
by
floorboards.
piece.
Every
If I'd
few
known what I was
seconds,
about to walk into
Mark
that
would
night,
glance at me like he
8:42
needed proof
p.m.
I was still
behind
there.
the abandoned
Behind
textile
us,
warehouse on
the
4th
woman's
Street.
car followed
I would have
close,
brought someone with me.
headlights
Anyone.
bouncing in the
A
darkness.
witness.
Ahead
A
of
friend.
us,
A
JT
bodyguard.
drove with one
But I
hand
walked in
braced on the
alone,
wheel like he
clutching
could
my
feel the
jacket
land
tighter
shifting before
as
it
the
happened.
air grew colder.
At 4:12 a.m.,
Meredith was already
we
there.
turned down the
She
narrow
stood
dirt
under
road
a
leading
dim
to my
street
father's
lamp,
property.
her arms wrapped
Fog
around
drifted
herself,
low across the fields,
eyes darting around
hanging
like she
thick like
expected
smoke.
someone to be
The
watching.
closer we got
Maybe
to the
someone
ravine,
was. Thank
the
you for
heavier
coming,
the air
she
felt.
whispered. Just tell me what's
Dense,
going on,
charged,
I said.
almost
What did
metallic.
Jake do?
Mark
She
finally
hesitated too
whispered,
long.
"Why
Her
didn't
breath
Dad tell us
fogged in
any
the
of
air.
this?" I
Adam,
didn't have an
he's
answer.
preparing to remove
Not
you.
one he wanted.
Officially.
When we
Permanently.
reached the north corner,
My chest tightened.
JT's
Because
truck
of the fake
skidded to a
medical
stop.
leave?
He
She
jumped
shook her
out
head.
instantly,
No, that's just
scanning
step
the ground
one.
with a flashlight.
Step one. My
moving
pulse quickened.
fast,
Meredith
scanning,
pulled out a
muttering to
small
himself.
flash
I
drive from her
stepped
coat
out of the
pocket,
SUV.
glancing
The cold
over her
hit me
shoulder
like a
again.
slap.
I shouldn't have
My
this.
breath came out
And if
in
Jake
quick
finds
white
out I met
bursts.
you, I could lose
JT,
my license.
I called.
What's on it?
What's
I asked.
happening?
Proof
He
he's been
didn't look
moving
up.
company assets.
The pressure spike is
quietly,
bad.
to a shell
Worse than I
corporation
thought.
he controls.
The woman
My
approached,
stomach
her
dropped.
coat snapping
What shell
in the wind.
corporation?
Can you
She
stop
swallowed.
it?
A
Maybe,
new
he
entity
said,
he created
if the
6
fault
months
hasn't
ago.
opened yet.
It's structured
My
so that
heart
once you're
pounded.
declared
And
inactive,
if it has,
everything
he
flows
finally looked at
directly
me.
to him.
Then
I
the
felt
land
the heat
collapses.
drain from my body.
Everything your
How long
father
has he been
protected
planning
gets
this?
swallowed.
Meredith's
The ground
voice
gave
cracked.
a low,
Since the night
groaning
your mother
rumble
got
beneath
sick,
us.
I stepped
Deep,
back.
ancient,
What? He told people you'd be
terrifying.
emotionally
Mark
distracted.
swore under his
that
breath.
you'd trust him to handle
We
the
shouldn't be
paperwork.
here.
That you wouldn't
We
notice
have
what
to
he
be,
slipped into the
JT
contract
snapped.
renewal. I
Your
felt
father
punched.
left
When
instructions.
knocked out.
He
Vision
planned
blurring.
for this.
My mother's
I blinked.
illness. My worst
Instructions?
moment was
Where?
the moment he saw
He
his
held out
opening.
his hand.
He used that.
For the map.
I whispered.
I froze.
He used that.
His voice softened.
She nodded.
I don't
Tears
want the
formed.
land.
I tried to
I never
warn you,
did.
Adam. But he
your father
isolated the
understood
finance
something
team.
none of you did.
He changed passwords.
If the reservoir vented in
removed
the
shared
wrong
access.
place, it wouldn't just
He
take
locked
the
you
oil.
out without you
It would
even
take
realizing
everything.
it. The
Mark
street
stepped
felt colder
closer
now.
to me.
Darker.
Don't give it to
Quieter.
him.
I forced
Mark.
myself to breathe.
No.
What was
he
his
said
plan
louder.
for 90 days?
You don't know him.
That's what I needed to
you
show you.
don't know what deal
she
he
said.
had with Dad.
He scheduled a
How do we
meeting
know
tonight.
he's not
A
trying to
midnight
take
meeting
it for himself?
with an attorney who specializes in
Joe
forced
Titan.
buyouts.
Your father
Midnight.
trusted
I
me
asked,
more than you
"Where?"
trust your own
She
family.
pointed toward the warehouse.
Mark shoved him hard.
Inside.
Don't talk
My
about
heart
trust.
slammed into my
You're the
ribs.
one who dragged
He's
us
in there
into
right
this.
now.
JT
She nodded.
shoved him back.
If you want to know the truth,
I'm the one
the
trying
real
to
truth,
keep you alive.
you have to hear it
The
for
woman
yourself.
stepped forward.
For a moment.
Enough.
I just stood there.
Her voice sliced
cold
through
wind
the tension.
biting through my clothes.
We don't have time
Try
for
to
this.
understand how
That
the
map
man
is
I
the
once
only thing
trusted
that
with
shows
my
the
entire
fault line.
life had
She
turned
turned
into a
to me.
stranger
Give it to
capable of
someone
gutting
who
me
can
in
actually
silence.
use it.
I looked at the
Something
warehouse.
inside me snapped.
Dark. Silent.
Everyone stopped.
Waiting.
My
Are you
voice
sure about
echoed
this?
across the field.
Meredith asked.
The rumbling
No,
grew louder.
I wasn't. But
Like
I
the
pushed the
land
drive into
itself
my
was
pocket,
listening.
squared
I
my
pulled the map
shoulders,
from my jacket,
and stepped
but
toward
didn't
the
hand it
rusted metal
over.
door.
If I
Because I
give
needed
this
to
to
hear
any
it.
of you,
I needed to know
I said,
exactly how
voice
Jake
shaking but
planned
steady,
to destroy me.
I need
And
one thing.
when I placed my hand
One
on that
answer.
door handle,
JT
I heard
exhalait.
voices inside.
Name it.
One of them was
What
his.
did my father
The other?
find out
Some
before
I
he
never
died?
expected.
Silence.
The metal handle
The
was
kind
ice
that
cold
makes your
against my
stomach
palm.
drop.
I pressed my
JT
ear to the
looked
door,
away first.
breath held tight.
He
in
found
my
the full
throat.
survey results.
Jake's voice carried
he said
through the
quietly.
warehouse.
The ones the
Confident,
drilling company
smooth,
hid.
The exact
It wasn't
tone
just
he used
oil
when he
down
thought
there.
he was untouchable.
He hesitated.
He won't see it
What
coming.
was it?
He never
I
reads the
whispered.
paperwork.
A pocket
he said,
of trapped gas.
almost laughing.
Ancient.
My jaw clenched
unstable.
hard enough to
The
ache.
kind that
But
can
it was the
blow
second
if
voice,
disturbed.
the one I
My
didn't
mouth went
expect, that
dry,
made my blood
and
freeze.
the company knew.
I told you from the
JT
start,
added.
the man replied.
They tried to force him
if you want
out.
a clean transfer
Your
of
father
assets,
refused.
it has to look
He
voluntary.
died before he
we
could
can't force
expose them.
incompetence
The woman's
unless he
face
signs
tightened.
something.
That was
voice.
never supposed
I
to
knew
happen.
It. I knew it
Mark
far too
stared
well.
at her.
It was our
Your
old
client
lawyer,
threatened
the
our
one who
father?
drafted our original
She didn't
partnership
deny it.
contract.
That was
The
enough
one who
for
swore
me.
he
I
represented
stepped
both
back,
of us fairly.
clutching the map.
He was supposed to have
So
retired
what?
last
Now
year.
you want to
So why was he here?
fix the
At
problem
midnight?
you created?
With my partner?
She
I
exhaled
took a
sharply.
slow step back,
No.
heart
I want to
hammering
buy you
against
out.
my ribs.
All of you.
The warehouse
right now.
echoed with their
Her voice
voices.
hardened.
He'll sign,
$5 million
Jake
each.
said.
Cash.
He always signs.
Tonight.
The
Mark
arrogance in his
inhaled
tone
sharply.
made my hands
We should.
shake.
I cut
I
him
had
off.
to move. Had
No.
to get closer.
His eyes
Had to hear
widened
more.
with panic.
A side window
You
was
don't know
cracked
what
open.
you're saying.
Glass
I know exactly
smudged
what
with
I'm
dust
saying.
and fingerprints.
I whispered.
I slid toward
Another
it,
rumble
keeping my
shook the
head low.
ground, this
Through
one
the
sharp,
gap,
violent.
I could see their
The woman
silhouettes
took a
at a
step
makeshift
back.
table.
JT
Papers,
cursed under his breath.
laptops, coffee
Mark
cups,
grabbed my arm.
and a stack of folders
If you
too
don't take
familiar for
that deal,
comfort.
we lose
And then
everything.
I saw something else.
The land,
My name.
the money.
Bold.
Mark,
Underlined.
I
On
said
a
softly.
folder sitting
We're
right
about
in
to
front of
lose
Jake.
something way
The
bigger
lawyer
than
tapped
money.
it.
The
You're
earth
certain the
beneath
email
us
went
cracked.
through?
Just
The
a
one
hairline
outlining his
fracture,
medical condition.
but enough to make
Jake
all of us
smirked.
freeze.
Oh, it went
A
through.
thin line in
His
the dirt,
HR file
glowing
is updated.
faintly.
Insurance
JT's eyes
flagged
went
it.
wide.
The board will get the
It's
notice
starting.
Monday morning.
The glowing
After
fracture
that,
in the
he
dirt was no
shrugged.
wider than
60
a pencil,
days
but
start
the
ticking.
light pulsing from
60
it felt
days.
alive,
That cursed clause.
throbbing like a heartbeat
fine print
trapped
I
beneath
ignored.
the earth.
That trap
We all
he built
stepped
around my
back
trust.
instinctively.
My chest
JT
tightened.
crouched beside
Rage
it,
mixing
his
with
flashlight
disbelief.
trembling just
Disbelief
slightly in his
mixing
hand.
with humiliation.
It's a gas
I'd
flare,
handed him the
he
rope,
muttered.
and he was
The
using it to
pressure's
strangle
breaking
me.
through.
But then
The
the
woman's
lawyer asked
voice
something
was
that made
tight.
my entire
How
body
long
lock
do
up.
we have?
In the meeting with his
Minutes,
doctor,
he
did
said.
you handle that part?
Maybe.
My stomach
Another
twisted.
rumble rolled beneath
Jake
us.
leaned back in his chair.
Deeper now,
Let's just say I
more
sent someone to my
insistent.
place.
The ground
Someone
shuddered hard
persuasive.
enough to make
What
Mark
does that
lose
mean?
his balance.
The lawyer asked.
I grabbed
It
his
means,
arm,
Jake
steadying
said,
him.
that the
For a
medical
split
record will
second,
support
we were just two
everything
brothers
we're
again,
filing.
holding
Once he's
each other up
officially
the way
marked
we used to
as
when Dad
temporarily
made us carry
impaired,
lumber across
the company
yard.
transition
But
can
that
begin.
moment
Temporarily
evaporated
impaired.
as the earth
My
groaned
breath
again.
caught. He
JT
wasn't just
stood,
stealing the company.
turned to me
He was
and held
rewriting
out
my
his hand.
identity.
Give
I
me the
swallowed
map.
hard, my throat
Now.
burning.
This
I needed
time,
proof.
I didn't hesitate.
I needed leverage.
The map.
I needed anything.
The thing
That's
everyone
when my
chased,
phone buzzed quietly
over,
in my pocket.
bled for,
An email notification.
unfolded in his
I
hands
froze.
like a relic.
Slowly,
He scanned
I slid
the
the
red
phone out and
excess,
saw it.
traced the fault line,
Urgent.
then looked
You need to
toward
see
the ravine.
this.
We
The
need
sender.
to vent it safely,
Jake.
he
At
said.
first I thought he
Your
realized
father
I was
marked
there.
the weakest
But
point.
when I opened it,
If we break
my legs
it there,
nearly gave out.
the pressure will
It was the
release
same email
without
he
collapsing
accidentally
the whole
sent
property.
me earlier.
The woman
The thread
scoffed.
discussing my
You
removal
think we can just
to Shell Corporation
dig a hole?
timeline.
That's
Except
your
now,
plan.
there were
JT
new
glared at
attachments.
her.
Financial Financial summaries
but he
showing
left tools.
asset transfers.
He pointed toward
a
the old
scanned
equipment
medical
shed near
note
the fence
with
line.
a forged signature.
Half-collapsed
A draft
vines
letter to the
crawling
board
over the
declaring
roof.
me
My father's
unfit.
shed.
And worst
Of course,
of all,
he left something
an internal
there.
memo titled,
He always prepared
Full
for
executive
storms
takeover,
before they arrived.
Final steps.
We ran.
I read
Cold
the first
wind
lines of the
slapped
memo,
my face as
and
we
my
crossed
vision
the field.
blurred.
The
All
shed door was
operations under my
swollen from
leadership
years
will
of
begin
rain,
immediately
but JT
following
shouldered
Adams'
it open
confirmed
with a
leave
grunt.
of absence.
Inside,
He will not return to an
dust
executive
floated
role.
in the beam
The
of the
transition
flashlight like
is
tiny ghosts.
irreversible.
And there,
Irreversible.
against the back
That
wall,
word
were the
cut
tools.
deeper than
Heavy
anything
rods,
I'd heard through the
pressure
window.
gauges,
My hand
a
shook
manual
violently.
venting spike
This
older
wasn't
than
panic
me.
anymore.
Dad knew.
This was survival.
He knew this day
I
might
stepped back
come.
from the window,
He planned
mind
for it.
racing,
My
pulse
chest
pounding.
tightened so painfully
Meredith
I
had
had
been
to
right.
steady myself
He'd
on
been
the wall.
planning this for months.
JT grabbed the
He'd
spike
covered
and tossed
every
the other
angle,
tools to Mark
built
and me.
every lie
We
with
drive this
precision.
into the
But
ravine
now,
wall.
I had the
Fast,
email, the
clean,
attachments,
before the
proof
pressure
he never meant
finds
for
its
me to
own
see.
exit.
I slipped
I
back
nodded,
into the shadows
adrenaline
behind the
swallowing my
warehouse,
fear.
gripping my
When we
phone
reached the
like it was the
ravine,
only
the
thing
air was
tethering
warm,
me to sanity.
unnaturally warm.
Because the truth
The
was clear
ground
now.
vibrated like
Jake
a
wasn't
living
just
thing.
taking the company.
A faint hiss
He was
rose
erasing
from
me.
cracks in the soil.
And as I reached
Mark
the
stepped
corner of the
forward,
building,
jaw
ready to call
clenched.
Meredith,
Tell me
ready
what
to
to
figure
do.
out my next
He
move.
wasn't the scared,
A car engine
reckless
rumbled
screw-up
behind me.
anymore.
Headlights
Right now,
flared on.
he was the man
A door
Dad
slammed.
always hoped he'd become.
Footsteps approached
We
fast.
worked fast.
I turned
3 people
and
pushing,
saw someone running
hammering,
straight toward me.
bracing
To be
the spike
continued.
while the woman
The
stood
footsteps
back,
pounded against
staring
the
at the
pavement.
ground like it
Fast,
might open beneath
heavy,
her.
too
The hissing
close.
grew louder.
I spun around,
JT shouted,
just as the figure
almost
broke
there.
through the shadows
I drove the
and into the
spike
glow
down
of
with
the
everything
streetlamp.
I had left.
Adam.
My arms burned.
Meredith's voice
My hands
cracked
shook.
as she reached
The
me.
metal vibrated
breath,
violently as it
eyes
hit the
wide
fault
with
line.
panic.
Then
I let out a shaky
roar,
exhale.
a deafening,
Jesus, you
explosive
scared me.
burst of pressure
What are you
shot
doing
upward.
here? I had to
Hot
warn you,
air whipping my
she
hair
whispered,
back,
grabbing my arm.
dirt blasting
Someone
into
tipped
the
Jake
sky
off.
like a geyser
He knows
of
you saw
dust
the
and
email.
heat.
My
It
stomach
wasn't
flipped.
fire.
Ow.
It wasn't
I didn't tell
destruction.
anyone.
It
He
was
has
release.
access you don't know about.
The ground
She
trembled
pulled me
beneath
deeper
us,
into the alley.
then
And
settled,
he's not alone in
quietly,
this. You need
slowly,
to understand that.
peacefully.
Her voice
JT
trembled,
sagged to his knees,
not from the cold,
breathing
but
hard.
from fear.
It's done.
Real fear.
Mark
I'd known
leaned on the
Meredith
spike,
for 10
chest
years.
heaving.
I'd never
The
seen
woman
her
backed
like this.
away,
What do you
face
mean he's
pale,
not alone?
realizing
I asked.
no amount of money
She opened her
could buy
mouth,
control
but then
over
she
something this
froze.
powerful.
Her
I
eyes
stepped
flicked
to the
past
edge
me
of the ravine.
toward the warehouse
The faint
entrance.
glow had
I
vanished.
turned.
The
2
earth
men
was
stepped
still
out of
again,
the building,
like
talking
it was
quietly.
finally exhaling
One was
after
Jake.
holding its breath
The other
for
was our
years.
old lawyer.
We didn't
They
speak
hadn't
for a
seen
long
us yet,
time,
but they were heading
not
toward
until
the
the
parking
sun
lot,
crept over the
toward
horizon,
the alley we were standing in.
painting the field
Meredith
in gold.
pulled me behind a dumpster.
Mark wiped his face
Listen,
with a shaking
we don't have
hand.
long. Her
I'm
whisper
sorry,
was barely
he
air.
whispered.
Jake
For
didn't just set up a
everything.
shell
I
corporation,
nodded slowly.
she said.
We can
He funneled
fix some
assets
of
into it.
it. Not all.
Accounts
but some.
receivable.
He
Better
nodded
contracts.
back, tears
Even
in his
intellectual
eyes.
property.
JT approached,
All of it is already
the map
in
rolled
his control.
under his arm.
My mouth
Your
went
father
dry.
didn't want
That's
the land
illegal.
to make you rich.
Only if you can prove
he
it,
wanted it
she
to
said.
keep you grounded.
And he's been erasing your
to keep
access
you
for
together.
months.
My
By
throat
Monday,
tightened.
he'll have a temporary
He didn't
injunction
get that.
preventing you
Maybe
from
he
stepping
did,
into the building.
JT said softly.
I felt the ground shift
Just not
beneath
the
me.
way he
My
expected.
world was
The woman
collapsing
walked toward her
one
car,
calculated decision
defeated,
at a time.
not
What
angry,
about the forged
not
medical
threatening.
note?
Just
I
done.
asked. That
This
alone
never
should.
happened,
Adam,
she said.
Meredith
None of
closed
you
her
saw
eyes,
us.
bracing
And then
herself.
she drove away
He didn't
without
forge it
another
alone.
word.
A
We
cold
let her
chill
go.
crept down
3
my
months
spine.
later, the
What are you
land is
talking about?
quiet.
Your
Stable,
doctor's office got a call
safe.
last week
Mark
requesting
and I
your
repaired
records.
the shed,
They thought you
cleared
authorized
the
it.
brush.
Someone
We walked the
pretending
property
to you
together now,
filed a medical
slowly,
release
carefully,
form. My
learning
pulse
to
spiked.
rebuild trust
He
the same way the
impersonated
earth
me.
rebuilt its strength.
Yes.
Some
Her voice
wounds
broke.
don't vanish,
To set up a
but they
false
stop bleeding.
diagnosis.
Dad
paint
left
you
us
as
a map
unfit.
to something
My
dangerous,
hands curled into fists.
something ancient,
Rage.
something bigger
Helplessness.
than greed.
Shame.
And in the
All
end,
of it choked me at once.
the real discovery
How long
wasn't
have you
the
known?
oil beneath our
I asked
feet.
quietly.
It was the
She
truth
swallowed
that
hard.
surfaced
Since
because
yesterday.
of it. I
I
still
didn't want to
visit
believe
the
it
north
until I
corner
saw the
sometimes.
paperwork.
I stand
Adam,
at the edge
he's
of
going
the
to claim
ravine,
you're having a
listen to
psychological
the silence,
breakdown.
and I
The
swear,
words slammed
in the
into me
soft
like a
hum
physical
of the
blow.
morning wind,
A breakdown.
I can still
I
hear
echoed.
my father's
Why would he?
voice.
Because it makes you
Protected.
legally
I
unable
finally
to
understand
contest
what
the
he meant.
transfer.
End of
You still have to
story.
hear. No.
The inheritance
take
that shattered
everything.
our family.
And he's going to say I
didn't
agreed
know
to
it then,
because
but the morning
I
my
wasn't
father
well.
died, peaceful moment
Tears
my
slipping
family
down
ever shared.
cheeks.
Tuesday,
I'm sorry.
February
I'm so
11th.
sorry. A car door
6:42
slammed in the
a.m.
distance.
The house was
Jake
still
and the
dark
lawyer
when
were
my
getting
phone
closer.
lit up on the nightstand.
We need to move.
One
she
missed call
whispered
from my
urgently.
brother,
Now.
Mark.
I
2
nodded,
from
but
the
something in me
hospital.
snapped.
A text that
Not
just said,
fear, not
"Call me
panic, something
now."
sharper.
By 7:15,
resolve.
15, I
We're
was
not
standing
running,
in a room
I
that
said
smelled like
quietly.
cold metal and
We're finding
disinfectant,
leverage.
staring
She
at a body
blinked.
that didn't look
What
like
leverage?
the man who raised me.
The flash drive.
His hands,
I said.
once
Your
rough
files.
and warm from
And
years
the email
of
he
working
just
land
sent
no
me.
one else wanted,
I pulled out my
were pale
phone.
and still.
Screen still
I
open on the
remember
attachments
touching the
he
hem
never
of the
intended
thin
me to see.
hospital blanket.
This is enough
I
to
remember
corner
how
him.
heavy the
Her
air
face
felt,
twisted.
and I
It's a
remember
start,
thinking the
but it's not
same
enough to
thought
win.
over and over.
Maybe not.
He can't be
I
gone.
said.
Not
But it's
him.
enough to scare
But
him.
grief has
The
a cruel
footsteps
sense of
grew
timing.
louder.
It never
Jake's
comes alone.
unmistakable
Because by
stride
9:03
echoing
a.m.,
off the brick
before
walls.
we even left
Meredith
the hospital
gripped my
parking
arm.
lot,
Adam,
Mark said
he won't
something that
hesitate.
made my stomach
If
drop.
he catches us,
Dad
he'll
didn't
spin
leave
it.
a will,
He'll say you're
he
unstable.
muttered,
He'll call the
staring
police
straight ahead.
himself.
So
I
the
believed her,
land?
because I
It's ours.
finally understood
Split
just how
50-50.
far he'd go.
He said it
I
too
peeked
quickly,
around the dumpster.
too confidently,
Jake was only 30
like
feet
he'd
away
rehearsed
now,
it.
looking
And
around
right there, before
suspiciously,
grief even
like he
settled
sensed
in,
something
the
was
first
off.
crack in our family
We need to
formed.
disappear.
We didn't
Meredith
talk much the
whispered.
next few days.
I know a place we can
The
talk
funeral
safely.
planning, the
Where?
condolences, the
She
casseroles.
hesitated. My home,
It all blurred
she
into
said.
white noise.
But we have to go right
But
now.
Wednesday night,
We slipped into
something
shadows,
happened that snapped
moving
everything
fast,
into focus.
hearts pounding,
At
staying low
11:47
until we
p.m.,
reached the end of the
I got a
alley.
call from a
When we
number
step on
I
a
didn't
side street,
recognize.
I looked
A man's
back one
voice.
last time.
Low.
Jake
Urgent.
stood under the street
You
lamp,
don't know me,
hands in his pockets,
but your father
scanning the
trusted me.
darkness like a
I sat
predator
up instantly.
who knew his prey was
Who
close.
is this?
And
You
then,
need to check
almost
his
as if
safe,
he sensed
the man
exactly
whispered.
where I was,
Before your brother
he smiled.
does.
A
My
slow,
skin prickled.
chilling smile.
Why?
Because he thought
Pause.
he'd
A
already
breath.
won.
Because
I was
the
helpless.
land isn't what
He
you
thought
think
I was
it
alone.
is.
But he
And
was
he didn't
wrong.
want Mark
And
to
in
have
less
it.
than an hour,
The line
I would
clicked
discover
dead.
something in
For a
Meredith's
long
home
moment,
office that would
I just
blow
stared
his
at the
entire
shadows on
plan
my
wide
bedroom
open.
wall,
To be continued.
listening to my heartbeat
Meredith's
thundering
house
in
was
my
a small,
ears.
two-story
voice,
brick place tucked
it
behind a
wasn't
row
frantic.
of aging maple
It wasn't
trees.
threatening.
It was the
It
kind of
sounded
home where
like someone
neighbors
carrying
rarely
a
looked
truth
out their
too heavy
windows,
to hold any
where
longer.
porch lights
I should have
stayed
called
off,
Mark.
where privacy
I should have
came
asked
naturally.
him what was going on.
At 9:57
But something in my
p.m.,
gut said,
we slipped
"Don't.
inside
Not
through the
yet."
side door,
Looking back
locking it
now,
behind
that
us.
was the moment
The
everything
moment
changed.
I stepped into her kitchen,
My father's
the
safe
weight
was
of
in
the
the
night
workshop
pressed
behind the
against
house.
my ribs.
A place
My
that
shirt was
always
still
smelled
damp
like
from
oil,
sweat and the
sawdust,
cold. My
and the
hands shook
stubbornness that
every
held our
time
family
I remembered
together.
Jake's
I
voice
drove there the
echoing
next
through that
morning just
warehouse.
after sunrise.
He won't see it
The
coming.
frost still
He was
clung
right.
to the windows.
I didn't.
My
Meredith
breath fogged
motioned
in
to a
the
chair.
air. When I
Seat.
opened the workshop
I'm getting
door,
the files.
it creaked
I
the
didn't want to
same way
sit.
it had when
My
I was a
legs
kid
moved
sneaking in for
restlessly,
tools I wasn't supposed to
adrenaline
touch.
refusing
But this
to
time
settle.
the room
But I
felt
forced myself
different,
down,
like
palms
someone had
pressed
been there
flat
recently.
against the wooden table.
The safe was
the
under
kitchen
his
smelled
workbench.
faintly of
Old,
cinnamon
dusty,
and printer ink,
scratched
because
from
boxes
decades
of
of
paperwork
use.
were stacked
My father
everywhere.
always kept the
Some
combination
open,
scribbled
some
on a
taped
tiny
shut,
slip of
some
paper
spilling
tucked
receipts
inside the
and bank
lining of his red
statements.
hunting jacket.
I wasn't prepared
I
for what
reached
she was
for
about
it,
to show
hands
me.
trembling,
She returned
and found the
carrying
paper
a thick
exactly
manila
where it had
folder,
always been.
the edges
At
worn
least
from
that
being
hadn't been
handled too many
touched.
times.
The
I
combination
need you to
made the lock
breathe,
click
she said
open with a
softly.
sound that
I'll
echoed in the
breathe
cold
when
room.
I know what he did.
Inside were
She
three
hesitated,
things:
then
a
placed the
folded
folder
map,
in front of
old
me.
and brittle
Inside
around the edges,
was my
a
signature,
sealed letter
everywhere.
with my name
Not
written
one
in his
page,
shaky
not
handwriting.
5
A
pages,
property appraisal
dozens.
document
My
dated
name,
4 months
my
before he
handwriting,
died.
my
For
initials.
months,
Except
he'd never
I'd never
told us
seen these
about any
documents
of this.
before.
My
My
hands
throat
shook
tightened.
as I opened the
What
letter.
is this?
If you're
She
reading
pulled her
this,
chair
it
closer,
means I didn't have
voice
time to
barely
explain.
audible.
Do
Jake
not trust
created
Mark
a
with the
secondary
land.
operational
He's already
agreement,
spoken to
a
people
private
he
one.
shouldn't have.
It overrides
The land is
sections
worth
of the
far more
original
than he knows,
contract.
and far
You
more
still
than
have to
I
have.
ever told him.
But I never
My
signed
blood
anything
ran
like
cold.
that. I
Then
know.
the last
She
line,
exhaled shakily.
protect it,
And that's the
or
problem.
everything I fought
I flipped
for
through
will
the
be
pages,
lost.
each
I
one
don't know how
more
long I sat
horrifying
there.
than the last.
Maybe
A new
minutes, maybe
workflow
an hour,
delegation structure,
just staring
a
at the
revised
letter while the workshop
responsibility
slowly
allocation,
warmed with
a
sunlight.
pre-authorization
My
for
father
leadership
wasn't the
shift
dramatic type.
in case of
He
medical
didn't
or
write
emotional
riddles or warnings.
incapacitation.
If
And
he
the
said
worst
something
one,
was
a
dangerous or
page that
important,
legally
he meant it.
relinquished
So what was
operational
he
authority to
protecting?
Jake
And from
for the
who?
sake of
I unfolded the
organizational
map
stability.
next.
My
It
breath
wasn't
caught.
one of our state
My vision
maps.
blurred.
It was
This wasn't
older,
a contract.
yellowed at
It was
the
a
seams,
blueprint for my
marked
removal.
with precise
Meredith's
hand-drawn lines
signature.
that traced the
I pointed at
contours
the
of his
bottom of the
12
page.
acres.
That's
There
not
were
mine.
red
I
excess
would remember
in
signing
places I'd
something
never
like
paid
this.
attention to.
She didn't look
The
surprised.
north corner,
That's
the
because you
ravine
didn't
edge,
sign it.
the patch
least
of
not
useless clay
intentionally.
soil
What
behind
does
the
that
barn.
mean?
Except
She swallowed,
maybe
eyes
it wasn't
distant.
useless.
Do you remember the
And
vendor
then I
audit
saw
you did
something
last
I'd
December?
never noticed
When Jake
before.
asked you to sign a
In the
stack
appraisal
of invoices
documents,
because accounting
under
needed
potential mineral
end-of-year
value,
approvals.
a single
Yeah,
line had been
I said
highlighted
slowly.
in faded
I signed
yellow.
maybe 30 papers
Significant
that day.
indication
She
of
nodded.
subsurface
You signed
hydrocarbons.
29 invoices
Further
and
evaluation
one
recommended.
contract modification.
Hydrocarbons.
My
Oil,
heartbeat
gas,
slammed against my
maybe
ribs.
both. My
You're
mind
saying
spun.
he buried it
My
in the
father
stack.
bought that
I'm
land for
saying he counted on you
$50,000 when
trusting him.
everyone said he was
Her
stupid.
voice cracked.
When my
and you
mother
did.
cried
My
because it
stomach
meant no
twisted,
vacations, no
nausea
upgrades, no
rising
financial
in my
breathing
throat.
room.
Was
For
anyone
years,
else involved?
the land
I
produced
asked.
nothing.
Anyone on the
But
finance team?
Maybe
She
he knew
hesitated.
something we didn't.
There's someone,
Maybe
she
someone
said.
else knew too.
I don't know how much they know,
Halfway home,
but someone helped him
still
hide
gripping
the
the
paper
steering
trail.
wheel like it might
I clenched my
disappear.
fists.
Something
Ooh,
hit me out
just
of
as she
nowhere.
opened her mouth.
Hard enough
Headlights
to steal
flashed
my
across
breath.
her living
If
room
Mark
wall.
knew about the
She
map,
froze.
if he
I
knew
stood.
about the
Is
appraisal,
that him?
if he already
I whispered.
contacted people,
She peeked through the blinds.
like Dad said,
breath
then
trembling.
he wasn't just
And she
assuming the
exhaled in
land was
relief.
50-50.
No,
He
It's
was
just a
planning
neighbor.
something.
You scared
My
me.
phone
I
buzzed
ran a
on the
hand through my
passenger seat.
hair. I'm
Text
sorry.
from Mark.
This whole night,
We need to talk.
I'm not thinking
Tonight.
straight.
It's
okay.
important.
You're processing
Important.
trauma
That
in
word
real
felt
time.
like a warning
She gestured
now,
to the
not
folder.
an invitation.
And this isn't even
I
the
pulled
worst
into my
part.
driveway
My
but
head
didn't
jerked
get
up.
out of the car
What could be
right
worse
away.
than this?
I just sat
She
there,
sighed and stood,
staring at Dad's
walking
letter,
toward her home office.
rereading it
Come with
until
me.
the words
The
blurred.
room was small,
My family
but
was about to
meticulously
fracture,
organized.
maybe beyond
Monitors,
repair.
filing
And part of me
cabinets,
knew this
label
was only
binders,
the beginning.
Post-it notes
But
with
before
dates
I went inside,
and arrows.
I need to
She
tell you
placed a
something.
USB drive on
If
the
you've
desk.
ever had a moment
Everything
where
you
a
saw
family
tonight,
secret
she said.
snapped
I
everything
backed it
you
up,
thought you knew
but
in
I
half.
also found something
I
else.
see you.
She
Drop
clicked
a
open
broken
a
heart
folder on
if
her
you've
computer.
lived through that kind
Email
of betrayal.
screenshots,
Because what I
transaction
discovered
logs,
next,
phone records,
it made the map, the
document
letter, the
revision
warning call,
timestamps,
all of it
IP
looked
address
like
histories.
child's play.
But one
When
file
I
made my
finally
skin
walked
crawl.
into my house,
Internal
the
board
voicemail
memo,
notification was
confidential
waiting.
draft.
One new message.
It was written by Jake.
It was from the
I
same
opened it.
unknown number
My
as
worst
before.
nightmare unfolded
And the second
in black
I pressed
text.
play,
As
a
many of
man's
you are
voice
aware,
said,
Adam's
"He found
recent
out you
behavioral
opened the
instability has
safe.
raised
Don't
concerns
go
about
home
his
tonight."
ability to
I froze,
manage daily operations.
then heard the last line.
In light of his
Barely a
escalating stress
whisper.
responses,
I replayed that
declining
voicemail
communication,
3 times
and
before my
concerning
mind
emotional
could even
reactions,
process what I was
I
hearing.
believe the healthiest
Same voice,
option
same
for him
controlled
and the
urgency.
company is a
He found
temporary
out you
transition
opened the
of
safe.
leadership.
Don't
My
go
heart
home
stopped.
tonight. He's
Instability,
already on his
declining
way.
communication,
I stood in the dim light of
concerning
my
emotional
hallway,
reactions.
phone still
He
in
was
my
building
hand,
a psychological
breath
profile,
shaking.
a
The
fake
house
one,
felt
a
suddenly
convincing
smaller,
one, a
like
trap.
the walls were
This
closing
is character
in. I
assassination.
could hear the faint
I
hum
whispered.
of the
He's
refrigerator,
staging a
the
mental
settling
breakdown.
creaks of the old
Meredith
beams.
nodded.
My
He's
own
already
heartbeat
planted the
too loud,
seeds.
too fast.
HR has received
Mark.
3
He had to
anonymous
mean Mark.
reports
But
claiming
why?
you've been
How?
erratic and
He didn't know I
hostile
went to
in
Dad's
meetings.
workshop.
My voice shook.
No one did, unless someone was
Those were
watching.
him. She
I
nodded
walked to
again.
the front window,
I'm sure of it.
peeled
I
back
sank
the
into the
curtain
chair,
an inch.
head in my
The
hands.
street was quiet.
He wasn't just taking
No
the company.
headlights.
He was
No
rewriting
movement.
who I was.
Just cold night
in the
air
eyes of the
flickering
board,
under the
in
street
the eyes of
lamps.
our employees,
Still,
in
something
the eyes
felt
of anyone
off.
who ever
A
needed
heaviness,
to believe him.
a wrongness.
Meredith
I
sat
locked the
beside
door.
me,
Then the
hesitating
deadbolt.
before speaking.
Then the chain.
There's more, Adam.
It didn't help.
I looked up
My
exhausted.
phone buzzed again.
Just tell me.
Mark,
She clicked another
leaving
file.
now.
A scanned
Be there
document.
in 20.
A bank form.
Not a question.
A signature line.
Not a
My name
brotherly
again.
check-in.
What is this?
Just a statement.
I whispered.
My stomach
a financial
twisted.
authorization
I grabbed
form,
my
she
jacket,
said
Dad's
softly.
map, the letter,
It gives
and the
Jake
appraisal.
the right to open
I didn't
credit
take
lines
anything else.
under the company
Not even my
without
toothbrush.
dual approval.
Some
But we
instinct
always
deeper than
needed
fear
2
told me I
signatures.
couldn't be here
Yes.
when Mark arrived.
She paused.
By 11:12
Until this
p.m.,
form went through.
I was backing out of the
I felt
driveway,
my pulse
headlights
pounding
off.
in my ears.
I drove
I
without
never
a
signed
destination,
this, I said.
just moving.
I know. But look,
letting the
she
paranoia
zoomed
guide
in on the
me.
signature.
Every car
It's based
I saw
on your
behind
real
me felt
handwriting.
like it was following.
It's a digital composite.
Every intersection
Someone
felt
scanned
like
your
a trap.
signature from an old
At
document
11:37
and
p.m.,
layered it onto this
I
one.
pulled into the parking
So now
lot
he
of
has
an
the
all-night
power
diner,
to put the company
the
into
kind
debt
that smells
without
like
me
burnt
knowing.
toast and trucker
Yes.
coffee.
And when
It was nearly
blows up,
empty.
he'll say
Just
it was
a
my
waitress cleaning a
authorization.
counter and
Yes.
a man half asleep
I pushed
in a
back from the
booth.
desk.
I slid
breath
into the far
unsteady.
corner.
This
The
can't be
vinyl
undone.
seat was cold
I
against my
whispered.
legs.
He set this
I
up
kept
so
my hood up.
cleanly.
The
so
letter was still
perfectly.
in my hands.
How do you even fight
Do not
something
trust
like this?
Mark with the land.
She hesitated.
The words
You
looked
don't
darker
fight it alone,
now,
she said.
heavier.
And you don't
I didn't
fight
want to
it the way
believe
he
my brother
expects.
was capable
What does that
of
mean? She looked
whatever
me
this
dead
was
in the
turning
eyes.
into.
It means
But
you need to
something
see
inside
something
me,
I've been afraid
something
to show
I'd
you.
ignored for years,
Something I didn't
was
want to
whispering
believe myself.
otherwise.
My stomach
Mark
dropped.
always had a way
What is
of
it?
getting involved
She reached into her
with the
desk
wrong
drawer
people.
and pulled
Quick
out
money
one
schemes,
final folder.
shady
Thicker,
investors,
heavier than the
friends
rest.
who only
She
called
placed it in
when
front
they
of
needed
me,
bail.
her hand
Dad hated
trembling.
it. Mom
This,
cried over it.
she whispered,
I cleaned up
is why
after
I think
it.
Jake isn't
Maybe
working
Dad
alone.
had seen
I
something
stared at the
coming that I
folder.
didn't.
Something in the
Maybe
air
that
shifted.
stranger on the
Open
phone
it, she
knew
said.
more than we
I
realized.
lifted the cover.
My
And the
hands were
first
cold
page
as I
made the blood
unfolded the
drain
old
from
map
my
again.
face.
The red
Because
excess,
the person helping
the marked
Jake
ravine,
was someone
the
I
strange
never would have
symbols
suspected.
near the north
The
corner.
folder felt
My
heavier
father
than it
wasn't
should
an
have.
artist.
As if the paper
He didn't
inside
doodle or draw.
carried weight
Everything
beyond
he
its
put on
pages.
paper had
I could
purpose.
already feel dread
But it was the appraisal
crawling up my
creased,
spine
stained,
before I even turned
too
it over.
new.
Meredith
set my
watched
pulse
me
racing.
with a look that
I
wasn't
stared
just
at the
fear,
highlighted
it was
line.
guilt.
Significant
holding her breath
indication
for
of
months,
subsurface
waiting for
hydrocarbons.
this exact
Oil,
moment.
gas,
Just
a
open
fortune
it, she
buried
whispered.
under
You need to
useless-looking
see.
dirt.
I did.
No wonder
and the
Dad
moment my
kept it
eyes
secret.
hit the first page,
No wonder someone
the room
wanted it.
seemed to
The
tilt.
waitress slid
a
a
name
cup
stared
of
back at
black
me.
coffee
A
in front of me.
signature.
Long
Someone
night,
I trusted.
she
Someone who
asked.
had keys
I
to the
nodded.
office.
You have
Someone
no
who knew our
idea.
systems.
She gave a
Someone who
sympathetic
knew me.
half-smile
Laura,
and walked away.
my ex-fiancée.
I stared at
my
the
chest
steam
tightened
rising
so
from the cup.
violently.
My whole
I had to
life,
grip
that
the edge
land
of the
was
desk.
just
No.
there.
Y
A
whispered.
background detail
No,
in our
she
family
wouldn't.
story.
This has to be a
Something
mistake.
Dad loved for
I thought
reasons
so too,
I never understood.
Meredith said.
But now,
But it's not.
Now it was
I
a
flipped
ticking
the page,
bomb. My
hands
phone
trembling.
vibrated.
Emails.
A voicemail,
texts,
this time from Mark.
call logs.
I hesitated,
Meetings between her
then hit
and
play.
Jake going
His
back
voice
6
was
months.
sharp,
6
irritated.
months. That
Why
was
aren't
2
you
months
home?
before she
Where
left.
the hell are you?
2 months
We need
before
to
she
settle
ended our
this.
engagement with a
Call me
vague,
back.
I just
Settle
need
what?
space, speech,
And then something else,
disappeared
barely
from my life
audible.
overnight.
Someone
It wasn't
whispering
cold
behind
feet.
him.
It wasn't
Ask
stress.
if he found the
It
papers.
wasn't the distance
I
growing
froze.
between us.
Mark wasn't
She'd
alone.
already chosen
Someone
a side.
else was with
My
him.
stomach dropped.
Someone who
Meredith
knew about the
continued,
safe.
voice
My blood
gentle.
went cold.
Adam,
I backed
she didn't just
deeper
help
into
him.
the booth,
She guided him.
clutching the phone.
She reviewed the
My
contracts.
reflection in the diner
She
window
helped
looked like
draft the
someone I didn't
amendments.
recognize.
She knew exactly
Eyes
where blind
wide,
spots were.
breathing shallow.
Blind spots. My
I needed
trust.
answers.
Everything
I needed
ever
the voice
told
on those
Laura
warning
in
calls.
confidence.
So I
my
scrolled
work
back
habits,
through my call
faith
log
in
and
Jake,
hit the
my
unknown
tendency
number.
to rush through
One
paperwork
ring,
when
2,
overwhelmed.
3,
She
then a
handed
click.
all of it to him
A low
like
breath.
ammunition.
You
Why?
shouldn't have
I
called
croaked.
back.
Why would
What's
she
happening?
do this?
I hissed.
Meredith hesitated.
Why are you
Her
warning me
silence
about
was
my
the
brother?
answer.
Who
I
are
forced
you?
myself to flip another
Silence.
page.
A long one.
Photos.
Then the voice said,
Screenshots.
I
Proof of
worked with your
payments.
father.
Jake had been sending her
He
money.
trusted me when
Not
he couldn't
huge
trust
amounts.
his own blood.
$1, $200
My father
here,
trusted Mark.
$2,500 there.
I snapped.
But consistent.
No.
Monthly.
The voice said
like a retainer
quietly.
fee for
He
betrayal.
wanted to.
A
but
bitter
trust
laugh
and truth
slipped
aren't
out
the
before I
same
could stop
thing.
it.
My
I was
throat
engaged
tightened.
to someone who had a
Tell me
salary
what's going
for
on.
stabbing me.
You
in
need
the
to
back.
leave town tonight.
Meredith didn't
Someone
laugh.
put pressure
She
on your
swallowed.
brother.
Hard.
He promised them
That's
the
not even the
land.
worst part.
All
she
of
said.
it.
What
What's
could possibly
someone?
be worse?
My voice cracked.
She opened a second
Another
folder,
pause.
one I
Then,
hadn't noticed
the
on the
kind
side
of
the
people
desk.
you don't say no
Inside
to.
were more
I
documents.
swallowed hard.
Same
My
handwriting.
heart thudded
Same
against
signatures.
my ribs.
Same
And what
forged
do they want?
authorization pages.
You've already
But
seen
at the
it,
top of
he
one
said.
form,
In the
highlighted
documents,
in yellow, was
the
something
oil,
that made my
the
blood
value,
run cold.
the land my
Statement
father
of
hid.
psychological
My
concern,
fingers trembled
provided
around
by
the
former
phone.
partner.
Why tell
I
me?
scanned it in seconds.
Why risk this?
Laura had filed a
soft
formal
exhale.
statement
Because
claiming
your
she'd
father
witnessed
saved my life
severe
once.
mood
I owed him.
instability,
And now I owe
impulsive
you.
tendencies,
Before I could ask anything
reckless
else, he
decision
added,
making,
they're watching
episodes
your
of
brother's phone.
paranoia,
Don't call him
unpredictable
again.
anger,
And whatever
a
you
perfect
do,
picture of someone
don't let them
unfit
get that
to
map.
run a company.
Then he
A
hung
perfect
up,
tool
just like
for
that.
Jake's plan.
Gone.
And
I
at the
sat
bottom,
in the booth
her
until my
signature.
coffee went cold.
I felt sick.
My hands
She
wouldn't
gave them
stop
this.
shaking.
I
The
whispered.
truck horn
She
blared
told them
somewhere
I was
outside.
unstable.
The fluorescent
Meredith
lights
nodded.
hummed
Her
overhead.
testimony is what
The world
convinced
kept
HR
moving
to start
like
a
nothing was
confidential
wrong.
file.
But
Jake
everything
knew
was
her
wrong.
statement would
I
carry
checked the
weight.
time.
My fist trembled
12:26
because
a.m.
we were engaged.
Couldn't go home.
Exactly.
Couldn't call anyone.
My pulse throbbed
Couldn't
in my
trust
ears.
anyone.
This was a
Even my
coordinated
own
attack,
brother.
a
I
systematic
needed to think.
dismantling
Just
of my
breathe.
reputation,
But
my
my thoughts were
credibility,
sprinting ahead
my
of me.
identity.
Why was
They weren't
Mark
just
doing
taking
this?
the company.
Who
they
were
were
these
taking my
people?
sanity,
How
my
long
history,
had this been
my
happening?
truth.
And
Piece
why
by
did
piece.
Dad hide
I stood
everything until the
abruptly,
very end?
pacing the room.
The waitress
She
passed
pretended
by
to love
again.
me while
You
planning
okay?
this.
You look
For
like
what?
you saw a ghost.
Money?
I
Loyalty
forced
to
a
Jake?
smile.
Did they?
Something like
I stopped
that.
myself.
She nodded,
Meredith
not
didn't meet my
convinced.
eyes.
When she
No, I
walked
said,
away,
No,
I felt the
don't tell me they
vibration in
were.
my pocket.
Yes,
A text.
she whispered.
I expected
They were seeing
Mark,
each other before
but
she
it
left
wasn't
you.
him.
The air punched
known
out
number.
of my lungs.
You're not
I stumbled
safe
back
there.
into the chair like
Window,
someone had kicked
left
my
side.
knees out.
My breath
She left
caught.
you.
Slowly,
Meredith continued
I turned my
carefully,
head toward the
because
window
Jake told her
beside
the
me.
plan was
A
nearly
single
ready.
figure stood
That once
outside
you were
in
out,
the dark,
she could help
still,
manage the company as
watching,
his partner.
face hidden
Partner,
beneath the hood,
not romantic
not
partner.
moving,
Business
just
partner.
waiting.
She left
My
me
pulse hammered.
for a promotion.
Then my
The
phone
betrayal
buzzed
burned
again.
so
Run.
deep my bones
And the
felt
figure stepped
scorched.
toward the door.
What else did she do?
The moment that
I said
hooded
through
figure
clenched
stepped
teeth.
toward the diner
Tell
door,
me everything.
something
Meredith
primal
did.
kicked in.
She pointed to a stack of
Fear
notes.
so sharp it
She
felt
sat in
like
on
electricity
at least
under my
3
skin.
legal meetings.
I slid out of the
She
booth,
gave him your routine.
grabbed the map
when you
and
were
letter,
most distracted,
and moved
when you
toward the
worked
back
late,
exit without
when you'd
even
be least
thinking.
likely to look
My
through
legs felt
documents.
shaky,
I
almost
closed my
detached,
eyes, chest
but they kept
rising
moving.
and falling
The bell
too fast.
above the front door
She
chimed.
also,
They were
Meredith
inside.
whispered,
I
helped him
pushed through the
isolate
kitchen
you from the
entrance,
team. She's the
ignoring
reason
the cook
several
shouting,
people
"Hey!"
started going to
and
him
slipped out
instead
the
of you.
side delivery
She
door
started
into
rumors
the
about your
freezing night
stress
air.
levels.
The metal
Rumors.
handle was icy
Seeds of doubt.
against my palm.
Poison roots.
I didn't stop
She
to
didn't
look
just
back.
betray me.
I ran.
She
The
prepared the
pavement was slick
battlefield
with
for
dew.
my execution.
My breath came
I
out
sat
in
there in
harsh white
silence.
clouds.
The weight
Every shadow
of
felt like
everything
it was
crushing
about to
down
lunge
on
at me.
For a
I
long
fumbled for
moment,
my keys
the
as I
only
reached my
sound was
car,
the quiet hum of her
nearly
computer.
dropping them twice.
Then I forced myself
When the engine
to speak.
finally turned
What
over,
do we do now?
relief
Meredith
hit me
looked
so
at
hard I almost
really
laughed.
looked at me.
Almost.
Adam,
Because
The
in my
only way
rearview
you
mirror,
survive
the
this
diner
is if you
door
confront
swung
someone
open.
who never
The
expected
hooded
you to
figure
show
walked
up.
out,
Who?
turned,
Our lawyer,
and
she
stared
said.
directly
He's
at
the
my
one
car.
who drafted the
I
amendments.
didn't wait to see what
He's the one
happened
Jake
next.
trusts.
I tore
And
out
he's
of the
the one
parking
who
lot
knows
so
where the
fast my
bodies are
tires
buried.
screeched.
I'm not sure
By the
he'll
time
talk.
I hit the
Not
highway,
willingly,
my pulse
she
was
agreed.
still thundering.
But he's scared
I
of
kept
losing
checking the
his
mirrors,
license.
expecting
If you corner him
headlights
with
to
proof,
appear behind
real
me.
proof,
But the
he
road
might
stayed
break.
empty.
I nodded
Quiet.
slowly.
Too quiet.
And she
At
continued, "There's something
12:49
else."
a.m.,
She
I
opened
pulled
yet
onto the
another
shoulder
file.
beneath an
This one
overpass
small,
and killed the engine.
thin,
My hands
marked
were
with a single
cramped
word
from
on the
gripping
tab.
the wheel so
Recording.
tightly.
My
I
heart beat
needed
still.
answers, not
What
panic.
recording?
So
She
I
met
spread
my
the map
eyes.
across my dashboard.
Hesitation
The
flickering
old paper
before she
crackled
forced
under
the
my
truth out.
fingertips.
Your lawyer
Those
left a
red excess-
voicemail on the firm
They
server.
weren't random.
He tried to
They
delete it.
formed a pattern.
I recovered it.
A
What
curved
does it
line
say?
cutting through
Her
the
jaw
northern
tightened.
edge of the property.
It's evidence Jake
Not a
never
straight
wanted
survey
anyone
line.
to hear.
Something
I
else.
exhaled hard.
A seam.
Then played.
A break.
She
A
inserted
fault.
the flash
A
drive in
natural
her
pocket
laptop,
beneath the
clicked on the
soil.
audio file,
My father
and
wasn't
sat beside
mapping
me.
the surface
A
at
crackle,
all.
a
He was
breath,
marking
a
what was
voice.
under it.
Shaky,
If those excess
panicked.
really traced
Jake, we
an
made a
underground
mistake.
reservoir,
If Adam
the
ever
land
finds out what we
wasn't worth
did,
$5 million.
we're finished.
It
You
was
need to call
worth
me
more.
back
Much more.
immediately.
And
My
Mark
blood
wasn't
froze.
stupid.
Meredith
If he
pressed
got
pause.
pressured into something
This,
with dangerous
she
people,
said softly,
people who wanted
is
that land,
leverage.
he would
For
try
the
to
first
hand
time
it
in
over
hours,
before I
maybe
understood what it
days,
truly was.
I felt something
Dad
shift
knew that.
inside me.
That's why
A
he
spark.
left the map for
Small
me,
but real.
not us.
Hope.
I traced the
straightened.
symbols again,
We take this to
and
the
that's
lawyer.
when I noticed
Her
something
eyes
I'd
widened.
missed in the panic
Tonight.
earlier.
Yes.
Tiny
Adam.
initials written
He might
beside the
call Jake.
largest red
I
X.
shook my head.
JT.
No. Not if
Not
he
my
thinks I already
father's
know
initials.
everything.
Not
Meredith
mine.
hesitated.
Not Mark's.
Are you sure you want to do
A different
this?
name.
I nodded.
Someone my
because
father
I knew
trusted
something
enough
Jake
to mark
didn't.
on a map,
He thought he'd
but not
taken
enough to
everything
mention
from
to
me.
his own family.
But he forgot something
My father
critical.
had a secret
A desperate
partner,
man doesn't
and
break.
if this
A
JT
desperate
helped him
man
locate
fights.
oil,
And I was done
then they
being
would know
prey.
exactly how
I grabbed
valuable
the
the
folder,
land was.
the flash
years
drive,
before
the
the
printed
appraisal.
screenshots.
My mouth
Let's
went
go,
dry.
I said.
Was
We
the
headed toward
stranger
the door,
on the phone
hearts
JT,
pounding.
or someone
Because in
connected
less
to
than
him?
an hour,
Because
I would
if
be
he was
standing
warning me,
face to face
then
with the
he
man
wasn't trying
who
to
helped
take the land
dismantle
from
my
me.
life.
He was
And he
trying
had
to
no
stop
idea
someone
I was
else.
coming.
My
What we were
phone
about
buzzed,
to do.
and I
Meredith
nearly
locked her
jumped
door,
out of my skin.
hands
A
trembling
text.
slightly,
Unknown.
but her voice stayed
You lost
steady.
them. Good.
The firm is
Listen
10 minutes
carefully.
away, she
My
said.
heart hammered
If he's
as
still
I
working
opened it.
late, we
Go
might
to the
catch him
north
alone.
corner of the
Good,
land tomorrow
I
at
replied.
dawn.
I
Bring
want him
the
alone.
map.
Truth
Don't tell
was,
your brother.
I didn't know what I
Dawn.
wanted.
The same spot
Answers?
with the largest
Revenge?
X.
Just
I
one
typed
person
back
to
with
admit
trembling
what they did.
fingers.
I wasn't
Who
sure
are
anymore.
you?
But I
Three
knew
dots
this.
appeared.
I wasn't going to let
Then
Jake
disappeared.
or his
Then
accomplices walk
reappeared.
me into a
Someone your
fabricated
father
meltdown
trusted more
and
than his
steal
own
everything
blood.
I'd built.
The words hit
Not
like
without
a punch.
hearing the truth from the
I
man
wanted to
who'd helped
defend
craft a
Mark.
knife.
To
We
believe my
drove in
father was
silence.
wrong.
The
But
roads
deep
were
down,
empty.
couldn't.
9:58
Because the
p.m. on a
voicemail,
Thursday.
the whisper in
Cold
Mark's
air
house, the
misting
person
windows.
asking if I found the
Street
papers.
lights flickered
Dad wasn't
across the
paranoid.
dashboard,
He was
revealing
right.
flashes
I
of
stared
anger
at the dark
in my
road ahead.
reflection. I wasn't the same
Exhausted,
man who sat
scared,
signing contracts
but
2
suddenly
years ago.
filled with a
I
clarity
wasn't
I
naive
hadn't felt in
anymore.
days.
We pulled into the
Whatever
law
was
firm's
buried
parking lot
under that land,
at 10:07 p.m.
whatever my father
Only one
died
car
trying to
remained,
protect.
the old silver
Tomorrow
Lexus
at dawn, I was going to
recognized
find out.
instantly. Our
But as I
former
started
attorney,
the car,
Peter Caldwell,
another text came through.
always worked late.
From Mark.
He loved the
I
quiet.
know you took something.
Tonight, that worked
If
in
you
my
don't
favor.
bring it back,
Are
we're
you
going
ready?
to have a problem.
Meredith
My
asked
hands
quietly.
went cold.
No,
And then
I said
another
honestly,
message
but
seconds
it doesn't
later.
matter. We
One that
approached the
made my
glass
breath
door.
stop
The
completely.
lobby lights were dim.
They want to
but
talk to you.
Caldwell's office,
Mark's final
second
text.
floor,
They want
corner
to talk
room,
to you.
still glowed
Sat on my
a
screen
soft
like a
golden
threat
yellow.
wrapped in politeness.
He was there.
I
pushed
stared at
open
it
the
for
door,
a full minute.
the bell above
The
it chiming
glowing letters
softly.
reflecting in the
Meredith
windshield.
stayed close
My
behind
pulse
me.
pounding in my
When we
ears.
climbed the stairs
He didn't
and
say
reached
who
the
they
hallway,
were.
I
He
could
didn't
hear
have
him
to.
typing.
Whoever
Fast,
was backing
usual.
him,
Like
whoever
someone
pressured him
scrambling
into
to
this
finish
mess,
something before
they were
sunrise.
finally stepping
I did
out of the
not.
shadows.
I opened the
And they
door
wanted
and
me.
stepped inside.
I drove another
Caldwell
20
jerked
minutes before
upright, his
pulling
eyes
into the empty
widening the
lot
moment
of an
he saw me.
abandoned lumber yard.
Hey, Adam. His
Rusted
voice
metal,
cracked.
empty
What on
trailers,
earth? Why are you
the faint
here?
hum
I
of a
didn't
distant
blink.
highway.
We need to talk.
It was the
He
only
glanced
place
at
I felt
Meredith,
sure no one
then at
would
the
follow
folder
me.
in my hand.
At
His
1:18
face drained
a.m.,
of color.
I finally
No,
responded.
no, this isn't.
Not
Adam,
tonight.
listen, this isn't good.
It was stupid,
You
but
can
I
save
needed
it.
space.
I cut in.
Needed to
I heard
breathe.
your voicemail.
Needed
He
to
froze.
think without fear
Meredith
choking
played
every
the recording without
Mark
waiting
replied
for his
instantly.
permission. Jake,
You don't have
we
a
made
choice.
a mistake.
A
If
beep,
Adam ever
then
finds out
another
what we
text.
did, we're
Come
finished.
home. Now.
Caldwell
Home.
lunged toward the laptop.
As if that was still
but I
a
stepped in
safe
front
word.
of him,
I
blocking
locked the
his
phone
path.
and leaned back
Sit down,
in the
I
driver's
said.
seat.
He sank into his
Exhale.
chair.
How
I want
had
the
we
truth,
gone from
I said
grieving our
quietly.
father to this?
All of it.
To
His
threats,
throat bobbed
secret
as he
maps,
swallowed hard.
strangers
Adam,
watching
you
me
don't
through
understand.
diner windows?
Jake,
Because
he
there was
told me.
oil under that
He said you
land.
were aware
Because
that
money
you
changes
approved the
people.
restructuring.
Because
I slammed the
desperation makes
folder
them
onto his
dangerous.
desk. My
And Mark,
signature was forged.
He'd been
My
desperate
medical
for a long
record was
time.
tampered with.
I closed my
My
eyes and
reputation
let
was
memories
destroyed.
flicker through.
And you helped him do it.
Mark showing up
Caldwell's
drunk at our
hand
doorstep.
shook. For the
Dad
first
lecturing
time,
him
I
about
saw
responsibility.
fear, not
Mom
guilt,
crying
not
in the
regret,
kitchen
but
when he
pure
pawned her
fear.
wedding ring
I didn't forge
by
anything,
accident.
he whispered.
He wasn't
But
evil,
you drafted the
but
documents.
he was capable
Meredith
of
said
terrible
sharply.
decisions.
You had
And
amendments.
someone out there
You
was
advised him on how to
manipulating those
remove Adam
decisions.
from the company.
I rubbed
I
my
was
face and
manipulated,
forced myself
Caldwell
to focus.
insisted.
Dad's
Jake
letter
told me
weighed
Adam was
heavy in
stepping
my
back,
pocket.
that he
His
was dealing
warning
with
felt
stress
sharper
issues,
now, more urgent.
that you two had
Do
discussed
not
it
trust
privately.
Mark with the land.
That's a lie.
Maybe he
I
knew
snapped.
Mark wasn't just
Caldwell
weak.
rubbed his
Maybe
forehead
he was
with
compromised.
trembling fingers.
My phone buzzed
He
again.
brought your ex-fiancée
I almost didn't
to
look.
a meeting.
Mark,
She testified that
they
you were
said
struggling
sunrise.
and wanted
Same
temporary
spot Dad
relief
used to
from
take us
decision-making.
hunting. My
She made it
chest
sound like
tightened.
you were drowning.
The north corner,
Hearing Laura's
the
name
largest
felt
red
like
X,
swallowing
the
glass.
place the
She
mysterious
forged
caller
statements.
told me to go.
I said,
This wasn't
"We
a
have proof."
coincidence.
Caldwell
Everyone wanted me
shook his
there
head
at dawn,
vigorously.
but
I
for
didn't know
very
they were
different
forged.
reasons.
I swear to
2:04
you,
a.m.
she seemed credible.
Exhaustion hit
She said
me
you've
all
been
at once.
isolating yourself.
My eyelids
that you
felt
were
heavy.
afraid to admit
My
you
shoulders
needed help.
ached.
Isolating,
I needed sleep just
afraid,
an hour or two.
unstable.
Enough
She
to
fed
think
him
clearly.
the exact narrative
I
Jake
reclined the
needed.
seat,
And what about the
wrapped
clause
my
he
jacket
buried
around
in the
myself,
contract?
and let
I
the
asked,
hum of
"Do you
distant
expect me
traffic
to
lull
believe
me.
you didn't notice
I don't
it?"
know when I
He
drifted
hesitated,
off,
and
but
his
I know
silence was
exactly
an
when I
answer.
woke up.
You added that
Because
clause.
something
I
slammed
said
against my
slowly.
car window.
Jake didn't.
My eyes
You
flew
did.
open.
His shoulders
Adrenaline
sagged
snapped
as
through
if the
me like
weight
a whip.
of what he'd done
A
finally
flashlight beam
smothered him.
blasted into my face.
I thought it was a
For a
precaution,
split
he
second,
stammered.
I couldn't breathe.
Jake said you two
Couldn't
agreed
move.
on equal
Then
control.
the beam shifted,
that if either
and
of
I
you
saw
became
him.
unavailable,
His
the other needed
expression wasn't
authority
angry.
to protect
It
the
was
company.
worse.
My voice
Cold,
dropped.
blank,
He played you,
purposeful.
and I meant it.
He tapped
Caldwell
the glass again.
wasn't innocent.
Open the
Far from
door.
it. But
I
he'd
shook
been
my
used
head
just as
instinctively.
effectively as I had.
He tried the handle.
Why didn't you come to me?
Locked.
I
His
asked.
jaw tightened.
He closed his eyes.
I'm not here to hurt
because
you.
the moment I
but they're
suspected
waiting.
something was wrong,
And I told
it was
them
too
you wouldn't
late.
run.
He'd already
His
moved
voice
the
wavered on the
assets.
last word.
So he did know.
Just
He
enough
knew
to tell
and
me
said
he
nothing.
knew exactly
My
what he was
pulse
doing
surged with heat.
and hated
Then
himself
you're
for
gonna
it.
fix it.
I lowered
Caldwell
the window
looked up,
an inch.
startled.
Who's
Chow.
they?
You gotta
Mark.
tell me who else
He
Jake
swallowed.
worked with. I
Hard.
said. All of it.
Investors.
Every detail.
Investors
every
don't
lie,
stalk people
every
at
meeting,
diners.
every
He
plan.
flinched.
He hesitated.
They
then
said
his
they'd
face
wipe my debt
twisted
if
with
I brought
something
them
like
the map.
resignation.
I didn't tell
There
them
was someone
Dad
else,
left something for
he
you.
whispered.
I swear.
My jaw tightened.
My stomach
Who?
twisted.
He swallowed again.
How much do you
Jake
owe?
had a second partner.
He looked
helping
away.
him. Someone who coordinated
Enough
the
to
transfers.
sell me out.
Someone who
Enough
handled
to
the
drag
financial
me out
back end.
here in the middle
That
of
was
the night.
Laura, I said.
Enough to
No, he
risk
shook his
everything
head.
Dad
Not
tried to
her.
protect.
My breath
I opened
stilled.
my mouth to argue.
Then who?
But
He
then
hesitated for
headlights
so
swept
long,
across the
I
lot.
thought he wouldn't answer.
Not just one car.
And then he did.
3.
Someone
They
inside your
boxed us in
company.
silently.
The room felt
Engines
colder
idling
instantly.
like predators waiting
Who?
to pounce.
I repeated.
Mark whispered,
Caldwell wiped sweat
"Please,
from his forehead.
just hand it
Your
over.
CFO.
Before this
I
gets
blinked.
worse."
Mark.
My
Mark
fingers
had been with
curled
me
around the
since
map
beginning.
inside my
A
jacket.
quiet, steady
And that's
man.
when my phone
Loyal.
buzzed with a new
Consistent.
message from the unknown
Someone I
number.
trusted with budgets,
If you give them
payroll,
that map, you won't
projections,
live to see
everything.
sunrise.
That's not
A chill
possible,
raced down
I
my
said.
spine.
He's
Another message
not like
instantly
that.
followed.
He is Caldwell
Stay
said,
in the car.
and he's deeper
Whatever
in this
you
than
do,
Jake is.
don't get
Without
out.
him,
Outside,
none of this
3
infrastructure
doors
could have been
opened.
built.
Men
My blood
stepped
ran
into
cold.
the darkness.
Prove it.
And
Caldwell
Mark,
reached into
my
his
brother,
desk
my
drawer,
blood,
pulled out a
took a
thumb
step
drive,
back like he was
and set
delivering
on the
me to
table.
them.
This
The
is
3 men
every
stepped
internal
out of their
memo
vehicles
Jake
with the kind
sent
of
me.
calm that made
Every
my skin
instruction,
crawl,
every
like
revision,
they'd done this before.
and every time Mark
Their
was
silhouettes
copied
were
on the
solid,
thread. I
heavy,
stared at the drive.
unmoving
Why do you
in the
have
faint
this?
glow of
Meredith
the headlights.
asked.
One
Because
wore a long
he
coat.
whispered,
Another
I knew
kept
this
a
day could
hand
come.
in his pocket.
He wasn't protecting
third,
Jake. He was
taller,
protecting himself.
broader,
I grabbed the
just
drive.
stared at my car
You're coming
like
with
he
us.
already owned everything
Caldwell
inside
blinked.
it, including me.
What?
Mark
Because
stood
tomorrow
between us,
morning,
his
I
breath
said,
fogging
we take
in the
this to the
cold
board.
air.
And you're
His
going to
voice
back
cracked as
every
he whispered
word
through the
with
window.
testimony. He
Just
opened his mouth.
Please,
Fear
don't
flooding
make
his
this
features.
harder.
Adam,
Harder
they'll
for who?
ruin me.
Me?
I stepped
or him?
closer.
Before
Then
I
you
could
understand
answer,
exactly
the
what
man
they tried
in the
to
long
do to
coat
me.
stepped
He
forward.
looked away.
He
Then,
didn't shout.
slowly,
Didn't
he nodded.
threaten.
We left
He
the
simply
office
raised
at
a hand and
11:14
said,
p.m.
"Come out.
Caldwell
We
followed
need
us
to
to the
talk."
parking lot.
Something in his
pale
tone
and
made my
shaken,
blood
but
turn
ready
to
to talk.
ice.
But
There
as
was
I reached
no
my
anger,
car, my phone
no
buzzed.
impatience,
A text message
just certainty, like
from an
he knew I
unknown
would
number.
obey.
I
I
opened
didn't.
it. A
I
single
rolled the
line
window up
appeared on
another
screen.
inch and stayed
You think
dead
you know
still.
everything.
The
You
unknown
don't.
number
M.
vibrated in
M.
my pocket again.
Mark. My blood
Leftmost car.
froze.
Engine
Meredith saw the
running.
look on my face.
He's inside.
What is it?
30
I
seconds.
turned the screen
I
toward
flicked
her.
my eyes
Her
to the
expression
vehicle on the
collapsed.
far left.
Because there
A
was
black
only one
SUV.
way Mark
Lights
could have
dim.
known what we were
Slight
doing.
exhaust
He was
drifting
watching
out.
us.
It
For a
was
long
running.
moment,
My
none of
pulse
us
hammered
moved.
so loudly
Just the
I
cold
almost
night
didn't hear
air,
the tap
my
on the
phone
window.
glowing in my
Mark
hand,
again.
and
Don't
that
be
single
stupid,
letter staring back
he
at me.
whispered.
M.
They're not going to hurt
Mark,
you if you
the
give
quiet
them the
one,
map.
the steady
The map
one,
pressed
the man who
against my
sent me
ribs
birthday
under my
cards
jacket.
every year
Its shape
and
suddenly
brought
feeling
donuts
like a
to Friday
target.
meetings.
I leaned
The man who
closer to the
apparently
cracked
had
window.
no
Did
problem
Dad
burning
ever
my
tell
life
you
to
what was
ash.
under that land?
Caldwell slowly
He shook
backed
his
up a
head.
step.
No.
He knows.
But they showed me
He
the
must
survey.
have eyes on the firm.
The what?
Meredith's
Mark
voice
swallowed
trembled.
hard.
Adam,
Dad
we need to
hired
go.
a private
Right
surveyor
now.
last year.
But I didn't move.
A specialist.
Not yet.
The guy
Because
found
something inside me had
big,
snapped.
but Dad
Not in a
shut it
dangerous
down.
way,
Didn't
but in a
file
painfully
anything.
clear
Didn't
way.
tell me why.
Fear had been
My
ruling
chest
my life
tightened.
for weeks.
What did the
Fear of
surveyor
Jake.
say?
Fear of Laura.
He
Fear
told
of being
Dad the
cornered,
land could be
lied
worth
about,
millions.
erased.
Mark's eyes
But that
darted
message,
toward the men
that
behind
single
him.
line from someone who
think he hid
pretended
the
to be
full
my
report.
ally for years,
They think you
it
have
killed
it.
the fear.
Million.
Burn it clean.
Everything
I finally
clicked like a
exhaled,
loaded gun.
steady and
Dad's
deliberate.
secrecy.
You want
The
me to know
map,
he's watching.
The symbols.
That means he's
the
hiding
highlighted appraisal.
Meredith
the
touched
warning
my arm.
calls.
We should
He
go
knew
somewhere
exactly
safe
what he was
before.
sitting on.
No, I said.
And he knew the
we're going to
moment
see
someone
him.
else found
Both
out
of them stared
the
at me
land would
like
become
I'd
a
lost my
battlefield.
mind.
Mark
Caldwell
lowered his
shook
voice.
his head.
Please
You can't
just
confront
hand
him.
it over.
He's dangerous,
I can't
Adam.
walk away
Maybe
from
not
him.
physically,
I stared
but
at my
legally,
brother. Really
strategically,
stared.
ethically.
He wasn't scared
He's got
of
no
me.
limits.
He was scared
Good.
of them.
Neither did I.
And that made
Not
him
anymore.
infinitely more
He's
dangerous.
been hiding everything.
Long
I
coat
said.
stepped closer.
He wants control.
Open the door.
And he thinks I'm
I
too
didn't move.
shaken to fight.
He tapped the
So let's
glass
prove him
once
wrong.
with two knuckles.
Meredith whispered.
Polite.
Please
deadly.
think this through.
Last chance.
I have.
The
I
text
said.
buzzed again.
We're going to the office.
Now.
The drive
I made the
there.
decision
It was
in less than a
11:32
second.
p.m.
Fear
when we
made
pulled
it
into
for
the
me.
nearly
I
empty
slammed
parking
my
lot of
foot
my
on
own
the
company.
gas.
My
The car
building,
lurched forward.
my name on the sign,
Then hard left.
the place I'd pour my
Tires
life
screaming
into.
across the gravel.
Seeing it now felt
Shouts
different.
erupted
Colder.
behind me.
Hollow.
Flashlights
A space
cut
I no
across
longer
the dark.
recognized. The
One
lights on
man
the second
reached
floor
for
were
something
on.
at his waist.
Finance.
I didn't wait
Mark's
to see
domain.
what.
Of course
I
he was
shot
still
toward
here.
the black SUV.
Of course he knew we'd come.
Skidding
Meredith
sideways,
parked in the
stopping
shadows.
just short of
Are
its
you
front
sure?
bumper.
I nodded.
I was out of my car
If I don't
before it
face him
stopped
tonight,
rocking.
he'll twist
Heart
this
hammering,
before sunrise.
Legs numb,
Caldwell
breath
swallowed.
burning in my
He'll have
throat.
excuses.
The SUV's door
Prepared
was
ones.
wide open.
I don't need
He's hanging.
excuses.
Just
I
like
said.
the message said.
I need reactions.
I dove inside.
The confrontation.
The moment the door
we took the
slammed
back
shut,
elevator.
a
One
gunshot
only
cracked through
employees
the
knew
night.
existed.
The back
and
window
stepped on
of
a
my
second
car
floor.
exploded
The hallway
into glittering
lights
shards.
flickered softly,
My scream caught in my
casting
throat.
long shadows
Another
across
shot
the carpet.
closer hit
I could
metal.
hear typing
I
behind
slammed
Mark's
the
door.
SUV into
Fussed,
drive and floored
efficient,
it.
like
Gravel
someone cleaning
spat
up
out
loose
behind
ends.
me as the SUV
I pushed the door
shot
open
forward,
without knocking. Mark
fishtailing
looked up
before
calmly,
gripping the road.
too calmly,
The lot shrank in
as
my
if he'd been
rearview
expecting
mirror.
all three of us.
My car,
Adam,
my brother,
he said with that
the three
soft,
men,
even voice
becoming
he always
smaller,
used.
smaller,
You're here late.
swallowed
It was
by
the same
darkness.
tone
But
he
Mark-
used when reminding
Mark
me to
didn't
sign
run.
payroll.
He stood
The same
there
tone
watching
he
me speed
used when
away,
congratulating me
hands and
on
fists
securing
at his
new
sides.
clients.
And
The tone
before
of
I
friend.
lost sight of
Except
him,
now,
he
it was
mouthed
the
something
tone of
I'll
a
never
predator
forget.
pretending to be
You shouldn't have
harmless.
done that.
I stepped closer.
My stomach dropped.
You sent the text.
Because deep down,
A faint smile
I knew he
tugged
wasn't
his mouth.
warning me.
I wanted
He
you
was
to know you're
promising
walking
me
into a mess
this wasn't
bigger than
over.
Jake.
Not
Oh,
even close.
I asked.
The
And
SUV
you're the one
roared
holding
down
the
the
mop?
empty highway,
He didn't laugh.
its engine
Didn't
vibrating
flinch.
through the steering wheel.
Instead, he
But
leaned
my hands
back
were
a chair,
shaking so
fingers
badly,
steepled.
I could
You
barely
think this
keep
is
it
about
straight.
betrayal?
My breath
He
came
said.
in ragged
It's
bursts.
not. Then
My
what is
ears
it?
were
I
still
asked coldly.
ringing from the
It's
gunshots.
math, he said
I
simply.
checked the
You're
rearview
the
mirror,
variable
nothing
that
but
didn't scale.
darkness.
Meredith
headlights.
inhaled sharply.
No pursuit.
Mark, what did you
Not
do?
yet.
He
But
ignored
Mark's
her.
words kept
You were good at
replaying
building,
in my head,
he continued,
sharp as
but
glass.
terrible at
You
expanding.
shouldn't have done that.
The company hit a
Not
ceiling
shouted.
under you.
Not
Jake saw
angry.
it. Laura
Just
saw it.
final.
And
I
eventually,
didn't know
so
if he
did
was
I.
warning me
My
or
jaw tightened.
condemning me.
So you
And I
decided
didn't
to
know
erase
which
me.
one scared me
I decided
more.
to save the
At
company.
2:41
he corrected
a.m.,
smoothly.
I pulled
You
the
created
SUV
something
into an
incredible,
abandoned
Adam.
rest stop.
But not
A
everyone is
single
meant to
flickering
run
lamp
what they build.
buzzed overhead.
I stepped closer.
The wind whistled
You forged
through
my
broken
signature.
vending
She
machine
gave a
slots.
tiny shrug.
It
I
felt like the
duplicated
kind
a
of place
signature you'd
people
already given
disappeared
us.
from.
For
Perfect.
convenience.
I killed
For
the engine
convenience,
and sat in
I
silence,
repeated. You stole
gripping
my
the
company.
map through my
No,
jacket
he
like
said
it was the
calmly.
only thing
I
keeping me
transitioned
alive.
it.
For a
Caldwell
minute,
snapped.
all
You
I
broke
could
the
hear
law.
was the heavy
Mark
thudding
finally
of my
looked
heartbeat.
irritated.
Then my
Please.
phone vibrated.
White-collar
I
strategy
flinched.
is a gray
Unknown
ocean.
number again.
I didn't forge.
You made the
I
right
didn't
move.
steal.
They won't
I
find you
leveraged,
for a while.
and I did it with
My
legal
throat
counsel.
tightened.
He
Who
glanced
are
at
you?
Caldwell,
I typed.
and that look said
The
everything.
response came
Caldwell
quickly.
backed up a
Someone
half
who
step.
was with your
Mark,
father the
don't
day
drag me
he
into
discovered
this.
what was
Mark
under
smirked.
that land.
You think
My
Adam
eyes
doesn't
widened.
know? You're
The
the one who
initials on
drafted
the map.
most of the loopholes.
JT.
He
Is
turned back
that
to
you?
me. You
This
want
time,
honesty?
the typing
Fine.
dot stayed for
Here
a
it
long
is.
moment.
He stood,
Yes,
palms pressed to the
he
desk.
trusted me
You
because I
trusted
didn't
people
want the
too
land.
much.
I
You
just wanted him
delegated
safe.
things you should have
Safe.
guarded.
The
You
word
didn't keep
felt
up with the
wrong
growth
now.
you created.
Too late.
And the company
swallowed
needed
hard.
a leader willing
So
to
what's
do what
under
you
it?
couldn't.
I
It was
didn't
surreal.
expect the
He
answers
was
to
talking
come
like
in
he was
one
doing me a
word,
favor.
but it did.
And Jake.
A
I
reservoir.
asked, why
I stared at the
Mark
screen.
shrugged.
Oil
He
was
listened.
one thing.
And Laura.
Gas was
I
another.
asked,
But
voice
a
colder.
reservoir?
She was
A
useful.
massive
He said
underground
simply.
lake of hydrocarbons?
She gave us personal insight.
That was generational
and she needed
wealth.
the money. I
Corporate
felt something
war wealth.
inside me crack.
The kind of
Not
discovery
break,
men kill
not
for.
shatter.
And
Just
my
crack open
father,
enough
simple,
to let
stubborn
clarity
private, had
pour
tried to
through.
hide it.
You think you've
JT
already
texted
won,
again.
I said softly.
Your father wanted
Mark
to
smiled.
reveal it
Haven't
legally,
we?
slowly,
I took a slow breath.
safely.
Then I pulled
someone
Caldwell's
leaked the
thumb drive
survey.
from my pocket
My pulse
and
quickened.
placed it on the desk.
Mark.
Press play.
Another
I
pause.
said.
Longer
Mark
this
frowned.
time.
What is
No.
that?
He
The
didn't know the
voicemail,
value.
Caldwell
Not
whispered.
at first.
The one you didn't
Someone
know
else
existed.
did. Cold
Mark's
sweat
smirk
trickled
wavered.
down my spine.
Just slightly.
Who?
Good. I
Before
hit
he could
play.
answer,
Caldwell's
headlights
voice filled
swept
the room.
across the rest
Jake,
stop.
we made a
My
mistake.
breath froze.
If Adam
One
ever
car.
finds out what we
Not
did,
three.
we're finished.
Not the men from
Mark
earlier.
stiffened.
But
His
the
eyes
car was
flicked to Caldwell.
familiar.
You
My
idiot,
brothers.
he hissed.
He pulled
You
in
told him.
slowly,
I didn't,
cautiously,
Caldwell said, stepping
like a
back.
predator approaching
I tried to
wounded
delete it.
prey.
They
His
recovered
silhouette sat
for the
still
first time
behind
since
the
I
wheel,
walked in.
watching,
Mark looked rattled.
waiting.
Adam,
My phone
he
buzzed.
said slowly,
JT,
choosing his words
don't
with
let him
surgical
see the
care.
map.
This
No matter
doesn't
what he
prove
says.
anything.
I slid the map
it proves
deeper
plenty,
into
I
my
said.
jacket just
It
as
proves a
Mark stepped out
conspiracy,
of his car.
dishonesty,
The slam of the
intent
door
to
echoed
deceive.
across the empty
Intent
lot.
is not
He
illegal,
didn't storm
he
toward
snapped.
me.
No,
He didn't yell.
I said,
He didn't
leaning
even look
forward.
angry.
But asset
He looked
transfers
tired.
without full
Dark
partner
circles
consent are.
under his eyes.
So are falsified
Shoulders
medical
sagging.
statements.
Hands
and
trembling
forged
just
signatures.
slightly.
And
He
HR
walked to the driver's
manipulation.
side window
And coordinated
and tapped it
removal
gently,
attempts.
like he was
His jaw
afraid I might
clenched.
break.
I have
He
everything.
cracked it open an
I
inch.
said quietly.
Why did you
Emails,
run?
documents,
He whispered. I
witnesses.
laughed, sharp,
You can't bury
humorless.
this anymore.
Because they shot
Mark's
at
voice
me, Mark.
dropped to a
His
dangerous
jaw
whisper.
flexed.
You don't know
I
what you're
told
playing
them not
with, Adam.
to.
Neither
That
do
made
you.
something inside
The tension
me snap.
snapped.
You
He grabbed
told
a
them.
folder from his
I hissed.
desk.
You're
a thick
working with
one,
people who
and shoved
shoot
it
at
into
your
a
own
drawer.
brother?
But not
His
before I saw the
expression
label.
twisted with
Final
guilt and
transition,
panic.
implementation.
You don't get it.
My heart
They're
stopped.
threatening me.
He slammed the drawer
threatening
shut.
everything.
You're done.
I didn't have a
he said.
choice.
You just don't know it
Yes, you
yet.
did.
No.
My voice
I said,
shook,
stepping
but
back.
it came out
You're
steady
done.
enough.
And something
chose
shifted
them.
in his eyes.
He stepped back
Not
like I'd
fear.
struck him.
Rage.
You
You should have left it alone, he said
We
quietly.
stared at each other
You have
through
no
the cracked
idea
window.
what comes next.
Two brothers
turned toward
standing
the
on
door.
opposite sides
Oh, I
of
do,
a line
I
our
said.
father
And
never
I'll be
wanted
ready.
us to cross.
Because in his
Then Mark
anger,
said something
in
I'll
his
never
slip
forget.
of control,
Just
he
give me
revealed
the papers.
more than he meant to.
Please.
And as we
They
stepped
said
out of
if
the
I bring
office,
the map,
leaving him
they won't
standing
come
there with
after you.
trembling
My
hands and
chest
burning
tightened,
eyes,
because it
I
wasn't
knew
a
one
lie.
thing with
He
absolute
believed
certainty.
every word.
This wasn't
But
about Jake
JT's
anymore.
next text
Mark
appeared
was the
on my
real
screen
architect,
like a knife.
and he wasn't
If
finished.
he takes that map
but
back
neither
to
was
them,
I.
they'll kill him.
I didn't sleep that
and
night.
then they'll come
Not
for
even
you.
for a minute.
I stared
Every time
at
I
Mark,
closed my eyes,
really
I
looked
saw
at
Mark's
him.
face,
His fear,
calm,
his
calculated,
desperation,
cold.
his
a man
attempt
who'd
to
spent
save me
years
by
standing
sacrificing
beside
himself.
me,
He
quietly
wasn't the
sharpening
villain.
the knife
He was
would
the bait.
eventually use to
And
gut
those
my
men
life.
weren't done
By
hunting
6:12
us.
a.m.,
Mark,
I was sitting at my
I
kitchen
whispered,
table,
we need to
staring
get
at
off
the
this
thumb
road.
drive like it was
Now.
a live grenade.
He frowned.
Meredith
Why?
had crashed on my
I opened the
couch,
door just enough to
exhausted,
speak clearly.
but I couldn't close
because
my
someone
eyes
leaked
without
the survey,
feeling like something was
and
about
it wasn't
to
you.
explode. When
Mark's
she woke,
eyes
her
flickered with
first words
confusion,
were, "We need
then
evidence
realization,
that can burn him."
and then fear.
I know,
Real
I said,
fear.
and we need
Then
it before
who?
he files
A
anything
pair of
today.
headlights
I
appeared
knew that
at the
too,
end of the lot.
because today,
Not Mark's car,
Friday,
not
was the
the
day Mark
SUV.
planned to
Another
submit
vehicle,
the final transition
slowing,
documents.
pulling in,
Once filed,
silent.
once approved,
JT's final
once logged
message
into the
came
system,
through.
my
They found
ownership
you.
would evaporate.
The moment
My
those
voice would be
unfamiliar
gone.
headlights
My
turned
company
into
would
the rest
belong to
stop,
the two men
Mark
who
froze.
plotted my removal.
His eyes
We
widened.
had maybe a few hours.
Not the way a guilty
so we
man
went back
reacts,
to the only place with
but the way
answers,
someone does
the
when they
office.
finally
The
understand
the building that
size of
no
the monster
longer
chasing
felt
them.
like mine.
That's
Up
not
to a few
them,
a.m.
he whispered,
Employees
which
were
terrified
drifting
me
in.
even more,
Coffee cups,
because for a
laptop
split
bags,
second
small
I
talk
believed
floating
him.
through the lobby.
The car crept
People I
forward
hired,
without hurry.
people I trained,
Its engine
people who
barely
believed
audible.
in me.
Dark
And not
windows,
one of them knew
no
I'd become a
plats,
ghost in my
not
own
even
company.
the soft
Meredith
rumble of
and I
music
slipped
or movement
upstairs to the
inside.
conference room,
Just
where the
silence,
board would be
predatory
meeting in
silence.
4 hours.
My phone buzzed with a
Caldwell
single
was
message
already
from
waiting
JT.
inside,
Do not run.
pacing like a
Do
man
not talk.
preparing to confess
Watch.
his sins.
My pulse hammered.
We need something
But
stronger,
I stayed still,
he said,
15 yards away.
but won't be
No
enough
one
to
got
stop
out.
Mark.
The
What
driver's
about the
window rolled
contracts?
down,
I
just
asked.
enough to show
He
a
shook
face.
his head. They'll argue you
half a
signed
face.
everything
A woman,
willingly.
mid-40s,
The forgeries aren't obvious
sharp
enough.
cheekbones.
I ran a
calm
hand
eyes,
through my hair.
the kind of
So
calm
what will
that
be
made
enough?
my blood run
Caldwell
cold.
hesitated,
Mark,
then whispered,
she said softly,
"We need proof of intent."
like she'd known him for
He
years.
looked at me with a
Mark
strange
staggered back a
expression.
step.
And
No,
I think I know where
no,
to find
you're
it.
supposed to be
The
in
room
Dallas.
none of us
The woman
dared enter.
smiled.
It was the
You
archive
didn't think
room,
I'd let you
a dark,
handle this alone.
temperature-controlled
Did you?
space in the
Her
basement.
voice was smooth,
No cameras,
disarming,
no windows,
like a mother
only
talking to a
accessible
difficult
by
child.
two people.
Not
Me
a lone
and
shark
Mark.
haunting his
Why
nightmares.
would anything be down
She
here?
turned her gaze to me.
I asked as we descended
And you
the
must
stairs.
be the brother.
Caldwell answered
Something
without
about the way
looking
she
back.
said it made
Because
my entire
Mark doesn't
body
trust
tense.
digital trails.
Not friendly.
If he
not
needed to
curious.
keep anything dangerous, it
like
would be
she'd
on
been
paper.
expecting me.
The lights
Mark's
flickered when I
voice
flipped the
cracked.
switch.
He
The
doesn't
shelves
know
stretched
anything.
20 feet
He
long.
won't fight us.
Old
Just
contracts, payroll
give me more
logs,
time.
tax records,
Time is a
vendor
luxury,
agreements.
darling.
It smelled like dust
she murmured,
and forgotten
eyes
truths.
still locked onto
We
mine.
searched.
And your
for
father
5
made
minutes.
things
Then 10.
complicated.
Then 20.
My breath caught.
Nothing.
What do
We're
you
missing
know about my
something.
father?
Meredith Monroe
asked.
Keep
Her
looking.
smile
I
sharpened.
said. But
Everything
then,
he tried
a
to
sound.
hide.
The
I
faint hum
edged
of a
closer
machine.
to the SUV.
I turned slowly.
ready to
The
dive
security
back
monitor
inside.
in the corner.
She noticed.
For tiny screens.
Of course she noticed.
For camera feeds.
You've seen the
Basement
map,
stairwell.
she said.
Lua di
Not a
do.
question.
Lobby.
A fact.
And the courtroom
Cold
conference
panic
room
surged
on the
through
first
me.
floor.
I forced
My
my voice
snapped to
steady.
it. Mark
You're
was
not
inside.
getting it.
Not alone.
She leaned her
Jake was
elbow
with him.
casually
And
against
Laura.
the window frame.
All three sitting
Those
together at the
documents
table like a
belong to my
triumvirate of
client.
betrayal.
Mark looked at
Passing
her sharply.
documents, pointing
eyes
at
wide.
pages,
Client?
whispering.
You said
the
we
hell?
were partners.
Meredith whispered.
She ignored him.
But I was frozen.
Didn't even blink.
Watching something
My
unfold
employer
on
wants
the
the
fourth
report
screen.
your father
Jake
got
stood,
from the surveyor.
closed the blinds,
Her tone
turned to
softened
Mark,
again.
and then Laura
disturbingly
did
gentle.
something I'll never forget.
The real one.
She pulled out her
Not
phone
the edited copy
and started
your father
recording it.
filed.
Mark didn't
Mark
notice.
stared at me
He was
like
too
he'd been punched.
busy gloating.
Dad
We
filed
watched him
an
pacing the
edited
room,
copy?
frustration
swallowed.
tight
Of course
across
he
his
did.
face.
He knew
This is the last
exactly
step,
what he was sitting
saying.
on.
Once the
He
board
knew the
signs
real
off,
results
Adam's
would draw people
completely
like
out.
her.
Legally,
The woman nodded toward the
financially,
SUV.
permanently.
It's in there.
You won't have grounds
isn't
to
it?
contest anything.
My hand tightened
Jake
on the
nodded.
map inside my
HR
jacket.
Handled,
She
Mark
continued,
said.
voice silky.
The psychological
Your
file
father was smart,
is airtight.
but he
His ex
underestimated
gave strong
desperation.
testimony.
He didn't
Internal
think someone
reports
close to
support it.
him would lead
He'll
us
look
straight to it.
unstable if he
Mark's
tries
head
to fight.
jerked up.
Laura
I never
zoomed her
told you
camera
about the
closer.
map.
Shaky
I didn't know
hands.
about the safe.
Tears in her eyes.
She gave him a
Not
pitying
guilt
look.
tears.
Mark,
Fear tears.
we never needed you
Are
to
you
know.
sure about this?
Your leverage.
Jake asked.
That's all.
Mark rounded
I
on
felt
him.
the blow for
Don't
him.
get soft now.
I watched
We didn't
his
come this
shoulders
far to
cave.
let him wiggle out.
Watched the
I
truth
built this
break him
plan
open.
for 2 years.
He wasn't their
I'm
partner.
not letting anyone ruin
He was their
it.
pawn.
2 years.
And she just tossed
He
him
said it
aside
so
like trash.
openly, so
My phone
arrogantly,
JT,
like he wasn't spelling out a crime in
distract her.
broad daylight.
I'm close.
But then
My breath
he said
hitched.
something even worse.
I forced myself to
something
speak.
that made even
Every nerve
Caldwell
shaking.
stop breathing.
If all you wanted
Once
was
Adam
the
is out,
report, why pull
Mark
guns?
said, "We'll
Why
liquidate
chase me?"
his shares through
She
the Shell
sighed.
Corporation.
Because your
Then we
father didn't
restructure.
trust the
Then
government.
we sell.
He didn't
a clean
trust the
exit,
banks.
a
And he
massive
certainly
profit,
didn't trust us.
And he'll be too
So he
busy
hid things.
trying to prove his
Papers,
stability to interfere.
maps,
He laughed.
coordinates.
He actually
Her
laughed.
eyes darkened.
Laura
and he
lowered her
told
phone
someone
in
else
horror.
where to find
She
them.
hadn't expected
The air
this.
went still.
She hadn't
Too
known the
still.
whole plan.
Who?
Not all of it.
Asked.
And now she
She
looked
smiled.
sick. Turn it
Not
up.
warmly.
I whispered.
He called him
even
John.
though he couldn't.
But you know
Mark kept
him as
talking,
JT.
revealing
My
everything.
pulse slammed in
Asset
my ears.
transfers,
Mark whispered,
shell accounts,
Who the
medical
hell is JT?
manipulation,
Before I
HR
could
collusion,
answer, a
forgery,
loud crack
all
split
of it.
the night.
Jake ran
The
a hand
spotlight
across
exploded
his face.
behind us.
We need to delete
A second
everything
car
after
screeched
the board
into the lot.
signs.
The
We
woman's
will,
expression
Mark said.
changed instantly.
But until then,
Annoyance
nobody goes
flickering
near the
into
archive
fear.
room.
Move,
It's the only place.
she barked.
He stopped.
But it was too late.
Looked around.
A man
For a
stepped
second,
out of the
I
second
thought
car.
he'd seen us through
Voice
the screen.
low,
But
controlled.
no, he was
You're
noticing
done here.
Laura's behavior.
I knew that voice.
What are you doing with your phone?
JT.
He snapped.
JT stepped
Laura
out of the
froze.
second car
Jake
like a
looked at her
man who'd
sharply.
already
She
calculated
stammered.
every possible
In
outcome.
nothing, my mom
Calm,
texted,
steady.
but her voice
No
was too
emoción.
shaky. And
He
Mark
didn't
wasn't
look at
stupid.
me.
He took a
Didn't
step
look at
toward her.
Mark.
Give me the phone.
His eyes were
Her
locked
chair
on the woman,
scraped the floor.
the one who
She stood
only
quickly.
moments earlier
I have to
spoke
go.
like she owned
Give me the
night.
phone, Laura.
She shifted
His
her
voice
stance,
wasn't calm anymore.
confidence
Jake
cracking
reached to
just
grab
slightly.
her arm.
You
Laura
shouldn't
bolted.
be here.
She ran out of conference room
JT closed the
through
door
hallway,
behind him with
and
deliberate
then
quiet.
the camera feed
You crossed
cut
a
to
line.
static.
You
Holy
involved
God,
his sons.
Caldwell whispered.
Your client
She
involved
recorded
them
him
first.
admitting
She snapped.
everything.
Not
and now
like
they know.
this. The
Meredith
cold
said,
wind swept
voice
between them.
shaking.
The air
My
felt
pulse thundered.
charged,
Where's she
dangerous.
going? We looked at
Like
the live
standing between
feed
two
for the
storms
stairwell.
about to collide.
Laura burst
Mark
into view,
leaned toward me,
sprinting,
voice barely
terrified.
audible.
Her
You know
purse
this guy?
slipped. Her
Dad
phone hit the
trusted
ground.
him.
She grabbed
whispered.
it, breathless,
He swallowed hard.
eyes darting like prey
That makes
being
one of
hunted.
us.
And then
JT finally
she ran
looked
straight
at me.
for one place
Just a flicker.
I never
A
expected.
silent question.
The basement.
Do you have
Our
it?
basement.
I tapped
the
my
basement we were
jacket
in.
subtly.
The realization
He gave a
hit
barely
all of
perceptible
us at
nod.
the same time.
The woman
She's
noticed
coming here,
the exchange
Meredith
instantly.
whispered.
Enough.
Caldwell stepped back
She
from
raised
the
her
monitor.
hand sharply.
And if she's running
If the
from
map
them,
is here, we
the
settle
stairwell
this
door
right now.
above us
JT
slammed
stepped
open.
forward,
Footsteps.
placing himself
Fast.
directly between
Desperate.
her and me.
Laura's
You're
voice
not
echoed
touching
down the
anything.
hall.
She
Adam,
laughed.
Adam,
A sharp,
are you
bitter
here?
sound.
Please.
You think you can
please, you
stop
have
this?
to help me.
I already
Meredith
have.
and
Her
Caldwell
smile
exchanged
faded.
terrified
JT
looks.
took another
I
step
stepped toward the
her,
hallway,
voice low.
my heartbeat
You're
shaking
here
the
without
air
authorization,
inside my chest.
without your
because
client,
whatever Laura
without
had on that
backup.
phone, whatever
That's
she
sloppy.
recorded,
A muscle
whatever she knew
jumped in
now,
her jaw.
it was enough
Bold
to burn the
words for
entire
someone working
conspiracy
alone.
down.
I'm
But
not
only if we got
alone,
to her before
he
they
said.
did.
Mark's
And from the
head
sound
snapped
of the
toward me.
footsteps
What does that
pounding
mean?
down the stairs
I didn't
behind
know,
her.
but I
We
felt
weren't the
it.
only ones
Something
coming.
in the air shifting.
Laura stumbled into the
And
basement
then
hallway.
the ground
her breath
vibrated.
sharp and
Just
ragged.
a faint tremor.
Her mascara
a pulse
streaked
beneath
down
the
her
earth.
cheeks.
The
Her
woman
hair
froze.
clinging to her
JT's eyes
temples.
narrowed.
She looked nothing
My
like the
breath
woman
caught.
who walked out
What
of my
was
life
that?
a year ago.
Mark whispered.
Polished,
Another
confident,
tremor.
composed.
Stronger
this Laura
this
was
time.
terrified.
Then a deep,
Adam, she
muted
choked on
tone
the words.
sounded under us.
He's going to kill me.
Like something
He
far below
knows
the
I
surface
recorded him.
exhaling.
I stepped toward
JT's
her,
posture
hands
changed
raised.
instantly.
Where's the phone?
Tension tightened
She dug it out of
every
her
line
coat,
of his body.
gripping it so
No,
tightly her
he
knuckles
muttered.
turned white.
Not now.
He tried to take it.
The woman
I
took
ran.
a step back.
Behind her,
You didn't
the
tell me it
stairwell
was this
door
close.
slammed again.
It wasn't
Heavy
supposed to be,
footsteps.
he
Jake's
said.
voice
What's
thundered down the
happening?
steps.
I asked,
Laura,
panic rising.
Meredith grabbed my
JT
arm,
turned to
trembling.
me. The
We need to
reservoir
move.
isn't
Now,
stable. My
Caldwell
pulse
was
surged.
already backing
What
into
does
the
that
archive
mean?
room. Lock
It's
the door.
moving,
We can
he
hide.
said, voice
No,
sharp.
my voice
Shifting.
came out steady.
Pressure
Steadier
is
than I
building
expected.
under the north
This
corner.
ends tonight.
The north
Laura
corner,
clung to me
the
like
largest
she might
X
collapse.
on the map.
Please
Oh
don't
my
let him
God.
take it. I won't.
I breathed.
I said,
Is it
stay
dangerous?
behind me.
Yes,
Jake appeared
he
at the
said.
bottom of the stairs.
If someone drilled
chest
too
heaving,
close or
eyes
disturbed
wild.
the surface,
Mark was only
the woman
seconds
cut
behind
in.
him. The
We
moment
had nothing
Jake
to do
spotted
with
us,
that.
he froze.
JT snapped.
Then he laughed.
Then
short,
someone did.
breathless, deranged.
Another deep rumble
Wow, he said.
vibrated up
Look
through
at
my
that.
shoes.
The whole
Mark
little
staggered.
rebellion.
Dad
Right
knew
here
about
in the
this?
basement. Like
J'étais
rats in
modèle.
the dark.
It's
Mark
why
stepped
he shut
beside
the
him,
survey down.
smoothing his shirt.
He didn't
calm
want a
again.
blowout.
Too calm.
He didn't
Give
want
us
the
the phone,
company
Laura.
involved.
She shrank
He didn't
behind
want
me.
anyone
Jake
dying
took a step
for money.
forward.
The
She doesn't
woman's
understand
expression
what she
twisted.
has. She
It's
recorded
too late
one
for that kind of
sentence.
morality.
Out of context,
And then,
it's nothing.
from behind her,
Mark's voice
her
sharpened.
driver stepped
And if you think you
out of
can
the
use
car.
it, you won't.
Not calmly.
Because you won't
hurried,
leave this basement
pale,
with it.
wide-eyed.
I stepped in front
He
of
whispered
Laura,
something
directly
into her
between
ear.
her and them.
Her
You're
expression
not touching
changed
her,
instantly.
I said quietly.
Fear
Mark
slicing
smirked.
clean through the
Adam,
arrogance.
this was cute at
She
first.
snapped her head
But
toward
you've
us.
lost.
We
You're
have to leave.
outmaneuvered.
Now,
Outvoted.
all of us.
Out of your depth.
JT Stephen.
What's wrong?
Not anymore.
Her voice
He laughed
dropped
softly.
to a whisper.
Then prove
One
it.
of our drill teams.
And that's when everything shifted.
They broke ground
Meredith
near the
stepped
ravine
forward.
yesterday.
Not
they weren't
shaking,
supposed to.
Not frightened.
Now the system's
holding up
picking up
Caldwell's
pressure
thumb
spikes.
drive like it was
JT's
a badge
face
of power.
went white.
Mark,
You idiot,
she said,
he hissed.
voice sharp as glass.
You triggered it.
This isn't
My
just
heart
one
slammed
recording.
against my ribs.
We have a voicemail.
Triggered
The
what?
shell transfers.
The woman met my
the
eyes.
forge amendments.
The reservoir
HR
is going to
documents.
breach.
The digital
Cold shock shot
composites
through
of
me.
Adam's signature.
As in explode?
Mark's eyes flicked to
Not
Caldwell.
exactly,
You idiot,
JT
he hissed.
said.
But
But
Caldwell
if it
didn't back
vents,
down
if
this
the
time.
Earth opens,
For the
we're
first
talking
time,
a
he stood with
collapse
us.
zone miles wide.
I'm done covering
Mark's
for you,
voice
Caldwell
cracked.
said.
So
You
what
used
do
me.
we do?
Manipulated
JT
me.
looked at me
You told
first,
me this was
then
a
at the
simple
woman,
restructuring.
then toward the
You
dark
never
road
told me
leading
you were
to our
destroying the
father's
man
land.
who built the
We
company.
go to the north
Jake
corner,
scoffed.
he said.
Spare us the
Now,
confession.
Before the
You're just
ground
scared.
gives way.
No, Caldwell
the woman
said.
hesitated.
I'm done being a coward.
You're insane.
The basement
No,
felt thick with tension.
JT said softly.
Electrical,
I'm the
buzzing
only
alive.
one here who
Mark's
knows how
voice
to stop
dropped to a
this.
growl.
The
Hand
rumble
over the
beneath us
evidence.
grew louder,
Or what?
like
I
a
asked.
warning from the
You'll
earth itself.
fabricate another meltdown?
JT stepped
Another
closer to us,
diagnosis?
eyes sharp.
Another anonymous
Whatever
complaint?
is buried
He didn't
under your
respond.
father's land,
Because he knew I was right.
he said,
Jay tried again.
is about to
Adam,
show itself.
be reasonable.
The drive
This
to
is
the north
business.
corner felt like
We can work
racing
something out.
toward the mouth
A
of something
settlement.
alive. earth.
A payout.
The earth kept
Something
rumbling.
fair. Fair.
Small tremors
I
rolling
repeated.
under the tires.
You stole my signature.
Vibrating through the
my authority.
floorboards.
My
Every
reputation.
few seconds,
You forged
Mark would
documents
glance
to
at me
declare
like he
me
needed
unstable.
proof I was still there.
And for what?
Behind us,
Mark answered
the
instead.
woman's car
For
followed
profit.
close,
2 words.
headlights bouncing
Cold.
in the darkness.
Flat.
Ahead of
Truthful.
us,
Because
JT
unlike
drove with
Jake,
one hand
unlike
braced on the
Laura,
wheel like he could feel the
unlike
land
Caldwell,
shifting before it happened.
Mark wasn't emotional.
At 4:12
He was
a.m.,
efficient.
We
a
turned
predator
down the narrow
disguised
dirt
as an
road
accountant.
leading to my father's
And that's when I
property.
knew something
Fog
with
drifted
perfect,
low across the
terrifying
fields,
clarity.
hanging
Mark had
thick like
orchestrated
smoke.
everything.
The
And
closer we
monsters
got to
don't
the
stop
ravine,
until someone
the
stops
heavier
them.
the air
I
felt.
straightened.
Dense,
Here's what's going to happen,
charged,
I said.
almost metallic.
We're walking upstairs.
Mark finally whispered,
together.
"Why
All of
didn't
us.
Dad tell us
And
any
we're going
of this?"
into the board meeting.
I didn't have an
And you're going to
answer.
sit there while we play
Not
the
one he
recording.
wanted.
Mark
When we
tilted his
reached
head.
the north corner,
And if we don't, I
JT's
stepped
truck
closer
skidded to a stop.
until I could see my
He jumped out
reflection in his
instantly,
glasses.
scanning
Then
the
the
ground with
footage
a
goes
flashlight,
to law enforcement,
moving fast,
and the state licensing
scanning,
board,
muttering to
and the
himself.
press,
I stepped
and every
out of the
investor
SUV.
you've ever lied
The cold
to.
hit me
For
like
the first
a slap.
time, Mark's
My
composure
breath came
cracked.
out in quick
Barely,
white bursts.
just a flicker.
JT,
But I saw it.
I called.
Jake looked between us,
What's
confused,
happening?
panicked.
He didn't look
He
up.
wasn't the
The
mastermind.
pressure spike
He was
is
the
bad.
puppet who thought
Worse
he was
than
the
I thought.
puppeteer.
The woman
Laura
approached,
whispered
her
behind
coat
me.
snapping
They'll come
in the
after
wind.
me. I
Can
didn't
you
take my
stop
eyes
it?
off Mark.
Maybe,
You're
he
protected.
said.
You
If
gave
the
us the
fault
evidence.
hasn't opened yet.
Mark's lip curled.
My heart pounded.
And you think the board will take
and
your
if
side?
it has?
I took a
He
deep
finally
breath.
looked at me.
Let's go find
Then
out.
the land
The board
collapses.
meeting that changed
Everything your
everything.
father protected
9 to
gets swallowed.
59
The ground gave a
The
low,
board members filed into the
groaning
conference
rumble
room,
beneath us.
confused at the lineup.
Deep,
Me,
ancient,
Meredith
terrifying.
Caldwell, Laura,
Mark swore
shaking,
under his breath.
pale,
We
and
shouldn't
Jake
be here.
and Mark trailing
We
behind
have to
like
be,
two men
JT
approaching the
snapped.
firing line.
Your father
Mark
left
tried to open the
instructions.
meeting himself.
He planned
It
for
appears
this.
we have a
I blinked.
misunderstanding.
Instructions?
Sit down, I said.
Where?
The
He
entire
held out
room
his hand.
froze.
For
And
the
Mark,
map. I
after a
froze.
long, brittle
His
pause,
voice
said,
softened.
I placed
I
the
don't
phone
want
on the
the
table.
land.
I'm
I never
invoking
did.
executive
But
review
your father
under section
understood
14
something none of you
B
did.
of our
If the
founding
reservoir
bylaws.
vented in the
The
wrong
board
place, it
exchanged
wouldn't
glances.
just take the oil.
It was a
It would
rule
take
rarely
everything.
used.
Mark
a last
stepped
resort
closer
measure.
to me.
A legal
Don't
provision
give it to him.
allowing a co-founder
Mark,
to demand
no,
a full
he
audit
said louder.
of internal actions.
You don't know him.
Jake blinked.
You don't know what
Adam,
deal
come
he had
on.
with Dad.
I pressed play.
How do we know
Mark's
he's
voice
not
filled
trying
the
to
room.
take it for himself?
Once Adam is out,
J'y
we'll
pointais
liquidate
Joe
his
Titan.
shares, restructure,
Your father
sell.
trusted me
He'll be
more
too
than you
busy
trust
trying
your
to
own
prove
family.
his stability
Mark
to
shoved him
interfere.
hard.
Absolute
Don't
silence.
talk about trust.
Then chaos.
You're the one who dragged
Board
us
members
into this.
whispering.
JT
One woman
shoved him
covering her
back.
mouth.
I'm the
Another
one
slamming
trying
her
to
pen
keep you
down.
alive.
Mark shot
The
to his
woman
feet.
stepped forward.
Out of context.
Enough.
Caldwell stood too.
Her voice
Then let's
sliced
add
through the
context.
tension.
He placed
We don't
a
have
thumb
time for
drive on the
this.
table.
That map
Minutes
is
later,
the only
the
thing
board
that
had
shows the fault
emails
line.
with forged
She turned to
attachments,
me. Give it to
fraudulent
someone who
amendments,
can actually use
financial
it.
transfers
Something
to a shell
inside me
corporation,
snapped.
testimony
Everyone
from
stopped.
Laura,
My
recordings,
voice echoed across the
timestamps,
field.
metadata,
The rumbling grew
a full
louder,
written confession Mark
like the
didn't
land
need to
itself
give.
was listening.
By 11
I pulled the
colon
map from my
46
jacket,
a.m.
but didn't
It was
hand it
over.
over.
Jake was
If
removed.
I give this to
Laura
any of you,
suspended from
I said,
anything
voice
involving
shaking
the
but
company.
steady.
And Mark
I need one
was
thing.
escorted out
One
by
answer.
security. He didn't
JT
fight.
exhaled.
Didn't scream.
Name it.
He looked at me once.
What did my father
just once,
find out before
with a
he
quiet,
died?
chilling
Silence.
promise in his eyes.
The kind that makes
This
your
isn't
stomach
finished.
drop.
But he left.
JT looked away
And just
first.
like that, I had my
He
company
found
back.
the full survey
Or what
results.
was left of it?
He said
3
quietly.
years later.
The ones
took
the
years to
drilling
rebuild.
company hid.
Years
It
of
wasn't
audits,
just oil down there.
lawsuits, therapy
hesitated.
sessions,
What
sleepless
was it?
nights,
I
and
whispered.
the lingering
A
ache
pocket of trapped
betrayal.
gas.
But step by
Ancient,
step, piece by
unstable,
piece, I
the
reclaimed
kind
the
that
one
can
thing
blow
I'd
if
nearly
disturbed.
lost.
My
Myself.
mouth went dry.
The company?
And the company
survived.
knew.
Changed.
JT added.
Adapted.
They tried
But
to
I didn't
force
run it
him
alone
out.
anymore.
Your father
I learned
refused.
from the scars.
He
One
died
morning,
before he could
3
expose
years to the
them.
day
The
after
woman's
board
face
meeting,
tightened.
I was having
That
coffee
was
in the
never
lobby when the
supposed
doors
to
opened.
happen.
A familiar
Mark stared at
silhouette
her.
stepped inside.
Your client
Older,
threatened our father?
thinner, eyes
She
colder
didn't
than I
deny
remembered.
it. That
Mark,
was enough
he
for
stopped
me.
a few feet
I
away,
stepped back,
hands in his
clutching
pockets.
the map.
Adam,
So what? Now
my
you
pulse
want to
steadied, not
fix
panicked,
the problem you created?
Why are you
She
here?
exhaled sharply.
He studied me,
No.
slow,
I want to
calculated.
buy you out.
Then he smiled.
All of you.
Because I
right
heard
now.
you're doing well,
Her voice
he said.
hardened.
And I thought it was time we
$5
talked
million
about
each.
unfinished
Cash.
business.
Tonight.
I stared
Mark
at him,
inhaled
the
sharply.
weight of 3
We
years
should.
settling
I cut
behind
him
my
off.
ribs like
No.
armor.
His
No,
eyes
I said
widened with
quietly.
panic.
We have
You
no
don't know what you're
unfinished
saying.
business.
I know
He tilted
exactly
his
what
head.
I'm saying.
You sure?
I whispered.
Yes, I said.
Another rumble
because
shook
I learned
the ground.
something you
This
never
one
did.
sharp,
His
violent.
brow lifted.
The woman took
What's
a step
that?
back.
I held his gaze,
JT cursed under
unwavering.
his breath.
That sometimes
Mark
the strongest
grabbed my
thing
arm.
you can do
If
with
you
a
don't take
past
that
like
deal,
ours
we
is
lose
walk
everything.
away from it.
The
He
land,
didn't move.
the money.
Didn't breathe.
Mark,
Then he smirked.
I said softly.
Just a little.
We're
and
about
turned
to
leave.
lose something way
Until next
bigger
time,
than money.
he said
The
softly.
earth beneath us
There won't be a
cracked.
next time.
Just a
I
hairline
replied.
fracture.
But he was already
but
gone.
enough to make
Some
all of us
wounds
freeze.
never fully
A
heal.
thin line in
Some
the dirt,
betrayals leave
glowing
scars
faintly.
that flare up
JT's
when you
eyes
least
went
expect
wide.
them. But I
It's
learned something in
starting.
those years.
The glowing fracture
Family
in the
isn't
dirt
who
was no
shares your
wider
blood.
than a pencil.
Trust isn't built
but the light
overnight.
pulsing from it
And
felt
survival
alive,
isn't about
throbbing
winning
like a
every
heartbeat
battle.
trapped beneath
It's about
the earth.
refusing to
We
let
all
the battles
stepped back
define
instinctively.
you. And when I
JT
walked back
crouched
through the lobby
beside
that
it,
morning,
his flashlight
sunlight pouring
trembling
across
just
the tiles,
slightly in his hand.
I felt something
It's a
I
gas
hadn't
flare,
felt in a
he
long
muttered.
time.
The pressure's
Peace.
breaking
Not
through.
perfect.
The woman's
Not
voice
complete,
was tight.
but real.
How long
And
do we have?
sometimes
Minutes.
that's enough.
He said.
In a story.
Maybe. Another
The
rumble
contract
rolled
clause
beneath us.
that destroyed me.
Deeper now.
Have you ever trusted
more
someone
insistent.
so
The
completely
ground shuddered hard enough
that
to
you
make
didn't even
Mark
bother
lose his
reading
balance.
the fine print
I grabbed
that would
his
one
arm,
day
steadying
ruin
him.
your life?
For a split
Because that's
second,
exactly
we were just
how
two
my
brothers
story
again,
begins.
holding each
On
other
a
up the
Tuesday
way we
morning
used to
at
when Dad made us
9:14
carry
a.m.
lumber across
with a
the
pen in my
yard.
hand,
But that
signing a
moment
document I
evaporated
thought
as the earth
represented a
groaned
dream,
again.
but was
JT
actually the
stood,
start of my destruction.
turned to me and held
I didn't
out
know
his
it
hand.
then. God,
Give
I
me
wish
the
I
map.
had. The
Now,
office smelled
this
like
time
new
I
carpet
didn't
and
hesitate.
cheap coffee.
The map.
Sunlight was
The
pouring
thing
through
everyone
the tall
chased,
windows,
fought
turning
over,
the glass
bled
conference
for,
table into a mirror
unfolded in
that
his
caught
hands like a
every
relic.
nervous
He scanned the
twitch
red
in my
excess,
face.
traced the
I'd
fault
barely
line,
slept the night before.
then looked toward the ravine.
Excitement will do that
We need
to
to
you.
vent it safely,
Jake,
he
my
said.
business partner,
Your father
my brother in
marked the weakest
everything
point.
but blood.
If we break
Slapped
it
the
there,
final
the
contract
pressure
on the
will
table
release
with that
without
big,
collapsing the
easy
whole property.
grin he always
The
wore.
woman scoffed.
The grin that made
You
you
think we
feel
can just
stupid for
dig a
ever
hole?
doubting him.
That's your plan.
50-50, he said.
JT glared
Equal
at her.
partners.
No.
Just like we
But
promised.
he left tools.
I smiled back.
He pointed toward
Believed
the
him.
old equipment
Why wouldn't
shed
I?
near the fence line.
For 10 years, we
Half
built this
collapsed,
company from the
vines
ground
crawling
up.
over the roof.
He handled sales.
My father's shed.
I ran operations.
Of course, he left
We
something
worked late
there.
nights.
He always
shared cheap
prepared for
takeout
storms
dinners,
before they
celebrated
arrived.
small wins
We
like
ran.
they were Oscars.
Cold winds
I
slapped
trusted him
my
with
face
everything.
as we crossed the
Ideas,
field. The shed
access,
door was swollen
passwords,
from
my
years of
future.
rain.
So when
But
he said
JT
lawyers were
shouldered it open
expensive
with
and
a
he
grunt.
cleaned up the paperwork
Inside,
himself,
Dust
I didn't
floated
question
in the
it.
beam of the
That was my
flashlight
first
like
mistake.
tiny ghosts.
Maybe my worst.
And there, against
It
the
wasn't
back
until
wall, were the
18
tools.
months later that I
Heavy
learned about
rods,
the clause.
pressure
The
gauges,
one he buried on
a manual
page
venting
17.
spike older
The one
than
I
me.
skimmed because
Dad knew.
lunch was getting
He
cold
knew this day
and
might
his pen
come.
was already
He
uncapped.
planned for it.
The
My
clause that
chest
said if
tightened
either
so
partner
painfully
became
I had to steady myself
operationally
on the
unavailable
wall.
for more than
JT
60
grabbed the spike
consecutive
and
days,
tossed the other tools
the other
to Mark
partner
and me.
gained full
We
executive
drive this
control.
into the ravine
Full
wall.
control. Full
Fast,
ownership.
clean,
Full everything.
before the pressure
I didn't notice it
finds
then,
its own exit.
but Jake did.
I
He
nodded,
noticed everything.
adrenaline
The
swallowing
day
my
everything
fear.
started to
When we
unravel
reached the ravine,
wasn't dramatic.
the air was
It wasn't
warm,
a screaming match
unnaturally
or a betrayal
warm.
caught on
The
video.
ground vibrated
quiet.
like a living
Too
thing.
quiet.
A faint
It was a
hiss rose
Thursday,
from cracks in the soil.
6:32 p.m.
Mark stepped
I
forward.
remember because I
jaw
was still at the
clenched.
office.
Tell me
the
what
only
to do.
one left
He
besides
wasn't
the
the
cleaning
scared,
crew,
reckless
staring
screw
at
up
email
anymore.
on my screen
Right
with a
now,
subject
he was the
line
man
that
Dad
made my
always
stomach
hoped he'd
twist.
become.
Internal,
We worked fast.
financial adjustments
3 people
review.
pushing,
It wasn't
hammering,
addressed to me.
bracing the
Wasn't meant
spike
for me.
while the woman
He
stood
sent
back,
it to the wrong
staring
Adam
at the ground
in his
like it might
contact
open
list.
beneath her.
I wasn't the
The
Adam
hissing
he
grew
intended to
louder.
loop in.
JT
The email
shouted,
spoke about
"Almost
restructuring
there."
asset
I
transition.
drove the spike
and,
down with
worst of
everything
all,
I had left.
operational
My arms
shift
burned.
due to
My
anticipated
hands shook.
medical leave.
The metal
Medical
vibrated
leave?
violently
Mean it?
as it hit
I
the
scrolled.
fault line.
His reply was
Then,
attached
a
below
roar.
it. A
A
thread
deafening,
I never should have seen.
explosive burst
Keep
of
everything
pressure
quiet
shot
for
upward.
now. They'll be out
Hot
soon.
air whipping my
I've
hair
arranged
back.
it. My
Dirt
heartbeat
blasting
slowed,
into the
then
sky
sped
like a
up,
geyser of
then
dust
stopped
and heat.
entirely
It
for
wasn't
one
fire.
long,
It
painful
wasn't
second.
destruction.
What had he arranged?
It was release.
What the hell was
The
he
ground
planning?
trembled
I
beneath
called him
us.
immediately.
Then
He didn't
settled.
answer.
Quietly,
Not the first time.
slowly,
Not the second.
peacefully.
Not the 10th.
JT sagged
That's
to
when
his
the air
knees,
in the office
breathing hard.
shifted.
It's
Heavy,
done.
suffocating,
Mark leaned on the
electric with
spike,
fear
chest
I
heaving.
hadn't felt
The
since I
woman
was a
backed
kid.
away,
Something was
face
wrong.
pale,
Something was happening.
realizing no
and I was
amount of
already
money
too
could
late.
buy control
The next
over
morning,
something this
I walked
powerful.
into the office
I
and
stepped
found
to
a
the edge
stranger
of the
sitting at my
ravine.
desk.
The faint
A
glow
woman,
had vanished.
sharp suit,
The earth
even
was
sharper
still
smile.
again,
Her nails
like it was
clicked against my
finally
keyboard
exhaling
like she'd
after
been there
holding
for
its
years.
breath for years.
"Oh,"
We didn't
she
speak
said
for
without
a
even
long
looking
time.
up.
Not
"You must be
until the
Adam."
sun
I
crept over the
froze.
horizon,
"Who are you?"
painting
She
the
finally
field
met
in
my
gold.
eyes.
Mark
Interim
wiped his his face
Director.
with a shaking
Interim.
hand.
Operations.
I'm sorry,
Director.
he whispered.
My job.
For everything.
My title.
I nodded
company.
slowly.
What are you
We
talking
can
about?
fix some of it.
I asked,
Not all.
disbelief
but
dripping
some.
from every word.
He nodded back.
She shrugged.
Tears in
Jake
his eyes.
said you were taking an
JT
extended
approached.
leave.
The map
Leave?
rolled under his arm.
Leave?
Your
I turned
father
before she
didn't
could
want
say
the
another
land
word
to
and
make you
stormed
rich.
toward Jake's office.
He wanted it to
My
keep you
pulse
grounded.
pounding so
to keep
hard
you
I
together.
could feel it in my teeth.
My throat tightened.
He wasn't there. His
He
lights
didn't
were
get
off.
that.
His desk
Maybe
was
he
cleared.
did.
A
JT
single
said
envelope
softly.
sat in the
Just
center
not
of the
the
table
way he
with my
expected.
name
The woman
handwritten
walked
on the
toward her
front.
car.
My hands
Defeated,
trembled as I
not
opened
angry,
it.
not
Inside
threatening.
was a doctor's
Just
note.
done.
A forged
This
one.
never happened,
A horribly
she said.
obvious,
None of you
laughably
saw us.
fake document
And then she
claiming
drove away
I'd been
without
diagnosed
another
with
word.
acute
We
work-related
let her go.
stress and
3
was
months
medically
later, the
advised to
land is
avoid
quiet,
all operational
stable,
responsibilities
safe.
for 90 days.
Mark and I
90
repaired the
days.
shed,
Exactly
cleared the
30
brush.
more than the
We
clause
walked the
required.
property together
I
now,
sat down,
slowly, carefully,
like my legs were no
learning
longer
to
mine.
rebuild trust
My
the
vision
same way
blurred.
the earth
My
rebuilt its
breath
strength.
caught.
Some
planned
wounds
this.
don't vanish,
He planned everything.
but they stop bleeding.
Halfway through
Dad
reading the
left
note,
us a map
the
to
room
something
began to
dangerous,
tilt. Not
something
literally,
ancient,
but
something
emotionally,
bigger than greed.
mentally,
And in the
spiritually.
end,
It
the
felt
real
like the
discovery
ground under
wasn't
my
the
life
oil
was
beneath our
shifting,
feet.
cracking,
It was the truth that
dissolving.
surfaced
And
because
right
of
there,
it.
in that
I still visit
nauseating
the
moment,
north corner
something clicked in
sometimes.
my head.
I
If
stand
you've
at
ever
the
watched
edge of
someone
the
you
ravine,
trusted tighten the
listen
screws
to the
behind your
silence,
back,
and I
if you've
swear,
ever felt that
in the
cold
soft
rush of
hum of the
betrayal when the
morning
truth
wind,
finally hits,
I can still hear my
I know
father's
you
voice.
understand this part.
Protect
And if
it.
you're still
I
reading,
finally
I see
understand
you.
what he meant.
You're not alone.
End of
I went
story.
home early that day. Not
The
because I was
inheritance
defeated.
that shattered
Not
our
yet.
family.
But because
I
I
didn't
needed
know it then,
answers.
but
Real
the morning
answers.
my father died
Answers
would be
that
the
only
last
one
peaceful
person
moment
could
my
give me.
family ever
I
shared.
called our accountant,
Tuesday,
Meredith.
February
She'd
11th,
been with us from the beginning.
6:42 a.m.
Loyal.
The house
Unshakable.
was still dark
She picked
when
up
my
on the
phone
second
lit
ring.
up on the
Meredith,
nightstand.
I said,
One missed
something's
call
happening.
from my brother,
I need you to tell
Mark.
me the truth.
2 from the
Silence.
hospital.
Too
A text
long.
that just said,
Too heavy.
"Call me."
Then she spoke,
Now. By
voice trembling
7:15,
like she was
I was standing
on
in a
cliff.
room that smelled
Adele,
like cold metal
I can't
and
talk on this
disinfectant,
line. My
staring
skin
at a
prickled.
body that didn't
Meet
look like
me,
the man who raised
she
me.
whispered.
His
Tonight,
hands,
8:30,
once rough and
don't come to
warm
the
from
office.
years of working
And
land
don't tell
no
Jake.
one else wanted, were
Why?
pale and
I
still.
asked.
I
She
remember
inhaled
touching
sharply.
the hem of
Because
the
he's
thin
been planning
hospital
this for
blanket.
months.
I
The
remember
line
how
went dead.
heavy the air
I
felt,
sat in the dim
and I
glow of my
remember
car
thinking the
dashboard
same
for
thought
nearly an
over
hour
and
after
over.
that,
He can't be
replaying her
gone.
words
Not
over
him.
and over.
But grief has
Planning
a cruel
this.
sense of
Months.
timing.
Everything.
It never comes alone.
Every late meeting.
Because by
every
9:03
inside
a.m.,
check.
before
Every
we
sudden
even left
change.
the hospital
Every
parking lot,
excuse.
Mark
Was I
said
blind?
something that made
Was
my
I
stomach
naive?
drop.
Or did I just
Dad
believe in
didn't
the
leave a
wrong
will,
person for too long?
he muttered,
My life,
staring straight
my
ahead.
work,
So
my
the land,
identity, everything I
ours.
built
Split
was in someone
50-50.
else's hands now.
He said it too
Someone
quickly,
who smiled at me,
too confidently,
while sharpening his
like
knife.
he'd rehearsed
I
it.
looked at the forged
And right
medical
there,
note
before
again.
grief
At
even
Jake's
settled in, the
handwriting
first
on
crack
the
in our
envelope.
family formed.
At the signature
We
I'd
didn't
written
talk
a year
much the next
before,
few days.
stupidly,
The funeral planning,
blindly,
the
sealing my own
condolences, the
fate.
casseroles.
90 days.
It all blurred
90
into
days
white noise.
until he owned
But Wednesday
everything.
night,
Unless
something
I acted,
happened that
unless
snapped
I
everything
fought,
into focus.
unless I found
At
proof stronger than his
11:47 p.m.,
lies. At
I got a call
8:12
from a
p.m.,
number I didn't
I
recognize.
stepped out of my car
A
into
man's
the cool
voice.
evening
Low.
air, heading
Urgent.
toward the place where
You don't know
Meredith told
me,
me to meet her.
But your father
I didn't know
trusted
what she
me.
was going to show
I
me.
sat up
But
instantly.
what I found that night
Who is
was
this?
only the beginning.
You need to
And it
check
made
his safe,
everything that came
the man
next
whispered.
unavoidable.
Before your
Including
brother
the moment
does.
I realized
skin
Jake
prickled.
wasn't just taking
Why?
the company.
A pause.
He was taking my
A
life
breath.
apart,
Because
piece
the
by
land
piece.
isn't what you think
If I'd
it
known
is.
what I was about to walk
And he
into
didn't
that
want
night,
Mark to have it.
8:42
The
p.m.
line clicked
behind
dead.
the abandoned
For a long
textile
moment,
warehouse on 4th
I
Street.
just stared at the
I would've brought
shadows on my
someone with me.
bedroom wall,
Anyone,
listening
a
to my
witness,
heartbeat
a
thundering
friend,
in my
a
ears.
bodyguard.
That voice,
But I walked in alone,
it wasn't frantic.
clutching my jacket
It
tighter
wasn't
as
threatening.
the air grew
It sounded
colder.
like someone
Meredith
carrying a
was
truth
already
too
there.
heavy to hold
She
any
stood
longer.
under a dim
I should have
street
called
lamp,
Mark.
her
I
arms
should have
wrapped
asked
around
him what was
herself,
going on.
eyes
But
darting
something in my
around
gut
like she
said,
expected
"Don't.
someone to
Not
be watching.
yet."
Maybe
Looking
someone
back
was.
now, that
Thank
was the
you for
moment
coming,
everything
she whispered.
changed.
Just
My
tell me what's
father's
going
safe
on,
was in the
I
workshop
said.
behind the
What
house.
did Jake do?
A
She
place
hesitated
that always
too
smelled
long.
like oil,
Her breath
sawdust,
fogged in the air.
and the stubbornness that
He's
held our
preparing to
family
remove
together.
you.
I drove
Officially,
there the next
permanently.
morning just after
My chest
sunrise.
tightened.
The
Because of the
frost
fake
still
medical
clung
leave,
to the windows.
she shook her head.
My breath
No,
fogged in the
that's
air.
just step one.
When I opened the
Step
workshop
one.
door,
My pulse quickened.
it creaked the same
Meredith
way it
pulled
had
out
when
a
I was a
small
kid
flash
sneaking in for
drive from her
tools I
coat
wasn't
pocket,
supposed to touch.
glancing
But
over
this
her
time the
shoulder
room
again.
felt
I shouldn't have this.
different.
And
Like
if Jake
someone
finds
had
out I
been
met
there
you,
recently.
I could lose my
The
license.
safe was under his
What's on it?
workbench.
I asked.
Old,
Proof he's been
dusty,
moving company
scratched
assets
from decades
quietly
of use.
to a
My
shell
father always
corporation
kept
he
the
controls.
combination scribbled
My
on
stomach stomach
a tiny
dropped.
slip of
What
paper
Shell
tucked
Corporation?
inside the lining
She
of his
swallowed.
red hunting jacket.
A new entity
I reached
he
for
created
it, hands
6 months
trembling,
ago.
and
It's
found the
structured so
paper
that once you're
exactly where it
declared
had always
inactive,
been.
everything
At least that
flows
hadn't been
directly
touched.
to him.
The
I felt
combination
the
made the
heat
lock
drain
click
from my
open
body.
with a sound
How
that
long has he been
echoed in the
planning
cold
this?
room.
Meredith's
Inside were
voice
3
cracked.
things:
Since
a
the night your
folded
mother
map,
got sick.
old and brittle
I stepped
around the
back.
edges.
What?
A sealed
He told
letter
people
with
you'd
my
be
name
emotionally
written in his
distracted.
shaky
That
handwriting.
you'd trust him to
A
handle the
property
paperwork.
appraisal
That
document
you wouldn't
dated
notice
4
when he
months
slipped into the
before he
contract
died.
renewal.
For months,
I felt punched.
he'd never told
Wind
us
knocked
about
out.
any of this.
Vision blurring.
My hands
My
shook
mother's
as
illness.
I opened the letter.
My worst moment
If you're reading
was
this,
the moment he
it
saw
means
his
I didn't
opening.
have time to
He
explain.
used that
Do
I
not
whispered.
trust Mark
He
with the
used
land.
that.
He's
She
already
nodded,
spoken to
tears
people he
forming.
shouldn't have.
I tried to warn you,
The
Adam,
land is worth
but he
far more
isolated
than
the
he
finance
knows,
team.
and
He
far
changed
more than I
passwords.
ever told him.
Remove
My
shared
blood
access.
ran cold.
He locked you
Then
out
the
without
last
you
line,
even realizing
protect
it.
it,
The street
or
felt
everything
colder
I
now.
fought for
Darker,
will be lost.
quieter.
I don't know
I
how
forced
long
myself
I
to
sat
breathe.
there.
What was his
Maybe
plan
minutes,
for the 90
maybe an
days?
hour.
That's
Just
what I needed
staring
to
at
show
the letter
you,
while the
she
workshop
said.
slowly
He
warmed
scheduled
with
a
sunlight.
meeting tonight.
My
A
father
midnight
wasn't
meeting
the dramatic
with an
type.
attorney who
He didn't
specializes
write
in
riddles
forced
or
buyouts.
warnings.
Midnight,
If he said something
I
was
asked,
dangerous or
where?
important, he
She
meant
pointed
it.
toward the warehouse.
So what was he protecting?
Inside.
And
My
from
heart
who?
slammed
I
into my
unfolded the
ribs.
map next.
He's in there right now.
It wasn't one of
She
our
nodded.
state maps.
If you want to know the truth,
It was older,
the real
yellowed
truth,
at the seams,
you have to hear it for
marked
yourself.
with precise
For a
hand-drawn
moment,
lines that
I just
traced the
stood there,
contours of his
cold
12
wind
acres.
biting through my
There
clothes,
were red excess
trying to
in places
understand how
I'd
the
never
man
paid attention
I once
to.
trusted with
The
my
north
entire
corner,
life
the
had
ravine
turned into a
edge, the
stranger
patch of
capable
useless
gutting
clay
me in
soil
silence.
behind the barn.
I looked at the
Except
warehouse.
maybe
Dark,
it wasn't useless.
silent.
And
Waiting.
then I saw
Are you
something
sure
I'd
about
never
this?
noticed before.
Meredith asked.
In the appraisal
No,
documents,
I wasn't.
under
But I
potential
pushed the
mineral
drive into my
value,
pocket,
a
squared
single
my
line had been
shoulders,
highlighted
and
in
stepped
faded
toward the
yellow.
rusted metal door.
Significant
Because I needed to
indication
hear it.
of
I
subsurface
needed to know exactly
hydrocarbons.
how Jake planned
Further
to
evaluation
destroy me.
recommended.
And when I placed my hand on that
Hydrocarbons,
door handle,
oil, gas,
I heard voices
maybe
inside.
both. My
One of them
mind
was
spun.
his.
My
The
father
other?
bought that
Some I never
land for
expected.
$50,000
The metal
when
handle
everyone
was
said
ice
he was
cold
stupid.
against my palm.
When my mother
I pressed my
cried
ear to the
because
door,
it meant no
breath held
vacations,
tight
no
in my
upgrades,
throat.
no financial
Jake's
breathing room.
voice carried
For
through
years,
the warehouse.
the land produced
Confident,
nothing.
smooth,
But maybe
the exact
maybe
tone
he knew
used
something
when he
we
thought
didn't.
he was untouchable.
Maybe someone else knew
He won't
too.
see it coming.
Halfway
He
home,
never reads the paperwork.
still gripping the
He
steering
said,
wheel like it might
almost
disappear.
laughing. My
Something
jaw
hit me
clenched
out
hard
of
enough
nowhere.
to ache. But it
Hard
was the
enough to
second
steal my
voice,
breath.
the one I
If
didn't
Mark
expect,
knew
that
about
made
the
my
map,
blood freeze.
if he knew
I
about
told
the
you from the
appraisal,
start, the man
if he already
replied,
contacted
if
people,
you want a clean transfer of
like
assets,
Dad said,
it has to
then
look
he
voluntary.
wasn't just
We
assuming
can't
the land
force
was
incompetence
50-50.
unless he
He
signs
was planning
something.
something.
That voice.
My phone buzzed
I knew it.
on the passenger
I knew it
seat.
far too well.
A text from
It was
Mark.
our old lawyer.
We need to
the
talk.
one who drafted
Tonight.
our original
It's
partnership
important.
contract. The one who swore he
That word
represented
felt
both
like a
of us
warning
fairly.
now, not an
He was
invitation.
supposed to have retired
I pulled
last
into
year.
my driveway,
So why
but
was he
didn't
here?
get out of the
At
car
midnight?
right away.
With my partner?
I just sat there.
I took a slow step
staring
back,
at Dad's
heart
letter,
hammering against
rereading
my
it
ribs.
until the words
The warehouse
blurred.
echoed
My
with their
family was
voices.
about to fracture,
He'll sign,
maybe beyond
Jake said.
repair.
He always
And part
signs.
of me knew this
the
was only
arrogance
the
in his
beginning.
tone made
But
my
before I
hands
went
shake.
inside,
I had to
I
move.
need to tell you
I had to
something.
get closer.
If you've
I
ever
had to
had
hear
a
more.
moment where a
side
family
window
secret
was cracked
snapped
open.
everything you thought
Glass
you knew in half,
smudged with
I
dust
see
and
you.
fingerprints.
Drop a broken
I slid
heart
toward
if you've
it,
lived
keeping
through
my head
that
low.
kind of betrayal.
Through the gap,
Because what
I
I
could see their
discovered
silhouettes
next,
at a
it
makeshift
made the
table.
map, the letter,
Papers,
the warning call,
laptops,
all of
coffee
it
cups,
looked like
and a
child's
stack of
play.
folders too familiar
When I
for
finally
comfort.
walked into my
And then
house,
I saw something else.
the voicemail
My name,
notification was
bold,
waiting.
underlined,
One new message.
on a folder.
It was from the
sitting
same
right in front
unknown
of Jake.
number as before.
The lawyer tapped it.
And the
You're
second I
certain the
pressed
email
play,
went through?
a man's voice
the one
said,
outlining his
"He
medical
found
condition.
out you opened the safe.
Jake smirked.
Don't go
Oh, it
home
went
tonight."
through. His
I froze,
HR file
then
is
heard the
updated.
last line.
Insurance flagged.
Barely a whisper.
The board will get the
I
notice
replayed
Monday
that
morning.
voicemail 3
After that,
times before
he
my
shrugged.
mind could even
60
process
days
what I was hearing.
start ticking.
Same voice.
60 days.
Same
That
controlled
cursed clause.
urgency.
That fine
He
print
found
I
out
ignored.
you opened the
that
safe.
trap he'd built
Don't go
around my
home
trust.
tonight.
My
He's
chest
already
tightened.
on his way.
Rage
I stood
mixing
in the
with
dim
disbelief.
light of my hallway.
Disbelief
Phone
mixing
still
with
in my
humiliation.
hand.
I'd
breath
handed him the
shaking.
rope,
The
and
house
he was
felt
using it
suddenly
to strangle
smaller.
me. But
like
then the
walls
lawyer
were
asked
closing
something that
in.
made my
I
entire
could
body
hear
lock
the
up.
faint hum
In a
of the
meeting with his
refrigerator.
doctor? Did you
The
handle that
settling
part?
creaks of the old
My
beams.
stomach twisted.
My own
Jake
heartbeat
leaned
too
back in
loud,
his chair.
too fast.
Let's just say I sent
Mark.
someone to my place.
He had to mean Mark.
Someone
But
persuasive.
why? How?
What does that mean?
He didn't know
the
I
lawyer
went to
asked.
Dad's workshop.
It means,
No
Jake
one did,
said, that the
unless
medical
someone
record
was
will
watching.
support everything
I walked
we're
to the
filing.
front window,
Once he's officially
peeled back
marked
the curtain
as
an inch.
temporarily impaired,
The street was
the
quiet.
company transition
No
can begin.
headlights.
Temporarily
No movement.
impaired.
Just
My breath
cold
caught.
night air
He wasn't
flickering
just
under the
stealing the
street
company.
lamps.
He was
Still,
rewriting my
something
identity.
felt off.
I swallowed
A
hard,
heaviness,
my throat
a
burned.
wrongness. darkness.
I needed
I
proof.
locked the door.
I needed leverage.
Then the deadbolt.
I needed anything.
Then the chain.
That's when my phone
It didn't
buzzed
help.
quietly in my pocket.
My phone buzzed again.
An email
Mark,
notification.
leaving
I
now.
froze.
Be there
Slowly,
in 20.
I slid the phone out
Not
and
a
saw it.
question.
Read,
Not a brotherly
urgent.
check-in.
You need to
Just
see
a
this.
statement.
The
My
sender.
stomach twisted.
Jake. At
I
first I
grabbed my
thought he
jacket,
realized
Dad's
I was
map,
there.
the letter,
But when
and
I
the
opened
appraisal.
it, my
I didn't
legs
take
nearly
anything
gave out.
else.
It was the
Not
same
even my
email he
toothbrush.
accidentally sent me
Some
earlier.
instinct deeper
The
than
thread
fear told
discussing
me
my
I couldn't be
removal,
here when
the Shell
Mark arrived.
Corporation, the timeline.
By 11:12
Except now,
p.m.,
There were new
I was
attachments.
backing out of the driveway.
Financial summaries
headlights off.
showing
I
asset
drove
transfers.
without a destination.
A scanned medical
just
note
moving,
with a forged
letting the
signature.
paranoia guide
A draft letter to
Every
the board
car I saw
declaring
behind me felt
unfit.
like it was following.
And worst of all,
Every
an internal
intersection
memo
felt like a
titled,
trap.
Full
At
executive
11:37
takeover,
p.m.,
final steps.
I pulled into
I
the
read the
parking
first
lot of an
lines of
all-night
memo,
diner.
and my vision
The kind
blurred.
that smells like
All
burnt toast and
operations
trucker
under my
coffee.
leadership will
It
begin
was nearly
immediately
empty.
following
Just a
Adam's
waitress
confirmed
cleaning a
leave of
counter
absence.
and a man half
He will not
asleep in a
return to
booth.
an executive
I
role.
slid into the far
transition
corner.
is
The
irreversible.
vinyl seat was cold
Irreversible.
against my legs.
That word cut
I kept my
deeper
hood up.
than anything
The
I'd
letter
heard
was
through the
still
window.
in my hands.
My hands shook
Do not
violently.
trust Mark with
This
the
wasn't
land.
panic anymore.
The words looked
This
darker
was survival.
now.
I
Heavier.
stepped back from the window.
I didn't want to
mind
believe my
racing,
brother was
pulse
capable
pounding.
of
Meredith had
whatever
been right.
this was turning
He'd been
into.
planning this for months.
But something inside
He'd
me,
covered every
something
angle,
I'd ignored for
built
years,
every
was
lie
whispering
with precision.
otherwise.
But now,
Mark always
I
had a
the
way
email,
of getting
the
involved
attachments,
with the wrong people.
the proof he never
Quick
meant
money
for me to
schemes,
see. I
shady
slipped back
investors,
into the shadows behind
friends
the warehouse,
who only called
gripping
when they
my
needed
phone
bail.
like it was the
Dad
only
hated
thing
it.
tethering
Mom
me to
cried
sanity.
over it.
Because
I
the
cleaned
truth
up
was
after
clear
it.
now.
Maybe
Jake
Dad
wasn't
had
just
seen
taking the
something
company.
coming that I
He was
didn't.
erasing me.
Maybe that stranger
and as
on
I
the phone
reached the
knew
corner
more
of the
than we
building,
realized.
ready to call
My hands
Meredith,
were cold
ready to
as I
figure out my
unfolded
next
the
move.
old map again.
A car engine
The red
rumbled
XS,
behind me.
the marked
Headlights
ravine,
flared on.
the strange
A door
symbols
slammed.
near the north
Footsteps
corner.
approached
My
fast.
father wasn't
I
an
turned
artist.
and saw
He
someone
didn't
running straight
doodle or
toward me.
draw.
To be
Everything he
continued.
put on
The
paper
footsteps
had purpose,
pounded against the pavement.
but it was the appraisal
Fast,
creased,
heavy,
stained,
too close.
too new.
I spun
that set my
around,
pulse racing.
just as the
I
figure
stared
broke
at the
through the
highlighted
shadows
line,
and into the glow
significant
of the street
indication
lamp.
of subsurface hydrocarbons.
Meredith's voice cracked as she
gas,
reached me,
a fortune
out of
buried
breath,
under
eyes
useless-looking
wide
dirt.
with panic.
No wonder
I let out
Dad
a
kept
shaky
it secret.
exhale.
No
Jesus,
wonder someone
you
wanted
scared
it.
me.
The
What are you doing
waitress
here?
slid a cup
I had
of
to
black
warn you,
coffee in front
she
of
whispered,
me.
grabbing my
Long
arm.
night,
Someone tipped
she
Jake
asked.
off. He
I
knows
nodded.
you saw the email.
You have no
my stomach
idea.
flipped.
She gave
Ow.
a sympathetic
I didn't tell
half
anyone.
smile and walked
He has
away.
access you don't
I
know
stared
about.
at the
She
steam
pulled me
rising
deeper
from
into
the
the
cup.
alley.
My
And he's
whole
not
life,
alone
that
in
land
this.
was just
You need to understand
there.
that. Her
A background
voice
detail
trembled,
in our family
not from
story.
the cold, but from
Something
fear.
Dad loved
Real
for
fear.
reasons I
I'd
never
known
understood.
Meredith for 10
But
years.
now
I'd never
it was
seen
a
her
ticking
like
bomb.
this.
My
What do you
phone
mean he's
vibrated.
not alone?
A
I asked.
voicemail, this time
She opened her
from Mark.
mouth.
I
But then she
hesitated,
froze.
then hit
Her
play.
eyes flicked
His
past
voice
me
was sharp,
toward the warehouse
irritated.
entrance.
Why
I
aren't you
turned.
home?
2 men
Where the
stepped
hell
out
are
of the
you?
building,
We need
talking
to settle
quietly.
this.
One
Call
was
me
Jake.
back.
The other was
Settle
our
what?
old lawyer.
And then
They hadn't
something
seen
else,
us yet, but
barely
they were heading
audible.
toward the parking
Someone
lot,
whispering behind
toward
him.
the alley we were
Ask
standing
if he
in.
found the
Meredith
papers.
pulled me
I
behind a
froze.
dumpster.
Mark
Listen,
wasn't alone.
we don't have long.
Someone else
Her whisper
was with him.
was barely air.
Someone who knew
Jake
about
didn't just
the
set up
safe.
a shell corporation,
My blood went cold.
she said.
I
He
backed
funneled
deeper
assets
into the
into
booth,
it. Accounts
clutching the phone.
receivable.
My
better
reflection in the
contracts,
diner window
even
looked like
intellectual
someone I didn't
property.
recognize.
All of it is already
Eyes
in his
wide,
control.
breathing
My mouth
shallow,
went dry.
hair
That's
messy
illegal.
from panic.
Only if you
I
can
needed
prove
answers.
it, she said.
I needed the
And he's been
voice
erasing
on
your
those
access
warning
for
calls.
months.
So
By
I scrolled
Monday,
back through
he'll
my
have a
call
temporary
log and
injunction
hit the
preventing
unknown
you
number.
from
One
stepping
ring,
into the building.
2, 3,
I felt the
then
ground
a
shift
click,
beneath me.
a low breath.
My world
You
was
shouldn't have
collapsing
called back.
one calculated
What's
decision
happening?
at a time.
I hissed.
What about the
Why are
forged
you
medical
warning me
note?
about my brother?
I asked.
Who are
That
you?
alone should.
Silence.
Adam.
A long
Meredith
one.
closed her
Then
eyes,
the voice said,
bracing herself.
I worked with your
He didn't
father.
forge it alone.
He
A
trusted
cold
me
chill
when he couldn't
crept down my
trust his
spine.
own blood.
What are you talking
My
about?
father trusted
Your doctor's
Mark.
office got a call
I
last
snapped.
week requesting
No.
your records.
The
They
voice
thought
said
you authorized
quietly.
it.
He
Someone
wanted
pretending to you
but trust and
filed
truth
a
aren't
medical
the same
release
thing.
form.
My
My
throat
pulse
tightened.
spiked.
Tell
He
me what's
impersonated
going
me.
on.
Yes.
You need to leave town
Her
tonight.
voice broke.
Someone
To
put
set up
pressure
a false
on your brother.
diagnosis.
He
To
promised
paint
them
you
the
as
land.
unfit.
All
My
of
hands
it.
curled into
What
fists.
someone?
Rage.
My voice cracked.
Helplessness.
Another pause.
Shame.
Then
All of it choked me
the
at
kind
once.
of people you
How
don't
long
say
have you
no
known?
to. I
I asked
swallowed
quietly.
hard. My
She
heart
swallowed
thudded
hard.
against my
Since
ribs.
yesterday.
And what
I
do
didn't
they
want to
want?
believe it until I
You've
saw
already
the paperwork.
seen it, he said.
Adam,
In
he's
the
going to claim
documents,
you're having a
the oil,
psychological breakdown.
the value,
The
the
words
land my
slammed
father
into
hid.
me like a
My
physical
fingers
blow.
trembled mumbled
a
around the
breakdown.
phone.
I echoed.
Why tell me?
Why would he?
Why
Because
risk
it makes
this?
you legally
A soft
unable to
exhale.
contest the
Because your
transfer.
father saved
You
my
still have
life
to hear.
once.
No.
I owed him,
He's going to
and
take
now I owe
everything.
you.
And he's going to
Before I
say
could
I
ask
agreed
anything
to
else,
it
he added,
because I wasn't
they're watching
well.
your brother's phone.
She nodded,
Don't call
tears
him again.
slipping down her cheeks.
And whatever you do,
I am sorry.
don't let them
I'm
get
so
that
sorry.
map.
A car
Then he hung
door
up,
slammed
just
in the
like that.
distance.
Gone.
Jake and a
I
lawyer
sat
were
in the
getting
booth
closer.
until my
We
coffee
need to
went
move,
cold.
she
My
whispered
hands wouldn't
urgently.
stop shaking.
Now,
A truck
I nodded,
horn
but
blared
something in me
somewhere
snapped.
outside.
Not
The fluorescent
fear,
lights
not
hummed
panic, something
overhead.
sharper.
The world kept
Resolve.
moving like
We're not
nothing was
running,
wrong.
I said
But
quietly.
everything was wrong.
We're finding
I
leverage.
checked the time.
She blinked.
12:26
leverage?
a.m.
The flash
Couldn't
drive,
go home.
I said.
Couldn't call
Your
anyone.
files.
Couldn't
And the
trust
email
anyone.
he just sent me.
Even my
I
own
pulled out
brother.
my phone.
I
Screen
needed to
still
think.
open on the attachments
Just
he
breathe.
never intended me to see.
But my thoughts were
This
sprinting
is
ahead
enough
of
to
me.
corner him.
Why was
Her
Mark
face
doing
twisted.
this? Who
It's a
were
start,
these people?
But it's not enough
How
to
long
win.
had this been
Maybe
happening?
not, I said.
And why did Dad
but it's
hide
enough to
everything
scare him.
until the very
The
end?
footsteps
The
grew
waitress
louder.
passed by again.
Jake's
You
unmistakable
okay?
stride
You look like you saw a
echoing
ghost.
off the brick walls.
I forced a smile.
Meredith gripped my
Something
arm.
like that.
Adam,
She
he won't
nodded,
hesitate.
not convinced.
If he catches
when
us,
she
he'll
walked
spin
away,
it. He'll say
I
you're
felt the
unstable.
vibration in my
He'll
pocket.
call the police
A
himself.
text.
I
I
believed
expected
her
Mark,
because I finally
but it wasn't
understood
him.
just how far
Unknown
he'd go.
number.
I peeked
You're
around
not
the
safe
dumpster.
there.
Jake was
Window,
only 30
left
feet
side.
away now,
My breath caught.
looking around suspiciously.
Slowly, I
like he
turned my
said something
head
was
toward the
off.
window beside
We
me.
need to disappear.
A single figure
Meredith
stood
whispered.
outside in the
I know
dark.
a place we can talk
Still,
safely.
Watching.
Where?
Face
She
hidden
hesitated.
beneath the hood.
My home,
Not moving.
she said.
Just
But we
waiting.
have to go right now.
My pulse hammered.
We slipped into the
Then
shadows,
my phone buzzed
moving
again.
fast,
Run.
hearts pounding,
And the figure
staying
stepped
low
toward the
until
door.
we reached the end
The
of the
moment
alley.
that hooded
When
figure
we stepped
stepped
on a
toward
side
the
street,
diner door,
I looked back
something
one last
primal
time.
kicked in.
Jake stood under the
Fear
street
so
lamp,
sharp it
hands
felt
in
like
his
electricity
pockets,
under my
scanning
skin.
the darkness like
I
a
slid
predator
out of the booth,
who knew his prey
grabbed the
was
map
close.
and letter,
And then,
moved toward
almost
the
as if
back
he
exit
sensed
without even
exactly
thinking.
where I was.
My legs felt
He
shaky,
smiled,
almost
a slow,
detached,
chilling smile,
but they kept moving.
because he thought
The
he'd
bell above
already
the
won.
front door
He
chimed.
thought I was helpless.
They were inside.
He thought I was alone.
I pushed
But
through
he
the
was
kitchen
wrong.
entrance,
And in less than an
ignoring
hour,
the cook
I would
shouting,
discover
"Hey!"
something in
and
Meredith's
slipped
home
out
office
the
that
side
would
delivery
blow his
door into
entire
the freezing
plan
night
wide
air.
open.
The
To be
metal
continued.
handle was icy
Meredith's
against
house
my
was a
palm.
small,
I didn't
two-story
stop to
brick
look
place
back.
tucked behind
I
a
ran.
row of
The
aging
pavement
maple
was slick
trees.
with dew.
It was the
My
kind of
breath
home where
came out
neighbors
in
rarely
harsh white
looked out their
clouds.
windows.
Every
where
shadow
porch
felt like it
lights
was
stayed
about to
off,
lunge at
where
me.
privacy
I fumbled
came
for my
naturally.
keys as I
At
reached my car,
9:57 p.m.,
nearly
we
dropping
slipped
them
inside
twice.
through the side
When the
door,
engine finally
locking
turned
it behind
over,
us.
relief
The moment
hit me
I
so
stepped
hard
into her
I almost
kitchen,
laughed.
the weight of the
Almost.
night pressed
Because in
against
my
my
rearview
ribs.
mirror,
My shirt
the
was
diner
still
door
damp
swung
from
open.
sweat and the
The
cold.
hooded figure
My
walked
hands
out,
shook every
turned,
time I
and
remembered
stared
Jake's
directly
voice
at my car.
echoing through that
I didn't wait
warehouse.
to see what
He
happened
won't
next.
see it coming.
I tore out
He
of the
was right.
parking lot so
I didn't.
fast my tires
Meredith
squeaked.
motioned to a chair.
By the time I hit
See,
the highway,
I'm getting the
my
files.
pulse was still thundering.
I didn't want to sit.
I kept
My
checking the
legs
mirrors,
moved restlessly,
expecting headlights to appear
adrenaline
behind me.
refusing to settle.
But the road
But I
stayed
forced
empty,
myself down,
quiet, too
palms
quiet.
pressed flat
At
against the wooden
12:49
table.
a.m.,
The
I
kitchen
pulled
smelled
onto the shoulder
faintly of
beneath an
cinnamon
overpass
and
and
printer
killed the
ink,
engine.
because
My
boxes
hands
of
were
paperwork
cramped
were
from
stacked
gripping the
everywhere.
wheels so tightly.
Some open,
I needed
some
answers,
taped
not
shut,
panic.
some spilling
So I spread
receipts
the
and
map
bank
across my
statements.
dashboard.
I wasn't
The
prepared
old
for what she
paper
was about to
crackled
show me.
under my fingertips.
She returned carrying
Those red
a
excess,
thick manila folder.
they weren't random.
The edges worn
They formed
from being
a pattern,
handled too many times.
a curved line
I need you to
cutting through
breathe,
the northern
she
edge
said
of the
softly.
property. Not
I'll
a straight
breathe when I
survey
know
line.
what he did.
Something
She
else.
hesitated,
A seam,
then placed the
a
folder
break,
in front of me.
a fault,
Inside
a natural pocket
was my signature,
beneath the soil.
everywhere.
My father
Not one
wasn't
page,
mapping the surface
not 5
at all.
pages.
He was
dozens.
marking what was
My
under
name,
it.
my
If
handwriting,
those excess really
my initials.
traced an underground
Except I'd never
reservoir.
seen these
The
documents
land
before.
wasn't worth
My
$5
throat
million.
tightened. What
It
is
was
this?
worth more.
She pulled her
Much
chair
more.
closer,
And Mark
voice
wasn't
barely
stupid.
audible.
If he
Jake
got pressured
created
into
a
something with
secondary
dangerous
operational agreement,
people who wanted
a
that
private
land,
one.
he
It
would try to
overrides
hand it over
sections
before I
of the
understood
original
what it truly
contract.
was. Dad
Il
knew
sert
that.
here.
That's why
But
he
I never
left the
signed
map
anything
for
like
me,
that.
not us.
I know.
I
She
traced the
exhaled
symbols
shakily.
again, and that's when I
problem.
noticed something I'd
I
missed
flipped
in
through
the
the
panic
pages,
earlier.
each one more
Tiny initials
horrifying
written
than the
beside
last.
the largest
A new
red X.
workflow delegation
JT.
structure.
Not
A
my
revised
father's
responsibility
initials.
allocation.
Not mine.
A pre-authorization
Mark's.
for
A
leadership
different name.
shift in
Someone
case
my
of medical
father trusted
or
enough
emotional
to mark on a
incapacitation.
map, but
And
not
the
enough
worst
to
one,
mention to his
a
own
page
family.
that legally
My father had a
relinquished
secret
operational
partner,
authority to
and if
Jake
this
for the
JT
sake
helped him
of
locate oil,
organizational stability.
then they would know
My
exactly
breath
how
caught.
valuable the land
My
was.
vision blurred.
Years
This
before
wasn't a
the
contract.
appraisal. My
It was a
mouth went
blueprint
dry.
for my removal.
Was the stranger
Meredith,
on the
this
phone
signature.
JT?
I
Or
pointed at
someone
the bottom of the
connected to
page.
him?
That's
Because
not
if he
mine.
was
I
warning
would remember
me,
signing
then
something
he
like
wasn't
this.
trying to take the
She didn't
land
look
from me.
surprised.
He was
That's
trying to
because he
stop
didn't
someone
sign
else.
it.
My
He's
phone
not
buzzed,
intentionally.
and I
What does
nearly
that mean?
jumped out of my skin.
She swallowed,
A
eyes
text.
distant.
Unknown.
Do you remember the vendor audit you
lost
did
them.
last December?
Good.
When Jake
Listen
asked me to sign
carefully.
a stack of
My
invoices
heart hammered
because
as I
accounting
opened it.
needed end-of-year
Go to the north
approvals.
corner of the land
Yeah,
tomorrow
I
at
said
dawn.
slowly.
Bring
I
the
signed
map.
maybe 30
Don't
papers
tell
that
your
day.
brother.
She nodded.
Dawn.
You
The same
signed
spot with the
29
largest
invoices
X.
and
I
one
typed back with
contract
trembling
modification.
fingers. Who
My
are you?
heartbeat slammed
3
against
dots
my
appeared.
ribs. You're saying he
disappeared,
buried it in the
then
stack.
reappeared.
I'm saying
Someone
he counted
your
on
father
you trusting
trusted
him.
more than his
Her
own
voice
blood.
cracked.
The
And
words
you did.
hit like a punch.
My stomach twisted.
I wanted to defend
nausea
Mark,
rising
to
in
believe
my
my
throat.
father was
anyone
wrong,
else involved?
but deep
I
down,
asked. Anyone on the
couldn't,
finance team?
because the voicemail,
She hesitated.
the whisper
There's
in
someone,
Mark's house,
she said.
the person
I don't know
asking
how much they
if
know,
I found the
but
papers.
someone helped him hide
Dad
the
wasn't
paper trail.
paranoid.
I clenched
was
my
right.
fists.
I stared
Ooh,
at the dark
just as
road
she opened her
ahead,
mouth.
exhausted,
Headlights flashed across
scared,
her living room wall.
but suddenly filled
She
with
froze.
a clarity I
I
hadn't
stood.
felt in days.
Is that him?
Whatever was
I
buried
whispered.
under that land,
She peeked through the blinds.
whatever my father
breath,
died trying to
trembling.
protect.
Then she exhaled
Tomorrow
in
at
relief.
dawn, I was going to
No,
find out.
it's just a neighbor.
But as I started
You
the
scared
car,
me. I
another
ran a
text
hand through
came
my
through.
hair.
From
I'm
Mark.
sorry.
I know
This
you
whole
took
night,
something.
I'm not
If you
thinking
don't bring
straight.
it back, we're
It's
going to
okay.
have a problem.
You're processing
My hands
trauma
went cold.
in real time.
And then
She
another
gestured to the
message
folder.
seconds later.
And this isn't even the worst
one that
part.
made my breath
My head
stop
jerked
completely.
up. What could be worse
They
than
want
this?
to talk to you.
She sighed
Mark's final
and stood,
text. They want
walking
to talk
toward her
to you.
home office.
Sat on
Come
my
with me.
screen like a
The
threat
room was
wrapped
small
in
but
politeness.
meticulously
I stared at it
organized.
for a full minute.
Monitors,
The
filing
glowing letters
cabinets,
reflecting in the
label
windshield.
binders,
My
post-it
pulse
notes with
pounding
dates
in my ears.
and arrows.
He didn't say
She
who
placed
they
a
were.
USB drive
He
on
didn't
the
have
desk.
to.
Everything
Whoever
you
was
saw
backing
tonight,
him,
she said. I
whoever
backed it up,
pressured him
but I
into
also
this
found
mess,
something else.
they were
She
finally
clicked open a
stepping out of
folder
the
on her
shadows.
computer.
And they
Email
wanted me.
screenshots.
I drove another
transaction
20
logs,
minutes before
phone
pulling
records,
into the empty lot
document
of an abandoned
revision
lumber yard.
timestamps,
Rusted
IP
metal,
address histories,
empty trailers,
but one file
the
made my
faint
skin
hum
crawl.
of a distant
Internal
highway.
board memo.
It was the only place I
Confidential
felt sure
draft.
no one would follow
It was written
me.
by Jake.
At
I
1:18
opened it.
a.m.,
My worst
I finally
nightmare
responded.
unfolded in
Not
black
tonight.
text. As
It was
many
stupid,
of you are
but I
aware,
needed space.
Adam's recent
Needed
behavioral
to breathe.
instability has raised
Needed to
concerns
think
about his
without
ability
fear choking
to
every
manage
thought.
daily operations.
Mark replied
In
instantly.
light of his escalating
You don't
stress
have a choice.
responses,
A beat,
declining communication,
then another
and
text.
concerning
Come
emotional
home.
reactions,
Now.
I believe the
Home.
healthiest
As
option
if that was still a
for
safe
him
word.
and the company
I locked the
is
phone
a
and
temporary
leaned back in the
transition
driver's
of
seat,
leadership. My heart
exhaling
stopped.
a breath that trembled.
Instability?
How had we
Declining
gone from
communication?
grieving our
Concerning
father to
emotional
this?
reactions?
To threats,
He was
secret
building
maps,
a psychological
strangers
profile,
watching me
a
through
fake
diner
one,
windows,
a convincing
because
one,
there was
a
oil
trap.
under that land.
This is character
because
assassination.
money changes people.
I whispered.
Because
He's staging a
desperation makes
mental
them
breakdown.
dangerous.
Meredith
And Mark,
nodded. He's
he'd
already
been
planted the
desperate
seeds.
for a long time.
HR has
I closed
received
my eyes
3
and let
anonymous
memories flicker
reports
through.
claiming you've been
Mark
erratic
showing up drunk
and
at our
hostile in
doorstep.
meetings.
Dad lecturing
voice
him
shook.
about responsibility. Mom
Those were
crying in
him.
the kitchen when
She
he
nodded
pawned her
again.
wedding ring
I'm sure of
by
it.
accident.
I sank into the
He
chair,
wasn't evil,
head in my hands.
but he was
He
capable
wasn't just
of
taking the
terrible
company.
decisions.
He was rewriting
and someone
who I
out
was.
there was
in the
manipulating
eyes of
those
the board,
decisions.
in the eyes of
I
our
rubbed my
employees,
face and
in
forced
the eyes
myself
of
to
anyone
focus.
who ever needed
Dad's
to
letter
believe him.
weighed heavy
Meredith
in my pocket.
sat beside me,
His warning felt
hesitating
sharper now,
before
more
speaking.
urgent.
There's
Do
more,
not
Adam.
trust Mark
I
with
looked
the
up
land.
exhausted.
Maybe he
Just
knew
tell
Mark
me.
wasn't just
She clicked
weak.
another file.
Maybe he
A
was
scanned
compromised.
document.
My
A bank
phone
form.
buzzed again.
A signature
I
line.
almost didn't look.
My name again.
Mark.
What is this?
They said
I whispered.
sunrise.
A financial
Same spot
authorization
Dad used
form,
to take us
she
hunting.
said softly.
My chest
It
tightened.
gives Jake the right
north
to open
corner,
credit lines
the
under the
largest
company
red X,
without
the
dual
place
approval.
the mysterious
But
caller
we always
told me to
needed
go.
2 signatures.
This wasn't a coincidence.
Yes. She
Everyone
paused
wanted me there
until
at
this
dawn,
form went
but for
through.
very different
I
reasons.
felt my pulse
2:04
pounding in
a.m.
my ears.
Exhaustion
I never
hit
signed
me
this,
all at once.
I said.
My
I know,
eyelids felt
but
heavy.
look,
My
she
shoulders
zoomed in on the
ached.
signature.
I needed
It's
sleep
based on your
just an
real
hour or
handwriting.
two.
It's
Enough
a digital
to think
composite.
clearly.
Someone
I
scanned
reclined
your
the seat,
signature from an old
wrapped
document
my jacket around
and
myself,
layered it onto this one.
and let the hum of
So
distant
now he has the
traffic lull
power
me.
to put the
I
company
don't know
into
when I
debt
drifted off,
without me knowing.
but I know
Yes.
exactly when I woke
and when
up.
it blows up,
Because
he'll
something
say it was
slammed
my
against my car
authorization.
window.
Yes.
My eyes
I
flew
pushed
open.
back from the desk.
Adrenaline
breath
snapped through me like a
unsteady.
whip.
This can't
A
be undone.
flashlight beam
I
blasted
whispered.
into my face.
He set this up so
For a split
cleanly,
second, I couldn't
so
breathe.
perfectly.
Couldn't move.
How do you even fight
then the
something
beam
like this?
shifted,
She
and I
hesitated.
saw him.
You don't
Mark.
fight it alone.
His
she
expression
said.
wasn't
And you
angry.
don't fight it the
It
way
was
he
worse.
expects.
Cold.
What does that mean?
Blank.
She looked
Purposeful.
me dead in the eyes.
He tapped the
It
glass
means you need
again.
to see something
Open the
I've been
door.
afraid to show
I shook
you.
my head
Something I didn't want to
instinctively.
believe myself.
He tried the handle.
My stomach dropped.
Locked.
What is
His
it?
jaw tightened.
She reached into her desk
I'm not
drawer
here to
and
hurt
pulled
you,
out one
but they're
final
waiting.
folder.
And I told
Thicker,
them you wouldn't
heavier
run.
than the rest.
His
She
voice
placed it in
wavered
front of
on the
me,
last
her
word,
hand
just
trembling.
enough to tell me he
This,
knew exactly
she
what he was
whispered,
doing
is why I
and
think
hated
Jake
himself
isn't
for it.
working alone.
I lowered
I
the
stared at
window
the
an
folder.
inch.
Something in
Who's
the air
they?
shifted.
Mark.
Open it, she
He
said.
swallowed.
I lifted
Hard.
the cover.
Investors.
And the first page made
Investors
the blood
don't
drain from
stalk
my
people
face.
at diners.
Because the
He
person
flinched.
helping Jake
Look,
was someone
they
I
said
never
they'd
would have
wipe my
suspected.
debt if I
The
brought them
folder
the map.
felt heavier
I
than
didn't
it
tell them
should've.
Dad left
As if the
something
paper
for you.
inside
I
carried
swear,
weight
my
beyond its
stomach
pages.
twisted.
I could
How
already
much
feel
do you owe?
dread
He
crawling
looked
up my
away.
spine
Enough.
before I even turned it over.
Enough to sell me
Meredith
out.
watched me
Enough to
with a
drag
look
me
that
out
wasn't
here
just
in the
fear,
middle of the
it
night.
was guilt.
Enough
Like
to
she'd been
risk
holding her
everything
breath for
Dad
months,
tried to protect.
waiting for this
I opened my
exact
mouth to
moment.
argue,
Just
but
open
then
it,
headlights
she
swept
whispered.
across the
You
lot.
need to see.
Not just
I did.
one car.
And the moment my
3.
eyes hit
They
the
boxed
first
us in
page,
silently,
the room
engines
seemed to
idling
tilt.
like
A name
predators
stared
waiting to
back at me.
pounce.
I
Mark
seen
whispered,
someone I
"Please,
trusted. Someone
just
who
hand
had
it over.
keys to the office.
Before this gets
Someone
worse."
who knew our systems.
My fingers curled
Someone who
around
knew
the
me.
map inside
Laura,
my jacket.
my ex-fiancée.
And that's when my phone
chest
buzzed
tightened
with a new
so
message from the
violently,
unknown number.
I had to grip the edge
If you
of the
give them
desk.
that map,
No,
you won't live to
we
see
sput out.
sunrise.
No,
A chill
she
raced
wouldn't.
down my spine.
This has to be a mistake.
Another message
I thought so
instantly
too,
followed.
Meredith said.
Stay in the car.
But it's not.
Whatever you
I
do,
flipped the page,
don't
hands
get out.
trembling.
Outside,
Emails,
3 doors
texts,
opened.
call
Men
logs,
stepped into the
meetings
darkness.
between her
And Mark,
Jake going back
my
6
brother, my
months.
blood,
6 months.
took a step back
That was
like
2
he was
months
delivering
before
me
she
to
left
them.
me.
The
2
3
months
men
before
stepped
she
out of
ended
their
our
vehicles
engagement
with the
a
kind of
vague,
calm that made
I
my
just
skin
need
crawl.
space, speech,
Like they'd
and
done this
disappear
before.
from my life
Their
overnight.
silhouettes were solid,
It wasn't cold feet.
heavy,
It wasn't
unmoving
stress.
in the faint
It
glow
wasn't the
of the
distance
headlights.
growing between us.
One wore a long
She'd
coat.
already chosen
Another
a side.
kept a hand
My
in his
stomach
pocket.
dropped.
The
Meredith
third,
continued,
taller,
voice gentle.
broader,
Adam,
just stared
she
at my
didn't just
car
help
like
him.
he already
She
owned
guided
everything
him.
inside
She
it,
reviewed the
including me.
contracts.
Mark
She helped
stood
draft
between
the
us,
amendments.
his breath
She knew
fogging
exactly
in the
where
cold
blind
air.
spots were.
His voice cracked
Blind
as he
spots,
whispered through the window.
my weaknesses,
Just,
my trust,
please,
everything
don't
I
make
ever
this
told
harder.
Laura in
Harder for who?
confidence. My
Me
work habits,
or him?
my faith in
Before
Jake,
I could
my
answer,
tendency to
the
rush
man
through
in the
paperwork
long
when
coat stepped
overwhelmed.
forward.
She
He didn't
handed
shout,
all of it to him
didn't
like
threaten.
ammunition.
He
Why?
simply
I
raised a
croaked.
hand and said,
Why would she do this?
"Come out.
Meredith
we need
hesitated.
to talk."
Her
Something in his
silence was
tone
the
made
answer.
my blood
I
turn
forced
to
myself
ice.
to flip another
There was
page.
no anger,
Photos,
no questions,
screenshots,
just certainty,
proof of
like he
payments.
knew I would obey.
Jake had been sending her
I didn't.
money. Not
I rolled the
huge
window
amounts.
up another inch
$1,
and stayed
200
dead
here,
still. The
$2,500
unknown number
there.
vibrated in my
consistent,
pocket again.
monthly,
Leftmost
like a retainer
car,
fee
engine
for
running,
betrayal.
keys
A bitter
inside.
laugh slipped
30
out
seconds.
before I could stop it.
I flicked
I
my
was
eyes
engaged
to
to
the
someone
vehicle
who had a
on the far
salary
left.
for stabbing
black
me in the
SUV.
back.
Lights
Meredith
dim,
didn't laugh.
slight exhaust
She
drifting
swallowed.
out.
Hard.
It was running.
That's not even the worst
My pulse
part,
hammered
she
so
said.
loudly I
What could
almost didn't
possibly
hear
be
the
worse?
tap on the window.
She opened a
Mark
second
again.
folder.
Don't
One
be
I hadn't
stupid,
noticed on the side of
he
the desk.
whispered. They're
Inside
not
were
going to
more
hurt you
documents.
if you give them
Same
the map.
handwriting.
The map
Same
pressed
signatures.
against my ribs
Same
under my
forged
jacket,
authorization
its
pages.
shape suddenly
But at
feeling
the
like
top
a
of
target.
one form,
I leaned
highlighted
closer
in yellow,
to the cracked
was
window.
something that made my
Did
blood
Dad
run
ever
cold.
tell you what was
Statement
under
of
that land?
psychological concern.
He shook his head.
Provided by
No,
former partner.
but they showed
I
me the
scanned it in
survey.
seconds.
The what?
Laura had filed
Mark
a
swallowed
formal
hard.
statement claiming
Dad
she
hired
witnessed
a private surveyor
severe
last
mood
year, a
instability,
specialist. The
impulsive
guy found
tendencies,
something big,
reckless
but
decision
Dad shut it
making,
down.
episodes
Didn't
of
file
paranoia,
anything. Didn't tell me
unpredictable
why.
anger,
My chest
a perfect
tightened.
picture of
What
someone
did the surveyor
unfit
say?
to run a company. A
He
perfect
told
tool
Dad the
for
land
Jake's
could be
plan.
worth millions.
And at the bottom,
Mark's eyes
her
darted
signature.
toward the men behind
I felt
him.
sick.
They
She
think
gave
he
them
hid
this.
the full report.
I whispered.
They think
She
you
told
have
them
it.
I was unstable. Meredith
Everything
nodded.
clicked like
Her
a loaded
testimony
gun.
is what convinced
Dad's
HR
secrecy,
to start a
the map,
confidential file.
The symbols,
Jake knew her
the
statement
highlighted
would
appraisal,
carry weight.
the warning
My
calls.
fists trembled.
He knew
because
exactly
we were
what he was
engaged.
sitting on.
Exactly.
And he knew the moment
My
someone
pulse
else
throbbed
found
in my
out,
ears.
the land
This was
would
a
become a
coordinated
battlefield.
attack. A
Mark
systematic
lowered his voice.
dismantling
Please
of my reputation.
just hand it over.
My credibility.
I can't walk away
my identity.
from them.
They
I
weren't just
stared
taking
at my
the company.
brother.
They were
Really
taking my
stared.
sanity.
He wasn't
My history.
scared of me.
My truth.
He was scared
piece
of them.
by piece.
And that
I
made
stood
him
abruptly,
infinitely more
pacing the
dangerous.
room. She
Long
pretended to
coat
love
stepped
me
closer.
while planning this.
Opened the door.
For what?
I didn't
Money?
move.
Loyalty
He tapped
to
the
Jake?
glass once
Did
with
they?
2 knuckles.
I stopped myself.
Polite.
Meredith
deadly.
didn't meet my
Last
eyes.
chance.
No, I
The
said.
text buzzed
No,
again.
no. Don't tell
Now.
me they were.
I made the
Yes,
decision
she
in less
whispered.
than a second.
They were seeing each other
Fear
before
made it
she
for
left
me.
you.
I
The air
slammed my
punched out of
foot
my
on the
lungs.
gas.
I
The
stumbled
car
back into the
lurched
chair
forward,
like someone had
then
kicked my
hard
knees
left.
out. She
Tires
left you.
screaming across
Meredith
the gravel.
continued
Shouts
carefully
erupted
because
behind
Jake
me.
told her the plan
Flashlights
was nearly
cut
ready.
across the
That
dark. work.
once you were out,
One man
she could help
reached for
manage the
something
company
at his
as a
waist.
partner.
I didn't
Partner,
wait to see what.
not romantic
I
partner.
shot toward the black
Business
SUV,
partner. She left
skidding
me
sideways,
for a promotion.
stopping
The
just
betrayal
short of
burned
its front
so
bumper.
deep my
I was out of
bones
my
felt
car before it
scorched.
stopped rocking.
What else did she do?
Heart
I said
hammering,
through clenched teeth.
legs numb,
Tell me everything.
breath burning
Meredith
in my
did.
throat.
She
The
pointed to a
SUV's
stack
door
of notes.
was wide open.
She sat it on
keys
at least
hanging,
3
just like
legal
the
meetings.
message said.
She gave him your
dove
routine.
inside.
When
The
you were
moment the
most
door
distracted,
slammed shut,
when you worked
a
late,
gunshot
when you'd
cracked
be
through the
least
night.
likely to look
The back
through
window of
documents.
my car
I closed
exploded
my eyes,
into glittering
chest
shards.
rising
My
and
scream
falling
caught
too
in my
fast.
throat.
She
Another
also,
shot closer
Meredith
hit
whispered,
metal.
helped
I
him
slammed the
isolate you from the
SUV
team.
into drive
She's the
and floored
reason
it.
several
Gravel
people
spat
started
out
going
behind
to him
me as the
instead of you.
SUV shot
She
forward,
started rumors about your
fishtailing
stress
before
levels.
gripping the road.
Rumors.
The lot
Seeds of
shrank in my
doubt.
rearview mirror.
Poison roots.
My
She
car,
didn't just betray me.
my brother,
She
the
prepared
three
the
men,
battlefield for my
becoming
execution.
smaller,
I
smaller,
sat there in silence,
swallowed by darkness.
the weight of
But Mark,
everything crushing
Mark didn't
down
run.
on me.
He
For a
stood
long
there
moment,
watching me speed
the
away,
only sound was the
hands
quiet
and
hum of
fists
her
at his
computer.
sides.
Then I
And
forced
before
myself
I
to
lost
speak.
sight of him,
What do we do now?
he mouthed something
Meredith
I'll never
looked at
forget.
me, really looked
You
at
shouldn't
me.
have done that.
Adam,
My
the
stomach
only way
dropped,
you survive
because
this
deep
is
down,
if you confront
I knew
someone
he
who
wasn't
never
warning
expected
me.
you to show up.
He was promising
Who?
me
Our lawyer,
this wasn't
she
over.
said. He's
Not
the one
even
who
close.
drafted the amendments.
The SUV roared
He's the
down
one
the
Jake
empty highway,
trusts.
its
And he's the
engine
one who
vibrating
knows
through
where
the
the
steering
bodies are
wheel.
buried. I'm
But
not
my
sure
hands
he'll
were
talk.
shaking so badly,
Not willingly,
I could barely
she
keep
agreed.
it straight.
But he's
My
scared
breath
of
came
losing
in
his
ragged
license.
bursts.
If you
My
corner him
ears
with
were
proof,
still ringing
real
from the
proof,
gunshots.
he might break.
I checked the
I
rearview
nodded
mirror,
slowly,
nothing but
and
darkness.
she continued,
No
there's something
headlamps.
else.
No
She
pursuit.
opened yet another
Not
file.
yet.
This
But
one
Mark's words
small,
kept replaying
thin,
in my head,
marked with a single
sharp
word
as
on the
glass.
tab.
You shouldn't
Recorded.
have done that.
My heart beat still.
Not shouted.
What recorded?
Not angry.
She met my
just
eyes.
final.
Hesitation
I didn't know if he was
flickering
warning me
before
or condemning
she forced
me,
the truth out.
and I didn't know which
Your lawyer
one
left a
scared me more.
voicemail on the firm
At
server.
2:41
He tried to
a.m.,
delete it.
I pulled the
recovered
SUV into
What does
an
it say?
abandoned rest stop.
Her jaw tightened.
A single
It's
flickering
evidence
lamp
Jake
buzzed
never
overhead.
wanted anyone to hear.
The wind whistled
I exhaled
through
hard,
broken vending
then
machine
played it.
slots.
She
It
inserted the
felt
flash
like the
drive
kind
in
of
her
place
laptop,
people disappeared
clicked on the
from.
audio file,
Perfect.
and sat
I
beside
killed the
me.
engine and
A
sat in
crackle,
silence,
a breath,
gripping
a
the
voice,
map through my jacket
shaky,
like it was the
panicked.
only thing keeping
Jake,
me alive.
we made a mistake.
For a minute,
If Adam ever
all I
finds
could
out what
hear
we
was
did,
the heavy thudding
we're
of my
finished.
heartbeat.
You need to call
Then
me
my
back
phone vibrated.
immediately.
I flinched.
My blood froze.
Unknown number
Meredith
again.
pressed pause.
You made the right
This,
move.
she said
They won't
softly,
find you for a while.
is leverage.
My throat
For the
tightened.
first time in hours,
Who are you?
maybe days,
I typed.
I felt something
The
shift
response
inside
came
me.
quickly.
A spark.
Someone who was
small
with
but
your
real.
father the day he
I straightened.
discovered what was
We take
under
this
that
to the
land.
lawyer.
My
Her
eyes
eyes
widened.
Tonight,
The initials on
yes.
the map.
Adam,
JT.
he might call
Is
Jake.
that you?
I shook my
This
head.
time, the
No,
typing dots
not if he
stayed
thinks
for
I
a
already
long
know
moment.
everything.
Then,
Meredith
yes,
hesitated.
he trusted
sure you
me
wanna do
because
this?
I didn't want the
I
land.
nodded.
I
Because
just
I knew
wanted
something
him
Jake
safe.
didn't.
Safe.
He thought he'd
The
taken
word felt
everything
wrong
from me.
now.
But he
Too
forgot
late.
something
I
critical.
swallowed hard.
A desperate
So
man
what's
doesn't
under
break.
it?
A
I
desperate
didn't
man
expect
fights.
the answer to
And I
come
was
in
done
one
being
word.
prey.
But it
I
did.
grabbed the folder,
A
the
reservoir.
flash drive, the
I
printed
stared at the screen.
screenshots. Let's
Oil
go, I
was one
said.
thing.
We headed
Gas
toward the door.
was another.
Hearts
But
pounding.
a reservoir?
Because in
A
less
massive
than an hour,
underground
I would be
lake of
standing
hydrocarbons?
face to face with a
That
man
was
who
generational
helped
wealth.
dismantle my life.
Corporate war
And
wealth.
he had no
The
idea I
kind
was
of
coming.
discovery
What we
men
were about
kill
to do.
for.
Meredith
And my
locked
father,
her door,
simple, stubborn,
hands
private,
trembling
had tried to
slightly,
hide it.
but her
JT
voice
texted
stayed
again.
steady. The
Your
firm is
father
10
wanted
minutes
to
away,
reveal it
she
legally.
said. If
Slowly,
he's still working late,
safely.
we might
But
catch him
someone
alone.
leaked the survey.
I
My
replied.
pulse quickened.
I want him alone.
Mark.
Truth
Another
was,
pause.
I didn't know what I
Longer
wanted.
this time.
Answers?
No.
Revenge?
He didn't know the value.
Just one person
Not
to
at
admit
first.
what they did.
Someone
I
else
wasn't
did.
sure anymore.
Cold
But I
sweat
knew
trickled
this.
down my spine.
I wasn't going to let
Who?
Jake or his
Before he could
accomplices walk
answer,
me into a
headlights
fabricated
swept across the
meltdown
rest stop.
and steal.
One
Not
car,
without hearing the
not
truth
three,
from the man who
not
helped
the men
craft
from
the knife.
earlier.
We
But
drove
the
in
car
silence.
was familiar.
The roads
My
were
brother's.
empty.
He pulled in
9:58
slowly,
p.m. on a
cautiously,
Thursday.
like a
Cold
predator
air
approaching
misting the
wounded
windows.
prey. His silhouette
Streetlights
sat still
flickered
behind the wheel,
across the dashboard,
watching,
revealing
waiting.
flashes
My
of
phone
anger
buzzed.
in my reflection.
JT,
I wasn't the same
don't let
man
him
who
see
sat
the map.
signing
No
contracts
matter
2
what he
years ago.
says.
I wasn't
slid the
naive
map
anymore.
deeper into
We
my
pulled
jacket
into the law
just
firm's
as Mark
parking
stepped
lot
out of his
at
car.
10:07
The
p.m.
slam of the door
Only one car
echoed
remained,
across the empty
the
lot.
old silver Lexus
He didn't storm
I
toward
recognized
me.
instantly.
He didn't yell.
Our former attorney,
He didn't even look
Peter
angry.
Caldwell,
He looked
always
tired.
worked late.
Dark
He loved the
circles
quiet.
under his eyes.
Tonight, that worked in my
Shoulders
favor.
sagging.
Are you
Hands
ready?
trembling
Meredith
just slightly.
asked quietly.
He walked to the
No,
driver's
I
side
said
window
honestly.
and tapped it
But
gently.
it doesn't matter.
Like
We
he was
approached the
afraid I
glass
might
door.
break.
The lobby
I
lights
cracked
were
it open
dimmed,
an inch.
but Caldwell's office,
Why did you run?
second floor,
He he whispered.
corner room.
I laughed,
Still
sharp,
glowed a
humorless.
soft golden
Because
yellow.
they shot at
He
me,
was there.
Mark.
I pushed
jaw
open the
flexed.
door. The bell
I told
above
them
it
not
chiming
to.
softly.
That made
Meredith
something inside
stayed
me
close
snap.
behind me.
You told
When we
them.
climbed the
I
stairs
hissed.
and reached
You're
the hallway,
working with
I
people
could
who
hear him
shoot
typing.
at your own brother?
Fast.
His
Usual.
expression
Like
twisted
someone
with guilt
scrambling
and
to
panic.
finish something
You
before
don't get
sunrise.
it. They're
I didn't
threatening
knock.
me.
I opened the
Threatening
door
everything.
and stepped inside.
I didn't have a choice.
Caldwell jerked
Yes,
upright,
you
his
did.
eyes
My
widening
voice
the moment
shook,
he saw me.
but it came
They
out
had him.
steady enough.
His voice cracked.
You chose them.
What on earth?
He stepped
Why are
back
you
like
here?
I'd struck him.
I didn't blink.
He
We
chose
need to talk.
survival.
He glanced at
We
Meredith,
stared at each
then
other
at the
through the
folder
cracked
in my
window.
hand. His
Two
face
brothers
drained of
standing
color.
on opposite
No,
sides of a
no,
line
this
our
isn't.
father never
Adam,
wanted
listen,
us
this
to
isn't
cross.
good.
Then
You can
Mark
save
said
it.
something
I
I'll
cut
never
in.
forget.
I heard your voicemail.
Just give me the
He
papers.
froze.
Please.
Meredith played
They
the
said if I
recording
bring the
without
map,
waiting for his
they won't
permission.
come after you.
Jake, we
My
made a
chest
mistake.
tightened.
If
Because
Adam
it
ever
wasn't a
finds out
lie.
what we did,
He believed
we're
every
finished.
word.
Caldwell
But JT's
lunged
next
toward the
text
laptop,
appeared on my
but I stepped in
screen
front
like
of
a
him,
knife.
blocking
If he
his
takes
path.
that map back
Sit
to
down,
them,
I
they'll
said.
kill him.
He sank into
And
his
then
chair
they'll
like his
come for
bones
you.
gave out.
I stared
I want
at
the
Mark.
truth, I said
Really
quietly.
looked at him.
All of
His
it.
fear.
His throat bobbed as he
desperation.
swallowed hard.
His
Adam,
attempt to
you
save
don't
me
understand.
by sacrificing
Jake,
himself.
he told me.
He wasn't the
He
villain.
said you were aware
He was the bait.
that you approved
And those
the
men
restructuring.
weren't done hunting
I slammed the folder
Mark,
onto his desk.
I
My
whispered.
signature was forged.
We need to get off this
My medical
road.
record was tampered
Now.
with.
He frowned.
My reputation
Why?
was destroyed.
I opened
And
the
you helped
door
him do
just
it.
enough to
Caldwell's
speak clearly.
hand shook.
Because
For the
someone
first
leaked
time,
the survey,
I saw fear,
and it wasn't
not
you.
guilt, not
Mark's
regret,
eyes
but pure
flickered
fear.
with confusion.
I didn't forge anything,
Then
he
realization.
whispered. But you
And then
drafted
fear.
the documents.
Real fear.
Meredith said
Then
sharply.
who?
You had
A pair
amendments.
of headlights
You
appeared
advised him
at
on
the
how to
end of the
remove
lot.
Adam from the
Not
company.
Mark's car.
I was manipulated,
Not the SUV.
Caldwell insisted.
Another vehicle.
Jake told me Adam
Slowing.
was stepping back,
Pulling in.
that he was dealing
Silent.
with stress
JT's
issues,
final message
that you two
came
had
through.
discussed it privately.
They found you.
That's a lie.
The moment
I
those
snapped.
unfamiliar headlights
Caldwell
turned
rubbed
into
his
the rest
forehead
stop,
with trembling
Mark
fingers.
froze.
You brought
His
your
eyes
ex-fiancée
Not
to
the
a
way a
meeting.
guilty man
She
reacts,
testified that you were
but the way
struggling
someone does
and
when
wanted
they
temporary
finally
relief
understand the
from
size of the
decision-making.
monster chasing
She made
them.
it sound like you were
That's
drowning.
not them,
Hearing
he
Laura's
whispered,
name
which
felt
terrified
like
me
swallowing
even more,
glass.
because
She
for a
forged
split
statements.
second I believed
said,
him.
We
The
have
car
proof.
crept forward without
Caldwell
hurry,
shook his
its
head
engine
vigorously.
barely audible.
I didn't know they were
Dark
forged.
windows.
I swear
Platz.
to you. She
Not
seemed
even
credible.
the soft rumble
She
of
said you've been
music or
isolating
movement
yourself,
inside.
that you were
Just
afraid
silence,
to admit
predatory
you needed help.
silence.
Isolating,
My phone buzzed
afraid,
with a single message
unstable.
from JT.
She fed him the
Do not
exact
run.
narrative Jake
Do not
needed.
talk.
And what about the
Watch.
clause he
My
buried in the
pulse hammered.
contract?
But
I
I stayed
asked,
still.
You expect
The
me to
car
believe
came
you
to
didn't
a stop
notice it?
15
He
yards
hesitated.
away. No
and
one
his
got
silence
out.
was an answer.
The driver's window
You added
rolled
that
down,
clause. I
just
said
enough to show
slowly.
a face.
Jake didn't.
Or rather,
You did.
half a face.
His shoulders
A woman,
sagged as if the
mid-40s,
weight of what he'd
sharp
done
cheekbones,
finally smothered him.
calm eyes. The kind of
I thought it
calm
was a
that made my
precaution, he
blood
stammered.
run cold.
Jake said you two
Mark,
agreed on
she
equal
said
control.
softly,
That if
like
either
she'd
of
known
you
him for
became
years.
unavailable,
Mark staggered
the other
back a
needed
step.
authority to
No,
protect the company.
no, you're supposed to
voice
be
dropped.
in Dallas.
He played
The
you,
woman smiled.
and I meant it.
You didn't
Caldwell
think I'd let
wasn't
you
innocent.
handle this alone.
Far from it.
Did you?
But he'd been used
Her voice
just
was
as
smooth,
effectively as I had.
disarming,
Why didn't you come
like
to
a
me?
mother talking
I
to a
asked.
difficult
He
child.
closed his eyes.
Not a lone
Because
shark
the moment I
haunting his
suspected
nightmares.
something was wrong,
She turned
it
her
was
gaze
too
to
late.
me.
He'd
And
already
you must
moved
be
the
the brother.
assets.
Something
So he didn't
about
know.
the way
He
she
knew
said it
and
made
said
my
nothing.
entire body
My
tense.
pulse surged
Not
with heat.
friendly,
Then you
not
gotta fix it.
curious.
Caldwell
certain,
looked up,
like
startled.
she'd been expecting
how?
me.
You gonna
Mark's
tell me who
voice
else
cracked.
Jake worked with?
He
I
doesn't
said.
know anything.
All of it.
He won't
Every
fight
detail.
us.
Every
Just
lie. Every
give me
meeting.
more time.
Every plan.
Time is a
He
luxury,
hesitated.
darling.
Then his face
she
twisted
murmured,
with something like
eyes still locked
resignation.
onto mine.
There was someone else.
And your father
he
made
whispered.
things
My jaw
complicated.
tightened. Ooh,
My breath
he
caught.
swallowed again.
What do you
Jake
know
had a
about
second
my
partner
father?
helping him.
I asked.
Someone who
Her
coordinated
smile
the
sharpened.
transfers.
Everything
Someone who
he
handled
tried
the
to
financial
hide.
back end.
I edged closer
That was
to
Laura,
the
I
SUV,
said. No,
ready
he shook
to
his
dive
head.
back inside.
Not her.
She
My
noticed.
breath stilled.
Of course she
Then
noticed.
who? He
You've
hesitated
seen the
for
map,
so long,
she said.
I thought he wouldn't
Not
answer.
a question.
And then he
A
did.
fact.
Someone
Cold
inside your
panic
company.
surged through me.
The room
I forced
felt
my
colder
voice steady.
instantly.
You're
Ooh,
not getting
I
it.
repeated.
She leaned her
Caldwell
elbow
wiped
casually
sweat from his
against the
forehead.
window frame.
Your CFO.
Those documents
I blinked.
belong to my client.
Mark had been
Mark
with me
looked at her
since
sharply,
the beginning. A
eyes
quiet,
wide.
steady man.
Client?
Loyal.
You said we were
Consistent.
partners.
Someone I
She
trusted
ignored
with
him.
budgets,
Didn't
payroll,
even blink.
projections,
My employer
everything.
wants the
That's not
report your
possible,
father
I
got
said.
from the surveyor.
He's
Her
not
tone
like
softened
that.
again.
He is Caldwell
Disturbingly
said,
gentle.
and he's deeper in
The
this
real
than
one,
Jake is.
not the edited
Without him,
copy your
none
father
of this
filed.
infrastructure could
Mark
have been
stared
built.
at me like
My
he'd
blood
been
ran
punched.
cold.
Dad
Prove it.
filed
Caldwell
an edited
reached into
copy?
his desk drawer,
I swallowed.
pulled out a
Of course
thumb
he
drive.
did. He
set
knew
on the
exactly
table.
what he was
This
getting on.
every internal
He knew
memo
the real
Jake
results
sent
would
me.
draw people
Every
like her.
instruction.
The woman
every
nodded
revision.
toward the SUV.
And every time Mark
It's
was
in
copied
there,
on the thread.
Isn't it?
I stared at the drive.
My hand
Why
tightened
do you
on
have
the map
this?
inside
Meredith
my jacket.
asked.
She
Because
continued,
he
voice
whispered,
silky.
I knew
Your
this day
father
could
was
come.
smart.
He wasn't
but he
protecting
underestimated
Jake. He was
desperation.
protecting himself.
He didn't think
I
someone
grabbed the
close
drive.
to him would
You're
lead
coming
us
with
straight
us.
to it.
Caldwell
Mark's
blinked.
head jerked up.
What?
I
Why?
never told you
Because
about the
tomorrow
map.
morning,
I didn't know
said,
about the
we
safe.
take this to the board.
She gave him a
and you're going
pitying
to back
look.
every word
Mark,
with testimony.
we never needed you to
He
know.
opened his mouth.
Your leverage.
Fear flooding
That's
his
all.
features.
I felt
Adam,
the blow for
they'll
him.
ruin me.
I watched
I
his
stepped
shoulders
closer.
cave.
Then you
Watched the
understand
truth break him
exactly what they
open.
tried to do to
He
me.
wasn't their partner.
He looked away.
He was
Then,
their pawn.
slowly,
and
he
she
nodded.
just tossed him
We
aside
left the
like
office
trash.
at
My
11:14
phone
p.m.
buzzed. JT,
Caldwell followed us to the parking
distract
lot,
her. I'm
pale and
close.
shaken,
My
but
breath
ready
hitched.
to talk.
I
But as
forced
I reached my
myself
car,
to speak,
my phone buzzed.
every nerve
A
shaking.
text message
If all
from
you
an
wanted
unknown
was
number.
the report,
I
why
opened
pull
it.
guns?
A single
Why
line
chase me?
appeared on the screen.
She sighed.
You think you know
Because your
everything.
father
You
didn't
don't.
trust the
M.
government.
M.
He didn't trust
Mark.
the banks.
My blood froze.
And he certainly didn't
Meredith
trust
saw
us.
the look on my face.
So he hid things.
What is it?
Papers,
I turned the screen toward
maps,
her. Her expression
coordinates.
collapsed.
Her eyes darkened.
Because there was only
and
one
he
way
told
Mark
someone
could
else
have
where to
known what we
find
were
them.
doing.
The
He
air
was
went
watching
still.
us.
Too
For a
still.
long moment,
Who?
none of us moved.
Asked.
Just
She
the cold
smiled.
night air,
Not
my
warmly.
phone glowing
He
in my
called him
hand,
John.
and that
But you
single
know
letter
him as
staring back at
JT.
me.
My pulse
M.
slammed
Mark,
in my ears.
the quiet
Mark
one,
whispered,
the steady one,
"Who the
the
hell
man who
is
sent me
JT?"
birthday cards
Before I
every
could
year
answer,
and
a
brought
loud
donuts
crack
to
split
Friday
the night.
meetings.
A
The man who
spotlight
apparently
exploded
had
behind us.
no problem
A
burning
second
my
car
life to
screeched
ash.
into the lot.
Caldwell
The
slowly
woman's
backed
expression
up a step.
changed instantly.
He knows.
Annoyance
He must have eyes on the
flickering into
firm.
fear.
Meredith's
Move,
voice trembled.
she barked.
Adam, we need
But
to
it
go.
was too late.
Right now.
A man
But I didn't
stepped
move.
out of the second
Not
car.
yet. Because
Voice
something
low,
inside me
controlled.
had snapped.
You're done
Not
here.
in a dangerous way,
I knew that voice.
but in a painfully
JT.
clear way.
JT
Fear
stepped
had been
out of the
ruling my
second car
life for
like a
weeks.
man who'd
Fear
already
of Jake.
calculated every
Fear of
possible
Laura.
outcome.
Fear of being
Calm,
cornered,
steady.
lied about,
No guasti
erased.
motion.
But that
He didn't
message,
look at me.
that single
Didn't
line
look at
from
Mark.
someone who'd pretended to
His
be my
eyes
ally
were
for
locked on the
years,
woman.
it killed
The one
fear.
who only moments
Vertically,
earlier
I
spoke
finally
like she owned the
exhaled,
night.
steady
She shifted
and
her
deliberate.
stance.
You want me to know
Confidence
he's
cracking
watching.
just slightly.
That means he's hiding something.
You shouldn't be here.
Meredith touched my
JT
arm.
closed the
We
door
should go
behind
somewhere
him
safe
with deliberate
before.
quiet.
No, I
You
said,
crossed a line.
we're going to see him.
You involved
Both of them
his
stared at
sons.
me like
Your
I'd lost
client
my
involved
mind.
them first.
Caldwell
She
shook his
snapped.
head.
Not
You can't
like
confront
this.
him.
The
He's
cold
dangerous,
wind
Adam.
swept between
Maybe not
them.
physically,
The air felt
but
charged,
legally,
dangerous,
strategically, ethically.
like standing
He's
between
got no
two
limits.
storms about to collide.
Neither
Mark
did I.
leaned toward
Not
me,
anymore.
voice barely audible.
He's been hiding everything.
You know this guy?
I said.
Dad
He wants
trusted
control,
him.
and he thinks
I
I'm
whispered.
too shaken
He
to
swallowed
fight.
hard.
So let's prove
That
him wrong.
makes one of us.
Meredith whispered.
JT finally
Please
looked
think
at
this
me.
through.
Just a
I
flicker.
have, I
A
said.
silent question.
We're going to the office.
Do you have it?
The drive
I tapped
there.
my jacket
It was
subtly.
11:32
He
p.m.
gave a
when
barely
we pulled into the
perceptible
nearly
nod.
empty
The
parking lot
woman
of my own
noticed
company.
the exchange
My
instantly.
building, my
Enough.
name on the sign.
She raised
the
her
place
hand
I'd pour my
sharply.
life into.
If the map is
Seeing
here,
it now
we settle
felt
this
different.
right now.
Colder.
JT
Hollow.
stepped forward,
A space I no longer
placing himself
recognized.
directly
The
between
lights on the
her and
second
me.
floor were on.
You're not touching
Finance.
anything.
Mark's domain.
She laughed.
Of course he was
A
still
sharp,
here.
bitter sound.
Of course he knew he'd
You
come.
think you can stop
Meredith
this?
parked in the shadows.
I already have.
Are you sure?
Her smile
I nodded.
faded.
If I don't
JT
face
took
him
another
tonight,
step
he'll
toward her,
twist
voice
this
low.
before sunrise.
You're here without
Caldwell
authorization,
swallowed.
without
He'll
your
have
client,
excuses.
without
Prepared
backup.
ones.
That's
I don't
sloppy.
need excuses.
A muscle
I said.
jumped in her jaw.
I need reactions.
Bold words
The
for someone
confrontation.
working alone.
We took the back elevator.
I'm not alone.
One only
he said.
employees knew
Mark's
existed.
head snapped toward
and stepped
me.
on his second
What
floor.
does that mean?
The hallway lights
I didn't know,
flickered softly,
but I felt it.
casting
Something
long
in the air
shadows
shifting.
across the carpet.
And then
I could
the
hear
ground
typing behind
vibrated.
Mark's door.
Just a faint
Fuss.
tremor.
Efficient.
A pulse beneath
like someone
the earth.
cleaning up loose
The
ends.
woman froze.
I pushed the door
JT's
open
eyes
without
narrowed.
knocking.
My
Mark looked
breath
up
caught.
calmly,
What
too
was
calmly,
that? Mark
as if he'd been
whispered.
expecting all
Another
three
tremor.
of us.
Stronger
Adam,
this time.
he said with that soft,
Then a deep,
even voice
muted
he
tone
always
sounded
used.
under us.
You're here late.
Like something
It was the
far
same
below
tone
the
he
surface
used when
exhaling.
reminding me to sign
JT's
payroll.
posture changed
The same tone he
instantly.
used when
Tension
congratulating
tightened
me
every
on
line of his
securing new
body.
clients.
No,
The tone of friend.
he muttered.
Except now,
Not now.
it was the tone
The
of a
woman took
predator
a step
pretending
back.
to be harmless.
You didn't tell me
I
it
stepped
was
closer.
this close.
You sent
It
the
wasn't
text.
supposed to be.
A faint smile
he said.
tugged at his mouth.
What's happening?
I wanted you to know
I
you're
asked,
walking
panic
into a mess
rising.
bigger than
JT
Jake.
turned to me.
Oh,
The
I asked,
reservoir
and you're the
isn't
one
stable.
holding the mop?
My pulse
He didn't
surged.
laugh.
What
Didn't
does that
flinch.
mean?
Instead,
It's moving.
he leaned back
he
a
said,
chair,
voice sharp,
fingers steepled.
shifting.
You think this is
Pressure
about betrayal?
is building under
he
the
said.
north corner.
It's not.
The north
Then
corner.
what is it?
The
I asked
largest
coldly.
X on
It's
the map.
math, he said simply.
Oh my God.
You were the variable
I
that
breathed.
didn't scale.
Is it dangerous?
Meredith inhaled
yes,
sharply.
he said.
Mark, what did you
If
do?
someone drilled
He
too
ignored her.
close or
You
disturbed
You were good at
the
building,
surface.
he continued.
The woman cut
but
in.
terrible at expanding.
We had nothing to
the
do
company
with
hit
that.
a ceiling under
JT
you.
snapped.
Jake saw it.
Then
Laura
someone
saw
did.
it. And
Another
eventually,
deep
so did
rumble
I.
vibrated
My jaw
up through
tightened.
my shoes.
So you decided
Mark
to erase
staggered.
me. I decided
Dad
to
knew
save
about
the
this?
company. He corrected
JT
smoothly. You
It's why
created
he shut
something
the survey
incredible,
down.
Adam.
He
But
didn't
not
want a
everyone is
blowout.
meant to run what
He
they
didn't
build.
want the company
I stepped
involved.
closer.
He
You
didn't
forged
want
my
anyone
signature.
dying for
He
money.
gave a tiny shrug.
The woman's
I
expression
duplicated a
twisted.
signature you'd already
It's too
given
late
us.
for that
For
kind of
convenience.
morality.
For
And then,
convenience,
from
I
behind her,
repeated.
Her
You stole my
driver
company.
stepped out of the
No,
car.
he said calmly.
Not calmly.
I transitioned
Hurried.
it.
Pale.
Caldwell snapped.
Wide-eyed.
You
He
broke the
whispered
law.
something
Mark
into her
finally
ear.
looked irritated.
Her expression
Please.
changed instantly.
White-collar strategy
Fear
is a
slicing
gray
clean
ocean.
through the
I
arrogance.
didn't forge.
She
I
snapped
didn't
her head
steal.
toward us.
I leveraged.
We have to leave.
And I did it with
Now.
legal counsel.
All of us.
He glanced at Caldwell. And that look said
What's
everything.
wrong?
Caldwell
Her voice
backed
dropped
up
to a
half
whisper.
step.
One
Mark,
of our drill
don't
teams.
drag me into this.
They broke
Mark
ground
smirked.
near the ravine
You
yesterday.
think Adam doesn't know?
They weren't supposed
You're the one
to.
who drafted
Now the
most
system's
of the
picking
loopholes.
up pressure
He
spikes.
turned back to me.
JT's
You want
face
honesty?
went white.
Fine.
You idiots.
Here it is. He
hissed.
stood,
You
palms
triggered
pressed the
it.
desk.
My heart
You trusted
slammed
people
against
too
my
much.
ribs.
You
Triggered
delegated
what?
things you
The
should have
woman
guarded.
met my eyes.
You didn't keep up with
The
the growth you
reservoir
created.
is going to breach.
And the company needed a
Cold
leader
shock shot
willing
through
to
me.
do what you couldn't.
As in
It was
explode?
surreal.
Not
He was
exactly,
talking like he was doing me a
JT
favor.
said.
And
But
Jake,
if it vents,
I
if
asked,
the earth opens,
why
we're
him?
talking a
Mark
collapse
shrugged.
zone
He
miles
listened.
wide.
And
Mark's
Laura,
voice cracked.
I asked,
So
voice
what do we
colder.
do?
She was
JT
useful.
looked at
He
me
said
first.
simply.
Then
She
at
gave
the
us
woman.
personal insight.
Then toward the
and
dark
she
road
needed the
leading
money.
to our
I
father's
felt something
land.
inside me
We
crack.
go to the north
Not
corner,
break.
he said.
Not shatter.
Now,
Just crack
before
open
the
enough
ground
to let
gives
clarity
way.
pour
The woman
through.
hesitated.
Do you think you've already
You're
won?
insane.
I said softly.
No,
Mark
JT
smiled.
said softly.
Haven't we?
I'm
I
the
took a
only
slow
one
breath.
here who knows
Then I
how to
pulled
stop
Caldwell's
this.
thumb drive
The
from
rumble
my pocket
beneath us
and
grew
placed it on the
louder,
desk.
like
Press
a
play,
warning from
I
the
said.
earth itself.
Mark frowned.
JT stepped
What is
closer
that?
to us,
The voicemail,
eyes sharp.
Caldwell
Whatever
whispered.
is buried
The one
under
you
your
didn't know
father's
existed.
land,
Mark's
he said,
smirk wavered.
is about
Just
to show
slightly.
itself.
Good.
The
I
drive
hit
to the
play.
north corner
Caldwell's
felt like
voice
racing
filled the
toward the
room.
mouth of
Jake,
something alive.
we made a mistake.
The earth kept
If Adam
rumbling.
ever finds out what we
Small
did,
tremors
we're
rolling
finished.
under the tires,
Mark stiffened.
vibrating
His
through
eyes
the
flicked to
floorboards.
Caldwell.
Every
You
few
idiot,
seconds,
he hissed.
Mark
You
would
told him.
glance at me
I
like
didn't,
he needed
Caldwell
proof
said,
I was still
stepping
there.
back.
Behind
I
us,
tried to delete it.
the woman's
They
car
recovered
followed
it.
close,
For the first time since I
headlights
walked
bouncing
in.
in the darkness.
Mark looked rattled.
Ahead of
Adam,
us,
he said
JT
slowly,
drove with one hand
choosing his
braced on the
words with
wheel like he
surgical
could
care.
feel the land
This
shifting
doesn't
before it happened.
prove anything.
At 4:12
Oh, it proves
a.m.,
plenty, I said.
we turned down
It
the
proves a
narrow dirt
conspiracy,
road leading to my
dishonesty,
father's property.
Intent to
Fog
deceive.
drifted low across
Intent
the fields,
is not illegal, he
hanging
snapped.
thick like smoke.
No,
The
I
closer
said,
we got to
leaning
the ravine,
forward. But
the
asset
heavier the
transfers
air
without
felt.
full partner
Dense,
consent are.
charged,
So are false
phallic.
statements.
Mark finally
and forged
whispered,
signatures.
"Why didn't
and
Dad tell
HR
us any of this?"
manipulation.
I
and
didn't have an
coordinated
answer.
removal attempts.
Not one he
His
wanted.
jaw clenched.
When we reached
I have
the north
everything,
corner,
I said
JT's
quietly.
truck skidded to a
Emails,
stop. He
documents,
jumped out instantly,
witnesses. You
scanning
can't
the
bury
ground
this
with a
anymore.
flashlight,
Mark's voice
moving
dropped
fast,
to a dangerous
scanning,
whisper.
muttering
You don't
to
know what you're
himself.
playing with, Adam.
I stepped out
Neither
of the
do
SUV.
you. The
The
tension
cold
snapped.
hit me like a slap.
He grabbed a folder
My
from his
breath
desk,
came out in quick
a thick
white
one,
bursts.
and shoved it into a
JT,
drawer.
I
But
called.
not before I saw the
What's
label.
happening?
Final
He didn't look
transition,
up.
implementation.
The pressure spike is
My heart
bad.
stopped.
Worse
He slammed
than I
the
thought.
drawer shut.
The woman
You're done,
approached, her
he
coat
said.
snapping
You just
in
don't
the
know
wind.
it yet.
Can you
No,
stop it?
I said, stepping
Maybe,
back.
he said,
You're done.
if the
And
fault
something
hasn't
shifted
opened
in
yet.
his eyes.
My heart
Not
pounded.
fear.
And
rage.
if it has?
You should have left
He
it
finally
alone,
looked at
he
me.
said quietly.
Then the land
You have no
collapses.
idea what comes next.
Everything your
I
father
turned toward the
protected
door.
gets swallowed.
Oh, I do, I
The
said.
ground gave
and
a
I'll
low,
be ready.
groaning
Because in
rumble
his
beneath
anger,
us.
in his slip
Deep,
of control,
ancient,
he revealed more than
terrifying.
he meant to.
Mark swore
And as we stepped
under
out of
his
the
breath,
office,
we
leaving
shouldn't
him
be
standing
here.
there with trembling
We have to
hands
be,
and burning eyes,
JT snapped.
I knew one
Your
thing
father
with
left
absolute
instructions.
certainty. This
He
wasn't
planned
about
for
Jake
this.
anymore.
I blinked.
Mark was the real
Instructions?
architect, and he wasn't
Where?
finished.
He held out
but
his
neither was
hand.
I.
For
I
the
didn't
map.
sleep that night.
I froze.
Not even
His
for a
voice
minute.
softened.
Every time I
I
closed
don't
my
want
eyes,
the land.
I saw Mark's
I never
face,
did.
calm,
But your father
calculated,
understood
cold.
something none of you
a
did.
man who'd spent
If the reservoir
years
vented in
standing
the wrong
beside
place,
me,
it wouldn't just
quietly
take the oil.
sharpening the knife
It would take
he would
everything.
eventually use to gut
Mark
my
stepped
life.
closer to
By
me.
6:12
Don't
a.m.,
give it to
I
him.
was sitting at my kitchen
Mark.
table,
No,
staring at the
he
thumb
said
drive
louder.
like it was a live
You don't know
grenade.
him.
Meredith
you don't know
had
what deal
crashed
he
on
had
my
with
couch,
Dad. How do we
exhausted.
know he's not
But I
trying to
couldn't
take
close
it for
my
himself?
eyes without feeling
J'y
like something
pointais
was
as
about
Joe
to
Tightened.
explode. When she
Your
woke,
father trusted
her
me
first
more
words
than
were,
you trust
"We
your own
need
family."
evidence that can
Mark
burn you."
shoved him hard.
I know. I
Don't
said.
talk about trust.
And we need it before he
You're the
files
one who
anything
dragged
today.
us into this.
I knew that too.
JT shoved
because
him back.
today, Friday,
I'm the one trying
was the
to
day
keep
Mar
you
planned
alive.
to submit
The woman
the
stepped
final
forward.
transition documents.
Enough.
Once
Her
filed,
voice
once
sliced
approved,
through the tension.
once logged into
We don't
the
have
system,
time for this.
my ownership
that
would
map
evaporate.
is the only
My
thing that
voice would be
shows
gone.
the fault line.
My company would
She
belong
turned
to
to
the
me.
two men
Give it
who
to
plotted
someone
my
who can
removal.
actually use
We
it.
had maybe a few
Something
hours.
inside me
So we went
snapped.
back to the only place
Everyone
with answers.
stop.
The
My
office.
voice echoed across
the building
the
that
field.
no longer
The
felt
rumbling
like
grew
mine.
louder,
8:04 a.m.
like the land itself
Employees
was
were
listening.
drifting in.
I pulled the map
Coffee
from
cups,
my jacket,
laptop
but didn't
bags,
hand it
small
over.
talk floating through
If
the
I
lobby.
give this to any
People
of
I
you,
hired.
I
People
said,
I trained.
voice shaking but
People
steady.
who believed in me.
I need
And
one
not one of
thing.
them knew
One
I'd become a
answer.
ghost in my own company.
JT exhalait.
Meredith and I
Name
slipped
it.
upstairs
What
to the
did my
conference
father
room,
find out
where the
before
board
he
would be
died?
meeting in 4
Silence.
hours.
The kind that
Caldwell
makes your stomach
was already
drop.
waiting inside,
JT looked away
pacing
first.
like a man
He
preparing
found the
to
full
confess
survey
his sins.
results.
We
He
need
said
something
quietly.
stronger,
The
he said
ones the drilling
immediately.
company hid.
The voicemail helps,
It wasn't just
but
oil
won't be
down
enough
there.
to stop Mark.
He hesitated.
What about the contracts?
What was it?
I
I
asked.
whispered.
He shook his
A
head.
pocket of
They'll
trapped
argue
gas.
you signed
Ancient.
everything willingly.
Unstable.
The forgeries
the kind
aren't
that
obvious
can blow
enough.
if
I
disturbed.
ran a hand through my
mouth
hair.
went dry.
So what will be enough?
And the company knew.
Caldwell hesitated,
JT added.
then whispered.
They tried to force
We
him
need
out.
proof of intent.
Your father
He
refused.
looked at me with a strange
He died
expression.
before he could
And
expose them.
I think I know where
the
to
woman's
find
face
it.
tightened.
The room none
that
of
was
us
never
dared
supposed
enter.
to happen.
It was the archive
Mark
room,
stared
a
at
dark,
her. Your client
temperature-controlled
threatened our
space in the
father?
basement.
She
No
didn't deny
cameras,
it.
no
That
windows,
was enough for me.
only
I
accessible
stepped
by
back,
2 people,
clutching the map.
me and Mark.
So what?
Why
now
would
you
anything
want
be
to
down here?
fix the
I asked
problem
as
you
we descended
created?
the stairs.
She exhaled
Caldwell
sharply.
answered without
No,
looking back.
I want to buy you
because
out.
Mark doesn't
All of
trust
you,
digital
right
trails.
now. Her
If he
voice
needed to keep
hardened.
anything
5
dangerous,
million each.
it would be on paper.
Cash.
The
Tonight.
lights flickered when I
Mark
flipped the
inhaled
switch.
sharply.
The shelves
We
stretched
should.
20 feet
I cut
long.
him off.
Old
No.
contracts,
His
payroll
eyes
logs,
widened with
tax
panic.
records,
You
vendor
don't know what
agreements.
you're saying.
It smelled like
I know
dust
exactly what I'm
and forgotten
saying.
truths.
I whispered.
We searched.
Another rumble
for 5
shook the
minutes,
ground, this
then
one
10,
sharp,
then
violent.
20.
The woman took
Nothing.
a step back.
We're missing something.
JT cursed
Meredith
under his
murmured.
breath.
Keep looking,
Mark grabbed
I
my
said.
arm.
But
If
then,
you don't take
the
that
sound,
deal, we lose
the faint
everything.
hum of a machine.
The land,
I turned slowly.
the money.
The security
Mark,
monitor in the corner.
I said softly.
For tiny screens.
We're about to lose
for camera
something way
feeds.
bigger than money.
Basement stairwell.
The earth beneath
Lua
us
ding
cracked.
dong. Lobby.
Just a hairline
and the
fracture,
courtroom conference room
but
on
enough
the
to make
first
all
floor.
of us freeze.
My eyes snapped
A
to
thin
it.
line
Mark
in
was
the dirt,
inside,
glowing
not alone.
faintly.
Jake was with him,
JT's eyes went
and Laura.
wide.
All
It's
3
starting.
sitting together at the
The
table
glowing
like a
fracture in the
triumvirate
dirt
of
was no
betrayal,
wider than a pencil,
passing documents,
but the light
pointing
pulsing
at
from it
pages,
felt alive,
whispering.
throbbing
What the
like
hell?
a heartbeat
Meredith
trapped beneath
whispered,
the earth.
But I was
We
frozen,
all stepped back
watching
instinctively.
something unfold
JT
on the
crouched
4th
beside
screen.
it,
Jake
his
stood,
flashlight
closed the
trembling
blinds,
just slightly in his
turned
hand.
to Mark,
It's
and
a
then
gas
Laura
flare,
did something
he
I'll
muttered.
never forget.
The pressure's
She pulled out her
breaking
phone
through.
and
The
started
woman's
recording
voice
him.
was tight.
Mark didn't notice.
How long do
he
we
was
have?
too busy gloating.
Minutes, he
We
said.
watched him pacing
Maybe.
the room.
Another rumble
frustration
rolled
tight
beneath us,
across his face.
deeper now,
This is the last
more
step,
insistent.
he was saying.
The ground
Once the board
shuddered
signs
hard
off,
enough to make
Adam's
Mark
completely
lose his
out.
balance.
Legally,
I grabbed his
financially,
arm, steadying
permanently.
him. For
He
a
won't have
split
grounds
second,
to
we were just
contest
2 brothers
anything.
again,
Jake
holding
nodded.
each other up the
And
way we
HR
used to when Dad made
handled,
us carry
Mark
lumber
said.
across the
The
yard.
psychological
But
file
that moment
is
evaporated
airtight.
as the
His
earth
ex
groaned
gave
again.
strong
JT
testimony.
stood,
Internal
turned to
report
me,
supported.
and held out his
He'll
hand.
look unstable
Give me the
if
map.
he tries to fight.
Now.
Laura
This time,
zoomed
I
her
didn't
camera
hesitate.
closer.
The
Shaky
map,
hands.
the thing
Tears in her
everyone
eyes.
chased,
Not guilt
fought over,
tears.
bled
Fear
for,
tears. Are you
unfolded
sure about
in his
this?
hands like a relic.
Jake asked.
He scanned
Mark
the red
rounded on him.
excess,
Don't get
traced
soft
the fault
now.
line,
We didn't come this
then
far to
looked
let him
toward the
wiggle out.
ravine.
I
We
built
need
this
to vent
plan
it
for 2
safely,
years.
he said.
I'm not letting
Your
anyone
father
ruin
marked
it.
the weakest
2
point.
years.
If we
He said
break
it
it
so
there,
openly,
the pressure
so
will release
arrogantly,
without collapsing
like he wasn't
the whole
spelling out a
property.
crime in
The
broad
woman
daylight.
scoffed.
But
You
then,
think we can just
he said something even
dig
worse.
a hole?
Something
That's your
that made
plan.
even
JT
Caldwell
glared at
stop
her.
breathing.
No.
Once Adam
But
is
he
out,
left tools.
Mark said,
He pointed
we'll
toward the
liquidate
old
his
equipment
shares
shed
through the
near
Shell
the fence line.
Corporation. Then
Half
we
collapsed,
restructure.
vines
Then we
crawling
sell.
over the roof.
A clean
My
exit.
father's shed.
A massive
Of course,
profit.
he left something
And he'll
there.
be too busy
He always
trying to
prepared
prove
for
his
storms
stability
before they
to
arrived.
interfere.
We
He
ran.
laughed.
Cold
actually
wind
laughed.
slapped my face
Laura
as we
lowered her
crossed the
phone in
field.
horror.
The shed
She
door
hadn't
was
expected
swollen
this.
from years of rain.
She hadn't known the whole
but JT
plan.
shouldered
Not
it
all of
open
it.
with a grunt.
And now she looks sick.
Inside,
Turn it up.
dust
I
floated in the
whispered,
beam of the
even though he
flashlight
couldn't.
like tiny
Mark
ghosts.
kept talking.
And there,
revealing
against
everything.
the back wall, were
Asset
the tools.
transfers.
Heavy rods,
Shell accounts.
pressure
Medical
gauges, a
manipulation.
manual venting
HR
spike
collusion.
older than me.
Forgery.
Dad knew.
All of it.
He knew this
Jake ran
day
a
might
hand
come.
across his face.
He planned for it.
We need to delete
My chest
everything
tightened so
after
painfully
board
I had to
signs.
steady
We
myself
will,
on the wall.
Mark said.
JT
But
grabbed the
until
spike
then,
and tossed
nobody
the other
goes near
tools close to Mark and me. We drive this into the ravine wall.
He stopped,
Fast,
looked around.
clean,
For a second,
before the
I
pressure
thought he'd
finds
seen us
its
through the
own
screen.
exit.
But no,
I nodded,
he was noticing
adrenaline
Laura's
swallowing
behavior.
my fear.
What are you doing with
When
your
we
phone?
reached the
He
ravine,
snapped.
the air
Laura
was warm,
froze. Jake looked at her
unnaturally warm.
sharply.
The
She
ground
stammered.
vibrated like
In
a
nothing,
living thing.
my mom
A
texted,
faint hiss
but her
rose from
voice
cracks
was
in
too
the
shaky.
soil.
And Mark wasn't
stepped
stupid.
forward,
He took a
jaw
step
clenched.
toward her.
Tell
Give
me
the
what
phone.
to do.
Her chair
He wasn't the
scraped the
scared,
floor.
reckless
She stood
screw-up
quickly.
anymore.
I have to go.
Right now,
Give me the
he
phone,
was the
Laura.
man Dad
His
always
voice
hoped
wasn't
he'd
calm
become.
anymore.
We worked
Jake
fast.
reached to grab her arm.
3 people
Laura
pushing,
bolted.
hammering,
She ran out of the
bracing
conference
the
room,
spike while
through
the
the
woman
hallway.
stood back,
And then
staring
the
at the
camera
ground like
feed
it might
cut to
open
static.
beneath her.
Holy
The
God,
hissing grew
Caldwell
louder.
whispered.
JT
She
shouted,
recorded him admitting
almost there.
everything.
I drove
And
the
now they
spike
know.
down with
Meredith
everything I had
said,
left.
voice
My
shaking.
arms burned.
My pulse
My hands
thundered.
shook.
Where's she
The
going?
metal vibrated
We looked at the
violently
live
as it
feed
hit
for the
the fault
stairwell.
line.
Laura
Then,
burst into
a
view,
roar,
sprinting,
a deafening,
terrified.
explosive
Her
burst of
purse
pressure
slipped.
shot upward.
Her phone hit the ground.
Hot air whipping
She
my hair
grabbed it,
back,
breathless,
dirt blasting
eyes
into
darting
the
like
sky
prey
like a
being
geyser
hunted.
of dust and heat.
Then
It
she
wasn't
ran straight
fire.
for one place
It wasn't
I never
destruction.
expected.
It was
The
release.
basement.
The
Our
ground
basement.
trembled
The
beneath
basement
us.
we were in.
Then
The realization hit all of
quietly,
us at the
slowly,
same time.
peacefully.
She's coming here.
JT sagged
Meredith
to his
whispered.
knees, breathing
Caldwell
hard.
stepped back
It's
from the
done.
monitor.
Mark
And if she's
leaned
running
on the
from them,
spike,
the
chest
stairwell
heaving.
door
The
above
woman
us
backed away,
slammed open.
face pale,
Footsteps.
realizing
Fussed.
no amount
Desperate.
of money could buy
Laura's
control
voice
over something
echoed
this
down the
powerful.
hall.
I
Adam?
stepped to the edge
Adam?
of the ravine.
Are you here?
The faint
Please,
glow had vanished.
Please, you have to help
The earth was still again,
Meredith and
like
Caldwell
it was finally
exchanged
exhaling
terrified
after
looks.
holding its breath
I
for
stepped
years.
toward the hallway.
We didn't speak
my
for a
heartbeat
long
shaking
time.
the air
Not
inside
until the
my
sun
chest.
crept over
Because
the horizon,
whatever Laura had on
painting
that
the
phone,
field in
whatever
gold.
she recorded,
Mark wiped
whatever
his
she
face
knew now,
with a shaking hand.
it was enough to burn
I'm
the
sorry,
entire
he
conspiracy
whispered,
down.
for
But
everything.
only if we got to her before
I
they
nodded
did.
slowly.
And from the
We can
sound of the
fix some of it.
footsteps
Not
pounding
all,
down the
but
stairs
some.
behind her.
He nodded back,
We weren't the only ones
tears
coming.
in his eyes.
Laura stumbled
JT
into the
approached,
basement hallway.
the map rolled
her
under
breasts
his arm.
sharp and ragged.
Your father didn't
her
want the
mascara
land to
streaked
make you
down
rich.
her cheeks.
He wanted
her hair
it to keep
clinging
you grounded,
to her temples.
to keep you
She
together.
looked nothing like the woman
My
who
throat
walked out of my
tightened.
life a year ago.
He didn't get
polished,
that. Maybe
confident,
he did.
composed.
JT
This
said
Laura was
softly,
terrified.
just not
Adam,
the way he
she
expected.
choked on the words.
The woman
He's going to
walked
kill
toward
me.
her car,
He
defeated,
knows I recorded
not
it.
angry,
I stepped
not
toward
threatening,
her, hands
just
raised.
done.
Where's the
This
phone?
never happened.
She dug it
she
out of her
said.
coat,
None of
ripping
you
it
saw
so
us.
tightly her
And
knuckles
then she
turned
drove
white.
away without
He tried to
another
take
word.
it. I ran.
We let her go.
Behind her,
3 months later,
the
the
stairwell
land is
door
quiet,
slammed again.
stable,
Heavy
safe.
footsteps.
Mark
Jake's
and I
voice
repaired
thundered
the
down the
shed,
steps.
cleared the
Laura,
brush.
Meredith
We walked
grabbed
the property
my arm,
together
trembling.
now,
We need to
slowly,
move.
carefully,
Now,
learning
Caldwell
to
was
rebuild
already
trust the
backing
same way
into
the earth
archive.
retrains.
Lock the door.
Some
We can
wounds
hide.
don't vanish.
No,
but
my
they
voice
stop
came out
bleeding.
steadier
Dad
than I
left us a
expected.
map to
This
something
ends tonight.
dangerous,
Laura
something
clung to
ancient,
me like she might
something
collapse.
bigger than greed.
Please don't let him
And
take
in
it.
the end,
I won't.
the real
I said,
discovery wasn't
stay
the oil
behind me.
beneath our feet.
Jake appeared at the
It was
bottom
the
of the
truth
stairs,
that
chest
surfaced
heaving,
because of it.
eyes
I
wide.
still visit the
Mark
north
was
corner
only
sometimes.
seconds behind him.
I stand
The moment
at the
Jake
edge of the
spotted
ravine,
us, he froze.
listen to the
Then
silence,
he laughed, short,
and I swear,
breathless,
in the
deranged.
soft hum
Wow,
of the
he said.
morning wind,
Look at that.
I can still
the
hear
whole
my father's
little rebellion,
voice.
right
Protect
here in
it.
the basement.
I finally
like rats in
understand
the
what
dark.
he meant.
Mark stepped
End of
beside
story.
him, smoothing his shirt, calm
The
again.
inheritance
Too
that
calm.
shattered our
Give
family.
us the phone, Laura.
I didn't know
She
it
shrank
then,
behind me.
but the morning
Jake took
my
a step
father
forward.
died would be the
She
last
doesn't
peaceful
understand what
moment
she
my
has.
family ever shared.
She recorded
Tuesday,
one sentence.
February
Out
11th,
of context, it's nothing.
6:42
Mark's voice
a.m.
sharpened.
The
And if you
house
think you
was
can
still
use it,
dark
you
when my
won't.
phone lit
Because
up on
you
the
won't
nightstand.
leave this basement
One
with it.
missed call
I
from
stepped
my
in front
brother,
of Laura,
Mark.
directly
2
between
from
her
the
and them.
hospital.
You're not
A
touching
text
her,
that just
I
said,
said quietly.
"Call me."
Mark
Now.
smirked.
By
Adam, this was
7:15,
cute at
I was
first,
standing in a room
you've
that
lost.
smelled like cold
You're
metal and
outmaneuvered,
disinfectant,
outvoted,
staring at a
out of your
body that
depth.
didn't look like the man who raised me.
Leah.
His
Not
hands,
anymore. He
once
laughed
rough
softly.
and warm from
Then
years of
prove
working
it.
land
And
no
that's
one
when
else
everything
wanted, were
shifted.
pale and still.
Meredith stepped
I remember
forward,
touching the
not
hem
shaking,
of the thin
not
hospital
frightened,
blanket.
holding
I remember
up
how
Caldwell's
heavy
thumb
the air
drive
felt,
like it was a badge
and I
of
remember
power.
thinking the
Mark,
same thought
she
over
said,
and over.
voice
He
sharp
can't
as
be gone.
glass.
Not
This isn't
him.
just one
But
recording.
grief has a
We
cruel
have a
sense of
voicemails,
timing.
the
It
shell
never
transfers,
comes alone.
the forge
Because by
amendments,
9:03 a.m.,
the HR documents,
before we even
the
left
digital
the hospital
composites
parking
of
lot,
Adam's signature.
Mark said something
Mark's
that made
eyes
my
flicked to
stomach drop.
Caldwell.
Dad
You idiot,
didn't
he
leave a
hissed.
will,
But Caldwell
he
didn't back
muttered,
down this time.
staring
For
straight
the first
ahead.
time, he stood with
So
us.
the land?
I'm done
It's ours.
covering for you,
Split
Caldwell said.
50-50.
You used me.
He said it too
manipulated
quickly,
me.
too
You told
confidently,
me this was
like
a
he'd
simple
rehearsed it.
restructuring.
And right
You
there,
never told
Before
me you were
grief even
destroying the
settled
man
in,
who
the
built
first
the
crack in
company.
our family
Jake
formed.
scoffed.
We didn't
Spare
talk
us the
much the next
confession.
few days.
You're just
The
scared.
funeral
No,
planning, the
Caldwell
condolences, the
said. I'm done being a
casseroles.
coward.
It
The
all
basement
blurred
felt
into white
thick with
noise.
tension,
But Wednesday
electrical
night,
buzzing
something
alive.
happened that snapped
Mark's
everything
voice
into
dropped to a
focus.
growl.
At
Hand over the
11:47
evidence.
p.m.,
Or what?
I got a
I
call
asked.
from a number
You'll
I didn't
fabricate
recognize.
another meltdown?
A man's voice.
Another diagnosis?
Urgent.
Another anonymous
You
complaint?
don't know me.
He didn't respond.
But your father
because he
trusted
knew I was
me.
right.
I sat
Jay
up
tried
instantly.
again. Adam,
Who
be
is
reasonable.
this?
This
You
is
need
business.
to check his safe.
We can work
The
something
man
out.
whispered.
A settlement.
Before your brother
payout.
does.
Something
My
fair.
skin prickled.
Fair.
Why?
I repeated.
Pause.
You stole my
breath.
signature.
Because the
my
land
authority.
isn't what you
my
think
reputation.
it is.
You
And he
forged
didn't want Mark
documents
to
to
have
declare
it.
me
The
unstable.
line clicked dead.
And for what?
For a long
Mark
moment,
answered instead.
I just stared at the
profit.
shadows on my
2
bedroom
words.
wall,
Cold.
listening
Flat.
to my heartbeat
Truthful.
thundering in my ears.
Because unlike
that
Jake,
voice,
unlike Laura,
it wasn't frantic.
unlike
It
Caldwell,
wasn't threatening.
Mark wasn't
It
emotional.
sounded like
He
someone
was
carrying a
efficient.
truth too
a predator
heavy to hold any
disguised
longer.
as an accountant.
I should have called
And
Mark.
that's when I knew
I
something
should have
with
asked
perfect,
him what was going
terrifying
on.
clarity.
But something in my gut
Mark had
said,
orchestrated
don't.
everything.
Not yet.
And monsters
Looking
don't
back
stop
now,
until
that was
someone
the
stops
moment
them.
everything
I
changed.
straightened.
My
Here's what's
father's
going to
safe
happen,
was in the
I
workshop
said.
behind the house.
We're walking upstairs.
A place that always
together.
smelled like oil,
all of us,
sawdust,
and we're going into the
and
board
the stubbornness that
meeting. And
held
you're
our
gonna sit
family
there while we
together.
play the recording.
I drove there
Mark
the next
tilted his
morning
head.
just after
And if we
sunrise.
don't, I
The
stepped
frost
closer
still clung
until
to
I
the
could see my
windows.
reflection
My
in
breath
his
fogged
glasses.
in the air.
Then the
When I
footage
opened
goes
the
to
workshop
law
door,
enforcement.
it
and the
creaked
state
the same way
licensing
it had
board,
when I was
and
a
the
kid
press,
sneaking in for
and
tools
every
I wasn't
investor
supposed to
you've
touch.
ever lied
But
to.
this time the
For the
room
first time,
felt
Mark's composure
different,
cracked.
like someone
Barely,
had been there
just a
recently.
flicker. But
The
I saw
safe
it.
was under
Jake
his
looked between us,
workbench,
confused,
old,
panicked.
dusty,
He wasn't the
scratched from
mastermind.
decades
He was
of
the
use.
puppet who
My
thought
father
he was
always
the
kept the
puppeteer.
combination
Laura
scribbled
whispered
on a
behind
tiny
me.
slip of
They'll
paper
come
tucked
after me.
inside the
I didn't
lining
take
of
my
his
eyes
red
off
hunting
Mark.
jacket.
You're
I
protected.
reached for it,
You gave us
hands
the
trembling,
evidence.
and
Mark's
found
lip
the
curled.
paper exactly
And you think the
where it
board
had
will take your
always been.
side?
At
I
least
took a
that
deep
hadn't
breath.
been touched.
Let's go find
The
out.
combination
The
made the
board
lock
meeting
click
that
open with a
changed
sound
everything.
that echoed in the cold room.
919
Inside were 3
The
things:
board members filed
a
into the
folded
conference
map,
room,
old and
confused at
brittle
the
around
lineup.
the edges,
Me,
a sealed
Meredith
letter with my
Caldwell,
name
Laura,
written in his shaky
shaking,
handwriting,
pale,
a property
and Jake
appraisal
and Mark
document
trailing
dated
behind
4
like
months
2
before
men
he died.
approaching a
For
firing
months.
line.
He'd
Mark
never
tried to
told
open
us
the meeting
about any
himself.
of this.
It
My
appears we
hands
have a
shook as I
misunderstanding.
opened the letter.
Sit down,
If you're reading
I said.
this, it
The
means I
entire
didn't
room
have time to
froze.
explain.
And Mark,
Do not trust
after
Mark
a long,
with the
brittle
land.
pause, sat.
He's already
I placed
spoken
the
to
phone on
people
the
he
table.
shouldn't have.
I'm invoking
The land is
executive
worth
review
far
under
more than he
Section
knows,
14B
and far more than
of our
I ever
founding
told him.
bylaws.
My
The
blood
board
ran
exchanged
cold.
glances.
Then the last
It was a
line,
rule rarely
protect
used.
it,
A last
or
resort
everything
measure.
I fought
A
for will
legal
be
provision
lost.
allowing a
I don't know how long
co-founder
I
to
sat
demand
there.
a full
Maybe
audit
minutes,
of internal
maybe an hour.
actions. Jake
Just staring
blinked.
at the letter
Adam,
while the
come on.
workshop slowly
I pressed
warmed
play.
with sunlight.
Mark's
My
voice filled the
father
room.
wasn't the
Once
dramatic
Adam is
type.
out,
He
we'll
didn't
liquidate
write riddles
his
or
shares
warnings.
restructure.
If he said
sell.
something was
He'll be too
dangerous
busy
or
trying to
important, he
prove
meant
his
it.
stability
So
to
what was he
interfere.
protecting?
Absolute silence.
And from who?
Then
I unfolded
chaos.
the map next.
Board members whispering.
It wasn't one of our
One
state
woman
maps.
covering her mouth.
It was older,
Another slamming her
yellowed
pen
at the
down.
seams,
Mark shot to his
marked
feet.
with precise
Out of
hand-drawn
context.
lines that
Caldwell
traced
stood
the
too.
contours of
Then
his
let's add
12
context.
acres. There
He
were
placed a
red
thumb
excess
drive
in
on the
places
table.
I'd never paid
Minutes
attention
later,
to.
the board
The
had
north corner,
emails with
the
forged
ravine edge,
attachments,
the patch
fraudulent
of useless clay
amendments,
soil behind
financial
the barn.
transfers to a
Except
shell corporation.
maybe it wasn't useless.
Testimony from Laura.
And then I saw something
recordings,
I'd never noticed
timestamps,
before.
metadata,
In the appraisal
a full
documents,
written confession
under
Mark
potential
didn't mean to
mineral
give.
value,
By
a
11
single line had been
46
highlighted
a.m.
in faded
It
yellow.
was over. Jake was
Significant
removed.
indication
Laura
of subsurface
suspended from
hydrocarbons.
anything involving the company.
Further evaluation
And Mark,
recommended.
Mark was escorted out by
Hydrocarbons,
security.
oil,
He didn't
gas,
fight.
maybe
Didn't
both.
scream. He
My
looked at me
mind spun.
once. Just
My
once,
father bought that
with a
land
quiet,
for
chilling promise
$50,000
in his
when everyone
eyes.
said he was
This
stupid.
isn't finished.
When my
But
mother
he
cried
left.
because it
And
meant
just
no
like that,
vacations,
I have
no
my company
upgrades,
back.
no financial
What was
breathing
left
room.
of it?
For
3
years,
later,
the land
it
produced
took
nothing.
years to rebuild.
But maybe
years of
maybe
audits,
he knew something we
lawsuits,
didn't. Maybe
therapy
someone else
sessions,
knew too.
sleepless
Halfway
nights,
home,
and the
still
lingering
gripping the
ache
steering
of
wheel like it
betrayal.
might disappear.
But step by step,
Something
piece
hit me
by
out of
piece,
nowhere,
I reclaimed the one
hard
thing
enough
I
to steal
nearly
my
lost.
breath. If
Myself,
Mark knew about
the
the
company,
map,
it
if he
survived,
knew about the
changed,
appraisal,
adapted,
if he already
but I
contacted
didn't run it
people,
alone anymore.
like
I
Dad
learned from the
said,
scars.
then he
One
wasn't
morning,
just assuming the
3
land
years to
was
the day
50-50.
after the board meeting,
He was planning
I
something.
was having coffee in the
My
lobby
phone
when the doors
buzzed
opened.
on the passenger
A
seat.
familiar
A
silhouette
text from
stepped
Mark.
inside.
We
Older,
need to talk.
thinner,
Tonight.
eyes colder than I
It's
remembered.
important.
Mark.
Important.
He stopped a few
That
feet
word
away.
felt like a warning
hands in his
now,
pockets.
not an invitation.
Adam.
I pulled into
My
my
pulse
driveway driveway
steadied,
but didn't
not
get out of the
panicked, not
car right
afraid.
away.
Why are you
I just
here?
sat there,
He studied me,
staring at Dad's
slow,
letter,
calculating.
rereading it
smiled,
until the words
because I
blurred.
heard you're doing well,
My family was
he
about
said,
to fracture,
and I thought it was
maybe
time we talked
beyond
about
repair.
unfinished
And
business.
part of me knew
I
this was
stared at
only
him,
the beginning.
the weight of 3
But before I
years
went
settling
inside,
behind my
I need to
ribs
tell
like
you
armor.
something.
No,
If you've ever
I
had a
said
moment
quietly,
where a family
we have
secret
no
snapped
unfinished
everything you
business.
thought you knew in
He
half,
tilted his head.
I see you.
You sure?
Drop a
Yes,
broken
I
heart
said,
if you've lived
because
through
I
that
learned
kind
something
of
you
betrayal.
never did.
Because
His
what I
brow
discovered
lifted.
next,
What's that?
it made the
I held
map,
his
the
gaze
letter, the warning
unwavering.
call,
That
All of
sometimes
it
the strongest
looked like
thing you can
child's
do
play.
with a
When
past
I
like
finally
ours
walked into
is
my
walk
house,
away from it.
the
He
voicemail
didn't move,
notification was
didn't
waiting.
breathe.
One
Then
new
he smirked
message.
just
It
a
was
little
from the same
and turned to
unknown
leave.
number as
Until
before.
next time, he
And the
said
second I
softly.
pressed play,
There won't be a next
a
time,
man's voice
I
said,
replied.
"He
But he was
found out
already
you
gone.
opened the safe.
Some wounds
Don't
never
go
fully
home
heal.
tonight."
Some
I froze,
betrayals
then
leave
heard the
scars
last
that flare
line.
up when you least
Barely a
expect
whisper.
them. But I
I
learned something in
replayed
those
that
years.
voicemail 3 times
Family
before
isn't
my
who shares
mind
your
could
blood.
even process
Trust
what I was
isn't
hearing.
built overnight.
Same voice,
And survival
same
isn't
controlled
about
urgency.
winning every battle.
He found out
It's
you
about
opened the
refusing
safe.
to let the battles
Don't go home
define
tonight.
you.
He's
And when I
already
walked
on
back
his
through
way.
the lobby that morning,
I stood in the dim
sunlight
light of my
pouring
hallway,
across the tiles,
phone
I
still
felt
in my
something
hand,
I hadn't
breath
felt
shaking.
in a long time.
The house felt suddenly
Peace.
smaller,
Not perfect,
like the walls
not
were
complete,
closing in.
but real.
I could hear the
And
faint hum
sometimes
of the refrigerator,
that's enough.
the
And a
settling
story.
creaks of the old beams.
The contract
My own
clause
heartbeat
that
too
destroyed
loud,
me.
too fast.
Have you ever trusted
Mark.
someone
He had to
so
mean Mark.
completely
But why?
that you didn't
How?
even bother
He didn't
reading
know
the
I
fine
went to Dad's
print
workshop.
that would one day
No one did,
ruin your life?
unless someone
Because
was
that's
watching.
exactly how my
I walked
story
to the front
begins.
window,
On a
peeled
Tuesday
back the
morning
curtain
at
an inch.
9:14 a.m.,
The street was
with a
quiet.
pen in my hand,
No headlights.
signing a document
No
I
movement.
thought represented
Just
a dream,
cold night air
but was
flickering
actually
under
the
the
start
street
of my
lamps.
destruction.
Still,
I didn't know it
something
then.
felt off.
God, I wish
A
I had.
heaviness.
The
A
office
wrongness.
smelled like new
I locked
carpet
the door.
and cheap coffee.
Then the deadbolt.
Sunlight was
Then the
pouring through
chain.
the tall windows.
It didn't help.
Turning the
My
glass
phone buzzed
conference
again.
table into
Mark,
a mirror
leaving
that caught
now.
every
Be there
nervous
in 20.
twitch in my
Not
face.
a question.
I'd
Not
barely
a
slept the
brotherly
night
check-in.
before.
Just a
Excitement will
statement.
do that to
My
you.
stomach twisted.
Jake, my
I
business
grabbed my
partner,
jacket,
my
Dad's
brother,
map,
and
the letter,
everything
and the
but
appraisal.
blood, slapped
I didn't
the
take
final
anything
contract
else.
onto the table.
Not
with
even
that
my
big,
toothbrush.
easy grin
Some
he
instinct
always
deeper
wore.
than fear
The
told
grin
me
that
I
made
couldn't
you
be
feel
here when Mark
stupid
arrived.
forever doubting
By
you.
11:12 p.m.,
50-50, he said.
I was backing
Equal
out of the
partners,
driveway,
just like we
headlights
promised.
off. I
smiled
drove
back.
without a
Believed him.
destination,
Why wouldn't
just
I?
moving,
For 10 years,
letting the
we
paranoia
built this
guide
company
me.
from the ground
Every
up.
car I
He
saw
handled
behind me
sales.
felt like
I
it was
ran
following.
operations.
Every
We worked late
intersection
nights,
felt like a
shared
trap.
cheap takeout
At
dinners,
11:37
celebrated
p.m.,
small wins
I
like
pulled
they were
into the
Oscars.
parking lot of
I
an
trusted
all-night
him with
diner.
everything.
The kind that
Ideas,
smells like burnt
access,
toast and trucker
passwords,
coffee.
my future.
It was nearly empty.
So when he said lawyers
just a
were
waitress
expensive
cleaning
and
a
he cleaned
counter
up the
and a man
paperwork
half
himself,
asleep in a booth.
I didn't
I
question.
slid into the
That
far
was my
corner.
first mistake.
The vinyl seat
Maybe my
was
worst.
cold against my
It wasn't
legs.
until
I
18
kept my
months
hood
later
up.
that I learned about
The
the
letter
clause.
was still in
The
my
one
hands.
he buried on page
Do not trust
17.
Mark with the
The
land.
one I skimmed
The words
because
looked
lunch was
darker
getting
now,
cold
heavier.
and his pen was
I
already
didn't want to
uncapped.
believe my
The
brother
clause
was
that said if
capable
either
of
partner became
whatever this was turning
operationally
into.
unavailable for more
But
than
something
60
inside me,
consecutive days,
something I'd
the other
ignored for
partner gained
years, was
full
whispering
executive
otherwise.
control. Full
Mark
control,
always had a way
full
of
ownership,
getting involved with
full
the wrong
everything.
people.
I didn't notice
Quick money
it then,
schemes,
but Jake did.
shady
He
investors,
noticed everything.
friends
The day
who only
everything
called
started
when they
to
needed
unravel
bail.
wasn't
Dad
dramatic.
hated it.
It wasn't a
Mom
screaming
cried
match
over it.
or a betrayal
I
caught
cleaned
on
up
video.
after it.
It was
Maybe
quiet.
Dad had
Too
seen
quiet.
something coming that
It was a
I didn't.
Thursday.
Maybe that stranger on the
6:32
phone knew
I
more than
remember
we
because
realized.
I was still at the
My
office.
hands were cold
the only
as I
one left
unfolded the
besides
old
the
map
cleaning
again.
crew.
The red
staring
excess,
at email on
the
my
marked
screen
ravine,
with a subject line
the strange
that made my
symbols
stomach
near the
twist.
north corner.
Internal
My father
financial
wasn't an
adjustments
artist.
review.
He didn't
It wasn't
doodle or
addressed to
draw.
me. It wasn't meant
Everything
for
he
me.
put on
He
paper
sent it to
had
the wrong
purpose.
Adam.
But it was the
in his
appraisal
contact
creased,
list.
stained,
I wasn't the Adam
too
he
new
intended to loop in.
that set my pulse
The email
racing.
spoke about
I stared at the
restructuring asset
highlighted line,
transition.
significant
and, worst
indication
all,
of subsurface
operational shift
hydrocarbons,
due to anticipated
oil,
medical
gas,
leave.
a fortune
leave?
buried under
Mean it? I
useless-looking
scrolled.
dirt.
His
No
reply
wonder
was
Dad
attached
kept
below
it
it.
secret.
A thread
No
I
wonder
never should
someone
have seen.
wanted it.
Keep
The
everything quiet
waitress
for now.
slid a cup
He'll
of
be out
black
soon.
coffee in
I've
front of
arranged
me.
it.
Long
My heartbeat
night,
slowed,
she
then
asked.
sped up,
I nodded.
then stopped entirely
You have no idea.
for one long,
She gave a
painful
sympathetic
second.
half smile
What had
and
he
walked
arranged?
away.
What the
I
hell was he
stared
planning?
at the steam
I called him
rising from the cup.
immediately. He
My
didn't
whole
answer.
life, that
Not
land
the
was
first
just
time. Not the
there.
second.
A
Not the
background
10th.
detail in
That's
our
when the
family
air in the
story.
office shifted.
Something Dad loved
Heavy,
for reasons I
suffocating,
never understood.
electric with fear
But now
I hadn't
it
felt
was
since
a
I
ticking
was a kid.
bomb.
Something
My
was
phone
wrong.
vibrated.
Something was
A
happening,
voicemail,
and I was
this
already
time
too
from
late.
Mark.
The next
I
morning,
hesitated,
I walked into the
then hit
office
play.
and found a
His voice
stranger
was
sitting at
sharp,
my desk.
irritated.
A woman.
Why
Sharp
aren't you
suit,
home?
even
Where the
sharper
hell
smile.
are you?
Her
We need
nails
to
clicked
settle
against my
this.
keyboard like
Call
she'd
me
been there
back.
for years.
Settle what?
Oh,
And then
she said
something
without
else,
even looking
barely
up.
audible.
You must be Adam.
Someone
I
whispering
froze.
behind him.
Who are you?
Ask if he
She
found
finally
the
met
papers.
my eyes.
I froze.
Interim operations
Mark
director.
wasn't alone.
Interim.
Someone else
Operations.
was with him.
Director.
Someone who
My
knew
job.
about the safe.
My title.
My blood
company.
went cold.
What are you talking
I backed
about?
deeper into
I
the
asked,
booth,
disbelief
clutching the
dripping
phone.
from everyone.
My reflection in the
She
diner
shrugged.
window looked
Jake
like
said
someone
you were
I didn't
taking an
recognize.
extended leave.
Eyes
Leave?
wide,
Leave?
Breathing
I
shallow,
turned before she could
hair
say another
messy
word
from
and
panic.
stormed toward
I
Jake's
needed
office.
answers.
My
I
pulse
needed the
pounding
voice on
so
those
hard
warning
I
calls.
could feel in my teeth.
So I scrolled back
He
through
wasn't
my
there.
call log
His
and
lights
hit
were
the
off.
unknown number.
His desk was
One
cleared.
ring.
A
2,
single
3,
envelope
then
sat
a
in the
click.
center of the table
A low breath.
with my name
You shouldn't have
handwritten
called
on the
back.
front.
What's
My
happening?
hands trembled as
I
I
hissed.
opened it.
Why are you
Inside
warning me
was a
about my
doctor's
brother?
note. A
Who are
forged
you?
one. A
Silence.
horribly
A long
obvious,
one.
laughably
Then the voice
fake
said,
document
I
claiming
worked with
I'd
your
been
father.
diagnosed with acute
He trusted
work-related
me when he
stress
couldn't
and
trust
was
his
medically
own blood.
advised to avoid
My
all
father trusted
operational
Mark.
responsibilities
I
for 90
snapped.
days.
No.
90 days.
The voice said
Exactly
quietly.
30 more than
He
the clause
wanted to,
required.
but
I
trust
sat
and
down,
truth aren't
slowly,
the same thing.
like my legs
My
were no
throat
longer
tightened.
mine.
Tell
My
me
vision
what's
blurred.
going on.
My breath
You
caught.
need to leave town
He
tonight.
planned this.
Someone
He planned
put
everything.
pressure on your brother.
Halfway
He
through
promised
reading the
them
note,
the land.
the room began
All
to
of it.
tilt.
What
Not
someone?
literally,
My
but
voice
emotionally,
Another
mentally,
pause.
spiritually.
The
It
kind
felt
of
like the
people you
ground
don't
under
say
my
no
life
to.
was
I swallowed
shifting,
hard.
cracking,
My heart
dissolving.
thudded against my
And
ribs.
right there, in that
And what do they
nauseating
want?
moment,
You've
something
already
clicked in
seen
my
it,
head.
he said.
If you've ever watched
In the
someone you trusted
documents,
tighten the
the
screws
oil,
behind your
the
back,
value, the
if you've
land
ever
my
felt that
father
cold
hid,
rush of
my
betrayal
fingers
when the
trembled
truth
around the
finally
phone.
hits,
Why
I know
tell
you
me?
understand this
Why
part.
risk this?
And if you're still
A
reading,
soft
I
exhale.
see you.
Because
You're
your
not
father
alone.
saved my
I went
life
home early
once.
that day.
I owed
Not
him,
because I was defeated.
and now I owe you.
Not yet.
Before I
But
could
because I
ask
needed
anything
answers.
else, he added,
Real answers.
they're watching your
Answers
brother's
that
phone.
only one
Don't
person
call him
could give
again.
me. I
And
called
whatever
our
you
accountant,
do,
Meredith.
don't let them
She'd
get
been
that
with us
map.
from the beginning.
Then he hung
Honest,
up, just
loyal,
like that.
unshakable.
Gone. I
She
sat
picked up
in
on
the
the
booth
second ring.
until my coffee
Meredith,
went
I
cold.
said,
My
something's
hands
happening.
wouldn't stop
I
shaking.
need you to tell me the truth.
A truck horn blared
Silence.
somewhere outside.
Too long.
The
Too
fluorescent
heavy.
lights
Then she
hummed
spoke,
overhead. The
voice
world kept
trembling
moving
like she was
like
standing
nothing
on a
was
cliff.
wrong. But
Adam,
everything was
I
wrong.
can't talk on this line.
I checked the time.
My skin prickled.
12:26 a.m.
She whispered.
Couldn't go home.
Tonight.
Couldn't call
8:30.
anyone.
Don't come to the office.
Couldn't trust anyone.
And don't tell Jake.
Even my own brother.
Why? I asked.
I needed to think.
She inhaled sharply.
Just breathe.
Because he's been
But
planning
my
this
thoughts
for
were
months.
sprinting ahead of
The
me.
line went dead.
Why was Mark
I
doing
sat in the
this?
dim glow
Who
of
were
my
these
car
people?
dashboard for
How
nearly an
long
hour
had
after
this
that,
been happening?
replaying her
And why
words
did Dad hide
over and
everything
over.
until the very
Planning
end?
this.
The
Months.
waitress passed by
Everything.
again.
Every
You
late
okay?
meeting.
You look
Every
like you saw a
inside check.
ghost.
Every
I forced
sudden
a
change.
smile.
Every
Something like
excuse.
that.
Was I
She
blind?
nodded, not
Was I naive?
convinced.
Or did
When
I just
she walked
believe in
away,
the wrong person
I
for
felt
too
the
long?
vibration in
my
my
life,
pocket.
my
A
work,
text.
my
I
identity,
expected Mark,
everything I
but
built
it wasn't
was
him.
in someone else's
A
hands
known
now.
number.
Someone
You're
who
not
smiled
safe
at
there.
me while
Window,
sharpening his
left
knife.
side.
I looked
My
at the
breath caught.
forged medical note
Slowly,
again. At
I
Jake's
turned my head
handwriting
toward the
on
window
envelope.
beside me.
At the
A
signature
single
I'd
figure
written a
stood
year
outside
before,
in the dark.
stupidly,
Still,
blindly,
watching,
sealing my own
face
fate.
hidden beneath
90
the hood.
days.
Not moving.
90 days
just
until
waiting.
he owned everything.
My pulse hammered.
Unless I acted.
Then my phone buzzed
unless
again.
I fought.
Run.
Unless I found
And the
proof
figure
stronger
stepped
than
toward
his
the
lies.
door.
At
The moment that
8:12
hooded
p.m.,
figure stepped toward
I
the
stepped
diner
out of my
door,
car into the cool
something primal
evening
kicked
air,
in.
heading toward the
Fear
place where
so
Meredith
sharp
told
it
me
felt
to
like
meet her.
electricity under
I
my
didn't know
skin.
what she was going to
I
show
slid
me.
out of the
But
booth,
what I found that
grabbed
night
the map and
was
letter,
only the beginning,
and moved
and it
toward
made
the back
everything that
exit
came
without even
next
thinking.
unavoidable.
My legs felt
Including
shaky,
the moment I
almost
realized
detached,
Jake wasn't just
but they
taking the
kept
company.
moving.
He
The
was taking
bell
my
above
life
the front
apart,
door chimed.
piece by piece.
They were inside.
If I'd known what I was
pushed
about to
through the
walk into
kitchen
that
entrance,
night, 8:42
ignoring the
p.m.
cook shouting,
behind
"Hey!"
the abandoned
and
textile
slipped out
warehouse
the
on
side
4th
delivery
Street.
door
I
into
would
the
have brought
freezing
someone
night
with me.
air.
Anyone,
The metal
a
handle
witness,
was icy
a
against
friend,
my palm.
a bodyguard.
I didn't stop to
But I
look
walked
back.
in alone,
I ran.
clutching my
The
jacket
pavement was
tighter
slick with
as
dew.
the air grew
My breath
colder.
came out in
Meredith
harsh
was
white
already
clouds.
there.
Every
She
shadow
stood
felt
under a
like it was
dim
about
street
to lunge
lamp,
at me.
her arms
I
wrapped
fumbled for
around
my keys
herself,
as I reached my
eyes
car,
darting around like
nearly
she
dropping them
expected someone
twice.
to be watching.
When the engine
Maybe
finally
someone was.
turned over,
"Thank you for coming,"
relief hit
she
me so
whispered.
hard I almost
"Just tell me what's
laughed.
going on,"
Almost.
I said.
Because
"What
in
did
my
Jake do?"
rearview mirror,
She
the
hesitated
diner
too
door
long.
swung open.
Her breath
The
fogged
hooded
in the
figure
air.
walked out,
Adam,
turned,
he's preparing to
and
remove
stared
you.
directly at my
Officially,
car.
permanently.
I didn't wait to
My
see
chest
what happened
tightened.
next.
Because of the
I
fake
tore out of the
medical
parking
leave,
lot so
she
fast
shook her
my
head.
tires
"No,
screeched.
that's
By
just
the
step
time
one.
I hit hit the
Step
highway,
1.
my pulse was still
quickened.
thundering.
Meredith
I
pulled
kept
out a
checking the
small
mirrors,
flash drive
expecting
from her coat
headlights
pocket,
to appear
glancing
behind me.
over her shoulder
But the road
again.
stayed empty.
I shouldn't have this.
Quiet.
And if Jake
quiet.
finds out I met you,
At
I could lose
12:49
my
a.m.,
license.
I pulled onto the shoulder beneath an overpass
Proof he's been
and
moving
killed the
company
engine.
assets.
My hands were
Quietly.
cramped from
To a
gripping the
shell
wheel so
corporation he
tightly.
controls.
I needed
My stomach
answers,
dropped.
not panic.
What shell
So I
corporation?
spread the map
She
across my
swallowed.
dashboard.
A new entity
The old paper
he created
crackled
6
under my
months ago.
fingertips.
It's
Those
structured
red
so that
X's,
once you're declared
they
inactive,
weren't random.
everything
They formed a
flows
pattern.
directly to him.
A curved
I
line
felt the
cutting
heat
through the
drain
northern
from my
edge of the
body.
property.
How long has
Not
he been
a
planning
straight
this?
survey line.
Meredith's
Something
voice
else.
cracked.
A scene.
Since the night
A
your mother
break.
got sick.
A fault.
I
A
stepped
natural
back.
pocket
What?
beneath the soil.
He told people you'd be
My father
emotionally
wasn't
distracted.
mapping the surface
That you'd trust
at
him
all.
to handle the
He
paperwork.
was marking what
that
was
you wouldn't
under
notice
it.
what he slipped
If
into
those
the contract
excess really
renewal.
traced
I
an
felt
underground
punched.
reservoir.
When knocked out.
The land
Vision
wasn't
blurry.
worth $5
My
million.
mother's illness.
It
My
was
worst
worth
moment
more.
was
Much
the
more.
moment he saw his
And
opening.
Mark wasn't
He
stupid.
used that.
If he
I
got
whispered.
pressured into
He
something
used
with
that.
dangerous people,
She nodded.
people who wanted
tears
that
flowing.
land, he
I
would
tried
try
to
to
warn you,
hand it
Adam,
over before
but he
I understood
isolated
what
the
it truly
finance team.
was.
He
Dad
changed
knew that.
passwords.
That's why he
Removed
left the
shared
map
access.
for me,
He
not
locked
us.
you out
I
without you
traced the
even
symbols
realizing
again.
it.
And
The
that's
street
when I
felt
noticed
colder
something
now.
I'd missed
Darker.
in the panic earlier.
Quieter. I forced
Tiny
myself
initials
to breathe.
written beside the
What was
largest
his plan
red
for
X.
90 days?
JT.
That's what I
Not
needed
my
to show
father's
you,
initials.
she said.
Not
He scheduled
mine.
a meeting
Not
tonight.
Mark's.
A
A
midnight
different
meeting.
name.
With an attorney
Someone
who
my father
specializes
trusted
in
enough
forced
to mark on a
buyouts.
map, but
Midnight.
not enough to
I
mention
asked,
to his own family.
where?
My
She
father
pointed toward
had
the
a
warehouse.
secret partner.
Inside,
And if this
my
JT
heart
helped him
slammed
locate
into my
oil,
ribs.
then they
He's
would
in there
know
right
exactly
now.
how
She
valuable the
nodded.
land was.
If you want to know the
years
truth,
before the
the
appraisal.
real truth,
My mouth went
you have
dry.
to hear it for yourself.
Was the stranger
For a
on the
moment,
phone JT?
I just stood there,
or someone
cold
connected to
wind
him?
biting through my
Because
clothes,
if he was warning
try
me,
to understand how
then
the
he
man
wasn't trying
I
to
once
take the
trusted
land
with
from
my
me.
entire life
He was trying to
had
stop
turned into
someone
a
else.
stranger
My phone
capable of
buzzed,
gutting me in silence.
and I nearly jumped
I
out
looked
of
at the
my skin.
warehouse.
A text.
Dark,
Unknown.
silent, waiting.
You lost
Are you
them.
sure about
Good.
this?
Listen
Meredith
carefully.
asked.
My
No,
heart
I
hammered
wasn't.
as I opened
But I
it.
pushed the drive
Go
into
to
my
the north
pocket,
corner of the
squared my
land tomorrow
shoulders,
at dawn.
and stepped
Bring
toward
the
the
map.
rusted metal door.
Don't tell your
because
brother.
I needed to hear it.
Dawn.
I needed
The
to know
same
exactly
spot with
how
the
Jake
largest
planned
X.
to destroy
I
me.
typed back
And
with
when
trembling
I placed my
fingers.
hand on that door
Who are
handle,
you?
I heard
3 dots
voices
appeared,
inside. One of them
then
was
disappeared,
his. The
then
other,
reappeared.
some I never expected.
Someone your
The
father
metal
trusted
handle was
more
ice
than his
cold
own
against
blood.
my palm.
The words
I pressed
hit
my
like
ear
a
to the
punch.
door, breath
I wanted
held
to
tight
defend
in
Mark,
my throat.
to believe
Jake's
my
voice
father
carried
was
through the
wrong,
warehouse,
but deep down,
confident,
couldn't,
smooth,
because
the exact
the
tone he
voicemail,
used when
the
he thought he
whisper
was
in Mark's
untouchable.
house, the
He won't
person
see it
asking
coming.
if I found
He
the
never
papers.
reads the paperwork.
Dad wasn't
He
paranoid.
said, almost
He was
laughing.
right.
My
I
jaw
stared at the
clenched
dark
hard enough
road
to
ahead,
ache. But it was the
exhausted,
second voice,
scared,
the one I didn't expect,
but suddenly
that made
filled
my
with a
blood
clarity I
freeze.
hadn't felt
I
in
told
days.
you from the start.
Whatever
the man
was buried
replied,
under that
if you want a
land,
clean transfer of
whatever my
assets,
father
it
died
has to look
trying to
voluntary.
protect.
We can't
Tomorrow
force
at dawn,
incompetence
I was going to
unless
find
he
out.
signs something.
But as I started
That
the car,
voice,
another
I knew it.
text came
I knew
through
it far too
from
well.
Mark.
It was our
I
old
know
lawyer,
you took something.
the one who
If you
drafted
don't
our
bring it
original
back, we're
partnership
going to have a
contract.
problem.
The one
My
who
hands
swore he
went cold.
represented both
And
of
then
us
another
fairly.
message
He was
seconds
supposed to have
later,
retired last
one
year.
that made my breath
So why was
stop
he here?
completely.
At midnight?
They want to
with my
talk to
partner?
you.
I took
Mark's
a slow
final
step
text.
back,
They want to
heart
talk to you.
hammering against my ribs.
Sat on my screen
The
like
warehouse
a threat wrapped in
echoed with their
politeness.
voices.
I stared
He'll
at it
sign,
for a full minute.
Jake said.
The
He
glowing
always
letters
signs.
reflecting in the
The
windshield.
arrogance in his tone
My pulse
made my
pounding in
hands
my
shake.
ears.
I
He
had to
didn't
move.
say who they were.
Had to get closer.
He didn't have to.
Had to hear more.
Whoever
The
was
side
backing
window
him,
was cracked open.
whoever pressured
Glass
him into
smudged
this mess,
with dust and
they were
fingerprints.
finally stepping
I
out
slid
of the
toward
shadows.
it, keeping my head
And they
low.
wanted me.
Through the gap.
I drove another
I could
20
see their
minutes
silhouettes
before
at a
pulling into
makeshift
the empty
table.
lot of
Papers,
an abandoned lumber yard.
laptops,
Rusted
coffee
metal,
cups, and a
empty
stack of folders
trailers,
too familiar
the
for
faint
comfort.
hum of a
And then I
distant
saw something
highway.
else.
It was
My
the only
name,
place I
bold,
felt sure no one
underlined,
would follow me.
on a folder
At 1:18
sitting right in
a.m.,
front of Jake.
I
The
finally
lawyer tapped
responded.
it. You're
Not
certain the
tonight.
email went through?
It was stupid,
the
but
one
I needed
outlining
space.
his medical condition.
Needed to breathe.
Jake smirked.
Needed to think
Oh, it went
without
through.
fear choking
His
every
HR
thought.
file
Mark
is updated.
replied instantly.
Insurance flagged it.
You don't have
the
a
board
choice.
will get the notice Monday
beep.
morning.
Then
After
another
that,
text.
he shrugged.
Come home.
60 days
Now.
start
Home.
ticking.
As if
60
that was
days.
still a safe
That
word.
cursed clause.
I locked the
That
phone
fine
and
print I
leaned
ignored.
back in the driver's
That trap
seat,
he'd built around my
exhaling a
trust.
breath that
My
trembled.
chest tightened.
How had we gone
Rage
from
mixing
grieving
with
our father
disbelief.
to this?
Disbelief
To threats,
mixing with
secret
humiliation.
maps,
I'd handed
strangers
him the rope,
watching me through
and he
diner
was
windows
using it to strangle
because
me.
there was oil
But then the
under
lawyer
that
asked
land.
something that made my
Because
entire
money
body lock
changes
up.
people.
In the meeting with his
Because
doctor,
desperation
did you
makes
handle
them
that part?
dangerous.
My
And
stomach
Mark,
twisted.
he'd
Jake
been
leaned
desperate
back in
for a
his
long
chair.
time.
Let's just
I
say I
closed
sent
my
someone
eyes
my
and let
place.
memories flicker
Someone
through.
persuasive.
Mark
What does
showing
that
up
mean?
drunk at our
The lawyer
doorstep.
asked.
Dad
It means,
lecturing him about
Jake
responsibility.
said, that the medical
Mom
record will
crying in the
support
kitchen when he
everything
pawned
we're
her wedding
filing.
ring
Once he's
by
officially
accident.
marked
He
as
wasn't
temporarily
evil,
impaired,
but he was
the company
capable of
transition can
terrible
begin.
decisions.
Temporarily impaired.
And someone out there
My
was
breath caught.
manipulating those
He wasn't
decisions.
just stealing the company.
I rubbed my
He was
face
rewriting
and
my
forced myself
identity.
to focus.
I swallowed hard.
Dad's
My
letter
throat
weighed
burned.
heavy in
I
my
needed
pocket.
proof.
His
I needed
warning
leverage.
felt sharper now,
I needed
more
anything.
urgent.
That's when my
Do not
phone
trust
buzzed
Mark with the
quietly in
land.
my pocket.
Maybe he knew
An
Mark
email
wasn't just
notification.
weak.
I froze.
Maybe he was compromised.
Slowly, I
My
slid the
phone
phone
buzzed
out and
again.
saw it.
I almost didn't look.
Urgent.
Mark.
You need to see this.
They said sunrise.
The sender.
Same
Jake.
spot Dad
At first
used
I
to
thought
take us
he'd
hunting.
realized I was there.
My chest tightened.
But when I opened it,
The north
my
corner,
legs nearly gave
the
out.
largest red
It was
X,
the same email
the
he
place the
accidentally
mysterious
sent me
caller
earlier.
told me
The
to go.
thread discussing
This
my
wasn't a
removal,
coincidence.
the Shell Corporation
Everyone wanted
timeline.
me there at
Except
dawn.
now, there
but
were
for
new
very
attachments.
different reasons.
Financial summaries
2:04 a.m.,
showing asset
Exhaustion
transfers.
hit me all
A
at
scanned
once.
medical
My
note
eyelids
with
felt
a
heavy.
forged signature.
My shoulders
A
ached.
draft letter to
I
the
needed
board
sleep
declaring
just
me
an hour or two.
unfit. And
Enough
worst
to
of
think
all,
clearly.
an internal
I
memo
reclined the
titled,
seat,
Full
wrapped
Executive
my jacket
Takeover,
around myself,
Final Steps.
and let the
I
hum
read
of
the
distant
first lines
traffic
of the
lull
memo,
me.
and
I don't
my
know when
vision
I drifted
blurred.
off.
All
But I
operations
know
under my
exactly when I
leadership will
woke
begin
up,
immediately
because something
following
slammed
Adams'
against my
confirmed
car
leave of
window.
absence.
My eyes
He will
flew
not return
open.
to an executive
Adrenaline
role.
snapped
The
through me like a
transition
whip.
is
A
irreversible.
flashlight beam blasted
Irreversible.
into my face.
That word cut
For a
deeper
split
than
second, I
anything
couldn't
I'd heard
breathe,
through the window.
couldn't move.
My hand shook
Then
violently.
the beam shifted,
This wasn't
and I
panic
saw him.
anymore.
Mark.
This was survival.
His
I
expression
stepped back
wasn't
from the
angry.
window, mind
It was
racing,
worse.
pulse
Cold.
pounding.
Blank.
Meredith had been
Purposeful.
right. He'd been
He
planning
tapped
this
the glass
for months.
again.
He
Opened
covered
the door.
every angle.
I shook my head
built
instinctively.
every lie with
He
precision.
tried the
But
handle.
now,
Locked.
I had the email,
His jaw
the
tightened.
attachments,
I'm not
the
here to
proof
hurt
he never
you,
meant for me
but
to
they're
see.
waiting.
I slipped
And I
back
told
into
them you wouldn't
shadows
run.
behind the warehouse,
His voice
gripping
wavered
my
on the
phone
last word.
like it was the only
Just
thing
enough to tell
tethering
me he
to
knew
sanity.
exactly what he
Because
was doing
the truth was clear
and hated
now.
himself for
Jake
it.
wasn't just
I
taking
lowered
the
the
company.
window an inch.
He was erasing me.
Who's they?
And
Mark.
as I reached the
He
corner of the
swallowed.
building,
Hard.
ready to call
Investors.
Meredith, ready to figure out my
Investors
next
don't
move,
stalk people
a car
at diners.
engine rumbled behind
He
me.
flinched.
Headlights
Look.
flared on.
They said
door
they'd wipe my
slammed.
debt if I brought
Footsteps
them the
approached
map.
fast.
I didn't tell
I
them
turned
Dad left something
and saw someone
for you.
running straight toward
I
me.
swear.
To be
My
continued.
stomach twisted.
The footsteps pounded
How much
against
do
the
you owe?
pavement.
He looked
Fast,
away.
heavy,
Enough.
too close.
Enough to sell me
I
out.
spun around,
Enough to
just
drag me
as the
out
figure
here
broke
in the
through
middle
the
of the night.
shadows and into
Enough
the
to
glow of the
risk
street
everything
lamp.
Dad tried to
Madame.
protect.
Meredith's
opened my
voice
mouth to
cracked
argue,
as she reached me,
But then
out of
headlights
breath,
swept across the lot.
eyes wide
Not
with
just
panic.
one car.
I let out a
Three.
shaky exhale.
They boxed us in
Jesus,
silently,
you scared me.
engines
What are you
idling
doing
like
here?
predators waiting
I had to warn
pounce.
you,
Mark
she whispered,
whispered,
grabbing my arm.
Please,
Someone tipped Jake
just
off.
hand it over.
He knows you saw the
Before
email.
this gets worse.
My stomach flipped.
My fingers
Ow.
curled
I
around
didn't
the
tell
map
anyone.
inside my jacket.
He has access you don't
and
know
that's
about.
when my phone
She
buzzed
pulled
with
me
a new
deeper into the
message
alley.
from the unknown
And he's
number.
not alone in this.
If you give them that
you need
map,
to understand
you won't
that.
live to see
Her
sunrise.
voice trembled.
A chill
Not
raced
from the
down
cold,
my
but
spine.
from fear.
Another
Real
message
fear.
instantly
I'd
followed.
known Meredith for
Stay
10
in the
years.
car.
I'd
Whatever
never
you
seen
do,
her like this.
Don't get
What do you
out.
mean he's not alone?
Outside,
I
3
asked.
doors open.
She opened her mouth,
Men stepped
but then
into
she
the
froze.
darkness. And
Her eyes
Mark,
flicked past
my
me
brother, my
toward
blood,
the warehouse entrance.
took a step
I
back
turned.
like he was delivering
2 men
me to them.
stepped out of the
The
building.
3 men
talking
stepped out of their
quietly.
vehicles with
One
the
was
kind of
Jake.
calm that made
The
my
other was
skin
our
crawl.
old lawyer.
Like
They hadn't
they'd done
seen
this
us yet,
before.
but they were heading
Their
toward the
silhouettes were
parking
solid,
lot,
heavy,
toward the alley we were
unmoving
standing
in the faint
Meredith
glow of the
pulled me behind
headlights.
a dumpster.
One wore
Listen,
a long coat.
We don't have long.
Another kept
Her
a
whisper
hand in
was
his
barely
pocket.
air.
The third,
Jake didn't just set up a
taller,
shell corporation,
broader,
she said.
just
He
stared at
funneled
my car
assets
like he
into
already
it.
owned everything
Accounts
inside
receivable,
it, including
better
me.
contracts,
Mark stood
even
between
intellectual
us,
property.
his breath
All of it is
fogging
already
in the cold
in his
air.
control.
His voice
My mouth
cracked
went
as he
dry.
whispered through the
That's
window.
illegal. Only
Just
if you can prove
please,
it, she said.
Don't make
And
this
he's been
harder.
erasing your access
Harder
for
for
months.
who?
By
Me
Monday,
or
he'll have a
him?
temporary
Before I
injunction
could answer,
preventing you
The
from
man
stepping
in the
into
long
the building.
coat stepped forward.
I felt the ground
He didn't
shift
shout,
beneath me.
didn't threaten.
My world was
He simply
collapsing
raised a hand
one
and said,
calculated decision
"Come
at a
out.
time.
We need
What
to
about
talk."
the forged medical
Something
note?
in his tone
I
made my
asked.
blood turn
That
to
alone
ice.
should.
There was
Adam,
no anger.
Meredith
No
closed her
questions.
eyes
words.
bracing
Just
herself.
certainty, like he
He
knew
didn't
I would
forge it
obey.
alone.
I didn't.
A cold chill
I rolled the
crept
window
down my
up
spine.
another inch
What are you
and
talking
stayed dead
about?
still.
Your doctor's
The
office
unknown
got a
number
call last week
vibrated in my
requesting your
pocket
records.
again.
They thought you
Leftmost car.
authorized it.
Engine
Someone
running.
pretending to
Keys
you
inside.
filed a
30
medical
seconds.
release form.
I flicked my
My
eyes
pulse
to the
spiked.
vehicle on
He
the far left.
impersonated me.
A black
Yes.
SUV.
Her
Lights
voice
dim.
broke. To
Slight
set up a
exhaust
false
drifting out.
diagnosis.
It was
To
running.
paint you as unfit.
My pulse hammered
My
so
hands curled
loudly
into
I almost
fists.
didn't hear the tap
Rage.
on the window.
Helplessness.
Mark again.
Shame.
Don't be stupid.
All of it choked me at once.
He whispered.
How long have
They're
you known?
not going to hurt you
I asked
if you give
quietly.
them the map.
She swallowed
The map
hard.
pressed
Since
against
yesterday.
my ribs under my jacket.
I didn't want to believe it
its
until
shape
I saw
suddenly
the
feeling
paperwork.
like a target.
Adam,
I
he's
leaned
going to
closer
claim you're
to the
having a
cracked
psychological
window.
breakdown.
Did Dad ever tell
The
you
words
what was under
slammed
that
into me
land?
like a physical
He
blow.
shook his head.
A breakdown?
No.
I echoed.
But they showed me the
Why would he?
survey.
Because it makes
The
you
what?
legally
Mark
unable to
swallowed
contest the transfer.
Dad hired a private
still
surveyor
here.
last year.
No.
A specialist.
He's going to take
The
everything.
guy found something,
and he's going to
something
say I
big,
agreed to it
but Dad
because
shut it down.
I wasn't well.
Didn't file anything.
She nodded,
Didn't
tears
tell me
slipping
why.
down her cheeks.
My chest tightened.
I'm sorry.
What did the
I'm
surveyor
so
say?
sorry. A car door
He told Dad
slammed
the
in
land
distance.
could be worth millions.
Jake and a lawyer
Mark's
were getting
eyes
closer.
darted toward
We
the
need to
men
move,
behind him.
she whispered
They think
urgently.
he hid the full
Now.
report.
I nodded,
They think
but something
you
in
have
me
it.
snapped.
Million.
Not fear.
Everything
not
clicked like
panic,
a
something
loaded gun.
sharper.
Dad's
Resolve.
secrecy.
We're not
The map.
running. I
The
said
symbols.
quietly.
The highlighted
We're finding
appraisal.
leverage.
The warning
She blinked.
calls.
What
He knew
leverage?
exactly what he
The
was
flash
sitting
drive. I
on. And
said.
he knew the moment
files.
someone else found
And
out,
the email he
the
just
land
sent
would
me.
become a
I
battlefield.
pulled out my phone.
Mark
Screen
lowered
still
his
open on the
voice.
attachments.
Please
he never
just hand it
intended me
over.
to see.
I can't
This
walk
is enough
away
to
from
corner
them.
him.
I stared
face
at my
twisted.
brother.
It's a start.
Really stared.
But it's not enough
He
to
wasn't
win.
scared of me.
Maybe not.
He was
I
scared
said,
of them.
But it's
And
enough
that
to
made
scare
him infinitely more
The footsteps
dangerous.
grew louder.
Long coat stepped
Jake's
closer.
unmistakable
Opened the
stride
door.
echoing
I didn't
off
move.
the brick walls.
He tapped the glass
Meredith
once
gripped
with
my
two
arm.
knuckles.
Adam,
Polite.
he won't
deadly.
hesitate.
Last
If he catches
chance.
us, he'll
The
spin
text
it.
buzzed again.
He'll say you're unstable.
Now,
He'll
I
call
made
the
the
police
decision
himself.
in less
I
than a
believed
second.
her. Because
Fear
I
made it
finally
for me.
understood
I
just how
slammed
far
my
he'd
foot
go.
on the gas.
I peeked around the
The
dumpster.
car lurched forward.
Jake was only
then
30
hard
feet away
left.
now,
Tires
looking around
screaming across the
suspiciously,
gravel.
like he sensed
Shouts
something was
erupted
off.
behind me.
We need to disappear.
Flashlights cut across
Meredith
the
whispered.
dark.
I know a
One
place we
man
can talk
reached
safely.
for something at his
Where?
waist. I
She
didn't wait to
hesitated.
see what.
My home.
I shot
she
toward the
said.
black SUV.
But we have to go right now.
Skidding
We
sideways,
slipped into the shadows,
stopping just short
moving
of its front
fast,
bumper.
hearts
I
pounding,
was out of my car
staying
before it
low
stopped
until
rocking.
we reached the end of the alley.
Heart hammering,
When we step on a side
legs
street,
numb,
I look
breath
back
burning
one
in my
last time.
throat.
Jake
The
stood
SUV's
under
door
the
was
street
wide
lamp,
open.
hands in
He's
his pockets,
hanging,
scanning
like
the
the
darkness
message
like a
said.
predator
He
who
dove
knew his
inside.
prey was close.
The moment the door
and
slammed
then,
shut,
almost as if
a
he
gunshot
sensed
cracked through
exactly
the night.
where I was.
The back window
He
of my
smiled,
car
a
exploded
slow,
into
chilling
glittering
smile,
shards.
because
My
he
scream
thought
caught
he'd
in my
already
throat.
won.
Another
he thought I was
shot
helpless.
closer hit
He thought
metal.
I was alone.
I
But
slammed
he was
the
wrong.
SUV into
And in
drive
less than an
and floored
hour,
it.
I would
Gravel
discover
spat
something
out
in
behind
Meredith's
me
home
as the
office that
SUV
would
shot
blow his
forward,
entire plan
fishtailing
wide
before
open.
gripping the
To be
road.
continued.
The lot
Meredith's
shrank in my
house was a
rearview mirror.
small, two-story
My
brick
car,
place tucked
my
behind
brother,
a row of
the
aging
three men,
maple trees.
becoming
It
smaller,
was the kind of home where neighbors
smaller,
rarely looked out their
swallowed by
windows,
darkness.
where
But
porch lights stayed
Mark
off,
didn't run.
where
He
privacy
stood there
came
watching me
naturally.
speed away,
At
hands
9:57
and
p.m.,
fists at his
we
sides.
slipped inside
And
through the
before
side
I
door,
lost sight of
locking
him,
it behind us.
he mouthed
The
something
moment
I'll
I
never
stepped
forget.
into her kitchen,
You shouldn't
the
have
weight
done
of the
that.
night pressed
My
against
stomach
my
dropped.
ribs.
Because
My shirt
deep
was
down,
still damp from
I knew he
sweat
wasn't
and the
warning
cold.
me.
My
He was
hands
promising
shook
me
every time
this
I
wasn't
remember
over.
Jake's voice
Not even
echoing
close.
through that warehouse.
The SUV roared
He
down the
won't
empty
see it coming.
highway, its
He was
engine
right.
vibrating
I
through
didn't.
the steering wheel.
Meredith motioned to
But
a
my
chair.
hands were shaking so
Seat.
badly,
I'm getting
I
the
could barely
files.
keep it straight.
I didn't want to sit.
My breath
My
came in
legs
ragged
moved
bursts.
restlessly.
My ears were still
adrenaline
ringing from the
refusing to
gunshots.
settle. But I
checked
forced
the
myself
rearview
down,
mirror, nothing but
palms
darkness.
pressed flat against
No
the wooden
headlights.
table.
No
The kitchen
pursuit.
smelled
Not
faintly
yet.
of cinnamon
But Mark's
and
words
printer
kept
ink
replaying in
because
my head,
boxes of paperwork
sharp
were
as
stacked
glass.
everywhere.
You shouldn't have
Some
done
open,
that.
some
Not
taped
shouted.
shut,
Not
some
angry.
spilling receipts
Just
and bank
final.
statements.
I didn't
I
know if
wasn't
he was
prepared for
warning
what
me
she was
or
about to
condemning
show
me.
me.
And
She
I didn't know
returned
which one
carrying
scared
a
me
thick
more.
manila
At
folder,
2:41
the edges
a.m.,
worn from being
I
handled
pulled the
too many
SUV
times.
into an
I
abandoned
need you to
rest stop.
breathe, she
A
said
single
softly.
flickering lamp
I'll
buzzed
breathe
overhead.
when I know what he
The
did.
wind
She
whistled through
hesitated,
broken vending
then
machine
placed the folder
slots.
in front of me.
It felt like
Inside
the kind of place
was my
people
signature.
disappeared from.
Everywhere.
Perfect.
Not one page.
I killed the engine
Not
and
5
sat in
pages.
silence,
Dozens.
gripping the map
My
through
name.
my jacket
My
like it was
handwriting.
the only thing
My
keeping me
initials.
alive.
Except
For
I
a For a
never
minute,
seen these documents
all I could
before.
hear was the
My
heavy
throat
thudding
tightened.
of my heartbeat.
What is this?
Then my phone
She
vibrated.
pulled her chair closer.
I flinched.
Voice barely
Unknown
audible.
number again.
Jake created
You made the right
secondary
move.
operational
They won't
agreement,
find you for a while.
private one.
My
It
throat
overrides
tightened.
sections
Who
of
are
the
you?
original
I
contract.
typed. The response
Still
came
there.
quickly.
But I never signed anything like that.
Someone who was with your father the
I know.
day
She
he
exhaled
discovered
shakily.
what was under that
And
land.
that's the problem.
My eyes widened.
I flipped through the pages.
The initials
each
on the
one
map.
more horrifying
JT.
than the last.
Is that you?
A new workflow
This time,
delegation
the typing
structure.
dots stayed
A
for a
revised
long
responsibility
moment.
allocation.
Yes,
A pre-authorization
he trusted
for
me
leadership
because I didn't
shift
want the land.
in case of
I
medical
just
or
wanted him
emotional
safe.
incapacitation.
Safe. The
And the
word
worst
felt
one,
wrong now.
a page
Too
that
late.
legally
I swallowed
relinquished
hard.
operational
So
authority
what's
to
under
Jake for the
I
sake
didn't
of
expect the answer to come in
organizational
one
stability.
word.
My
But
breath
it
caught.
did.
My
A
vision
reservoir.
blurred. This wasn't
I
a
stared
contract.
at the screen.
It was a
Oil
blueprint
was
for my
one thing.
removal.
Gas
Meredith,
was
his
another.
signature.
But a
I
reservoir,
pointed at the bottom of
a
the page.
massive
That's
underground
not mine.
lake of
I
hydrocarbons.
would remember signing something
That
like
was
this.
generational wealth.
She didn't look surprised.
Corporate war wealth.
That's because you didn't
the
sign
kind
it.
of discovery
At least
men
not
kill
intentionally.
for. And
What
my
does that
father,
mean?
simple,
She
stubborn
swallowed,
private,
eyes
had tried to
distant.
hide it.
Do you remember the
JT
vendor audit you
texted
did
again.
last December?
Your father
when Jake
wanted
asked you
to
to sign a
reveal it
stack
legally,
of invoices because
slowly,
accounting needed
safely,
end-of-year
but
approvals.
someone leaked the survey.
Yeah, I
My
said
pulse
slowly.
quickened.
I signed maybe
Mark,
30 papers
Another
that day.
pause.
She nodded.
Longer this time.
You signed 29
He
invoices
didn't know the value.
and one
Not at
contract
first.
modification.
Someone else did.
My heartbeat
Cold
slammed
sweat
against
trickled
my
down my
ribs.
spine.
You're saying
Who?
he buried it
Before
in
he
stack.
could answer,
I'm saying he
headlights
counted
swept
on you
across the
trusting
rest
him.
stop.
Her
My
voice
breath
cracked.
froze.
And you
One
did.
car.
My stomach
Not three.
twisted.
Not
nausea
the men from earlier.
rising in my throat.
But the car was
anyone
familiar.
else involved?
My
I
brothers.
asked. Anyone
He
on the
pulled in
finance team?
slowly,
She
cautiously,
hesitated. There's
like
someone,
a predator
she
approaching
said.
wounded
I don't know
prey.
how much they know,
His silhouette
but someone
sat
helped
still
him
behind
hide
the
the
wheel,
paper trail.
watching,
I clenched my
waiting.
fists.
My
Who?
phone buzzed.
Just as she opened her
JT.
mouth, headlights
Don't let him
flashed
see the
across
map.
her living room
No matter
wall.
what he says.
She froze.
I slid the
I
map
stood.
deeper
Is
into my
that him?
jacket just as Mark
I
stepped
whispered.
out of his car.
She peeked through the
The
blinds.
slam of the door
breath
echoed across
trembling.
the empty
Then
lot.
she exhaled
He
in
didn't
relief.
storm toward me.
No,
He
it's just a
didn't
neighbor.
yell.
You
He didn't
scared
even
me.
look angry.
I ran a hand
He
through my
looked
hair.
tired.
I'm
Dark
sorry.
circles
This
under
whole
his
night,
eyes.
I'm not
Shoulders
thinking
sagging.
straight. It's
Hands
okay.
trembling
You're
just
processing
slightly.
trauma
He
in
walked
real
to
time.
the driver's side
She
window
gestured to the
and tapped
folder.
it gently,
And this isn't even the worst
like he was
part.
afraid I might
My head
break.
jerked up.
I cracked
What could
it
be worse
open an
than
inch.
this?
Why
She
did you
sighed
run?
and stood,
He whispered.
walking toward her
I
home
laughed,
office.
sharp,
Come with me.
humorless.
The room
Because
was
they
small
shot at
but
me, Mark.
meticulously
His
organized.
jaw flexed.
Monitors.
I told them not
filing
to.
cabinets.
That made
label
something
binders,
inside me snap.
Post-it notes with
You
dates
told them.
and arrows.
I hissed.
She placed
You're
a
working
USB
with people
drive on
who
the
shoot
desk.
at your own brother?
Everything you saw tonight,
His
she
expression
said.
twisted
I backed
with
it up,
guilt and
but
panic.
I also found something
You
else.
don't get it.
She clicked
They're
open a
threatening
folder
me,
on her computer.
threatening everything.
Email screenshots.
I didn't have a choice.
Transaction logs.
Yes, you
phone
did.
records.
My voice
document
shook,
revision
but it came out
timestamps.
steady enough.
IP address
You chose them.
histories.
He
But
stepped
one file
back
made my
like I'd
skin
struck
crawl.
him.
Internal
He chose
board memo.
survival.
Confidential.
We stared at
draft.
each other through
It
the
was
cracked
written by
window.
Jake.
Two
I opened
brothers
it.
standing
My
on
worst
opposite sides
nightmare
of a line our
unfolded in
father
black
never
text.
wanted us to cross.
As many of you are
Then
aware,
Mark said something
Adam's
I'll
recent
never forget.
behavioral instability
Just
has
give me
raised
the
concerns
papers.
about his ability
Please.
to
They
manage
said if I
daily
bring the map,
operations.
they
In
won't
light of
come
his
after you.
escalating stress
My chest
responses,
tightened,
declining
because it wasn't a
communication,
lie.
and concerning
He believed
emotional
every word.
reactions,
But
I believe
JT's
the
next
healthiest
text appeared
option
on my
for
screen
him
like a
and
knife.
the company
If he takes
is a
that
temporary
map back to
transition
them, they'll
of
kill
leadership.
him.
My
And
heart
then
stopped.
they'll come for you.
Instability?
I stared
Declining
at Mark,
communication?
really looked
Concerning
at him.
emotional
His fear,
reactions?
his
He was building a
desperation,
psychological
his
profile,
attempt to save
a
me
fake
by
one,
sacrificing
a convincing
himself.
one, a
He
trap.
wasn't the villain.
This is character
He was the bait.
assassination.
And those
I
men
whispered.
weren't done hunting
He's staging
us.
a mental
Mark,
breakdown.
I whispered.
Meredith nodded.
We
He's
need to
already
get off
planted the
this road.
seeds.
Now.
HR has received
frowned.
3 anonymous
Why?
reports
I opened the
claiming
door
you've been
just enough
erratic
to speak
and
clearly.
hostile in meetings.
Because someone leaked
My
the
voice shook.
survey, and it wasn't you.
Those were
Mark's
him.
eyes
She nodded
flickered with
again.
confusion.
I'm sure of it.
Then
I
realization.
sank into the chair,
and
head in
then
my
fear.
hands.
Real
He wasn't
fear.
just taking the company.
Then who?
He was
A pair
rewriting
of
who I
headlights
was.
appeared at
in
the
the
end
eyes
of
of
the
the
lot.
board. In
Not
the eyes of
Mark's
our
car.
employees.
Not the
in
SUV.
the eyes of anyone who
Another
ever needed
vehicle.
to believe him.
Slowing.
Meredith
Pulling
sat
in.
beside me,
Silent.
hesitating
JT's
before
final
speaking.
message came
There's
through.
more, Adam.
They
I
found
looked
you.
up exhausted.
The moment those
Just tell me.
unfamiliar
She
headlights
clicked another
turned
file.
into the rest
A
stop.
scanned document.
Mark froze.
A bank form.
His
A
eyes
signature
widened.
line.
Not
My
the
name
way
again.
a guilty man
What is
reacts,
this?
but
I
the way
whispered.
someone does
A financial
when they finally
authorization
understand the
form,
size
she
of the
said
monster
softly.
chasing them.
It gives
That's
Jake the
not
right to
them,
open
he
credit
whispered,
lines under the
which
company
terrified me even
without
more,
dual approval.
because for a
But
split
we always
second I
needed two
believed him.
signatures.
The car crept
Yes.
forward without
She
hurry,
paused
its
until this
engine barely
form
audible.
went through.
Dark windows,
I felt my
no
pulse
plats,
pounding in my
not
ears.
even the soft
I never
rumble
signed
of
this,
music or
I said.
movement inside.
I know.
Just
But look,
silence,
she
predatory
zoomed in on the
silence.
signature.
My phone
It's based
buzzed
on your
with a
real
single
handwriting.
message from
It's
JT.
a digital composite.
Do not run.
Someone
Do
scanned
not
your
talk.
signature from an old
Watch.
document
My
and
pulse
layered
hammered,
it onto this one.
but I stayed still.
So now he has
the car
power
came
to put
to
the
a stop
company
15
into debt.
yards away.
Without me knowing.
No one got out.
Yes.
The
And when
driver's
it
window
blows
rolled
up,
down,
he'll say it
just
was my
enough to show a
authorization.
face.
Yes.
Or rather,
I
half
pushed
a
back
face.
from the desk.
A woman,
Breath
mid-40s.
unsteady. This
Sharp
can't be undone.
cheekbones, calm
I
eyes.
whispered.
The kind
You
of
set this
calm
up
that
so
made my blood
cleanly,
run cold.
so perfectly.
Mark,
How do you even
she
fight
said
something
softly,
like this?
like
She
she'd known him for
hesitated.
years.
You don't fight
Mark
it alone,
staggered back
she
a
said.
step.
And you don't
No,
fight it the way he
no,
expects.
you're supposed to be in
What does
Dallas.
that mean?
The
She
woman
looked me
smiled.
dead in the eyes.
You didn't
It
think
means
I'd
you
let
need to
you
see
handle this
something
alone.
I've been afraid
Did
to
you?
show you.
Her voice
Something
was
I didn't want to
smooth,
believe myself.
disarming.
My stomach dropped.
Like a mother talking
What is
to a
it?
difficult
She
child.
reached into her desk drawer
Not a lone
and
shark
pulled out
haunting
one
his
final
nightmares.
folder.
She turned her
Thicker,
gaze to me.
heavier than the rest.
And you must
She
be
placed
the
it in
brother.
front of me.
Something
her
about
hand
the way she
trembling.
said it made my
This,
entire body
she
tense.
whispered, is
Not
why
friendly,
I think Jake
not
isn't working
curious.
alone.
Certain,
I stared at the folder.
like she'd been expecting
Something in the air
me.
shifted.
Mark's
Open
voice
it, she
cracked.
said. I lifted
He doesn't
the cover,
know anything.
and the first
He won't
page
fight
made
us.
the blood
Just
drain from my face.
give me more time.
Because the person
Time
helping
is a luxury,
Jake
darling,
was someone I never would have suspected.
she murmured.
The folder
Eyes still
felt
locked
heavier
onto
than it
mine.
should have.
And your
As if the
father
paper
made
inside
things
carried weight
complicated.
beyond its pages.
My breath caught.
I could already
What do
feel
you know
dread
about my father?
crawling up my spine
Asked.
before I even
Her
turned
smile
it over.
sharpened.
Meredith
Everything
watched
he
me
tried
with
to
a look
hide.
that wasn't just
I edged
fear,
closer to
it
the
was guilt.
SUV,
Like she'd been
ready
holding
to
her
dive
breath
back
for
inside.
months,
She
waiting
noticed.
for this exact
Of course
moment.
she noticed.
Just open
You've
it,
seen the
she
map,
whispered.
she said.
You need to see.
Not a question.
I did. And the
Fact.
moment my eyes
Cold
hit the
panic
first
surged
page,
through me.
the room
I forced my
seemed to
voice
tilt.
steady.
A name
You're
stared
not
back at
getting
me.
it.
I
She
seen it
leaned
to
her
you.
elbow
Someone I
casually
trusted.
against the window
Someone who
frame.
had keys to the
Those
office.
documents
Someone
belonged
who
to my
knew our
client.
systems.
Mark
Someone who
looked at
knew
her
me.
sharply,
Laura,
eyes
my
wide.
ex-fiancée.
Client?
My chest tightened
You said we were
so
partners.
violently.
She
I had to
ignored
grip
him.
the edge of the desk.
Didn't even blink.
No. Y
My
whispered.
employer wants the
No,
report your
she
father
wouldn't.
got from
This
the
has to be a
surveyor.
mistake.
Her tone
I thought so
softened
too,
again,
Meredith
disturbingly
said.
gentle.
But it's not.
The real
I
one,
flipped the page,
not the
hands
edited
trembling.
copy your father
Emails,
filed.
texts,
Mark stared at me
call
like he'd
logs,
been punched.
meetings between
Dad
her
filed
and Jake
an
going
edited
back
copy?
6 months.
I swallowed.
6 months.
Of course he did.
That was 2 months
He knew
before she left
exactly
me.
what he was
2
sitting
months
on.
before she
He
ended
knew
our
the real
engagement with a
results would
vague,
draw people
I
like
just
her.
need space.
The woman
speech,
nodded toward
and
the
disappeared
SUV.
from my life
It's
overnight.
in there,
It wasn't
isn't
cold
it?
feet.
My
It wasn't
hand
stress.
tightened on the map
It wasn't the
inside my
distance
jacket.
growing between us.
She continued,
She'd
voice
already
silky.
chosen a side.
Your father was
My
smart,
stomach dropped.
but he
Meredith
underestimated
continued,
desperation.
voice gentle.
He didn't think
Adam,
someone close to
she
him
didn't
would
just help
lead us
him.
straight to
She
it.
guided him.
Mark's head
She reviewed
jerked
the
up.
contracts.
I never told
She helped
you about
draft
the map.
amendments.
I didn't know
She
about
knew
the
exactly
safe.
where blind
She gave him a
spots were.
pitying look.
Blind spots.
Mark, we
my
never
weaknesses,
needed you to know.
My trust.
Your leverage.
Everything I
That's
ever
all.
told Laura
I felt the
in
blow for him.
confidence. My
I
work
watched
habits,
his shoulders
my
cave.
faith in Jake,
Watched
my
the truth
tendency
break
to
him
rush
open.
through paperwork
He
when
wasn't their
overwhelmed.
partner.
She
He was
handed
their
all
pawn,
of it to him
and
like
she just
ammunition.
tossed him aside
Why?
like trash.
I croaked.
My phone
Why would
buzzed.
she do this?
JT,
Meredith hesitated.
distract her.
Her silence
I'm
was
close.
the answer.
My
I
breath
forced
hitched.
myself to flip
I
another
forced
page.
myself to speak.
Photos,
Every nerve
screenshots,
shaking.
proof
If
of
all you
payments.
wanted was the
Jake had been
report,
sending
why
her
pull
money.
guns?
Not
Why
huge
chase me?
amounts. $1
She
one,
sighed.
200 here,
Because your father didn't
$2,500
trust
there.
the government.
But consistent.
He didn't trust the
monthly,
banks.
like a
And he
retainer
certainly
fee
didn't trust
for
us.
betrayal.
So
a
he
bitter
hid
laugh
things.
slipped out
Papers,
before I could stop it.
Maps,
I was engaged to someone who
coordinates.
had a salary
Her eyes
for
darkened,
stabbing me
and
in
he
the back.
told someone else
Meredith
where to
didn't
find them.
laugh.
The air
She
went
swallowed.
still.
Hard.
Too still.
That's not even
Who?
the worst part,
I
she
asked.
said.
She
What
smiled.
could possibly be worse?
Not warmly.
She opened
He
a
called
second
him John.
folder, one
But
I
you
hadn't
know him
noticed on
as
the side of the
JT.
desk.
My pulse
Inside were more
slammed in my
documents.
ears.
Same
Mark
handwriting,
whispered,
same
"Who
signatures,
the hell is JT?"
same forged
Before I could
authorization
answer,
pages.
a
But
loud
at the
crack
top of
split
one
the night.
form,
A
highlighted in
spotlight
yellow, was
exploded
something that
behind
made my
us.
blood run
A second
cold.
car screeched
Statement
into
of
the lot.
psychological concern,
The woman's expression
provided by
changed
former
instantly.
partner. I scanned it in
Annoyance flickering
seconds.
into fear.
Laura had filed
Move,
a formal
she
statement
barked,
claiming she
but it was
witnessed
too late.
severe
A man
mood
stepped
instability,
out of the second car.
impulsive
Voice low,
tendencies,
controlled.
reckless
You're done here.
decision-making,
I knew
episodes
that
of
voice.
paranoia,
JT.
unpredictable
JT stepped
anger,
out of the second
a perfect
car like a
picture of
man
someone
who'd already
unfit to
calculated
run a
every
company.
possible
A
outcome.
perfect tool
Calm,
for Jake's
steady.
plan.
No
And
guasti
at the
motivo.
bottom,
He
her
didn't look
signature.
at me.
I felt
Didn't
sick.
look at Mark.
She gave them this.
His eyes were
I
locked
whispered.
on the woman.
She told
The
them
one
I was
who
unstable.
only moments earlier
Meredith
spoke
nodded.
like she owned
Her
the night.
testimony is
She
what
shifted her
convinced
stance,
HR to start a
confidence
confidential
cracking
file.
just slightly.
Jake knew her statement
You shouldn't be
would carry
here.
weight.
JT
My fists
closed the
trembled
door behind
because
him with
we were
deliberate
engaged.
quiet.
Exactly.
You crossed a line.
My pulse
You
throbbed in my
involved his
ears.
sons.
This was a
Your
coordinated
client
attack.
involved them
A
first.
systematic
She snapped.
dismantling of
Not
my
like
reputation.
this. The
My
cold
credibility.
wind swept
My
between
identity.
them.
They
The
weren't
air
just
felt
taking the
charged,
company. They were taking
dangerous,
my sanity.
like
My
standing
history.
between two
My
storms
truth.
about to collide.
Piece by piece.
Mark leaned
I
toward
stood
me,
abruptly,
voice barely audible.
pacing the room.
You know
She
this
pretended
guy?
to love me
Dad
while
trusted
planning
him.
this? For
I
what?
whispered.
Money?
He swallowed
Loyalty
hard.
to Jake?
That
Did
makes
they?
one of us.
I stopped myself.
JT finally
Meredith
looked at
didn't
me.
meet my eyes.
Just a flicker.
No, I said.
A silent
No,
question.
no. Don't
Do
tell
you
me
have
they
it?
were.
I tapped
Yes,
my
she
jacket
whispered.
subtly.
They were
He
seeing
gave
each
a
other
barely
before she left
perceptible
you.
nod.
The air
The
punched
woman
out of my
noticed
lungs.
the exchange
I stumbled
instantly.
back into the chair like
Enough.
someone had kicked
She
my knees
raised her
out.
hand sharply.
She left you.
If the map
Meredith
is here, we
continued
settle this
carefully.
right now.
Because Jake told her the
stepped
plan
forward,
was nearly you were
directly
out.
between her
She could
and
help
me.
manage the company
You're not
as his
touching
partner.
anything.
Partner.
She laughed.
Not romantic partner.
A sharp, bitter
Business
sound.
partner.
You
She
think
left
you can
me
stop
for
this?
a promotion.
I
The
already
betrayal
have.
burned so
Her smile
deep my
faded.
bones felt
JT
scorched.
took another step
What else did
toward
she
her,
do?
voice
I
low.
said through clenched
You're
teeth.
here without
Tell me
authorization.
everything. Meredith
Without
did.
your client.
She pointed to a
Without
stack of
backup.
notes.
That's
She sat on
sloppy.
at least
A
3
muscle
legal
jumped
meetings.
in her jaw.
She gave him
Bold
your
words
routine.
for someone
When you were
working
most
alone.
distracted,
I'm
when
not
you worked
alone,
late,
he said.
when you'd be least
Mark's
likely
head
to look
snapped
through
toward me.
documents.
What does
I
that
closed
mean?
my eyes,
I didn't
chest
know,
rising
but I
and
felt
falling
it.
too fast.
Something in the air shifting.
She also,
and then
Meredith whispered,
the ground
helped him
vibrated.
isolate you from
Just
the
a
team.
faint tremor.
She's the reason
A pulse
several
beneath the
people
earth.
started going
The
to
woman
him
froze.
instead of you.
JT's
She
eyes
started rumors
narrowed.
about your
My
stress
breath
levels.
caught. What
Rumors.
was that?
Seeds of
Mark
doubt.
whispered.
Poison roots.
Another tremor.
She didn't just betray
Stronger
me.
this time.
She prepared
Then
the
a
battlefield
deep,
for my
muted tone
execution.
sounded under
I
us.
sat there in silence,
like something far
the
below
weight
the surface
of everything
exhaling.
crushing down
JT's
on me.
posture
For a
changed
long
instantly.
moment, the only
Tension
sound was the
tightened
quiet
every
hum
line
of
of
her
his
computer.
body.
Then I
No,
forced myself to speak.
he muttered.
What do we
Not
do now?
now.
Meredith
woman
looked
took
at
a
me,
step back.
really looked at me.
You didn't tell
Adam,
me it was this
the
close.
only way you survive
It wasn't supposed to
this is
be,
if you confront
he
someone
said.
who never
What's
expected you to
happening?
show up.
I asked,
Who?
panic
Our
rising.
lawyer, she said.
JT turned
He's
to
the
me.
one who drafted
The reservoir
amendments.
isn't stable.
He's the one Jake
My
trusts.
pulse surged.
And he's the one
What does
who
that
knows
mean?
where the bodies are buried.
It's moving.
I'm not sure
he
he'll
said,
talk.
voice sharp.
Not willingly,
Shifting.
she agreed.
Pressure is
but he's
building
scared of
under the
losing
north
his
corner.
license.
The north
If you
corner,
corner him with proof,
the largest
real
X
proof,
on the map.
he might break.
Oh my God.
I nodded slowly.
I breathed.
And
Is
she
it
continued.
dangerous?
There's something else.
Yes.
She
he
opened
said.
yet another
If someone
file.
drilled
This
too
one
close
small,
or disturbed
thin,
the surface,
marked with a
the
single
woman
word on
cut
the
in.
tab.
We
Recording.
had nothing to
My
do with
heartbeat
that.
stilled.
JT
What
snapped.
recording? She
Then
met my
someone
eyes.
did. Another
Hesitation
deep rumble
flickering
vibrated
before
up
she
through my
forced the
shoes.
truth out.
Mark staggered.
Your lawyer left a
Dad
voicemail
knew
on the
about
firm
this?
server. He tried to delete it. I
It's
recovered
why
it.
he shut the
What does it
survey
say?
down.
Her
He
jaw
didn't want a
tightened.
blowout.
It's evidence
He
Jake
didn't want the
never wanted
company
anyone
involved.
to hear.
He
I
didn't
exhaled
want
hard.
anyone dying
Then
for
play
money.
it.
The
She
woman's
inserted the flash
expression
drive in her
twisted.
laptop.
It's too
clicked on the
late
audio
for that
file,
kind of
and
morality.
sat beside
And
me.
then,
A
from
crackle,
behind her,
a breath,
her driver
a voice,
stepped out of the
shaky,
car. Not
panicked.
calmly.
Jake, we
Hurried,
made a mistake.
pale,
If Adam
wide-eyed.
ever finds
He
out what we
whispered
did,
something into her
we're
ear.
finished.
Her
You need to call me
expression changed
back
instantly.
immediately.
Fear
My blood
slicing
froze.
clean through
Meredith
the
pressed
arrogance.
pause.
She snapped
This,
her head toward
she
us.
said softly,
We have to leave.
is leverage.
Now,
For the
all
first
of
time
us.
in hours,
JT
maybe
Stephen.
days, I felt
What's
something
wrong?
shift inside
Her
me.
voice dropped
spark.
to a whisper.
Small but real.
One of our drill
Hope.
teams.
I straightened.
They broke
We take
ground
this to
near
the
the
lawyer.
ravine yesterday.
Her eyes widened.
They weren't supposed
Tonight,
to.
Yes.
Now the system's
Adam,
picking up
you
pressure
might call
spikes.
Jake. I shook my
JT's
head.
face went
No,
white.
not if he
You
thinks I
idiots,
already know everything.
he hissed.
Meredith
You
hesitated.
triggered it.
Are you sure
My
you want
heart
to do this?
slammed against my
I nodded.
ribs.
Because I knew
Triggered
something
what?
Jake didn't.
The woman met
He thought
my
he'd taken
eyes.
everything
The
from
reservoir
me, but he
is going
forgot
to
something
breach.
critical.
A cold shock
A desperate
shot through
man
me.
doesn't break.
As in
A desperate
explode?
man fights.
Not exactly.
And I was done being prey.
JT said.
I grabbed
But
the
if
folder,
it vents,
the
if
flash
the earth
drive,
opens,
the
we're
printed
talking a
screenshots.
collapse zone miles
Let's go,
wide.
I said.
Mark's
We headed toward
voice
the door.
cracked.
Hearts
So what do we
pounding.
do?
Because in less
JT
than an
looked
hour,
at me first,
I would be standing
then at the
face
woman,
to face with a man
then toward the
who
dark
helped
road
dismantle
leading
my
to our
life.
father's land.
And he had no
We
idea
go to
I
the
was
north
coming.
corner,
What
he
we were
said.
about to do.
Now,
Meredith
before
locked her
the
door,
ground gives
hands
way,
trembling
the
slightly.
woman hesitated.
But her voice
"You're
stayed
insane."
steady.
"No,"
"The firm is 10 minutes
JT
away,"
said softly.
she said.
"I'm
"If he's
the
still
only
working
one
late,
here who
we
knows
might
how to
catch him
stop
alone."
this."
"Good,"
The rumble
I
beneath
replied.
us grew louder.
"I want him alone."
Like a
Truth
warning
was,
from the earth itself.
I didn't know what I wanted.
JT stepped
Answers?
closer to us,
Revenge?
eyes sharp.
Just one person
"Whatever
to
is
admit what they
buried
did.
under your father's
I wasn't
land,"
sure anymore.
he said,
But I knew this.
"is about
I
to
wasn't
show
going to let
itself."
Jake or
The
his
drive to
accomplices
the north
walk
corner
me
felt
into a
like racing
fabricated
toward the
meltdown
mouth of something
and
alive.
steal everything
The
I
earth
built.
kept rumbling.
Not without hearing the
Small
truth from the
tremors
man
rolling
who'd helped
under the
craft the
tires,
knife.
vibrating
drove in
through the
silence.
floorboards.
The
Every
roads
few
were
seconds,
empty,
Mark would glance at me like he needed proof
Thursday.
I was still there.
Cold air
Behind us,
misting the windows.
the woman's car
Street
followed
lights
close,
flickered
headlights
across the
bouncing
dashboard,
in the darkness.
revealing
Ahead of
flashes
us,
of anger.
JT
in my
drove with
reflection.
one hand
I
braced
wasn't the
on the
same
wheel
man
like
who
he could
sat
feel the
signing
land
contracts
shifting
2
before
years
it happened.
ago. I wasn't
At
naive
4:12
anymore.
a.m.,
We pulled
we
into the
turned
law
down the
firm's
narrow
parking
dirt
lot
road
at
leading to my
10:07
father's
p.m.
property.
Only one
Fog
car
drifted
remained,
low
the
across
old
the
silver
fields,
Lexus I
hanging
recognized
thick like
instantly.
smoke.
Our
The
former
closer we got
attorney,
to the ravine,
Peter Caldwell,
the heavier the
always
air
worked
felt.
late. He loved the
Dense,
quiet.
charged,
Tonight, that
almost
worked in my
metallic.
favor.
Mark
Are you ready?
finally whispered,
Meredith asked
"Why didn't
quietly.
Dad tell us any
No,
of this?"
I said
I
honestly.
didn't have an answer.
But it doesn't matter.
Not one
We
he
approached the
wanted.
glass door.
When we
The
reached the
lobby
north
lights were
corner,
dimmed, but
JT's
Caldwell's
truck
office,
skidded to a
second
stop.
floor,
He jumped
corner
out
room,
instantly,
still glowed
scanning
a
the ground
soft
with a
golden
flashlight.
yellow. He was
Moving
there.
fast,
I pushed
scanning,
open the door,
muttering to
the bell
himself.
above it chiming
I stepped
softly.
out of the SUV.
Meredith stayed
The cold
close
hit me
behind
like a slap.
When we climbed the
My
stairs
breath came out
and
in
reached
quick
the hallway,
white bursts.
I could hear him typing.
JT,
Fast,
I called.
Urgent.
What's
Like
happening?
someone
He didn't
scrambling
look
to
up.
finish something
The
before
pressure
sunrise.
spike is bad.
I did not.
Worse than I thought.
opened the door
The
and
woman
stepped
approached,
inside.
her coat
Caldwell
snapping
jerked
in the wind.
upright, his eyes
Can you
widening
stop
the
it?
moment he saw me.
Maybe, he said.
Hey, Adam,
if
his
the
voice
fault
cracked.
hasn't opened
What
yet.
on earth?
My
Why are
heart
you
pounded.
here? I didn't
And
blink.
if it has?
We need to talk.
He finally
He
looked
glanced
at me.
Meredith.
Then the
then
land
at the folder
collapses.
in my hand.
Everything
His
your
face drained
father
of color.
protected gets
No,
swallowed.
No, this
The
isn't.
ground gave
Adam,
a low,
listen, this isn't good.
groaning rumble
You can
beneath
save
us.
it. I cut in.
Deep,
I heard her
ancient,
voicemail. He
terrifying.
froze. Meredith
swore
played the
under his
recording
breath.
without waiting
We
for
shouldn't
his
be
permission.
here.
Jake,
We have to
we
be.
made a mistake.
JT
If
snapped.
Adam ever finds
Your
out what
father
we did,
left instructions.
we're finished.
He planned
Caldwell
for this.
lunged toward the
I blinked.
laptop, but I stepped in front of
Instructions?
him,
Where?
blocking his path.
He held out his
Sit
hand.
down, I said.
For the map.
He sank into his chair
froze.
like his bones
His
gave
voice
out.
softened.
I want the truth.
I don't want the
I
land.
said quietly.
I never did.
All of it. His
But your
throat
father
bobbed as he
understood
swallowed
something none
hard.
of you did.
Adam,
If
you
the
don't
reservoir
understand.
vented in the
Jake,
wrong place,
he
it wouldn't
told
just
me.
take the oil.
He said you were
It
aware
would take everything.
that you approved
Mark
the
stepped
restructuring.
closer to me.
I slammed
Don't
the
give
folder
it
onto
to
his
him.
desk.
Mark.
My signature was
No,
forged.
he said
My medical
louder.
record was tampered
You
with.
don't know him.
My
You
reputation
don't know
was
what
destroyed.
deal he had with Dad.
And you helped him do it.
How do we know
Caldwell's
he's not
hand
trying
shook.
to take it for
For
himself?
the first time, I saw fear, not
tightened.
guilt, not regret,
Your father
but pure
trusted me
fear.
more than you
I didn't
trust
forge
your own
anything,
family.
he whispered.
Mark
But you
shoved
drafted
him
the
hard.
documents.
Don't talk
Meredith
about
said
trust.
sharply.
You're the
You had
one who
amendments.
dragged us into this.
You advised him on how to
JT
remove
shoved him
Adam from the
back.
company.
I'm
I
the
was
one
manipulated,
trying to keep you
Caldwell
alive.
insisted.
The woman
Jake
stepped
told me
forward.
Adam was stepping back.
Enough.
That he
Her
was
voice
dealing with
sliced
stress
through
issues.
the tension.
That you
We
two
don't
had
have time
discussed
for
it
this.
privately.
That map
That's a lie.
is the only thing that
snapped.
shows the fault
Caldwell
line.
rubbed his
She
forehead
turned to me.
with trembling
Give it
fingers.
to someone who can
You brought your
actually use it.
ex-fiancée
Something
to a meeting.
inside me
She
snapped.
testified that
Everyone
you were struggling
stopped.
and
My
wanted
voice
temporary
echoed
relief
across
from
the field.
decision-making.
The
She
rumbling
made it sound
grew
like you
louder,
were drowning.
like
Hearing
the land
Laura's
itself
name
was listening.
felt like swallowing
I pulled the map
glass.
from my jacket,
She forged
but didn't
statements.
hand it over.
I said,
If I
"We
give
have
this
proof."
to any of you,
Caldwell
I said, voice
shook his
shaking
head
but
vigorously.
steady.
I didn't know
I
they
need
were
one
forged.
thing.
I
One
swear to you.
answer.
She seemed
JT
credible.
exhaled.
She said you've
Name
been
it.
isolating yourself.
What did my
that
father
you were
find
afraid
out
to
before
admit
he
you
died?
needed help.
Silence.
Isolating.
The kind
Afraid.
that makes your stomach
Unstable.
drop.
She fed him
JT
the
looked away
exact narrative
first.
Jake needed.
He found
And what
the
about
full
the clause
survey
he
results,
buried in the contract?
he said quietly.
I asked.
The ones
You
the
expect me to
drilling
believe you
company
didn't
hid.
notice it?
It wasn't
He
just
hesitated,
oil down there.
And his silence
He
was an answer.
hesitated.
You added
What
that
was it?
clause.
I
said
whispered.
slowly.
A pocket
Jake
of
didn't.
trapped gas.
You did.
Ancient,
His shoulders sagged
unstable,
as if the weight
kind
of what
that
he'd
can
done
blow if
finally
disturbed.
smothered him.
My
I-
mouth went dry.
I thought it was a precaution.
and the
he
company
stammered.
knew.
Jake said you two
JT added.
agreed on
They
equal
tried to
control,
force him out.
that if either
Your
of you
father
became
refused.
unavailable,
He
the
died
other needed
before he could
authority
expose
to
them.
protect the
The
company.
woman's face
My voice
tightened.
dropped.
That
He
was
played
never
you,
supposed
and I
to
meant it.
happen.
Caldwell
Mark stared
wasn't
at
innocent.
her. Your
Far from it.
client
But
threatened
he'd been
our
used
father?
just as
She didn't
effectively
deny
as I
it.
had.
That
Why didn't
was
you come
enough
to me?
for me.
I
I
asked.
stepped back,
He closed his eyes,
clutching the map.
because the moment I
what?
suspected
Now
something
you
was
wanna
wrong, it was
Fix
too late.
the problem you
He'd
created.
already moved
She
the
exhaled
assets.
sharply.
So he did know.
No.
He knew.
I want to
It
buy
said
you out.
nothing.
All
My
of you.
pulse surged
Right
with
now.
heat.
Her
Then you're
voice
gonna fix
hardened.
it. Caldwell
5
looked
million million each.
startled.
Cash.
H, how?
Tonight.
You're going to tell me
Mark
who else Jake
inhaled
worked
sharply.
with? I said.
We should.
All of it.
I cut
Every
him off.
detail.
No.
Every lie.
His
every
eyes
meeting,
widened with
every
panic.
plan.
You
He
don't know what
hesitated.
you're saying.
Then his
I
face
know exactly
twisted
what
with
I'm
something
saying.
like resignation.
I whispered.
There was someone
Another
else.
rumble shook the
He
ground.
whispered.
This one
My jaw
sharp,
tightened.
violent.
Who?
The
He
woman
swallowed
took a
again.
step back.
Jake had a second
JT
partner
cursed
helping
under
him.
his breath.
Someone who
Mark
coordinated
grabbed
the
my
transfers.
arm.
Someone
if you
who
don't take
handled
that
the financial
deal,
back
we
end.
lose everything.
That was Laura,
the land,
I said.
The money.
No, he shook his head.
Mark.
Not her.
I said softly.
My breath stilled.
We're about
Then
to lose
who?
something way
He
bigger
hesitated
than money.
for so long.
The earth
I thought
beneath
he
us
wouldn't
cracked.
answer. And then
Just
he
a
did.
hairline fracture.
Someone inside your company.
But enough to make
The
all of
room
us freeze.
felt colder
A
instantly.
thin line in the
Who?
dirt.
I repeated.
Glowing faintly.
Caldwell wiped
JT's
sweat
eyes
from
went
his
wide.
forehead. You're
It's starting.
CFO.
The
I
glowing
blinked.
fracture in the
Mark-
dirt was no
Mark had been
wider
with
than a
me
pencil.
since the beginning.
But the light
A
pulsing
quiet,
from it
steady
felt
man.
alive.
Loyal.
Throbbing like a
Consistent.
heartbeat trapped
Someone I
beneath the
trusted
earth.
with budgets,
We all
payroll,
stepped back
projections,
instinctively.
everything.
JT crouched
That's not
beside
possible.
it,
I
his
said.
flashlight trembling just
he's not
slightly
like
in his
that.
hand.
He is
It's a
Caldwell
gas
said.
flare.
And
he
he's
muttered.
deeper in this than
The
Jake
pressure's
is.
breaking through.
Without him,
The woman's
none of
voice
this
was tight.
infrastructure could have been
How
built.
long do we have?
My blood ran cold.
Minutes.
Prove it.
He said.
Caldwell
Maybe.
reached into his desk
Another
drawer,
rumble rolled
pulled
beneath
out a
us.
thumb drive,
Deeper now.
and set on the table.
More insistent.
This is every
the ground
internal
shuddered
memo
hard enough
Jake
to make
sent me.
Mark lose his
Every
balance.
instruction,
I grabbed
every
his
revision.
arm,
And every
steadying
time
him.
Mark was
For a
copied on
split
the
second,
thread,
we were
I
just two
stared at the
brothers
drive.
again,
Why do you
holding
have
each
this?
other up the way
Meredith
we used to
asked.
when Dad made us carry lumber
he
across
whispered,
the yard.
I knew
But
this
that
day
moment
could come.
evaporated
He wasn't
as the
protecting
earth groaned
Jake.
again.
He was protecting
JT stood,
himself. I
turned
grabbed
to
the
me
drive.
and held out
You're
his
coming
hand.
with us.
Give me the
Caldwell
map.
blinked.
Now.
What?
This time
Why?
I didn't
Because
hesitate.
tomorrow morning,
The map.
I said,
The
we
thing
take this to the
everyone
board,
chased.
and you're going to
fought
back
over,
every word
bled
with
for.
testimony.
Unfolded
his
in his
mouth,
hands like a relic.
Fear flooding
He
his
scanned
features.
the red XS,
Adam, they'll
traced
ruin
the fault
me.
line,
I stepped
then
closer.
looked toward the ravine.
Then you understand
We need
exactly
to vent
what they
it
tried to
safely,
do to me.
he said.
He looked
Your
away.
father marked
Then,
the weakest
slowly,
point.
he nodded.
If we
We
break
left
it
the
there,
office at
the pressure will
11:14
release
p.m.
without collapsing
Caldwell
the whole
followed
property.
us to the parking
The
lot,
woman scoffed.
pale and shaken,
think we can
but
just
ready to talk.
Dig a
As
hole?
I reached my car,
That's your
my
plan.
phone buzzed.
JT
A text
glared at her.
message from
No,
an unknown number.
but he left tools.
I opened it.
He
A
pointed
single
toward
line
the old
appeared on
equipment
the
shed
screen.
near the fence
You think
line.
you know everything.
Half
You don't.
collapsed, vines
M.
crawling over
M.
the roof.
Mark,
My father's
my
shed.
blood froze.
Of course he
Meredith
left
saw the
something
look
there.
on my face.
He always
What
prepared
is it?
for storms
I turned the
before they
screen toward
arrived.
her.
We
Her
ran.
expression collapsed.
Cold wind slapped
because
my
there was
face
only
as we
one way
crossed
Mark
the field.
could have known
The
what
shed
we were
door
doing.
was swollen
He was
from
watching
years
us.
of rain.
For a long
But
moment,
JT shouldered
none
it
of us
open with a
moved.
grunt.
Just the cold night
Inside,
air, my
dust
phone
floated
glowing
in the
my
beam
hand,
of the flashlight
and that
like
single
tiny
letter
ghosts.
staring back.
And
at me.
there, against
M.
the back wall,
Mark,
were the tools.
the quiet one,
Heavy rods,
the steady one,
pressure gauges,
the man who sent me
a
birthday
manual
cards
venting
every
spike
year
older than
and
me.
brought donuts
Dad knew.
to Friday meetings.
He knew this day
the
might
man
come.
who apparently
He
had
planned for
no
it.
problem
My
burning
chest
my life
tightened
to
so
ash.
painfully I had to
Caldwell
steady
slowly
myself on
backed
the
up
wall.
a step.
JT grabbed the
knows.
spike and
He must
tossed
have
the other
eyes on the
tools to
firm.
Mark and me.
Meredith's
We
voice
drive this
trembled.
into the ravine
Adam,
wall.
we need to go.
Fast.
Right now.
Clean.
But I didn't move.
Before the pressure
Not yet.
finds its
Because
own
something
exit.
inside me had
I
snapped.
nodded,
Not in a
adrenaline
dangerous
swallowing
way,
my fear.
but in a
When we
painfully
reached the
clear
ravine,
way.
the air
Fear
was
had been
warm,
ruling my life for
unnaturally
weeks.
warm.
Fear of
The
Jake.
ground
Fear of
vibrated
Laura.
like a living thing.
Fear of being cornered.
A faint hiss
lied
rose
about,
from cracks in the
erased.
soil.
But that
Mark
message,
stepped forward,
that single
jaw
line from
clenched.
someone who'd
Tell me
pretended to
what
be
to
my
do.
ally for years.
He wasn't the scared,
killed the fear.
reckless
Burn it
screw-up
clean.
anymore.
I finally
Right now,
exhaled,
he was the man
steady
Dad
and
always hoped
deliberate.
he'd become.
You want me to know
We
he's
worked
watching.
fast.
That means he's
3
hiding
people
something.
pushing, hammering,
Meredith touched my
bracing
arm.
the spike while the
We should
woman
go
stood
somewhere
back,
safe before.
staring at the
No, I
ground
said,
like it might open
we're going to
beneath
see
her.
him.
The
Both of them
hissing grew
stared at
louder.
me like I'd lost
JT
my
shouted,
mind. Caldwell
almost there.
shook his head.
I drove
You
the
can't
spike
confront him.
down with
He's
everything I
dangerous,
had
Adam.
left.
Maybe
My
not
arms
physically,
burned.
but
My hands
legally,
shook. The
strategically,
metal vibrated
ethically,
violently
he's
as
got
it
no
hit
limits.
the fault line.
Good.
Then,
Neither did I.
a roar,
Not
a
anymore.
deafening,
He's been hiding
explosive
everything.
burst of pressure
I
shot
said.
upward.
He wants control.
Hot air whipping
and
my
he
hair
thinks I'm
back,
too shaken to
dirt
fight.
blasting into
So
the
let's
sky
prove him
like
wrong.
a geyser of
Meredith
dust and
whispered.
heat. It
Please
wasn't
think
fire.
this through.
It wasn't
I have,
destruction.
I said.
It was
We're
release.
going to the office.
The ground
The drive
trembled
there.
beneath us.
It was
Then
11:32
settled.
p.m. when
Quietly,
we pulled into the nearly
slowly,
empty parking lot of my
peacefully.
own company.
JT sagged to
My
his
building,
knees,
my
breathing
name on
hard.
the sign,
It's
the place
done.
I'd pour my
Mark
life
leaned
into.
on the spike,
Seeing it
chest
now
heaving.
felt different.
The woman
Colder.
backed away,
Hollow.
face
A space
pale,
I no longer recognized.
realizing no
The
amount
lights
of
on the
money
second
could buy
floor were
control
on.
over something
Finance.
this powerful.
Mark's
I
domain.
stepped to the
Of
edge
course
of
he
the
was still
ravine.
here.
The
Of course
faint
he knew
glow
we'd
had
come.
vanished.
Meredith
The
parked
earth
in
was
the
still
shadows.
again.
Are you sure?
like it was finally exhaling after holding its breath for years. We didn't speak for a long time. Not until the sun crept over the horizon, painting the field in gold.
I don't need excuses.
Mark wiped his face with a shaking
hand. I need
hand.
reactions.
I'm sorry,
the confrontation.
He whispered.
We took the back elevator.
Everything.
One only
I nodded
employees
slowly.
knew existed.
We can fix
and
some
stepped
of it.
on his second floor.
Not all.
The hallway
but some.
lights flickered
He nodded
softly.
back. casting long shadows across the carpet.
approached, the map
I could hear
rolled
typing
under his
behind
arm.
Mark's door.
Your father
Fast,
didn't want the
efficient,
land to make you
like
rich.
someone cleaning up loose
He
ends.
wanted it to keep you
I pushed
grounded,
the door open without
to keep
knocking.
you together.
Mark looked up calmly,
My throat tightened.
too calmly,
He didn't
as if
get
he'd been
that.
expecting all
Maybe
three
he did.
of us.
JT
Adam,
said softly.
he said with that soft,
Just not the
even
way he
voice
expected.
he always used.
The woman walked
You're here
toward
late.
her car.
It was the same
defeated,
tone he
not
used when
angry,
reminding me
not
to sign
threatening.
payroll.
Just
The same
done.
tone he
This
used when
never
congratulating
happened,
me
she said.
on securing new
None
clients.
of you saw us.
The tone of friend.
And then she drove
Except
away
now,
without
it was
another
the tone
word.
of a predator
We let her
pretending
go.
to be harmless.
3 months later,
I
the
stepped
land
closer.
is quiet.
You sent
stable,
the text.
Safe.
A faint smile
Mark
tugged
and I
his
repaired
mouth.
the shed.
I wanted you to know you're
Cleared the
walking
brush.
into a mess
We
bigger
walked
than
the property
Jake.
together now.
I asked.
Slowly, carefully.
And you're the one holding the mop.
Learning to
He didn't
rebuild
laugh.
trust the same way
Didn't
the earth
flinch.
rebuilt its strength.